day going?
Nothing much. I go to the family reunion.
Well, that's cool. How's your family doing?
It's fine.
Okay, that's cool. How'd you find out about the big steppers?
3 weeks ago, I'm turning Web3 because I worked until now, and from 3 weeks ago I go back on Web3, and I find big steppers. And from that day I just grinding for 3 weeks. I shaved my because I have a big board, you know.
Big beard?
Not like this one, yeah, but today I because I go see the family and out, and I can go like this.
Okay.
3 weeks I grinding for 2 weeks every day. I 20 hours.
Well, that's phenomenal. All right. Well, so you go to all their spaces, right? Excellent. Do you have a link tree? Do you have a link tree? Yeah.
No,
Why not?
what you mean?
A link tree is
No, I want to make one.
yeah.
Make one because I was some NFT collections.
Yeah,
I like.
absolutely. Just one moment, Zoo. Excellent. Well, you should make one. It'll give you all the links that you need. Hey, I've got somebody in my Discord, so we'll have to catch up later. If you're wondering, what are you doing? You just stream your camera on all the time? Yeah, I do. I live on YouTube. So if you ever,
Your volume on the space is incredible.
oh, you've seen it?
Yeah.
Oh, you're the man. Excellent. Hey, if you ever want to talk to me, come to my Discord. I'm always live in there, but you can always watch me in this one too. And if I have time, I'll come back. Okay. But I want you to know, Tex, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm glad your family reunion went well. And if you need me, you know where to go. Excellent. Pleasure. Yo, Zoot, how you living, pimp?
I'm good. Did you hear? Johnny Blades came back to Australia.
No, I didn't. Why'd she come back to Australia?
What?
No, I didn't. Why'd she coming back to Australia?
For schoolies. She's gonna fuck her.
To a moment. For schoolies?
Yeah.
Okay, are you going to try to sign up?
I'm not 18.
Oh, she wants 18-year-olds?
Class for 18 if I get put on enough makeup.
Okay, Zoot, are you ready to lose?
No.
You're not ready to play?
No, I don't want to play right now.
Why not?
Because I just don't feel like it.
Yo,
I am doing stand-up tonight.
I know you are.
I feel like I'm trying to push a movie.
Okay, just one moment, Zoot.
Dude,
We'll talk about that in a second. Let's meet our new friend here. Super Supply Chain, can you hear me?
yeah.
Excellent. How'd you find out about me, big dog?
You clipped one of my videos.
No way. Excellent, man. So you're a kick streamer?
Something like that.
All right.
I'm trying to be
100%.
Tony,
Very
been
well.
doing 24 hours.
You were doing 24 hours?
I keep it on 24 hours, catch up with you.
Yeah, good luck, man. I've got a 4-year lead on you.
And
Excellent. Super Supply Chain. Do you mind if I go ahead, Zoot?
you sound like a guy I know on Telegram called Casino just supply chain.
say that one more time.
You sound like a guy I know called Casino on Telegram. I know.
No, that's not me. I'm not on Telegram.
You're on Telegram.
No,
Where are you from?
U.S.
What's that accent?
I don't know.
Zoot. Quit giving their degree. Quit giving him a degree. Let him just relax. Zoot. Zoot. This is not an accent class. This is not an accent class. Let him just be. He's from the United States. He answered your question. If you were from the United States, if you were from the United States, if you were from the United States, he's from Washington D.C. There you go.
Capitol Hill, buddy.
Okay.
He's
There's
living.
a little country down here, you know, us folk down here in the country in the South.
100
D.C. is the official starting line of the South.
Absolutely. He's living in the Lincoln bedroom, Zoot. All right. Super Supply Chain.
I'm trying to watch this funny political movie. It's actually surprisingly well spoken.
All right, dude. That sounds good. While you do that, I'm going to talk to Super Supply Chain. Super Supply Chain, do you mind if I tell you about what I do?
Yeah.
My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show. This is a capsule or a timeline of human development. If you weren't aware, in the 1990s, Bill Gates' content is king, making it true today. I'm king of the internet. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data, specifically human data, had overtaken petroleum as a resource, and I have more human data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is going to make me an influential person in the future. And when that, I want to make you, your family, all independently wealthy if you're ready. I want to make sure you have additional wealth. I want to make sure you can start charities and organizations of your own. How does that sound, Super Supply Chain?
I love it. That's sort of what we're trying to do here with my platform. It's completely charitable organization. So 501c3. And my youth, I have about 15, 20 youth right now, and they're like 18 to like 24. And we're building a stream team.
Well, that's excellent. Getting that 503c is not easy.
Yeah, but I have one. We've been founded since 2022. Yeah.
Excellent. Just 1 moment. I will unmute you. Please mute me. Okay. In addition to making you rich, I'm someone who discusses ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. My cryptocurrency is worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do, we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. I am additionally an advocate for the LifeStar program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump our seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How did those things sound to you, Super Supply Chain?
I love it, right?
Excellent.
I love everything you're doing, Mr. Rockdown.
Okay.
Everything you're doing, so I like it.
Excellent. Okay, well, I'm a futurist. I like to discuss things about the future. I like to talk about the 99.9% of our DNA as humans that unite one of the colored creeds and things that perhaps divide us. I like to talk about things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, things like invisibility, Santa Claus machines, things like space elevators, tourism, things like terraforming of other planets, air travel. Uh, if you didn't know, I mentioned the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal within the next 3 years, or by the 2028, to reintroduce the limit into the Arctic Circle, utilize it. I think this is a mind-blowing goal. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. I think these are really exciting events, and I'm excited to be able to document them on my stream. Additionally, talk about things that may affect you, your friends, your family, the youth that you help in the future. When you were born, super supply chain, the average life expectancy of those around you was probably about age 80. I want to increase that with your consent. If you don't want this, you don't have to have it. But if you do want it, I want to give you the opportunity of oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryogenics, nootropics, peptides, cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, things like perhaps light therapy and testosterone replacement therapy to get you to be not just 80 years old, but 102 years old. You may say, Rabbi, back in five, everything that you said really sounded like science fiction at the time, but we've made it science fact. My body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? This is all with your consent. Super supply chain. Again, if you don't want this, you don't have to have it. But if you do, you should at least know that there may be an opportunity for you to experience digital immortality. That's essentially where we would use mind uploading technology to scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scanner and MRI, knowing where every atom is central nervous system in your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying is that there may be what are your thoughts?
Love it. Let's do it.
There you go. That's my boy. That's my excellent. Well, that's the goal. So that's basically transhumanism. And some people don't want that, and I get that, and that's why I'm like so upfront about this is with your consent. If you want to just die, nobody's stopping you from that. But if we can avoid it and it's attractive to you, why not try? You're only given one opportunity in this world, so why not try to make the best of it? So that's the goal. So if you're wondering, okay, Rabbi, so how are you going viral? Is it just by clipping my stream? Because it's going to take some work. No, it's not. I do have bots that do that for me that get interesting individuals like yourself in here. But what I am doing successful thus far is shilling my and I am causing quite on Twitter, and a lot of people align with the message that I have, which is really just about peace, love, and helping each other, and really focusing on that which unites us. And so, if I may ask, do you ever use Twitter Spaces, Super Supply Chain?
Well, I don't have her yet, so I'm not real techie, right? So they mostly teaching me all this stuff, and then I have a youth. What they're teaching Twitch, Kick, Instagram, TikTok.
Okay.
On TikTok for my game.
That's phenomenal. That's really okay.
But I don't know what to look.
Yeah, no, I understand that. So, ideally, You would create for yourself what's a link tree. That's basically a one link where you can put it in your profile, and somebody go to all your social media. Your YouTube, your Twitch, your Twitter, your Snapchat, your Jerry, all of the different social media. And you would want to ideally get it on about 20 different platforms. And if you're like, well, I don't have 20 platforms, they're free. Just create the account with your username. Now, why do I suggest doing that? Because you're getting big. If you've got 40,000, you've got 40,000 followers on TikTok, somebody's going to come and steal your name on the other platforms. So you don't want to be impressive, right?
I totally agree.
Yeah, exactly. So sooner rather than later, you don't have to do it right now, but I'm going to send you a link of just an example link tree that I've made for people and you make it your own. But basically, how often somebody's like, "Oh, well, how do I follow you on TikTok?" And you're like, "Oh, XYZ," or somebody's like, "Oh, hey, how do I follow you on whatever it is?" And you got to like tell exactly what it is. In this case, you just say link tree, all my social media is there, and then it shuts them up, and then nobody can impersonate you. And I just sent you a link. If you know how to check your Discord messages, take a look at it, and it's simple, but it's got like a project that I helped, their website, their YouTube, their Twitch, their Rumble, their Twitter, their all that stuff. So I'll give you a second to take a look at that, and it's nice. Right? It's clean.
Where did you send it?
It's in your
Discord message, right?
That's correct. Not rank you. Go to your Discord message. You see, I sent you one. It says link.com/honey badger hoba. Okay, so I'll help. Okay, if you look in the very top corner, do you see like a little message, like a word bubble? Okay, click it.
I see it now.
Okay. Okay, excellent.
Did you add me to become friend yet?
No, I didn't. I'm at my friend. You can only have 1,000. You can always message me in here though.
Needs to be your friend.
What they match you. They match you out when you have 1,000 friends. So I already.
Just joking.
Oh, okay. No. So did you see the link tree?
Yes, sir. Okay.
So that's what you want for yourself, right? So that hey, just follow my link tree. You can find all my stuff there. Um, so that's kind of what you want to create for yourself, and that list is perfect for you. Okay, now let's talk about you streaming. You're already amazing that you've got a 24-hour a day stream. That's really good. Have you ever thought of multi-streaming?
So what I'm doing right now, I have Kick and Twitch, and I'm using Restream, and I'm using both of those platforms.
Excellent, and I understand why, because Restream allows you two options. Yeah, exactly. I get it. Okay, so if I may suggest, if you use Rumble, Rumble gives you unlimited options and also allows you to stream on Rumble. So if you create a Rumble account, it's just like Twitch or Kick. It's actually more like YouTube because you can save your video on there longer than 30 days. Create a Rumble account. There's something called Rumble Studio. You don't have to do this now, but when you want to do it, come to me. I'll walk you through it. You create a Rumble account, and then you put in your credentials for YouTube and Twitch and Kick, and then we'll live on Rumble. You'll be live on Rumble, YouTube, Twitch, and Kick all simultaneously, which is probably what you want to do, right?
Correct.
Exactly.
So say this one more time. So you basically I can switch up out of Streamlabs.
Restream.
Restream.
Yeah, that's okay. I get confused too. Yeah, so you can get out of that and use Rumble, and it's free. Everything that I do is free. And instead of streaming to just two, which you would be doing Kick and Twitch, you can do 20, but specifically you could four that the big four: YouTube, Kick, Rumble, and Twitch.
Okay, good.
Right.
So so now let me ask you about my or I don't have a channel yet.
That's so when you're ready, you create a YouTube channel. You have to verify it, which means you put your phone number in, and you have to wait 24 hours to verify. After that 24 hours has passed, you can do live stream. So what you do is you sign into Rumble Studio, and you just then sign into your YouTube through Rumble Studio. There's just a link that click, and it's really easy. It almost does it for you automatically. And then when you go live on Rumble, you go live on YouTube. Now, if you don't want to use Rumble and you just want to go live on YouTube, then there's a YouTube studio that you use, and you press go live there. It's free to stream on YouTube. Your videos on YouTube will save indefinitely, meaning for as long as YouTube exists. And unlike Kick and Twitch, which go away after 30 days for the free, their free plans. But yeah, all you need to do is verify your telephone number in YouTube's, and I can help you do that. But let me just say this: if and when you want to do this, just come to me. I help a few people a week do this. So I'll help you free of charge, just to be a nice person. Absolutely.
So what you're teaching me, whole goal is to funnel that to my group of youth work with. I work with a real underserved community, DC, California. California, high risk youth. Some of them just re-entered from juvenile justice. But I try to get them around 18, 19. Some of them went to school with my family or friends, people I know from the community. So I try to keep stuff going for my youth initiatives.
Okay.
And I'm really just teaching it back to them.
Excellent.
So what I think I might do is I did set up a Discord server, I think, right?
Okay.
So I think maybe whenever you have time, so I have this Twitch right now, right?
Okay.
So what I'm going to take our nonprofit stream that we want to channel, we build that out.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to have them sitting with me so they can run there one time so we don't have to do it again.
Absolutely, 100%. And they'd be in their best link trees.
Yeah.
They're young, and this is where they can get a lot of over the course of years. And absolutely. And then they can learn to multi-stream, which to me is the way to do it. You know, as a streamer, basically no one talks to you if you're small. Very few people. And so this gives you 4 times the amount of engagement. When on Kick or Twitch, you might get, let's say, over the course of a 24-hour stream, I don't know, 10 people if you're lucky. With YouTube and Rumble on there, then you're at least getting 20 people, which is twice the engagement. And exactly. And then those are bigger platforms too, so you'll probably get more engagement there. YouTube. YouTube's the number 2 website in the world after Google, both owned by Alphabet. And then it also unifies your chat. So if somebody says something to you on Kick, Rumble, YouTube, or Twitch, it puts the icon next to whatever they, so you know what platform they're on, and you can address whatever you need. Absolutely, it's my pleasure.
Do I get my guys? Do I share my guys your Discord?
Absolutely. So long as they're 18. Yep, absolutely. The reason why I say that, I just don't want to talk to children. Children are great, but sometimes ask me questions in here that are, and I don't want children to see.
I understand. Most of my guys are 18. I got these, but they really around. They only come to like our like in-person labs and stuff. All right. I got my Rumble set up.
Oh, excellent. Okay, you already got it?
Yeah, while we were talking.
Oh, tight. Okay, so that you need to do before we start Rumble, and did you verify your telephone number yet?
I verified email.
Yeah, you got to do email. In order to do Rumble Studio, you got to do your phone.
Okay.
Are you doing it on your phone, or are you doing it on a computer?
Computer.
The way that you do this, the easiest way is for you, if you can, to share your screen. If you don't know how to do that, I can help you. In the bottom left corner of this Discord, right next to the camera, there's a share screen button. But if you're not comfortable doing that, I can walk you through it. Just you might have a few more hiccups. What you want to do in
I'm on the phone talking.
Excellent, no big deal. Okay, so in Rumble, on the right side, you're gonna see your like your profile picture, and then you should like it shows you your settings.
Oh, it's not letting me go past the. I need to pick the creator. I'm trying to find you, but I don't see.
So if you type Rabbi Rothschild, actually no, you don't type that. All of my Rumble accounts are I made them different because it's kind of my backup archive of stuff. So if you want to find me on Rumble, just for a moment, I'll find you on Rumble. It is I basically made them tried to not um, link them to my name. If you're like, well, what sense does that make? If I ever get banned on YouTube, which I have for some months, I don't want all that data to go away. So, here's one of them that you can find. Let's see here.
I find it in the chat when she send it.
100%.
But I got to that page.
Okay, cool. Okay, verify your username.
Where do I do that at?
Okay, so okay, so
your local account.
Okay, did you get into Rumble Studio yet?
Where's Rumble Studio?
Okay.
You told me to click my icon.
Yeah, and then go to your settings.
Account setting.
Yeah, and
Okay.
then on the left side, do you see account verifications?
Yeah.
Okay, and then do you see there's like yeah? Then you put your number in.
Text me.
Yo, Prizzy, how are you? You're my host from Twitter Spaces. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Good.
Excellent. We had quite a few people, and one of them's in here right now, Dara. We're helping. Would you like me to send you the example link tree that I send to everybody?
Yeah, sure.
100%. You had a wonderful space.
Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. Okay. So just one moment, and I'll send it to you. How was your day, Grizzy?
Fine. It's like 3, 4, 6, 8.
Yeah, I know it's got to be really late there. So I understand if you're not gonna do the link tree right now, but I sent you the link, so check in your Discord messages, and you can see an example. And to give you a quick overview, now you're already pretty advanced. You're already hosting spaces and such, but you want to have your social media on all the different platforms. No one impersonates you, and then also it allows you more opportunity to get business. And then what you're going to do when you're done, we'll build out your accounts, use AI to create some videos for you, and then what we're going to do, we'll teach you how to make some memes. We'll teach you how to clip, though you should already perhaps know how to do that. And then we're going to get your pitch down really well. And you're going to be a Web3 all-star. Not that you aren't ready, but we're going to make even more of one. How does that sound?
Yeah, that sounds great. I actually like the.
Go ahead, Percy.
I like DMG on X with coming up here.
Oh, apologies. I've had since yours. I've had just one person after another. So I have this link on Spaces or on Twitter as well. So that yeah, and it's just a straight link that you can go to on Twitter. Apologies, I didn't get back to you. I've had just helping people, but I would have gotten back to you.
Okay.
Absolutely. So, Prizzy, if you would, can you take a look at that link tree?
Yeah, sure, for sure.
Excellent.
I'm verified, right?
Excellent, Shane. Okay, now what you want to do in the upper right corner, not your picture, but you should see like a little video camera, and there are three options. One is upload, go live, and then the other says Rumble Studio. Do you see Rumble Studio?
Yes, sir.
Okay, click Rumble Studio. Okay, so that's going to be basically where you're going to multi-stream from. Now, without seeing exactly what you're seeing, tell me what you see.
Set up your camera and mic.
Okay.
Allow.
Yeah. So let's talk about that. Do you usually use OBS Studio?
I have it. I don't.
That's okay. You don't
I
need to.
Restream.
Okay. Yeah, you and your stream. I get that. Okay, so you don't have to. You just click your video camera that you're going to want to stream from, and then click your mic that you're going to want to stream from, and then press the green button that says proceed or go or submit.
All right.
Okay,
Connect my
that's exactly right. Okay.
Connect Twitch.
Exactly. So you connect Twitch, and then we'll help you with it. Kick's a little different. It doesn't have built-in connectivity yet, but it's not active. We'll walk you through that in a second. And then you're going to create your YouTube account. We're going to have you verify your YouTube account, and then this time tomorrow you'll verify, and then we can connect that. So when possible, let me know when your Twitch is connected.
Okay, well, let me connect this Twitch.
In the meantime, Prizzy, do you see that that link?
Yeah. I'm trying to like connect and then go through it first.
Okay,
See.
take your time.
No problem.
Twitch connected, boss.
Next thing we're gonna do at the bottom of that page, it should say custom. Do you see custom?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we go to Kit.
Yeah. So you're gonna go custom, and then when you click custom, there are three options that should be available, or not three options, but three like places to put stuff. One is the stream description or something. You're gonna put kick in the top, then you're gonna kick account, and you've got to get your stream key, and stream address.
Where's my stream key?
I'll help you with that.
I'll
help you with that. So in Kick, you go to create a dashboard, and then there are like pages, like tabs, and I believe it's like the second page or so, and then you scroll all the way to the bottom of that, and you'll or it's not at the bottom, it's actually at the top. So are you in your Kick Creator dashboard?
Yes.
Okay. What do you see? Does it have like your username and stuff?
Um, it has Restream, Revenue Studio,
In the bottom left,
channel set.
yeah, channel setting. Okay, what's say?
Profile seeing okay.
No, okay. In the left corner, you should see what is that gives you at the bottom left corner, like in the menu.
I found it.
Okay, okay, cool.
It was under the channel drop down. Okay. Okay, 1 second. All right. So copy that. I need my stream key, not the URL, right?
Can you repeat that, please?
I need the stream key, not the URL, right?
Yeah, so I need both. And look at what Rumble Studio says and put them in the right one. So the first option should say description. Option should say either key or address. You put the key in there if it says key, or address in there if you say it says address. And then the third one should say key or address, and key in there if it's key, or address if it's address. And in order to get that key, I think they make you verify your email.
What's a custom destination? What does that mean?
Oh yeah, that. Okay, just type kick, KICK.
My kick is saved.
Right. It will not stay connected. You go live.
Yeah.
And that's okay. So now you're going to want to create, it's just in your best interest to create your YouTube now. So let's do that. Open a new tab. Go to youtube.com. Do you want the YouTube account connected to your Gmail account, or no? You want a new one?
My account.
Excellent. Okay. So then on the upper right corner of YouTube, you should see login.
I should see what sign in.
And yeah. Do you see that?
Yes, I asked him to sign in through Google though.
Yeah, that's what you said. You wanted it through Google.
I don't.
Oh, you don't? Okay, so create
I have Yahoo.
Oh, okay. You don't have a Google account?
So I don't have access to this Google email. And I don't know why. When as soon as I hit it, it told me that. I think it's for another account.
Okay, that's okay. Just create a new Gmail account. So
I can't use my Yahoo to sign up?
No. So you have to use Google's platform. So that's okay. Just go to gmail.com or google.com. Either one. Upper right corner, it should say sign up. Okay.
It keeps taking me back to the email that's in my computer.
Just a moment. Open a new incognito window.
How do I do that?
Okay. Are you using Chrome? MacBook. Okay. Safari.
Yes.
Okay. In the settings of Safari, like in the menu, you should see new tab. Open new private. Okay, and then go to com. And then sign.
Create an account.
That's correct. Create an account.
The work of my business. The work.
Do you mean personal or business?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Business is fine.
yeah.
What area are you in, Rabbi?
I'm based out of Los Angeles.
Super Supply Chains took in at Gmail.
It's a good name.
Oh, yes, sir.
Take your time, man.
So let me ask you this, Rabbi. They say I got an account already. I do have one. I just ain't which one it was. Can I keep? If that one shouldn't go nowhere, I should be able to.
Yeah, you can use that one. Okay, so what you is, I believe you can do this. I could be wrong. What you want to do is go to close that new that new private tab and open up a new.
Hold up. I'm sorry. I can hold Google number and create a new one. I just kept with the new one.
Okay, that's perfect.
Okay. How about you? We having a test for you. Let me talk. Let me say goodnight to my daughter.
Take your time, man.
All right. Oh, I like it. Yeah. Hey, nice shit. So cool. Get up. Yeah. All right. Night. Call me in the morning. Talk to you about it. All right. My account is ready, and now I get out there.
Okay, excellent. Now go to YouTube, youtube.com. YouTube.com.
On a hold up on a note, what you call it. Okay. Go to youtube.com.
Correct. And sign into the account that you just made. If you're not already signed in, you may be already signed in.
Okay.
Be 18 to be in here. You gotta be 18 to be in here.
Nigga. Nigga.
Just one more.
Nigga.
I don't know who these people teach them these things.
I'm signed in to.
So you're signed into YouTube?
No, I'm signed in Google. YouTube. Oh yeah, create. Almost done.
Okie doke.
I said I'm almost done setting up the account.
Okie doke. Excellent. Okay, and the
I get the keys and stuff.
we
So I did go back to the studio and connect it.
well no, not yet, not yet. You're not gonna be able to do that yet. Okay, the upper right corner. Do you see a camera? And it says go live.
In YouTube,
YouTube, yeah.
it says create.
Okay, it says create, and then do you see go live?
Go live, yeah.
Okay, click that, and then it should give you like a pop-up that says you need to verify your account.
It's not doing anything.
Okay, so click the go live.
It's just highlighting. It's not clicking.
Okay, so it won't let you click it. refresh the page and try it.
Okay, it's working.
Okay. Did it like happens when you hit go live?
Request access.
Yes, exactly.
Gotcha. Verify.
Yeah.
Phone number. Verified.
And then there should be like a countdown from 24 hours to say when you can live.
It did some type of load just now. It's like loading or something. Okay, the countdown's on. Okay, cool.
Okay, you see the countdown?
Yes, sir.
Okay, excellent. Now go back to Rumble and click the YouTube connection
Mm-hmm.
and sign connected to the account you just did in YouTube.
Connected.
Okay, great. It's all right. Now you could go live on Rumble Studio if you want to right now on everything but YouTube. Is that what you want to do?
Okay, let's do it.
Okay.
And I can go back and add other stuff later.
100%. Your biography, your profile picture, all that.
And other channels too, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm gonna give you a heads up. Twitter is only if you have a premium account, but that could add Facebook in there,
Okay.
and you
What
can
about
also.
the Chinese TikTok?
Okay, yeah, you could do TikTok as well. You need at least 1,000 followers on TikTok, which you have. And that's not available through Rumble Studio. The best way to do that is through TikTok Studio. My knowledge, TikTok does not play well with a lot of the different streaming services, but it does have its own software you can use. Now, if you want, I think you could maybe do it on Restream. You could still do that. You can do multiple at the time. But locals is that they created that to be like a kind of a deal. But you don't have to worry about that one right now. For right now, let's focus on Twitch, Rumble, and Kick. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so then you can add anything you want it to add. So long as it has a stream key and an address, you can add. I have like 25 at once. I use DLive, Trovo. There are a bunch of other ones that nobody talks about, but there are a lot of them. Okay. So now, what are you seeing?
placeholder video.
Okay, you don't have to do that. Do you know? Do you have a thumbnail image that you use?
Yeah.
Okay, put the thumbnail image next to the placeholder video. And then put the name. You could just or whatever, and put description. Just test is fine, and then create. Just click a category. And then let me know when you've done that. You're good.
Alright, I'm gonna put placeholder down. Set up a live stream. So live stream info. I'm gonna put chat with this channel as the default. When do I want to go now? Public to anyone who can see it and hit next.
Yeah. What are you seeing now? Not Rumble only.
It says my licensing option.
Oh, okay. Apologies. Okay, so I think there's like a Creative Commons one that lets anybody use it.
But does Rumble only or personal use?
Personal use. It's once you get it set up the first time.
So let me ask you this: what's this licensing Rumble only monetized, not exclusive, similar to YouTube?
Yeah. So basically, like you start making the Rumble really quickly, and like right away. But that means that you can't stream on the other social media websites, or all of them, and you basically have the freedom to be able to monetize on other platforms.
But let me ask you this: what if? So how do you the workaround for both of those? Have two channels.
That could work. You're gonna make a lot of money when you first start. You make a few cents, maybe a stream, which is good. It's better than anybody else pays.
Gotcha. And can we do donations and stuff on there?
I think how we do that. Usually, it's easiest, I think, if you do it through. How would we get donations on? How do you normally get donations?
I never got donations. I haven't even set up to monetize.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, donations. But that's down the line.
Got you. So I can hit submit now and see if it goes live.
Now, hold on a second. For YouTube and Rumble and Kick and Twitch.
No, it's just this is where's the additional information on terms and conditions.
Okay, let me ask you a question. If you scroll to the very top of the page, do you see 4 boxes and you're in the first box?
Top of the page.
Yeah, go to. In fact, apologies if this makes you do a little bit of rework. It won't be that much. Go to the top of the page and click the Rumble Studio button.
Okay.
Just like the word Rumble Studio. Okay. Now, excellent. Now you should see 4 boxes. Do you see 4 boxes?
I see 3. Upload video and Rumble Studio.
Oh no. Okay, go to Rumble Studio.
Okay. Yeah, I see the 3 boxes. RT, Canva, stream, schedule stream, Canvas stream.
What's the second one say?
Canvas stream directly from your browser with overlays, media, and other.
Do that one.
Gotcha. And then I see the area hit. I can hit YouTube.
Perfect. Now we're not going to do YouTube because you're not. It would fail. Yeah, exactly. But Kick, Twitch, and Rumble should work. So now what you want to do is, and apologies I didn't tell you this before. I thought you could do it both ways, but obviously you can't. Okay, just put in your talking to Rabbi, put your thumbnail, put in the description, pick a category, and then you're going to click Twitch. I think Rumble's default, and Kick. Everything but YouTube.
Let's give my stream a name.
Yes, talking with Rabbi.
Alright.
Okay. Now do you see like a little green triangle on the side, like the Rumble logo in like a square? What I'm trying to say, at the top again.
Yeah, it says my background, go live, getting started, turn on your camera, select the layout display, and once you're ready to go.
Okay.
And it's 4 boxes at the time.
Yeah.
Auto, solo.
Yeah. Okay.
duo.
Click auto. second box.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and then at the very bottom, you're gonna see like a microphone with the line through it, and a camera with the line through it. Press the microphone and press the camera, and your camera should turn on. Okay, excellent. Are you ready? Okay, then in the up left corner, the green button that says go live. And then you like the check off, like are you like we just make sure you is not checked off, and Kick is, Rumble is, and Twitch is, and then hit go live, and then it's gonna give you a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 countdown, and then you're gonna be live, and we're gonna check it. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I'm clicking go live now.
Okay.
4, 3, 1.
What's your rumble count? Oh, what's your rumble count? Super supply chain. Okay. Okay. See, you're live. I don't see what's your camera supposed to be. Rectangular boxes, and then something at the bottom that just says official super supply chain on TikTok.
Oh, that's
Hold on.
that's
You're already stream. You're still streaming on Restream. So I don't know if you can. I'm sure almost you can't do both at once. So you have to stop on Restream. Is that possible?
yeah, I'm going there.
Okay, that's all right. I'm gonna check you on Twitch. Your super supply chain on Twitch. I see you. Can you move your hand on Twitch? Nope, that's your old one. That's your Let's go offline on Restream. Okay, so let's try it again on Rumble. Go to your Rumble, and in the upper left corner is a red click that, and then there are two options. Click the one on the right that says stop stream and leave the room. Okay. So then it should take you back to the thing with the 4 boxes at the top. Click this.
Gotcha.
And you have to type in all that other stuff again. But just know in the future, there's a setting so that you don't have to type all this stuff again. It's really quick. You just have to click which ones you're gonna go live, and then you go live. So
Fantastic.
alrighty. I mean,
Yeah.
okay. Super supply on Kick.
But if I didn't click the camera,
That's okay.
you gotta click it each time.
Yeah, once you get it like the defaults, they'll go in for you automatically. If I recall. Okay, I see you just went live on Kick. Have you turned on your camera yet on Kick or Rumble? Okay, is your camera on Rumble? Is your camera on?
Okay. Just one moment. Your super supply chain on Rumble? Okay. SUPERSUPPLYCHAIN? Okay. I don't see that yet, but that might not be your fault. It could just have not updated yet. Okay, I'm gonna look for you on Twitch. Okay. But your camera's not on. Okay, at the very bottom on Rumble, do you see the thing to turn your camera on?
Yeah.
Did you turn your camera on? Okay. Let's have you do that. End the stream. And make sure you turn your camera on. It just started working. Yeah, okay, don't. Yeah, okay, I can see you. You're live on Twitch. I can hear myself on Twitch. So that's great. And if Twitch is working, then it should be working.
I see myself on Kick around the studio.
Okay. We open it. Super Supply Chain is live. Says you're live. Yep, you're live on. You're live on Kick and Twitch are the hardest ones. And then I don't know why I can't Super Supply Chain. It's a really easy name and it's a great name as well. So you should be super. Maybe if I try it with spaces though, that's not how it should be. I know it's all one word. Super Supply Chain. It could be because it's just a really new account. So let me go to Rumble's website, which might be updated a little faster. Rumble.com. Super Supply Chain. No videos found, I know, but no channels found. That should not be true.
I'm sending you a link in Discord.
Okay, don't do that because I won't do any of those. So just one moment. Let me see if I can find it. I'll send. Oh yeah. You can send me a message. Apologies. Yeah, send me a message to the account that I message on if you can. It's no wonder it's America's best-selling truck for 48 years. It's time to support and it's time to kick off your deck project. Real Decking All-Star. Timbertech as the #1 brand in premium decking. Timbertech Advanced PVC has top fire resistance and real wood capacity maintenance. Premium warranties. Will perform at the top of its game. See why so many people in Southern California love Timbertech decking and railing. Order your free samples at timbertech.com. Halftime on Sunday Night Football, live in Charlie. The Steelers led 3-2 after the first quarter, but early in the second as well. It's a 45-yard.
Do you know how to send a message?
Took over their 35 and got their one
Yeah.
runs of 11 yards and 8 yards by Dell. Herbert a 16-yard pass to Ladford.
I'm trying to go back to our chat.
Okay, so you want to go to the top left where the bubble is, like a talk bubble. Do you see the button in the upper left corner?
Yeah.
So then it should at the top say messages, right? Okay, I see you typing. Okay, site. That's not going to be. That's not going to be the link you want. That's to join your chat. Let's see here. Go to open a new tab and just type rumble.com and check what your username is.
Super blockchain.
SUPERSUPPLYCHAIN.
CHAIN, yes.
Yes. Okay. Copy. See if you can find yourself in Rumble. Type in the Rumble search.
See myself on wrong.
Okay. No, but can you find yourself in the search? Link top where you find yourself and send it to me in Discord, please.
I don't understand what you mean. Like, is that spelling?
No. Go to the search bar, type super supply chain, press enter.
And it brought up my page.
Excellent. Now at your page, go to the browser, copy that link, and then put it into Discord and send it to me, please.
Okay.
Yep, you show. I'm trying to think why it does not show. I think it's just because it's really new. But yeah, no, you're live. So let me check. You're good on all three, my man. Just starting same with your YouTube, and then we'll get your 24/7 stream to stream in Rumble. Makes sense?
Gotcha.
So what I would do is I would end my Rumble, end it on all three platforms. I'd go Restream, start up my 20 stream, and then this time tomorrow, come back in here, and we'll get it set up on. Okay.
Gotcha.
Okay, dope, my friend. Not too bad, right?
Appreciate your
100%, my friend. I'm always here to help you. See you, God, same time, same station tomorrow, and we'll get the remainder set up. Okay.
right, thank you.
Need.
No,
Okay.
how do why do people have their ring at the top of their
That's somebody else who streams in here. They're streaming the NFL and like sports and stuff. So you can click on it and watch TV with them. Does that make sense?
yeah.
Okay.
All right, yeah. I'm trying to how do I do that?
Okay, if you want to do that, it's easier to do on computer. If you want to do it on a phone, you're on your phone. Are you on your phone?
Yeah, I'm on my phone. I figure out how to set it up.
Okay, so let me get on the same page. All right, so just for a moment, I'm going to join the call on a different device, just so I can see what you're seeing. Okay. So do you see at the bottom of there's like the cameras that text through it, and then there's the microphone that's on, and then the little text bubble, and then like four shapes, and then the red button.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then you should see like at the very top of that little bar at the bottom, there's like a little line. You want to pull up on that bar, and it'll give you more options.
So hit the full button.
Hit it. You want to pull up on it, like hold your finger down. Pull it up. You see like soundboard, share your screen. Okay, so if you press share your screen, that will share your phone screen, and then that would typically give you boxes that says watch stream, And that's how you do it on a phone. On a computer, there are more options to be able to watch stream. So, and that's what Brandon's doing. Brandon's using a computer for people to be able to watch his stream.
All right, well, that'll be tomorrow.
Excellent. Sweet dreams, my man.
All right, what time?
I don't know what time for you, but it's 7 my time.
Cool.
Bye.
Now that's the seventh penalty combined for these two teams. Steelers 27th with 50 of them on the season. Fakes the pass. Hands to Vidal. It's on 5-yard line. It'll be a second and 8. Lee Harrison, 6-year date with the tackle.
That's another thing I'm curious to see. You know, we thought we'd get a little in cut for a touchdown. Here's as they've thrown it. We're going to see double move at some point in time in the second half.
And looking for those 2 receptions. Does not have one yet. Has 2 targets, no catches. And he breaks huddle, slot right, 2 outside the numbers, lateral along the left. Over to the shotgun. Rush for Herbert. Swatted away. I mean, that thing, she's you can hear it up here. TJ, there, yeah. He's looking out right.
Really nice job against him on the first. But TJ got him on that one. Big inside move. He's got to get beat up the field and inside.
2 of 8 on third down. This is Chargers up 12-3 here. This is the opening possession. The second half, they go in 2 left, 3 right. Looks like they're going to bring a blitz. And they do. Herbert throws. Caught over the middle. First down yardage. It's the captain who else on third down. Picks up the first. And that extends his streak of games. Longest streak in team history.
It was quick as a hiccup off the line to beat that coverage.
Tackles he got.
Eccles didn't get a finger on.
Captain comes through again. Just shy of midfield to the Charger 47-yard line. Set high. Hands to Vidal. Vidal. Right. See if anything opens up. There's nothing there. Why you black? Clogged it up. Nope. Gain second and 10. Sticking with that balanced attack though. Conti and Q come out. Should they come off the sideline? Harrison, Matt Locker, chewing up some time. So this one should be good about 15 more yards. Already a 2-score game, 12-3. Chewing left to the right. Kissick Gadsden to the left. Not Gadsden in motion, joins left. Herbert middle of the field, caught Q, and then stripping. He had it, would have been to the Pittsburgh. James Pierre slaps it out of the end of the last second incomplete. Just bring it back into his body, and that's the ball gets dislodged. Nice pickup by Dale, though. Look at that pickup right there. Ball's just got to be brought in. You got to have stronger hands. So now a 3rd and 10 from their own 47. Trips right. Stick to the left all along. They rush 4. Herbert climbs the pocket. Dropped. High stick got him. Loss of 5 and loss of 1. Look at the ball against this edge rush group. It's going to be difficult. And on that one, great job by Herbert. He runs out the ball. It's in the sack.
Naftali, Zchron Livracha Ben Dani, and Betty Gordon. And Betty Gordon. Yichia, Betty Gordon. Mother. Okay, Petey. Okay. Got it. Good. Sammy, I need to get the also Hebrew names of all the parents. I'm having enough. Okay. And who's killed by sniper fire while in his tank in Gaza at a kind of on the 24th of Kislev, 5784. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, his neshama will have an aliyah. All of the neshamas have an aliyah. The families in Chama, and of course, I'm sorry, our Daf Yomi sponsor, Yehuda Buchwalter, in his host of welcome back to Tzidkas HaTzadik, again, and Baruch now formerly of Baltimore, now currently of Lakewood, New Jersey. I know his 62nd birthday. We wish a very happy birthday, Mir Hashem to Baruch, who's supposed to be back and learning the Rebbe's Torah, that all of the neshamas have an aliyah, the families in the Baruch, who brings home all of our hostages and allows our holy soldiers to be successful. Mass with that, let us begin. The last few minutes, really slow of the shorter dafim now, Baruch Hashem. So we are picking up today's daf is Summit 163. We are picking up on Summit base 162. Last I suppose it's the ones that we established in yesterday's daf, very important because it's a little bit of a guiding light. So here with us on Zoom is David Armin. There's the Armin Proctor like a baby Shabbos. A little baby Hashem Tino Benchana is Hashem taking his time integrating this one is currently in the NICU. Hashem making beautiful progress. Moshe David is in the NICU now, learning that Yomi with his son. I said these things, number one, because they're inspirational. Number two, because whatever excuse you think you have, whatever you think you have, right? Moshe David now officially deflated, took the wind out of the sails of any excuse that you could come up with. I want to say, but just understand what it means to be a yid. What it means to be a yid is that what happens when again, what happens when your baby's in the NICU? What happens? You bring your to the NICU. You bring your Gemara to the NICU. That's it. Who could imagine the skills that this little baby has? That he has a father who's there. Mushtav, you should take off the headphones. Let the baby hear what's going on over here. Oh, probably public space. I realize afterwards. Okay, but incredible. I'm Hashem. We give the armies of that the baby should have just a complete and enduring refuah, which Hashem you will have. Yishal Tov and Mitzlachas. Yishem Marino Bizmano. Parents should be zochah lekal lechop l'maisim tovim, and how he should be zochah in Eretz Hashem to the daf with his sons as well in Eretz Hashem. Shalom and Karav. I would say, incredible. As follows. Last line of Kofi's Amud Beis. Remember again in yesterday's daf, we outlined a very important concept, which is we do not go ahead and learn anything from the last line of a document, which means we leave that line blank. Now the truth is, as we saw, we don't leave it blank. What do we do with it? We go ahead and we do a summary. We also saw, so therefore, if you have now remember, we use it as a summary, but if you didn't use it as a summary and it's blank, what's the halacha? Kasher. It's fine. At what point does blank space end up going ahead and creating a psul? 2 lines, right? When you have 2 lines, which now makes sense because it's not really 2 lines; it's really 1 line, right? It's the line above the bottom and empty line that creates problems. Now the ask an interesting question. The 2 lines that we spoke about, the 2 lines that in invalidation of the shtar. So I'll say this is interesting. When we speak about 2 lines, is it literally translate? Is it 2 lines? Avir means airspace. Is there 2 lines, including the space between lines, or just 2 lines without the space between lines? Take a look at the top Rashbam on 163a. Kof Samach Gimel on Dalat. In Avira, Shir Ksivas Hashitin, the Avir Chalak Ben Sayim Nifsal, Aval Pachos Mikan Nifsal. So let's say, listen to this. Remember, when you have 2 lines of text, like 2 lines of text. So 2 lines of text are not just 2 lines, one on top of the other. By definition, when you are writing a shtar, at least also written, there is always a space in this. Why is that? Why do you need space between lines? Because remember, in Hebrew you have sophist letters, right? And lamets, right? So sophist letters, remember again, extend downwards, and a lamet extends upwards. So therefore, by definition, whenever you were going ahead and writing something, you never had 2 lines crunched together. You always had 2 lines and some amount of space in between the lines. Whether or not it's an actual skipped line in the middle, we'll talk about. But the point is, there's space. So the is an interesting kasha. 2 lines of empty space invalidates in a shtar. What's the shear? Right? We need the shear. I love the shear. I need the shear. How lines? Is it just literally be 2 lines of text? We'll call it, I'm going to use the word airspace. What's the word? Not airspace. It's I would say blank space, but it's all blank space. In between the line space, right? It's just two lines without in between the line space or with in between space. That's the shayla. So Nachman says it makes sense to say that it must be two lines plus the necessary airspace. Plus the necessary airspace lines. These are like hein below aviron because we that it's just the lines themselves without the in between airspace. So the Gemara says, they're both say one line by itself. Right? So you're talking about leaving one line blank. You're going right from the bottom line. Leaving one line blank without airspace. What good is one line without space before it and after it? We'll say a line without the space before it and after it is meaningless. You can't do anything with that line of text. So on the site that we say we learned nothing from the last line of the text, and therefore again we leave it blank. So the only way that works, the only way that's meaningful is if you're leaving space before and after the line. And that's what we think. We'll challenge that just a moment. So to the two lines that we're talking about must have their airspace along with it as well. Okay, Allah Shmamina, Hein Ba'adina. So therefore, again, Allah about the two lines. Again, I will remember again. It's two lines that invalidate the shtar. So I must when we speak about the two empty lines of space, two empty which invalidate. It must be that amount of space are the lines themselves, including the airspace as well. Okay, fine. Shmamina. Rabbi said that is indeed the halacha. Let's take a look at the Rashbam, which is moment. The Rashbam is right across on the right hand side. In the short lines, three lines, in Shir Sheet and Shamru, Shir Ksadi de Eidim Shrius. Oh, sorry, not yet. Good. That's halacha number one for today. We're going to knock out a lot of stuff for today. So number one is we know two empty lines of space on a star invalidate the star. Those lines are not just two lines, rather again it's two lines and the corresponding blank space in between the lines as well. Beautiful. Next. Rav Shabsi. Rav Shabsi said his name is Chizkiah. Shnei Shidin Sha'amru. Going back to these two lines that invalidate the star. So this is very interesting. So those two lines ultimately again, really this is talking about now the width of the line. The width of the line is large enough to accommodate handwriting of regular people, he calls it handwriting of witnesses, and not handwriting of a sofer. So if you notice, by the way, right, sofer, I tell you when I learned this first time. So I was asked to be a witness on a get. So right when you go ahead and you sign on right, you say things are in a safer Torah. So what's interesting is so it's not a big deal. Go ahead and just sign ours. Okay, somebody has the model. The hardest part is writing the letters as small as Sofer writes the letters. It's not replicating the script or the right? It's the civic. So what's interesting is as follows. So the assumption is sovereign, right? And Sofer is drafting a document. It's in a much smaller font than a regular person. Or you'll sign sometimes when people are signing a ksuba. They're getting two different scripts, right, for what the ksuba is written, and ultimately you have the eighth sign. But the regular people sign in a much larger font than a sofer is writing. So the very instance, Reb Shabbos, he says he says that the two lines that we talk about, the two lines of empty space that invalidate the shtar, the width of those lines is wide enough to accommodate the handwriting of what he calls eight, which means regular people, and not narrow enough for sofer. Right? That's what it is. It's wide enough. So the Gemara says, "V'lo ksavi de sofer," and not right. So I'll say, to cling to what this means is, what it sounds like he's saying is like this: that if there are two lines of space that are left, but the lines are thin, so that only the sofer could write text in there, that would not invalidate the shtar. It's only if the lines are wide enough that a regular person who writes something in there, that makes the shtar. Now, my time, what's the reason for that? The color zayif, have the gabi safra azol zayif. But I will say, because why? What are we concerned about when it comes to two lines of these things? What are we concerned about? What are you concerned about? Forgery. Those say, who's forging the shtar? Or say better, who's my forging the shtar? The sofer. Right? No one's going over to the sofer. Listen, let me give you a couple extra shekel and do me a favor and just write something else. Usually, how forgeries are working. Usually, again, what's happening is the sofer is referring it with it afterwards. So the only time someone's really going to tamper with it is if the line is wide and accommodating writing of a regular person. But if the only way to write on that line is by employing a sofer not going to, the assumption is the sofer is not really going to capitulate. They're going to participate only in this act of erroneous behavior, and therefore Allah might say won't go ahead and validate the shtar. It's really very interesting. So now we keep on adding on different details. So ultimately now see it's two lines of empty space, and it's two lines of empty space with the corresponding blank space in between the lines. And now the lines have to be wide enough for a regular person. But if there's something that only a sofer in there, it would not invalidate the shtar. So fascinating. Take a look at the Rashban for just a moment. My timer called the Messiah Flav Lagabe Sofer as least literally if somebody wants to forge the shtar or write what temperature, they're not going to the sofer. So the Gemara says, Ulai lo yovelo lo yishma'el la. Because let's remember again, if a sofer gets involved, now you see what I was saying. If a sofer gets involved, why wouldn't the sofer tamper with the shtar? Right? Why wouldn't the sofer be a party to this? Now I will say now, by the way, it's not because of some higher moral ground. It's because this is a sofer's business. And if it gets out that he's into shtar tampering, then what happens? He's going to lose his partner. Also lose. He goes on Ella Osebitz, so he's going to manipulate the shtar. So one of the parties is going to manipulate it. Actually, the only time really, right? The only way to really tamper shtar is one of the parties to the shtar is going to do it. The parties to the shtar are not sofer themselves. They don't know how to write like a sofer, and therefore the only way for them to manipulate it is in larger print, in larger text. Fine. So the Gemara says v'kama. So at the end of the day, so now what we've established is you need two lines of space. Right, two lines of space. The lines themselves have to be wide enough a regular person would write in it. Right? And there also has to be corresponding blank space in between those to allow for writing. And Gemara says, okay, so in total, how much blank space are we talking about that would invalidate the shtar? So the Gemara says, Kamal, already touched on it. Keep going. L'cha, zeh al gabe zeh. So this is very interesting. So it would have to be enough space to write l'cha, one word, one on top of another. Let's say this is interesting. Now, what happens if you were to line up two l'chas, one on top of the other? So remember, again, we'll say, what does that essentially mean? It effectively becomes like 4 lines, right? Why? Because you've got the top lamed that extends upwards, right? The top ches, so that extends downwards. Then on the bottom line, on the second line, you have the lamed, second lamed that extends upwards, right? And all the second chaf is downwards. That's what you have to put a l'cha on top of a l'cha. Alma kasavar shnei shitin va'arba. So it turns out that ultimately, again, it's 2 lines with 4 corresponding blank lines in between. So it's 1 blank above, 1 blank line below for the ches of the top lachak. Then the next blank line for the lamed of the second lachak, and then another line for the ches of the cups of the second lachak on the bottom. So essentially, according to this, it's going to be really. Now, it doesn't have to be each line, but enough for the lamed and the source cloths, right? Then the cloths are able to extend down. That's the idea over here. So therefore, it turns out he calls it 2 lines and 4 air spaces. 4 air spaces, so really 4 blank spaces. Okay. But if you're happy, I'm going so Kibar Ami holds a little bit differently. He holds that the 2 lines that we talk about are really ultimately, again, enough for a lamed to extend upwards and a chaf sofis to extend downwards. Kasavar shnei shitin shlosha. These are really 2 lines, 2 blank lines with 3 corresponding blank. The Aval Amar Kikara is this. The Aval Amar Kigon Baruch ben Levi B'Shiva Achas. Again, what does it mean? It's enough space to write a Baruch ben Levi on 2 lines. I'm sorry. Listen, I want to have to write a Baruch ben Levi. It's interesting. So now here you can see actually, you've got the office of Baruch and the lamed of Levi. So what does this mean? Shita Achas Shneavi. It's really ultimately, again, essentially 2 lines really means 1 line with 2 corresponding blank spaces, one above it and 1 below it. Okay. But it's just interesting. I mean, now, first with the until now, everybody was on the same page because that the empty space, right? The empty 2 lines, but rather corresponding blank spaces that go before and after text. How much is that all together? That's the matter. Okay. Says the Sure, Alexa. So this is very interesting. Problems. When do we hold that 2 blank spaces, right? Two lines of space, 2 blank lines of spaces, invalidate the shtar. That's only when the blank space is between the Aiden and the Ksav. So you have the text have the text of the document, and then the witness is signed after the document. Right, so now the probability if I leave blank space in between the end of the text and the signature of the witness is what could happen. Someone could fill in additional information. Take a look at for just a moment. There's Rav Lo Shanu, Shnei Shiftim, the inherent saying that Edom is star. It's actually, that's actually better. So Shana Ella being Edom Miksad. Edom Shar Kal Afilu. Doing that because let's say I have an Asharka. What's an Asharka? Asharka, also known as a certification, which is document was certified and based. It is an authenticated. So I was saying, this Rav says, when is there peace? Only between the text and the signatures of the witnesses. But if you're blaming the signatures of the witnesses, certification, that's not a problem. That doesn't bother us. Kosher. So let's 1 second. So let's go back. Let's analyze this. Why am I leaving blank space between the text and the signature? It's obvious. What do we put down? Someone's going to write additional text over there. And the problem is, you have the signature of the witnesses right there. So the problem just is, it can look like the witnesses are attesting to the authenticity of whatever it is that you add in. 1 second. Even last start the number inside. If there's blank space between the signatures of the witnesses and the certification, right? Yeah, start the handshake, the authentication. You also document this. Now watch this. Sigmar says the customized device. So what can you do? Like the customized device, the Chasim Sadi, if there's blank space between the signatures of the witnesses and the certification, here's what I can do. I can lop off the entire top part of the star. Right? Cut off everything from the witnesses and above. Then what do? Write whatever you want. Forge signatures of witnesses. And what do you have in the document? What do you have there? You have a head. You have a certification. In other words, if there's space, let's see here what's happening over here. We're afraid that we say that halacha. So if there's too much space as defined by two between the end of the text and signatures of witnesses, that invalidates the shtar because you can write whatever you in that empty space. And invalid because it's coming from the witnesses. You must say, but if there's space between the signatures of the witnesses, that's fine. Why? If there's blank space before the certification, that's terrible. You can lop off the entire part of the write whatever you want, forge the signature, and the whole thing will look valid. Why? Because you have sharta on that document. Right? Also, that's even worse, right? Because once something has been certified and based beyond reproach, so you essentially write an entire new document. Then you have to forge the signatures also, but not a big deal because you've got that sharta right on there. To which the Gemara says, no, do the tie it like. Now, problem is when there is blank space between the signatures and the witnesses and the certification, you fill in that part with it. You blot it out with it. Right? We just go ahead and honestly, by the way, a couple of people asked the dinner book I was actually making this way. It's like again, a little blank space. What we can do is we can just go ahead and make a line, which is what we do for Ksuva. So let's say the last time, especially if you buy like a pro forma, so there's a lot of lines that's not there. So let's say all that space for the Chassid's name or for the Kala's name or for anything else. It's important that what we do is you draw a line so that no one should be able to go ahead and write anything else on there. The Gemara says not a problem. It's space in between the signature witnesses and the certification. Not a problem. We just go ahead and to which the Gemara says, if that's the case, so why not go ahead? So if that's the Gemara's like, hello, that's what we're doing. There's blank space with ink. And why don't we also in the space between the text and the signature doing all of this time speaking about space? Why not just say whatever blank space there is in the start, and then we think and it's interesting. Because here's the problem. I said this is interesting because what are we concerned about? We're concerned concerned that people say, what are the witnesses attesting to? What signing on? You're signing on the patch. Now I'll say, well, just moment. Okay, they don't match that, and I mean, they do not to Utah with the city. If that's the case, when you fill in the blank space before the right between the witness signatures and the certification, why don't we say that based on the certifying the impact patch as well? The Gemara says they do not to Utah. A base doesn't certify impact. Rabbi said, what does this mean? So Rashbam is something very important. So let's say, how intelligent you have to be to not that intelligent. You don't. In other words, being an aide, just it's interesting. Credibility, not intelligence, right? So in other words, what you have to do is you have to have a passions, right? You have to be an outstanding individual. It does not require that you are intelligent. Therefore, again, witnesses, and essentially, again, we're talking about like witnesses on a Ruben's lending Shimon $10,000. So again, he just needs someone to witness it. Who is he grabbing? Who is he grabbing? He could be grabbing someone off the street. Again, a yid has a cheskes kashrus. That's what we assume here. So again, when it comes to witnesses, if there's a patch of ink, someone really doesn't know what's going on. They're signing, and there's a concern that maybe they're signing that. Yes, that is a fantastic patch of ink. I'm saying we make that patch of ink by a certification. Certification is only based knows what it's doing, and therefore there's no concern that the certification is on the patch of it. That's ridiculous. Because based is amazing ultimately again is intelligent individuals. Okay. The Gemara says what we have over here is as follows. So remember, what is Rav highlighting to us? Rav is highlighting what we said that blank space is really problematic because between the shtar and the witnesses. But if there's blank space between the witnesses and the verification, the handshake, the ashar, so that's not a problem. Now what we've traditionally seen is that Allah when you're doing between the witnesses and the certification, you're filling it in with him. Okay, so the Gemara says 1 second. So Leikish is Le'ila the custom might be by Machjum Sahadi. So the Gemara says 1 second. Why don't we do so now? Fine. So you think you solve the problem by filling in the blank space between witnesses and certification with ink. Why shouldn't we be filling the following? So is it off the shard, right below the signatures of the witnesses? Right, lop it off, and write a shard on it, signatures of the witnesses, and certification right there, and they have certified fraudulent shtar. Why don't we just say that? Because the Gemara says, after all, shtar has balls, who become Rav Paskins that Allah Chalamaisa is sad. It's clear the shtar was erased, but it's written and it has witnesses on it. Right? Rav holds that the shtar is a kosher shtar. So even though you filled up the blank space with ink between the signature of the witnesses and the certification, this is still exploitable shtar. How would Bezer say? Because base 163b, the Gemara says, Hani Chalem Kahana, the Master Mishmei Shmuel Shakir. So according to Rav Kahana, ultimately again, who establishes this point, this makes sense. Tav Rashban, of some of your base, Hani Chalem the Master Law, the Ha, the Hu, the Eid of Allah, Mochat Mishmei Shmuel, Equal and Meiman to the have a classic Shura. So this is interestingly enough, there's a massive focus of attribution. Right? This statement that if you go ahead shtar on an erased parchment with this, that it works. So again, interestingly enough, Rav Kahana attributes it not to Rav, but to Shmuel. Then the universe is in perfect equilibrium, right? Why? Because Rav is the one who's saying that we fill in the space between the witnesses, certification routine, and therefore why? Because Rav would push that a document or erased parchment is not good. It's not good. Shmuel says it is good. However, El Rav understands Rav might. But according to Rav Yumi, who holds that it is Rav, then we'll say Rav is cutting himself, right?
How you living, girl?
I'm good. How are you? He's good. I just put him to bed. Yeah. Put him in the bed and snug him up. And cut up and snug him up in the bed.
Excellent.
So how was your day? How was the Discord and everything? How was the spaces?
Excellent.
How did they treat you today?
I think they really love me in Nigeria. It's cool. Those people are really nice, and they some of them don't know what to make, because very few times is somebody gonna literally say to you, you can come visit them whenever you want online, and they'll help you. Oh, nice one, Mr. Aquarius. And they'll help you with whatever you need, and they don't want any money. They're like, what's it? There's I just want to help you. And they're like, yeah, they're just especially because the internet world is full of people who want to steal from you and stuff. But I really don't. I want to help them. And so I had a bunch of people in here from that. And then I had somebody even from Kick, and I helped them set up their accounts on YouTube and some other stuff. And I was able to show my project in a couple different, and that's been really good. And so, like a week, Miss Aquarius, in 1 week of time, I got like 500 followers on Twitter, which is like really hard to do. So that's good. And there we go.
25?
500. So that's really good. Especially, I wasn't even trying to get followers, but because usually I'll get followers, I get like 1,000 followers, nice spare, in my account, and then it's just like, oh, I gotta start from the beginning, and then all those followers are like, why did they buy in your account? And it's usually because I like followed too many people or something. I don't know. You ask them. So I'm really happy with how Twitter, fortunately.
You like it?
Yeah, it's kind of a cesspool though, too. So I get why you might not like it. Ooh, Miss Aquarius. She takes the lead. Oh, that was. You got the lead.
You got the lead. You got it. Watch.
No doubt. No doubt. Give it to me. Got that spare. Let me get. You know, need a really high score. Like we haven't gotten. We used to get in like the hundreds. Well, I know you've gotten in the hundreds. You got in the hundreds once, but I got in the hundreds. I got in the hundreds a few times. But not recently. I don't know why. Maybe they made the game harder. All right, Mr. Chris. I win, you win. You win, I win. Get it, girl. Um, 69, 69, 70, 71, something like that. Give it to me. Hey. NFL starts early again because the game's in like Spain. So let Papa know that same time you get NFL Network. Yeah, you were watching it. If you were watching that game today, you were. Unless it was on unless it was on a local deal or something. But oh, it was on your local station.
Yeah.
Okay, well, next week it's on NFL Network. If you get cable, then you usually get that. Okay, what it's not like the Falcons are playing in it, so I don't know if he'd really care.
We try to keep him. We try to keep him. We got this. We try to keep him. I try to keep him. But you know he's getting older now, so sometimes he looks at that, and sometimes he don't. But he loves some daggone basketball.
He likes baseball.
He used to have football. Yeah.
He likes baseball.
He loves baseball. He has his eyes glued with the fact his eyes glued on baseball, but then when it's sports, he don't. You know what I'm saying? He'll look at it sometimes. Like he's getting older. He used to look at all the games, like you know. I mean, he had to get older, though. Every time he ain't gonna watch some stuff like.
Did he watch the World Series?
Yeah. He does that. But I'm saying when he was when he was in his 60s, you know, 80s, he used to hit the football. On the football and know who's playing it. But now, since he's like 8 and he's old now, he doesn't know who, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, I get you. Give me this.
Like as they get older, like you don't do stuff like, you know what I'm saying? So, like, his eyes be glued, I said his eyes be glued on American Idol, and then his eyes be glued on that baseball. So, like, that one night he wasn't really looking at baseball. But, yeah, we'll be looking at it. Looking at it.
Okay. All right, Mrs. I win, you win. You win, I win.
All right, you. I win, you.
Yeah, is right. Do you get tomorrow off?
Yeah, I forgot I was supposed to be doing my answers on. I said, look here. Stop saying we're going to do something now. Do something. It's supposed to be 29 in the morning. It's supposed to be like 50 or 40 something. And so I said, I already did something. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? So,
Okay.
we're going to be in the house tomorrow. I told her, look here, we're doing all that. I could be playing.
Okay, so the plan was you guys were going to go out to dinner on Monday night, but you're not going to do
It
that?
was. It's getting colder now. It's like, it's not controlled. It's freezing in the morning. I don't need to be having her out there.
Celebrated his birthday on the day.
Yeah, we already did. Yeah. So,
And you said a tradition for everybody. Jambalaya on your 99th birthday.
nice birthday, right?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So just a regular day tomorrow?
Every day. Because you got to call his doctor or something.
All right. Well, Mr. Query, you'll have a wonderful sleep and a wonderful day tomorrow. And hopefully I see you in the morning. If I don't, I hope you have a wonderful day. And I hope you have a wonderful sleep. God willing, okay?
Right back, okay?
Okie dokie.
Okay. Yeah, I can go to sleep.
Okie dokie. God willing.
God willing.
Because Rav said, how do we deal with blank space in between? Also says that what? If you have somebody presents a shtar that's written on a raised parchment, right? The shtasha, then Rav said everything's up. Then how does inking it help? Because the shtar is still tamperable. Because what can someone do? Lock the top parts right below the signatures of witnesses, erase ink, write on it, forge the signatures, and you've got a certification right there. So how is inking it helping it? How is inking it helping it? Because the Gemara is like, Hasavar, Kolki is very interesting. Hasavar, Kolki, Gavna, in the kind also in a chart, which is element of age was very interesting. So Rabbi to support Rabbi say, yeah, if you present a document, that is raised parchment. Rabbi say, so you come to the case of a document that has erased text, right? The document, the parchment is erased, and the text and the signatures of the witnesses are written on the erased part of the document. And the certification from non erased part. That says the document is discussion, but it's sufficient, and we will certify it. We will not rely on the certification that's there. We will certify it based on this. So essentially, that says if you present a shtar like this, we won't summarily, so we also won't simply rely on the asharta that's there. We'll certify based on the signatures. What essentially what Rav is saying is, like in other words, when somebody shows up in a basement, and part of the document is on a raised parchment, and part of the document is on not a raised parchment, that raises a red flag. So again, Rav is not going to say we're not going to automatically, but we're also not going to rely on the certification that is on the document. Okay. Incredible. So we'll say, so ultimately, yes, I just want to point out something according to Rav is like this. According to Rav, the only time that blank space is going to pose a problem is when it's between the text and the signatures. But if you have a certified document and there's blank space between the signature of the witnesses and certification, the handpicked the Asharta, Rav says that does not invalidate. Do we do it that space? Fill it in with ink. Fill it in with ink. Now, does filling it in with ink make the star totally what could happen? Somebody cut off the star, write a bunch of witnesses of the ink, write a new doc, forge signatures, they have an Asharta on it already. Rav says, you're right, you could do that, but if you show up in Basin with a document like that, we're not relying on the certification. We're going to certify the document based on this. We're going to track back on those witnesses and certify the transaction based on those witnesses. Oh, beautiful. The Yochanan says as follows. Yochanan Amar, Lo Shanu Ella Beina Eitim Mitzah. So Yochanan said, furthermore again, when is there blank space? Only between the witnesses and the text. So said Rabbi Yochanan vehemently disagrees with Rav. Whereas Rav said the only time that blank space really poses a problem is when between the text and the witness. So comes along Rabbi Yochanan says no. When do we say that ultimately again the text is empty space is a problem? It's text and witnesses. But again, even there, how much space is a problem? How much space is a problem? Too little. But space between the witnesses and the certification, even one line of space will invalidate the document. Okay, incredible. So much more common. The alpha is possible. So one second. So what are we concerned about? Why so much here? Why so between the witnesses and the certification? So what guy is Eloi because of who the so this is very interesting. What are we concerned about? We're concerned that what's going to happen. Somebody's going to lop off the top part of the star. Top part of the star. What? Write an entire document who the write a document, find the witnesses all on one line. Right? So essentially, imagine for a moment you have one line of empty space between the witnesses and the certification. Somebody will lop off the entire part of the top part of the star. That leaves you with one line. The document, very small, obviously the document, and sign the witnesses all. And then right below it, you have chart of the certification. So it's obvious it's interesting. But so according to this, I think it goes that if you write a star and sign the witnesses all on one line, the star is kosher. Star is kosher. So that's what he's concerned about. Quite fascinating. Suppose if you go to the Rashman, Kasav Yochanan, it's in the white lines, about 10 lines up in the bottom. Kasav Yochanan, Shtar Haba Lefaninu, Shita Achas, the Shita Achas. I'm sorry, no, that's not yet. Sorry. So the verse is Shtar Haba Uve Edu Shita Achas Kasher. Ihachi, Beid Edum Miksar Nami. So I'll say that's the case. Then what's happening is empty space. Even one line of space between the text and the witnesses should also invalidate the star. Because what could he do? He could lop off the entire text part on the top. I'm sorry. Because of my device, so I said, the same thing should happen over here. That you shall not be able to lop text and write the entire star in sign the witnesses all in one look. Hasavar, Shtar Haba, Bishita, Achas De'it, Bishita, Acheres, Puzzle. So I say, no. He holds, interesting, this was his fascinating. So apparently, I was like, you get everything in 2 lines, right? So she's the document, the text in 1 line, and again, this is a separate line. That's possible. That's possible. The Gemara says, so if you look at the Rashbam, that's a Rabbi Yochanan. The Rashbam says, Rabbi Yochanan. So I'll say, this is fascinating. This is fascinating. Why? What's the concern over here? Because the concern is if the witnesses are on the last line, then it's in Dal Shtar. Why in Dal Shtar? We'll say, why? Even made Mishura. We don't learn anything from the last line. Now, how that reconciles with what we just said before, we'll have to see. But Lamaisa, so if you were to go ahead and write a Shtar on 1 line, witnesses on the last line, and then again. And that would not work. Why? Because the mice, again, that's in the Mashita Achro. Okay. The Leichus, the Makasha Fuda in the Mashita Achos. So maybe, why do we teach? Because I'm not following. Maybe I'll follow myself. Maybe I'll follow myself. He could claim, by Gilmakasa Fuda in the Mashita Achos. Maybe he wrote the text and he on 1 line. And then what happens? But I'm on the Rabbi statement. And the other witnesses are just there because he claims, you know what? I like Adim, and I just want on more Adim to my shtar. Hasavar, Kol Ki Aikavna, Ein Makayin also Mina Adim Shalamata, Ela Mina Adim Shalamala. Interesting enough, he was saying this kind of case for Osai, where we are fearful that someone is adding on additional witnesses that may or may not exist. When we establish it based on earlier years and not on the leaders. We'll stop over for today. We have to be Mavir of Yochanan a little bit more, right? So essentially what we end off with is fundamental machlokes between Rav and Rav Yochanan about space between the witnesses and the certification. Rav says space between the witnesses and the certification is not invalidate the shtar, but just fill it in with ink so that you can't, so it ameliorates the case of tampering. Rabbi Yochanan says no, space between witnesses and the certification is a shtar killer, and even 1 line of empty space in between the C and the certification will gate the validity of the shtar. Again, more Rabbi Yochanan and Halacha L'Maisa and Yiras Hashem. All right, everyone, Zoom, have a wonderful day. Well, David, give that baby a hug for us. Beautiful.
One guy, I will say his name, like Liam Santino, two-faced snake. Bitch. Oh, who's he talking about? Oh, Barry. Man, look at the graves flaring up. Or even Barry. I mean, look, don't forget.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking Elsa for Tafshin Pehera and Torah response to the Tulsi Mishpach for dedicating all of the shiurim and drashos this year. This is good for the Soros Tolos. So, Tavatana sponsors for the month of Kislev, Habali, Mulatova, Josh, and Becca Friedman for dedicating all the Shuman Joshua this month of mention the website of Josh's father. He saw Yonah Chaim file, which was on Rosh Chodesh Kislev. This was a safe return for our hostages and the security of our precious soldiers. Sending of the Asterson in memory of their parents, people in whom the Asterson and in memory of their dear friend, brave soldier, beloved husband and father, a skilled physiotherapist, Naftali Hashem Yikom Ramon Naftali Yonah, Ben Dani, and Benny Gordon Shiyuki, who by sniper fire while in his tank on Erev Chanukah, 4th of Kislev 5784 ago. We hope that in the merit of our Lord and the Shamas to have an aliyah, the family of Shemut Mishparach will bring home our house. And the next Hashem allow our holy soldiers to be successful. So let's say with that, let us begin with our short but beautiful daf ahead of us. Today daf is Kuf Samach Beis. These little dafim are nice. Nice, digestible, followable. So like you get some piece of information. So let's pick up. So Kuf Samach Beis 162. We are picking up in Meretz Hashem. Kuf Samach Aleph on the base 161b. 2 lines up from the bottom. So remember again, I will say what's really exciting about it is although the Mishnah really was focused on 2 different forms of shtaros, Geter and Pashut, the parak is really delving into all the intricacies of shtaros. So the Gemara says that all 2 lines up from the 61b. So this is fascinating. The way a shtar works is that there is a review, a summary of the contents of the shtar in the last line. So the Gemara says, my time, what's the reason for this? So what's the top of Kuf Samach Beis? 1 and 6. First of all, before we go on, take a look at the last Rashbam. Sorry, on the daf. Zeu shar kol besaf ashtar vikanina min ploni bar ploni le ploni kechol mar the cusp of the foolish lael. So again, yesterday's that we saw the concept that we end up shtar hakol shar of a kind of so kind of working backwards a little bit in the shtar before our culture of a kind of would be common to go ahead and restate the essence of the transaction on the bottom of the chart, on the last line. So again, assuming about an acquisition, a transaction, a sale, a loan, so what would you write on the last line? You would say, from so-and-so, the son of so-and-so, Lipfoni, so the Gemara says, Kechoma the Kasov first layout. So essentially what you would say is, and we attest to the fact that we went ahead and we did a kinyan with Ruvain from Shimon or lent the money to Shimon. The Hainish and the Farish, the Koma the Kasov first layout. And according to everything that was written about, so also, by the way, the easiest way, see, you might often run into halachic shtaros in terms of our transaction dealings, but the truth is we see this all the time in ksuba. So if you remember from your own ksuba, or for that matter, again, if you've ever seen a ksuba, you'll notice that we use this same exact verbiage. We go through an entire ksuba where the document itself outlines the obligations that a husband has towards his wife, and then if you've ever witnessed on a Ksuva, again, this is where the fill in the base of the kuf after you sign it. V'kaina, min, husband, right? We require, we've seen a husband has done a kingdom, acquiring all of these obligations upon himself. And again, it's a restating of basically everything that happened in the transaction before it. The high, therefore, the Mishnah Gemara is introducing us to this idea that shtar, the last law, essentially contains summary transaction, or a transaction summary of everything that occurred in the shtar bafem. Good, beautiful. He wants my time. Why do you have to do the on the face? Rabbanon, the fish in the maiden mishita achrona. So we'll say this is incredibly important. The truth is, it's not because we need a transaction summary, but rather it's because of another very important law, which is that we don't learn anything new out from the last line in the shtar. Okay, now to go look at Ashman for just a moment. Now, what does that mean? Maybe you see that. This is fascinating. Right? To whatever degree possible, we want to make sure that you can't go ahead and manipulate the information in the shtar. What's the problem? When witnesses sign out a document, by definition, there's always going to be space between the end of the information in the shtar and the signature of the witnesses. So what that does is it opens the door for somebody to alter the shtar, another line of text. So therefore, there's a rule. What's the rule? Any information contained in the last line of the shtar is transactionally irrelevant. Now, what that does for us is it prevents fraud. So this way, again, even if you leave a little bit of a space between their signature and the text, which makes sense, it's inevitably going to happen. Essentially, we don't pay attention to the last line of the shtar. So because we're not paying it anyway, therefore what? It's not transactionally relevant. If it's not transactionally relevant, you might as well just use it as a space to review everything up in the bucket. So back to that Rashban for just a moment. First, I'm going to go on the face. The face chain, even if I'm not supposed to some of the shtar, when you pass him because the witnesses sign right up next to the text. There's going to be a little bit of space. Space can be fraudulently used to add in additional information. Therefore, Chazal said, just use that last line as a review. Sharin Zaipol Sipol Akar Nine ain't other Mafsidan Club. So this way again, Lamaisa, because we're not going to use that line anyway, it's transactionally irrelevant, therefore just use it for the review. So it's interesting, right? See, even if someone, let's say you write the summary line and then there's still space afterwards, people correct it. We don't care. Why? Because it's clear to us that anything after the summary line is certainly dark. So the nice again, essentially, that summary essentially says this is the end of the document. The only thing that should follow here is signatures. The reason there's any additional information over here, we're just not going to pay attention to it. He goes on into the Shtar Sharvakayim. So interestingly enough, the question would be, how does this stem with Hakol Sharia V'Kayim? Right? So that Rashbam seems to feel this is talking about is where you don't have Hakol Sharia V'Kayim, right? Why? Because if you have Hakol Sharia V'Kayim, then what? Then that's the end. In other words, essentially what the Gemara is saying is like this. Is we use the last line as a summary, which essentially is a way of saying this is the end of the shtar. No more pertinent information is written after this. Essentially, Hakol Shar V'Kayim accomplishes the same thing. So what the Rashban seems to be saying is it's kind of like an either or. Either right, Hakol Shar V'Kayim, the end. Then I know anything that comes below that is treacherally irrelevant. Or just use the last line as a summary line. Either way, it accomplishes the same thing, which is anything written below it, by definition, is transactionally irrelevant. Incredible. So I'm going to leave it Amram. So I'm not going to take Amram. So let's remember again. Where do you know this from? In other words, I understand why this is being done, right? And I also just want to point out this little. Now, if you go back and you look at Ksuva, so it's fascinating to see Ksuva actually has both of these elements. It actually has this last line, Hakol Shar V'Kayim. You actually have that Hakol Shar V'Kayim, and then above that there is actually a summary line as well. They're both there. The same thing the following. So I'm not going to say Amram. I understand the logic here, but where do you glean this concept from? In other words, Rav Amram is not like making this up. Amram, you're obviously getting this concept from someone. What's the source for this? This is on your Raisa. What is the Raisa saying? Here, take yes, apostle. If you distance the signatures of the witnesses from the 2 lines, it's possible. Shita achos kasha. 1 line is kasha. So in other words, the Gemara is operating with the understanding. You're never going to have the signatures of witnesses right up on the text. Right? There's always room that's there. But the Raisa says, if the witness is distant, their witnesses from the writing 2 lines, then validates the star. 1 line, the star is kasha. So the Gemara says, why is 2 lines invalid? Because it was like 2 lines, it gives essentially leaves an open, a blank line in which someone could go ahead, additional text, and make the actually fraudulent text. If they leave 1 line of open space, you can simply search fraudulent text in there as well. So let's say something. So this is where we're so here we're working backward. This doesn't begin with the statement of Ein Mishita Achrona. It doesn't begin that we don't go ahead and learn from the last line. Really, the way it's in a document, anyone having they left 2 lines of open is void. Why? Someone could insert additional information over there, and remember inserting it right above the signatures, which makes it look fine. We're validating the information right above. So if you have 2 lines of space, Altar is going to be invalid. If you leave 1 line of space, the star is valid. Why is 2 lines of space? Because someone could insert additional text. Even if they leave 1 line, you could insert additional text. What do you see from here? We do not learn any new transactional information from the last line. So therefore, if they leave a line space, even if someone inserts new information in line, what do we do with that new information? We ignore it. Shavaram says, from here you see that Aloha Lamaisa, we do not go ahead and learn information from the last line. But so that's what we do not learn any information. But instead of leaving it blank, so really, what we do with the last line, we do with it, leave it blank. It doesn't matter. Instead of leaving it blank, what do? Let's use it in the way. How do you use it in Chazara? Use it as a transaction summary line in a local myself. How is the last line of a shtar? So I just pointed out something really beautiful. So now essentially, if you look at this concept, so you mentioned there, shtaros, So again, just to appreciate the genesis of the halacha. Just as the halacha is, we do not learn anything outside of the start, right? That's enough in the Brisa. Technically speaking, you can use it blank, but leaving it blank, you just use it. You just it misses an opportunity. So instead, what am I going to do? Instead of leaving it blank, I'll use a review. So that line is a transaction summary. All the entire shtar has been solved and summarized in that last line. So if you think about it, well, what's the great of all time? The shtar of all time is Torah. So it's interesting. The last pasuk in the Torah is also the last line. Chazara is the summary of Torah. What's the last line there? So in Titles of Rachel, Torah says, "Ulechol hayadam Moshe Rabbeinu, ulechol hamorach she'asa Moshe Rabbeinu Yisrael." So literally translated, L'chol means again the strength of hand. L'chol hamorach, the awesome sights Moshe Rabbeinu did in front of all the Klal Yisrael. So what is he referring to? See enough, incredibly enough. Kazaka means what's the greatest accomplishment of Moshe Rabbeinu? That he brought down the Torah. He literally received his hands. And then it says, we need Kol Yisrael. What's the thing that he did in front of all Kol Yisrael? So what's incredible is, and Moshe Rabbeinu, what did he do? And literally again, the great thing that Moshe that he did, he smashed. You want to say how dramatic? By the way, the end. That's it. So the last thing that the Torah Kedosha teaches us, that Moshe Rabbeinu smashed us. I will say that if you apply the principle, is always the Chazara, is the transaction summary of everything that occurred. The last piece of information to us is that Moshe Rabbeinu broke. Now, so you ask yourself one question: why? That's the last piece of information that the Torah seeks to convey to us. And you, the Gemara over here, the last information is the transaction summary that reflects on everything. Listen, what is Torah all about? Torah is all about the ability to pick up pieces and start over again. Moshe Rabbeinu breaks the luchos, and does he do afterwards? Not immediately afterwards. Goes back up things and gets a set and starts the best all over again. What does it mean to be a Yid? What does it mean ultimately to have Torah? What it means to have Torah and pick yourself up and start all in condition. With Torah, sometimes we think Torah enables us. We're all going to make mistakes. It's a question of how severe, how frequent. All of our mistakes. So what does it give us the power of Torah? Is Torah gives us the energy in the aftermath of our mistakes to pick ourselves back up and start again. Because without Torah, often what happens is you make mistakes. You just wallow in it, yourself in it. And the sea of regret and the sea of sign tells us you make mistakes, you luchos. What does it do when he or she breaks their? You pick up the pieces, you go back up, start all over. That is the essence of being a Torah. Pick up your pieces, go back up your mountain. That's the same principle of Tzar Sheyachzor Chlona. Every shtar does a comprehensive review on the last line, and that comprehensive review realizes everything that comes before it. True to the Zos incredible. Let's go back there. I'm with this. So it's now finished with this yet. Shito Mechsama. Now here's what we've established. So remember, the progression of this is also incredibly important, right? Because of this, ultimately, again, what do we have? We don't really know new information on last line. Based on that, what would you do? That piece by itself, what would you do on last line? What would you do with it? Leave it blank. This is such an important hashkafic piece. Leave it blank. Why would I leave it blank? Let me do something with it. Let me do something with it. It's true. Ultimately, again, with a line on a star, it's true. Why leave empty? Why leave open? Do something with it. So the Gemara says, okay, let's use it as a chazara, good opportunity for transaction summary. So now the Gemara says as follows: so what happens if instead of leaving one line open, I left 1.5 lines? Just say, let's say you don't see this. To this today, you would see like I'm writing a document would be in a get. See if you ever get, remember first Tosus in Gin, not the Tosus on the first half of Gin. Of course you do. Stop being said. Tosus said how many are there to get? So there's 12, right? One numerical value. You need a little bit of skill. A get into 12 lines, right? When you remember again, as much as there are pro forma to the get, you have a name a wife's name, a location name. So depending on how small the name is, the soul has to be skilled for how he arranges everything. So the Gemara says as follows. So what happens if the soul, so again, it's therefore in a regular start, we don't really care how many ends at the end of a line. The line below that is going to be blank. It's not going to be blank, it's going to be full of transaction. So what happens if just the way the start is written, it turns out that it ends in the middle of a line. So now I'm going to have 1.5 lines of empty space. What do I do with that? What is the halach? So tashma. Let's analyze. In passing, so if you want to hand, you distance the Eidim lines as possible. So says, what is the right? If witness is signed and there's open space between the end of the text and the signature of the what do you see? What can you infer from? It's only 2 lines that are problematic. So kosher. 1.5 lines would be just fine. 2 lines is problematic. 1.5 line. Okay, here's the problem. An opposite inference. In the sefer, look at the end of that brace. If you have only 1 line, right? 1 line of open space. The doctor line of open space is the doctor. Why? Why? Because remember again, we don't learn anything from the last line. So therefore, again, open space does not earth for review, but you just leave it open. That's fine also. In other words, one of open space doesn't do anything because you don't line. So Gemara says, Shita achazu the kasha. So what can you think of blank space? How's the shot to be valid? Hachza puzzle. One of the lines, we'll validate the shot. See what you have over here? You have, for instance, in relation to Seifa. It says 2 lines is invalid. Lines would be fine. From the Seifa, 1 line is cut, which makes it secondary puzzle. The Gemara says, the Gemara says, you're right. From here. For anything from here. So you have the halach. So by the way, so what is the halacha? What happens if someone did 1.5 lines of open space? What do I do? So Tashma the Sanya. So we'll say another bright. So Brisa says if you distance the width from the text 2 lines or more, it's possible. Pumpkin kosher. In that, it'll be kosher. So we'll say what it sounds like from here, this is a bit more specific. 2 lines is what invalidates the star. Less than 2 lines, again, is going to be fine. So it sounds like based on what I saw, if the sofa ended up leaving 1.5 lines of open space, that's fine as well. That's fine as well. Okay, good. So it says, go back there. So this is an interesting. So let's say you went and you have 4 or 5 days signing on the star. Now let's say that now again 4 or 5 witnesses signing on the star. This could be a situation where it could be a get makosher, but also be a get pasha where you just want to fill in the blank space with witnesses. Okay. So it sounded like a good idea, except that Chaffer and Karov Apostle. It turns out that one of them, one of them is valid for ethos, whatever it is. So one of them, is a relative to one of the parties involved, is a relative to one of the other signing on the shtar, or it's possible, or he's a thief. Or a gambler, one of the psulim. So it's like, what do you do in a case like now? Again, in general, when it comes to eidos, again, a lot of us are familiar with the Gemara Sex Makas Mir Hashem of eidos asabat lakula, which is that what a testimony unit is looked at as jat, a unit, and therefore against any invalidation part of the unit, the in totality becomes. So that would be our reflexive. Interestingly enough, and we'll see what it is. Sorry. It's okay. If one of them valid, it's not a problem. Let the edus be upheld the rest of the chevra. With the rest of the chevra, fine. So the Gemara says this seems to support the view, because what does Chizkiah say? All bekrovim kosher. That if you have empty space with relatives, the document is kosher. The Gemara saying, take a quick look at the Rashbam. The Rashbam says as follows. He says that it's further down from the top of the Rashbam. Hayu Amisha Edin Chashuvim Al Ashtar. It's a Shnai Marishan Krovim Sulim to Skype Edus Psel because get on below the Krovim Pash. In Haya Ben Aksav Edin Chalak or Chalak Kashish Neshitin Umile Makom Chalak Bekrovim Hashtar Hahu Kasha. So the Rashbam adds a little bit of color to it, and he says what could be the case where let's say it turns out that there was just too much space left between the end of the text and the signatures of this. Right? The witness is to sign higher up. Right? So let's say Reuben and Shimon were witnessing empty space. So empty space is a document killer. So to render space, fill it up with witness. But let's say you end up eating one not really fit for coming. I call my brother, a thief. I call whatever for people. Right? So again, I go ahead and let's say I just hit with random people. Because again, I don't need testimony. I don't need testimony. What do I need? I just need people to sign space. Kosher. So Rashbam says the shtar is kosher. The kind also misharable. The little into the Gemara. The Yishton beget so get. So beget kerech with his own ideas of it. But this gives you context a little bit, right? And this is why this conversation or a shtar was written. I learned the halacha that you're not supposed to have more line between the text and the witnesses. That the sofer just left more space. I don't want to weigh. I could still salvage the shtar. To which the Gemara says, it sounds like you can you do. Again, Chizkiah comes along and Milah becomes kosher. Fill it up with relatives. I fill it up with relatives. Just put anyone and everyone in there, and it's a big deal. Why? Because the share itself was validating some of the signatures of the actual witnesses, and everyone is there to fill up space. Now, the Gemara say, now this is still very shocking to us, right? It's very shocking because they're going to produce a document that has invalid. We're going to discuss the halacha about this in a little bit, but that's the conceptual understand what is happening over here. Now the Gemara says, "I'll say." So the Gemara says, "Don't be bewildered by this." Then you don't be bewildered by this. Take a look at the Rashi Tama. Don't be bewildered by this idea. What am I doing? I'm thinking a totally what I'm doing over here. I'm thinking a totally valid shtar. My shtar is it has too much space in the text and between the signatures. And I'm filling up psulin, right? I'm filling up people who are not fit for egos. And somehow, somewhere, the shtar is going to be, to me, it doesn't make sense. The Gemara says, no, don't be by this because you have a precedent for this. What's the precedent? The most is actually a Gemara. Avir sukkah posel b'shlosha. So it's a fascinating halacha. The halacha is like this. Sukkah is if you have empty space, right? It's the air space in the 3 tefachim. So for example, if you have, and it's important to know just a little close. If a person has empty space in their sukkah, right? There's empty space. Empty space will validate the sukkah if there's more than 3 tefachim empty space, right? Less than 3 tefachim, what do we call that? Love it. Talking, you're good to go. But become of empty space actually it's a break in the sukkah. So this is very problematic. So for example, you can imagine if you have a line more than 3 tefachim of empty space, that can essentially divide your sukkah now, but you can potentially lay out the sukkah. Invalid the sukkah. Fascinatingly enough, if you have schach, invalid schach, so we'll say schach puzzle or shear of 4 tefachim. So isn't that fascinating? Empty space, again, invalidates with 3 tefachim. Schach puzzle only invalidates in the shear of 4 tefachim. So for me, a good example of schach puzzle, you have metal poles. That's schach puzzle, right? So schach validates the schach. But yet 3 of empty space will validate. So what do you see from here? You see from here that sometimes, which is fascinating, emptiness invalidates in a sphere, then so therefore, so you have to do with us. So that's what's fascinating is, if you notice, 2 empty lines will invalidate a shtar. So what can you do? Fill invalid witnesses, and it'll be fine. Right? Because as long as this is filled up, even with the law, right, the nice won't invalidate the shtar. But empty space really does invalidate the shtar. Take a look at that for a moment. Rashbam says, Shokov. So again, if you have empty space in the sukkah, it's possible. Then you lure the schach puzzle, but if Lamai again, you go ahead and you fill it up with schach puzzle from the couple tumor. Hukshira sukkah, shein schach puzzle posa ela ba'arba atfachim. So we'll say, so really incredible. So therefore, this becomes the precedent. So again, 2 space is a shtar killer, but if you go ahead and you fill up that invalid signature, it works. Because this way you're eliminating it. So what happens to be the Rambam says the Rambam calls eidos. Shtar she'idav nurim ze'echem karav apostle or shahaya b'hem shnayim krovim zalazeh. In ha'idin chayavim k'dis. In general, the Rambams work after the fact. You find the shtar, and now what happens? It turns out there's a lot of witnesses signing on the shtar, and you see that in that shtar, one of them is a relative, or one of them is muscle, or 2 of them are related to each other. Now, what Rambam says, and the other witnesses are not present for us to ask them, hey guys, what happened over here? In other words, the first question is when you see a star that has invalid, the first thing you need to do is to ask the other one, somebody tell me what happened over here. Because we'll say it's quite possible that what happened, for left too much space, right? Or the witnesses signed filler witnesses. If that's what you did, great. That's an acceptable matter. You have to ask. In Misham, Edus Murutazat Bottle. The last kind of Edus Bishtar. The line of Edus Bishtar. Extra Shakatov, Ubaz, so this is very interesting. So it essentially says like this: circumstantially, that everyone who signed there, then the shtar is bottle, right? Why shtar is bottle? Because if it's clear that you use witnesses in a testimonial capacity, you're not allowed to do that. That doesn't work. But if that's not clear from the shtar, and it's possible that what happened over here is like there's too much blank space, and therefore pulling people off the street or pulling from your family barbecue to and sign on the document that Rambam says the shtar is kosher. So you see conceptually this works. So conceptually, what's this? So again, bad idea. Unless when this challenge or this shtar is certified, there's going to be someone who is going to go ahead and tell us exactly what looks weird. It looks weird, kind of gay. It leaves some question marks over the shtar. But leaving it works. So again, let's say, to kind of bring this all together, what you have is so far, when you're writing the shtar, do not leave more than one line of open space. Right? Again, I can leave that line blank. Let's do something with it. We're going to use it for a transaction summary. If you leave, so what happens with more than one line of blank space? What do you now? Let's say you run the risk of the shtar. So there is a band-aid. Fill it in. Anyone. Just understand if you even relatives and even psulim, but you're hovering over the shtar itself to work. So it's like I just want to point out what you see something very interesting. This fascinating motif, and this is the begins of the daf today. So on one hand, the Gemara is saying, don't learn anything from the last line, and therefore again you can leave it blank. Why leave it empty? Do so. Use it for transaction summary. How does the Gemara end up? The Gemara by schach puzzle. So if you notice anything idea, that Allah empty space invalidates in a smaller share and then filled in space with something possible. Right? Avir airspace invalidates something, or invalidates the circle with four talking. Shabbos says it's the same motif. Sometimes the greatest danger in life is idleness. See, if I'm filling might sound a little bit strange, but if I'm filling my time with the wrong thing, at least I'm active in some way. The problem is idleness. Idleness is a midah. Fundamentally undermine one's spirituality. Right? When one gets used to just being your shape, just not doing anything, that leads to a set, and that idleness ultimately can cause a person to just derail themselves in so many different ways. The person is doing the wrong thing, at least they're using their time in some way. So now, direction. I got to redirect, but at least I'm used to activity as something dynamic. Again, it might be something wrongfully dynamic, but at least there's something dynamic that's happening over here. So it's fascinating to see empty space constants in a very small shear. Last empty, leave it empty. Why leave it empty? Do something with it. The enemy. It's interesting. The enemy of the Jew is not sin. The enemy is idleness. Because ultimately, again, when the Jew is idle, nothing. When there's no activity, there's no koach that's being exerted. At least exerting the wrong koach. I know. Okay, I have energy. I have power. But at least I'm done. So I'll stop over here for today. What a daf. Shkayach, everyone. Pick up here tomorrow. Say good morning. Let us begin before this morning share to thank for Talmud Torah sponsor for our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tosim Mishpacha Beretz Yisrael year. This is Usaros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsor Rebecca Friedman for dedicating all the Shuman Roshos, Yisrael Yehuda Ben Rav Chaim Rafael, with soldiers Sammy and Malka Esther in memory of their parents, Ludwig Stiefel, Sarah Stiefel, and Hinda Esterson, of their dear friend, brave soldier, beloved husband and father, and skilled physiotherapist Naftali Hashemi Kamdamon Naftali Yona, Bedani and Benny Gordon Shiyichyu, who was killed by sniper fire while in his tank on Eretz the 24th of 5784 a year ago. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, the Neshamas will have an aliyah, the family in Nechama, and the merit Hashem will bring home our hostages b'shalom, b'karov, and the merit Hashem allow holy soldiers to be successful. Well, let's say with that, let us begin a short but beautiful daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Kuf Samach Beis. These little daf are nice, it's digestible, followable, like you should master some piece of information. So let's pick up. So Kuf Samach Beis 162. We're picking up in here. On Kuf Samach Aleph on the base should be 2 lines up from the bottom. Remember again, I will say was really exciting piece on 2 different shtaros, get to the pusher and get Pashu Kesis of shtaros. Says as follows, 2 lines up from the bottom, 61b. How it works is that there is a summary of the shtar in the last line represents a. So we'll say top of Kuf Samach. You want to see, so even before we go on, take a look at the last Rashbam. I'm sorry. So it says, remember again, we saw the concept that we end up our Hakol Sharer V'Kayim. So kind of working backward within the shtar. Before our Kol Sharer, it would be common to go ahead bait the escrow transaction on the of the shtar on the last line. Let's say we're talking about an acquisition, a transaction, a loan. So what would you write on? You would say, we acquired Min Ploni Bar so and so, the son of so and so, Ploni. So the Gemara says, come out the custom first layout. What you would say is, we attest to the fact that we did a kinyan with Reuben who bought the land from Shimon or who lent the money to Shimon. The customer first layout that was written above. So let's say, by the way, the easiest way, see, we often run into halachic all that often in terms of our transactional dealings, but the truth is we see this all the time in a ksuva. So if you're from your own ksuva, or for that matter, again, if you've ever seen a ksuva, notice that we use this same exact verbiage. We go through an entire ksuva where the document itself outlines the obligations that a husband has towards his wife. At the end of the ksuva, we literally have a line like this. If you've ever witnessed on a ksuva, again, this is where they'll fill in the base of the kuf after you sign your name. They husband, right? We acquire, right? We've seen a husband, a kinyan, acquiring all by himself. And again, it's a restate everything that happened in the transaction. The high, therefore, the Mishnah Gemara is introducing us to this idea. The last line essentially contains a transaction summary of everything. Good, beautiful. If you want to my time, why do you have to do this type of Kuf Samach Beis? The fish in the made in the shita. So we'll say this is incredibly important. It's true. It's not because we need a transaction summary, but rather it's because of another very important law, which is that we don't learn anything new out from the last line in the shita. Okay, now take a look at that just a moment. Now what is that? We'll say this is fascinating. Right? It be possible. We want to make sure we can't go ahead and manipulate the shtar. What's the problem? The document. By definition, there's always going to be space between the end of the information and the signature of this. So what that is, it opens the door for somebody to alter the shtar, add in another line of text. Therefore, there's a rule. What's the rule? The rule is any information contained in the last is transactional irrelevant. Now, what it does for us is it prevents fraud. So this way, again, even if the agent leave a space between their signature and it's inevitably going to happen, essentially we don't pay attention to the last of the shtar. So because we're not paying attention to it anyway, therefore what? It's not transactionally relevant. It's not transactional. You might as well just use it as a space to review everything that happened. Let's go back to that Rashbam for just a moment. First Rashbam, Kuf Samach Beis. Yachim Lazai for the Hosip and sign. So because the witnesses sign right up next to, and there's going to be a little bit of, and that space could be used. And an additional information. The Hilchach Tikkun Rabban Lachzor Chazal says just use that line as a review. This way again, Lamaisa, irrelevant. Therefore, just use it for the review. See, even if someone reline and then there's still space afterwards, people correct the reline is certainly not part of the shtat. So essentially, that summary line essentially says here is signatures, and if for some reason there's any, it's not going to pay attention to it. He goes on, the question would be, how does this stem, this is talking about a hakol shar kayim, right? Why? Because if you have a kol shar kayim, then what? And what? Then that's the end. In other words, essentially what we're saying is like, which essentially is a way of saying no more pertinent information is written for this. Essentially, a shar kayim accomplishes the same thing. So what the Rashban seems to be saying is, the right, hakol shar kayim, yeah, that's actually irrelevant. Or just use the last summary line. Either is the same thing, which is anything by definition is actually irrelevant. Incredible. So the Gemara says, I'm going to leave out Nachman Rav Amram. So Nachman said to Rav Amram. So says, remember again, the Gemara says, fine. In other words, I understand why this is being done, right? And I will say, by that, if you go back and you look at Ksuba, so it's fascinating to see this. But Ksuba actually has this last line, Hakol Shar V'Kayim. Yeah, and then above that, there is a summary line as well. They're both there. Jonathan says to Amram, I understand the logic here, but where do you glean this successful? In other words, Rav Amram is like making this up. So Rav Amram, you're at least getting this concept from somewhere. What's this for this? Amalei, I'll tell you it's a brayso. What is it? If you distance the signatures of this from in 2 lines, it's puzzle. Shita achos kasher. 1 line is kasher. So what's that? Gemara is operating with the understanding. You're never going to have the signatures of the witnesses against the text. Some room that's there. So therefore, the Brisa says, if the witness is distant, there signatures from the writing of the document, 2 lines. That 1 line, the shtar is kasher. The Gemara says, "Ma'ishno shnei shitin." Why is 2 lines invalidate the shtar? Because like 2 lines gives them, or essentially leaves open line, a blank line in which someone could go ahead and insert additional text and make and essentially fraudulent text. If they leave 1 line of space, you could also insert fraudulent text in there. So this is actually interesting. We're working backwards. The discussion doesn't begin with statement of Ein Lamedin Mishita Achrona. Begin with saying that we don't go ahead and learn from the last line. The way it starts is with a brisa. What does the brisa say? If under the document, anyone has 2 lines of open space, the document is void. Why? Because someone could insert additional information over there. And remember, we'll say, inserting this information. Where are you inserting it? Right above the signatures. It makes it look like that the witnesses are solidifying, validating the information contained. So if you leave 2 space, ultimately the shtar is invalid. So it's going to be invalid. If you leave 1, says the Gemara, why is additional text? The Gemara says, 1 second. If they leave 1 line of space for additional text, what do you see from here? We do not include transactional information from the last. Even if someone does include information in the last line, what do we do with that new information? We ignore it. So however you see that Allah Chalamaisa Ein Lamedin learn any new information from right. So that's principle. We do not learn anything at blank. So really, what's fine? What do you do with it? Leave it blank. It doesn't matter. What we do? Let's use it in the right way. How in the right way? Chazara, use it as summary line. And I'll say that how we use the last line. Also, I'll just point out something beautiful. So if you look at this concept, so the Gemara says the way our shtaros essentially. So again, just to appreciate the genesis of the halacha. Just as the halacha is, we do not learn any stuff. So therefore, technically, we can use it blank. But blank, just use it just as an opportunity. So instead, what I'm going to do, instead of leaving it blank, I'll use it as a review. So that line is a transaction suite, right? All the entire shtar consolidated and summarized in that last line. Really, if you think about it, well, what's the greatest shtar of all time? The shtar of all time is Torah. Torah is the shtar of the Kodesh Baruch Hu Klal Yisrael. So it's interesting if we apply this principle. This means that the last pasuk in the Torah is also the last line is the Chazara. The Chazara is the summary of the Klal Torah. What's the last line of the Torah? So in Parshas Zos HaBracha, the Torah says, "U'lechol hayad hachazak," talking about Moshe, "U'lechol hayad hachazak, u'lechol hamora hagadol Moshe Eleni Kol Yisrael." Literally translated, "L'chol hayad," again, the strength of "L'chol hamora hagadol," relates that Moshe Rabbeinu did of all of Klal Yisrael. So what is it referring? So incredibly enough, Rashi "L'chol hayad hachazak" means what's the greatest accomplishment of Moshe Rabbeinu? That he Torah. Rashi says, "L'chol hayad hachazak," he literally received the Torah in his hands. And then it says, what's Klal Yisrael? Shenasa libo lish. So what's incredible is, and what did he do? Look again. L'chol hamora hagadol asher asa, thing that Moshe Rabbeinu did in front, right in the presence of all of Klal Yisrael. What's the great thing that he did? He said the luchos. By the way, that's it. That's it. The thing that the Torah Kedosha teaches us is that I was saying that if you apply the principle, right, that ultimately, again, the last line is always the last line. The last piece of information the Torah conveys to us is that Moshe Rabbeinu. It's such a simple question. Why? That's the last piece of information that the Torah Kedosha seeks to convey to us. And using here, the last piece of information is the transaction summary. That reflects on everything that came before. What's Kodesh Baruch Hu teaching us? I was saying, what is Torah all about? Torah is all about you to pick up pieces and start all over again. And then what does he do after? Not immediately after. What does he do after? Goes back up the mountains and starts the process all over again. What does it mean? And what does it mean ultimately to have Torah? To have Torah is the ability to make mistakes back up and start all over again. That is of the human condition. With Torah, see, sometimes mistakes. It's not true. Mistakes. It's only a question of fear and how frequent. All of us make mistakes. So what does Torah give us? The power of Torah? Torah gives us the energy in the act of our mistakes to pick ourselves back up. Because without Torah, often what happens is you make mistakes, and what occurs? Wallow in it. You lose yourself in a sea of self-pity, a sea of regret, and a sea of sadness. The last line tells us mistakes. You broke your luchos. What does a yid do when he breaks their luchos? You pick up the pieces, go back up the mountain, you start all again. That is the essence of being a Jew. Just start all over again. And I will say that's the every shtar, including Torah Kedosha, summarizes everything that comes before it. So let's go back to I'm a base. I'm a build. So now we're not finished with this yet. So what's this now? Here's what we've established, right? We don't really know new information unless based on that. What would you do? What would you do with it? No. What would you do with it? Leave it blank. Just why would I leave it blank? Why would I leave it blank? Do something with it. Do something with it. If you ultimately again with a line on a star, why leave it and something with it? So the Gemara says, okay, let's use it as a good opportunity for transactions. So now the Gemara says as follows: Shito not leaving one line open. I left 1.5 lines open. Just to say, if you ever it's right today, the only really you would see like a scribe writing a document. So if you ever saw a sofa write a get, you understand, which is again. Remember in Gittin? Remember the first one? Not the first Tosos. Tosos on the first half of Gittin. Remember it? Tosos said how many lines to get? It was 12, right? One numerical value of. So you need a little bit of skill in order to get a get into 12 lines, right? Why need a little bit of skill? Why? Well, former parts of the get, you a husband's name. Oh, depending on how big or how small the name is, the sofer has to be skilled for it ranges everything. So what happens if the sofer ends up leaving? So again, in lines it is. What I just need to know is he ends at the end of a line, like it's going to be called the transaction summary, and then signatures of the witnesses. What happens? It just ends in the middle of a line. So now I'm going to have 1.5. What do I do with that? What is the halacha if the shtar has 1.5 lines of empty space? So Tashma, let's analyze. So if you went ahead and the witness is signed, and there's 2 lines of open space, 2 lines of open space between the end of the text, that is invalid. So what do you see? What can you infer from here? 1.5 lines, that's fine. Only 2 lines is probably fine. Okay, here's the problem. I can make it in the sefer. Look at the end of that brisa. Shita achos kasha. If you have only one, right, 1 line of open space, I mean it's kasha. Listen again, one more time. Why if there's 1 line of open space? Kasha, why? Why? Again, 1 line of open space is important. Even if you don't use the last line for review, but you just leave it open, last line. So the Gemara says, achos with the kasha. So you infer. It's only 1 love blank space that is to be valid. Hush, will validate the shtar. Suppose if she's over here, you have inferences from the ratio and the seifa. 2 lines makes the shtar valid, which makes it sound like 1.5 lines would be fine. From the seifa, 1 line is kasha, which makes it sound like 1.5 is going to be puzzled. Gemara says, and infer anything from here. So by the way, so what is the halacha? In other words, so I can't infer anything for the right side of a bottom line. What happens if somebody used 1.5 line open space? What do we do then? So Tashma Sanya Gerchek Esai in Minaksav Apostle. Another brisa. Brisa says since the witnesses from more than 2 lines, or 2 lines or more, it's possible. Palchos, it'll be kasher. So from here, this brisa is a bit more specific. 2 lines is what invalid. Less than things ultimately again is going to be. So it sounds like based on this brisa, if the sold up leaving 1.5 lines in space, that's fine. That's fine as well. Oh, good. So it says, how you are even so this is an interesting halal. So let's say you would go ahead and you have 4 or 5 witnesses in the shtar. Now let's say that again. So when would you have witnesses signing on the shtar? So this could be a situation where you get a pusher, but more than that, it could also be a get pasha where you just ended up having space and you just fill in the blank space witnesses. Okay, sounds like a good idea, except when it's Achman Karov Apostle. It turns out relative, or one of them is invalid for Eidos. Whatever it is. So one of them, is a relative to one of the parties, is a relative to the other Aiden who's signing the shtar, or is possible, or I don't know, he's a thief. He's a thief, or a gambler, like one of the psulim. So it says, what do you do in a case like this? Now, again, when it comes to Eidos, again, a lot of earlier with one of the sections, which we'll see in Meretz Hashem, of Eidos Shabbat Mitzvah Sakula, which means that what? Testimonial unit is looked at as just that. In any part of the unit, the totality becomes invalidated as well. That would be our reflexive. The Gemara says, sorry. It's okay. If one of them is invalid, it is upheld with the rest of the Chevra. With the rest of the Chevra, so ultimately, again, proven kosher, that if you have space on a document and try to fill up the empty space with relatives, it was saying, take a quick look at the Rashbams. It's actually first 3 lines down from the top of the Rashbam. So Shneim Rishon Krovim Op, the sky Eblis B'Sham is down below the Krovim Pasha. In higher bein Aksav in Chalak, the Chalak is Shishne Shitin, Umile the Krovim Hashar Hahu Kasha. So what's that? So that adds a little bit of color to this. So what could be the case? The case could be where, let's say, too much space left end of the text and of the witnesses, right? The witnesses didn't realize they were supposed to. Reuven and Shimon were witnessing the shtar. They signed lower down, so now there's empty space. Remember, again, it's a document killer. So what do you want to do? To remedy empty space, fill it up with witnesses, put an additional aid in. But let's using aid we're not really filling. I call my brother. I call whatever. I go ahead and let's say I just have to end up filling it with. I don't need testimony. What do I need? I need people to sign that the base. Shtar who kasha. So Rashbam Gemara says the shtar is umekani also the shtar. The Lolimsu de Bechizkiya Beishno Beget so okay. So the Rashbam goes in and fills in his own text a little bit, right? And this is why conversation is here as well. I wrote a shtar or a shtar. I learned the halacha that you're not more than one blank line. It turned out that the sofer just left a lot more space. I don't want to invalidate the shtar. To which the Gemara said, you can. What can you do? Ultimately, again, Chizkiya comes along. He says, Milo Bikravim Kasher, fill it up with relatives. One in there, and it's not a deal. Why? Because the shtar itself dated based on the signatures of Kasher witnesses, and everyone else's And I will say that this still is very shocking to us, right? So why is it very shocking? Because that means you're going to produce a document about this just a little bit, but what is happening over here. That's the Al-Tama. And I will say, so the Gemara says, and don't hold it by this. Now, what about this? Take a look at the Rashba. Idea that here, what am I doing? What I'm doing? I'm taking a totally valid. From my stars, it has space between the text and between the signatures, and I'm filling it up with somehow, some way the star is going to me. It doesn't make sense. I says, no. Don't be bewildered by this because we have a precedent for this in halacha. Posel ba'abah. So we'll say this is a fascinating halacha. The halacha is like, right, it's the airspace and gal days with 3 tefachim. So for example, there's empty space. Empty sukkah, if there's more than 3 tefachim, we call that love it. Right, so less than 3 tefachim, you're good to actually create a break in the sukkah. So this could be very problematic. That could essentially divide your sukkah in half into sukkah. Yet, fascinatingly enough, if you have schach, invalid schach, so in a shear of 4 tefachim. So isn't that fascinating? Only invalidates in a shear of 4 tefachim. So for also 4 tefachim of metal invalidate the schach. But yet 3 tefachim of empty space. You see from here that sometimes this invalidates in a smaller shear than invalid filler. So what does that have to do with us? What's fascinating is, if you notice, 2 empty lines will invalidate a star. So what can you do? As long as the space is filled up with the wrong people, relatives, like Lamaisa star, but empty space ultimately doesn't matter. So again, if you have empty puzzle, then milua b'schach pasuma huchshira sukkah in schach puzzle posa ela ba'arba tvachim. Space is a star killer. If you go ahead and you fill up, it works. Because this way you're eliminating empty space. Hilchos eitos. Directly aloch above follows. Star Ibn Reuben, B'rimse Echnem Karav Apostle. In general, the Ram was working kind of accented in Beis Din. And now what happens? It turns out that there's a lot of witnesses signing on the star. Relative, or one of them is apostle, or 2 of them are related to each other. That was good. Right? In other words, the first question is when you see a star that has invalid witnesses, what happened? So the sofer left too much, right? Or the witnesses sign down, and we just put in filler witnesses. If that's what you did, great. That's Imish Sham Rusha Kulam Yashu Lachtom to the Hailazet Bottle. After this kind of Edus Bishtar, the kind of Edus Bishtar, Efsha Shinichu Mokom, Lagotom, Ubazakov, so this is very interesting. So the Ram essentially says like this: they're operated as a testimonial unit, then Dar is bottle, right? Dar is bottle, because it's clear that you used all of these witnesses in a testimonial capacity. You're not allowed to do that. That doesn't work. It says, but if that's not clear from the star, and it's possible that what happened here is like we're saying over here, that the sofer left 2 blank space, and therefore you're just pulling people off the street or pulling people from your family barbecue to go ahead and on the document, the Rambam says the star is kosher. So you see, conceptually, this works. So again, bad idea, right? Why is it a bad idea? Bad idea because unless when this star is challenged or this star is certified, there's going to be someone who's going to go ahead and tell us exactly what happened. It looks weird. It kind of out of it leaves some question marks over the star. But leaving that piece aside, I will say, if you kind of bring this all together, what you have is like this silver. Do not leave more than 1 of open space, right? Because that's grown up. And now we know again, leave that line blank, but why leave it? Let's do something with it. What are we going to do with it? Use it for a transaction. If you leave, so what happens if it turns out that Lamaisa, again, you left one line of blank space? What do? Now, I'll say you run the risk of the invalid. What's the band-aid? Fill it in. And who can you fill it in with? Pretty much anyone. Just understand if you, and even relatives and even Sulam, but just understand if you do that, you do kind of create an air of suspicion, kind of hovering over the star itself. But technically speaking, it's almost like I just want to point out what you see something very interesting. It's fascinating motif. This is the bookends of the daf today. On one hand, the Gemara is saying is we don't learn anything from the last line, and then you can leave it blank. Why leave it empty? Something. So use it for its action summary. How does the Gemara end off? The Gemara ends off by schach pasol. So if you notice this fascinating idea that Allah Lamaisa, this space invalid, smaller shear and a lower shear, then in space that is filled with impossible. Right? Air space invalidates the circle with tefachim. Schach puzzle invalidates something or validates a circle with fourth one. So the greatest danger is emptiness. Is idleness. See, if I'm filling might sound a little strange, but if I'm filling with the wrong thing, at least way. The problem is idleness is nida, which could fundamentally undermine. Like when one once used to just being Yoshe, just not doing anything, that leads to a sense of cause a person to shalom just do themselves in so many different ways. If is doing the wrong thing, at least they're using their time. I'm going in the wrong direction. I gotta read that. But at least I'm using activity. At least there's again, it might be something wrongfully done, but at least there's something dynamic over here. So it's fascinating to see process in a very small last empty line. Why leave it? Why leave it empty? Do something with it. The enemy, it's interesting. The enemy of the Jew is not sin. The enemy of the Jew is idleness. Because ultimately, again, when the Jew is idle, there's nothing, there's no activity, there's no koach that's being exerted. Wrong koach. I know, okay, I have energy, I have passion. I gotta read back, everyone. Baruch Hashem. Thank you so much for Maranatha's now printout of all of the sponsorships. I know Tilson Mishpach from Restream that our Kislev Talmud Torah sponsorships are Janka Friedman and Sammy Malka Esterson. I apologize that I've shown on in the podcast description. Here's Hashem on the chat, the WhatsApp chat as well. Rossi, and as always, our Torah will be exclusive. Should be showing the colors that our holy soldiers should be successful. A little bit of a shorter share today. We are continuing in our journeys of Geshet and Get Mukosher. So remember again, yesterday's after the new parak, which is a regular star. In the regular star, there's writing, there's a toface, there's a Torah part of the star, and then of course there are the signatures of the way. It's just all taking place. Get Mukosher again as the text. The toface on one side, pictures of the witnesses seems to be now according to everyone on the opposite side. The boilerplate part was on the bottom. You see there's a machlokes exactly how the get Mukusha is written. The get Mukusha is so in yesterday's daf, the Kohanim. The short-tempered, short-fused Kohanim without real cause. So Kohanim kind of pumped the brakes on that little bit created this get Mukusha in order not to create instituted the get Mukusha to be written in any type. So that Gemara says as follows. So we are on Kufsan Yertza Hashem 6 bottom the Nechosh Gilmai. So the Gemara asks an interesting question. So the Rashban points out that we have a name of Zayif because of my boy. There's a hadith. So here's what we're saying. Rashban says, "B'sof hashtar shmu esim sadi berosh hashtar ben aksharim holding zum b'sof hashtar." Here's the issue we have with the get Mukosher signatures on the bottom. So let's walk here. An irregular get that something hasn't been forged. It can always be forged. That's why I have certificates as well. But in general, we have the writing, and then the signatures are underneath the writing. If anything else here is underneath the signatures of the witnesses, I know that it was forged. But here's the problem. On a get Mukosher, the witnesses are signed on the back of the document. So because they're signing on the back of the document, we have a concern that people could write what on the front part of it and add in all types of additional information. So look at Lashon Nechosh Gil Zayif, the maybe somebody's going to write on or the witnesses signed on the shtar thinking that it said X information into that shtar, and the witnesses signed that. So because they signed on the back, who knows what's been added to the front? Jewish Gemara says, no problem. In the front, what we'll call the front part of the shtar, you get Mukosher, which has actual information written on it. The end of the information, they raise Sharir V'Kayu. Everything is held and has been established. Kind of like the end. The end. Hakol Shar V'Kayim. This is a Hakol Shar. The Rashban says, the Sof HaShtar Shar V'Hochacha Sof HaShtar Ve'Yoch V'Hosif Achra. So again, so essentially they added this phrase, everything is appropriate, established, everything has been up. The end. And therefore, if there is any writing after that, I know that means tampering. I said, Dilma Kasa my device, but other Kasa was Shari Kaim Achrina. So, well, 1 second. What's this time from going ahead? Okay, so it says Shari Kaim. Then add in more information, and then write a second Shari. And you can still forge. So, it's like, no, that's the whole point. Shari Kaim Kasinon, Trey Shari Kaim Lo Kasinon. Only write one Shayom in each minute. We do. So because there's only one shard, therefore halacha l'maisa, we know if we saw if we see two shards, it's a forgery as well. Because of my dream. Oh, so why did we fine? Maybe there was a shard kind in the end. Maybe someone erased it, wrote it again. So, right? So still the document's not. First thing where it says, no, Rabbi Yochanan is that everyone says it's actually fine. Why not? Because Rabbi Yochanan said, so everyone said this is fascinating. Look at the last Rashbam on the daf. Let's see a regular document. This is a mistake. Scribe made a mistake. The Via in came up with so fast Moshanu Kosin Teba Plonis, the Benichi Shar the Kayim. It's very interesting. See a sofa mistake in a document. It happens. So he wants to insert. So he can insert it, and then let's say on the bottom of this correction, this insertion was made Hakol Shar the Kayim, and he established the document. So if something is left out and you need to add it in, however, top of 161A, hustle the application of Kuya. The moment the shirt is certified. In other words, there's an idea in the Mishnah. Again, so for left out a word, he left out the name, he left out a detail, a little bit between the lines, and then on the bottom, the way that this addition was done and we saw it and all this good. But once we see stuff erased, even if it's certified. This was almost like a safe Chazal enacted by Shah, that you can't start erasing. And I think the value. Add stuff in, do it, erasure, fundamentally destroy the Shah. If you look at the top Rashbam, Samachad, such saying Gemara, Apostle, we're going to talk about this more, but the idea is once there is an erasure, even if the erasure is certain, the witness is right, there wasn't an erasure, ultimately again, it's going to be possible, even if it's certified. So let's say, so let's finish this up. The Gemara says below, Kashir Shari. So that's one side. It's not true. It's not true. It's not as expensive. When do we say that an erasure ultimately again invalidates the shtar? Only if the erasure took place or was done in the where Shar V'Kayim would have been written, which corresponds roughly to where to what Shar V'Kayim would have taken up. In other words, you can erase something in the shtar as long as that erasure is. But the one part of the shtar that you cannot erase, you can't with. And if you do, totally destroy the validity of it is on that phrase shtar. So if we see any erasures over there, we see any tampering over there, even if it's certified, it undermines the authenticity of it. So let's say, so in other words, shtar the kind is like the stempel. It's the seal. It's the tudat. It's literally again the certifying piece that says this is done, this is correct, this is everything's been upheld and is appropriate. And if there's any form of erasure, again, even undermine the shtar. Incredible. The idea over here is so therefore Allah Lamaisa. So remember to figure out. That again, Kusha opens the last forgery. This is just standing on the other side of the so the Pashtos can declare whatever you want from the front side. No. It says at the end of the text, you'll write more text, put a second shard. No, one shard, and that's all. And maybe he'll erase the shard of the kanyum and go ahead and shard the kanyum at the end. They see an erasure about the size shard kanyum could have been, that invalidates the shard. So therefore, it was a shard of kanyum there, and the person can go more than put a second shard of kanyum, and we see the size of a shard of kanyum. Going to raise a red flag about the other shtar. So let's say I think there's a profound Musar Haskil. Right? The Gemara says, Tluya Nuyemes Kshera Apostle. In a shtar, you can always add stuff in, but you can't erase stuff. The moment you're right now erasing the shark, really as erasing the shark, but erase stuff. And let's say, I think there's also a Haskil with this, like a lot of times you personalize the change of tshuva. Sometimes one of the hard things about tshuva is this that we need to erase parts of ourselves. The shortcomings, we all have these differences that really prevent actualizing. And so I feel that in order to really become the best version of me, I have to erase pieces of my identity. And that erasure, even just thinking about it, let alone doing it, is very traumatic. Those pieces of me. And I think it's very often a misunderstood piece of tshuva. Shiva doesn't require erasure of self. Shiva requires, like the Gemara, a lot of times what I need to do in life is pivot to rechannel different. The is a bad koach in life. Every energy, everything that we have, it's just a question of how you use it. You never in a different way, and I think this is the metaphor. If you think you have to erase things about yourself, you're wrong. That's not the right new stuff in between. A little bit of a new sentence. I have to add a word. Move this, so add in a piece of information. Change, move, insert. That's the point of your life. Erase a piece of myself. Also, anything about yourself. Just how you have to make insertions in order to put yourself on the Go Summit 161, 3 lines down. So as I say, now we're transitioning to the Yom Barah. He held that, again, remember, everyone holds that your son, Yom Barah is of the opinion that Allah for myself, you sign Achori Hak. So literally, again, opposite the writing. Okay? In other words, because it was text, blank line. So remember, Abba says text. So the Gemara says, Leichush to look Sidney Gabi, Umachtim Sahadi Siri, Me'abrayim. Additional witnesses. In other words, the idea is you have a witness person add on additional on the front side of the shtar, just add on additional witnesses on the back of the shtar. And you can tamper with the shtar, no one will ever know. I like Aiden. Yeah, I think people like different names. So people additional Aiden. It's fascinating. Me Sabbath Aiden Kisud Aiden Mata Lamala Hasini. This is fascinating. In a Yom Abba's model like this, if you can imagine, you have to do like PowerPoints. And you say you get Makusha, right? So you have a line of text and line of text. So then you flip the shtar around, and for every line of text, you have the same right on the other side of the paper, like opposite line of text, here's a line of text. And the witness signs on the side of the page along the same text. So the Gemara says that's not how they sign. They sign perpendicular to the shtar. So if you could line of text ends here, and then you turn the shtar sideways, and this is signed there from like the bottom of the shtar going up. In other words, they start their name on the last line of the text and write upwards towards the top of the shtar as far as their names go. So they sign perpendicular to the shtar. How does that do? Because they start their name at the last line of the text, if you add on more to the text, it's clear because again, it's not going to run with the signatures of the witnesses. So essentially, just a Yom Abba the witness doesn't sign along, starting their name from the line of the shtar, writing upwards. Writing upwards says as follows. So I'm going to use average A bottom up. So they start their names from the bottom line, upwards towards the shtar. Towards the top of the shtar, names are perpendicular to the text. So as opposed to assuming that witnesses sign along the. It turns out that they sign along the document perpendicular to the text, last line of text. So the beginning of the name of the witnesses corresponds to the last line of text, prevents any forgery. You want 1 second. The guy is in the Shita Akhrona. The guy is later Ruvain. Okay, someone says they to this. Well, maybe we should follow it. So let's say one of the names was Ruvain Ben Yaakov. Maybe someone wants to do like this. Someone's going to go ahead and say, on the text, then what are you left with? You're left Ben Yaakov, right? Assuming you lop off Ruvain, Ben Yaakov. So the Gemara, you can still manipulate a shtar like that. Right? The Gemara says, Miskasha Ben Yaakov, that could still be construed as a valid sign because we learned Ben Ishploni Eid Kasha, not with your first name, but rather again, Ben your father, technically speaking, that is a valid signature. Which by the way is a fascinating idea, right? That if you go ahead and you sign a document not with your name, that is actually a valid signature. So what's like just that says in this is my God. I think I'll make him great. The God is my exalting. The Rebbe says so beautifully, he said, the Jew has two relations with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. There is Elokei Avi, there's the God of my father. My relation with HaKadosh Baruch Hu is in the soul I receive from my father. I know that I receive from my father. It's my father's relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu initially. But the goal ultimately is also to create Zakeri, is to create a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I should not submit for all of life just a married relationship or just a my conferred relationship. That's part. But my abode Zakeri, what's my relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu? What's my unique relationship? What is my Zakeri? You see, on a life level also, normally you sign Ben Yaakov. technically, improving signs, just hope that works well. There's duality is mirrored by duality. So when Reuven and Yaakov has two identities, he has identity of then Yaakov, he has an identity of Elokei Avi and of Zekeli. Because Mark says, so still, you're not the document can be manipulated. Because halach l'maisa, you can lop off the last line, and although you locked off Reuven and Yaakov, and then Yaakov construed as a proper witness signature, to which the Gemara says, no, what are we doing? Reuven ben Adara, the Yaakov aid Ivriye. So this is incredible. So no, when Reuven signed his purpose, he make him sign Ben on one line and Yaakov on the second line. So if you take off a line, you're locking off Reuven Ben, and all you're going to be left with is Yaakov's 8, and the Gemara assumes that this is not a good signature. The Gemara says, but maybe it is. The Gemara says, Reuven Ben was Kasher Yaakov 8, but Yaakov 8 could still also be construed as an else. I'm sorry. Kasher Yaakov 8 is not Ish Ploni 8. Because what's that? If you start a document, Shmuel 8, Yaakov 8, Ben on one line. So even if they take out one line, so once again, the shtar is not tamper proof. The Gemara says the low cost of 8. Interesting. So the Gemara says no. And you get Mukusher, we don't. So you write Reuven Yaakov, no 8. And what we do, we write Reuven Ben on one line, Yaakov corresponding to a text. And it just says Reuven, right, to Yaakov. That by itself is not a valid witness signature, and therefore, by definition, if the shtar has been tampered with, you'll be able to see it. That's incredible. The Gemara says, sorry. So that's our first tense. We don't write 8. Levi says another possibility. You olam the No, you do write 8. So you're talking about a case over here where even if halach l'mayis you do write 8, it happens to be in the case in question, we know that that's not the signature of Yaakov 8. Okay, so now we're getting a little bit more like case specific. Maybe it's talking about a situation where, okay, everyone knows Yaakov, and there's one Yaakov in the locale, but we know that that's not Yaakov's signature. So even if it does say Yaakov 8, you know that it's not a signature, and therefore, we'll see if the document has been tampered. I'm going to say, I'm going to say, 160. Lab Yaakov. The Gemara says, so we'll say, so maybe, one second, maybe what Reuven is doing in this case over here, maybe it says Yaakov 8, and even though it's not a Yaakov signature, the shtar should still be valid one. Maybe Reuven is signing with his father's name. In other words, Reuven is defining on this, but he's signing the name of his father Yaakov. He's using his father's name as his form of signature. I guess from Reuven's perspective, he thinks it's some type of honor or cover that he's going to give his father. The Gemara says, no, chas v'shalom, lo shavik in the shmei b'day, the chas shmei da'avua. The Gemara says a person just go ahead. By the way, the Rashbam points out that if you look at the Rashbam, 161 second line down in the Dilma b'shmei da'avua, Yaakov chasam Reuven. So maybe, right? So the chain in Hagol lachtom lekavah. So maybe, again, has a lot of parents first. Mamish reveres his father to look at he signs his father's name, documents, on checks, all kinds of things. All that covenant. Basically, he signs his father's name as a form of covenant, to which people don't do that. People don't do that. There are plenty of reasons that one should and could honor their father, but signing his name and using it as yours is not a form of covenant. Lo shavik inish shmei b'day, b'shmei da'avua. A person is not going to go ahead. A person is not going to beg and literally again not use his own in order to sign the name of his father. People just don't do that. I said the Gemara, interesting. So maybe you're right. Maybe everyone remember what we're trying to figure out over here is how is it that again Makusha somehow protected against any type of tampering. So that's what we're just trying to figure out. So remember again, essentially what we've done is we've shown the witnessing from the signing perpendicular to the text. So they're in the last line of the text and writing upwards. So therefore, again, if somebody locks off some bottom lines of text, we're going to see if his names are missing. You are just pointing out it's not tamper proof because even if part of the name is missing, or maybe there's a different narrative. In other words, so again, even if Reuben's missing, maybe Yaakov is. Okay, so maybe he's signing the name of his father. People don't sign the name of their father. Maybe he's using his father's signature as a symbol, the Gemara is suggesting. That's the Gemara suggesting now. The Gemara says, maybe Reuben is not really signing his father's name as his own, but rather he uses his father's name as a symbol. And I present the idea that some people, when sign the documents, they use the symbol instead of an actual signature. The Rav Sayer Kula. Rav would sign with a fish. He would make an image of a fish, and that was Rav's signature. Rashbam points out to be Rav Sayer. He says, Suras Hadak Haya Osa Bishtaros, the Mokom Chasimaso. That's what Rav would do. Instead of actually writing his name, he would write the image of a fish, and this was his signature. So again, so the idea over here is that it's Rav's signature. So you see, and whatever we saw, that was Rav's signature, and that's what that symbol was his signature. Now the Rashbam point is from the Charuse, the Shema Hashem Ma'aseyim Zendag Lachol Dogim. Rashbam points out something very interesting about this symbolism. In other words, Rashbam says people try to find deeper symbolisms in that. We're going to see. So let's read the rest. Sayir Kobra, right? So Rav would use the fish as a symbol. Rav Hanina, Sayir Harusa. Rav Hanina would use a date palm. That's how he would sign documents with the symbol of a date palm. Rav Chisda Samech. So Chisda used the Samech. So that kind of makes a lot of sense. Chisda Samech. Rav Hoshia Ayin. Rosh used an ayin, also a letter from his name. Rava Barafuna Makusa. And Rava Barafuna used to draw the mast of a ship. So I just want to point out. So again, the point he was making over here is that people sometimes don't sign with their names; they sign with symbols. They sign with symbols. And let's just before going on, what Rashbam says it's such a fascinating Rashbam. Go back for a second. He says people try to figure out Farish Tama Mai Tzair Kubra Bechalusa in Elotoa. The Shema Shema same Zainag level. So Rashbam says. Everybody tries to find deeper meanings. Why did Rav use a fish, right? And why did Rabbi Chanina use a date palm? Rav Chisda Samech, Rav Hoshia, and Ayin. So Rashbam says maybe Rav liked to eat fish, and maybe Rabbi Chanina liked to eat dates, and Rav Chisda just used the Samech because it's a letter in his name. And Rav Hoshia used the Ayin because it's a letter in his name. Rav liked ships. He liked boats, so he used the mast. So Rashbam says don't read anything additional into it, which I want to say is such a profound skill. Sometimes in life things just are what they are. In other words, not everything has a deeper meaning, and I think it sounds strange because we spend so much time to find the deeper meaning in everything we learn. But maybe this application like this, I think this is an important piece, especially when it comes to relationships. You ever have an interaction with someone, and this happens, I think, all the time in marriage. It can happen with friends and others as well. Someone says something, and you're like, what did they really mean? And meanwhile, what they really meant is exactly what they said. There is no deeper meaning. It just takes statements, conversation at you, and not read anything else into it. It's so beautiful. On one hand, we're conditioned to always look deeper, and we're conditioned to always dig deeper, always try to understand. But it's important sometimes, I think, especially in relationships, and especially in interpersonal interactions, to be able to take things for what they are and not read anything additional into it. It's incredible. Rashbam says, stop trying to be ma'ayin. Stop trying to understand deeper understandings. It just is what it is. So that's the Gemara. So maybe Reuben ben Yaakov is in fact signing. So he's not using his father's name Yaakov as a signature, but rather he's using his father's name Yaakov as a symbol. And that's how he's signing. To which the Gemara says, no. Sorry. A person would never take his father's name and convert it into a symbol. That would be inappropriate. That absolutely does not work. therefore, halacha l'maisa again, we're not. You don't have to worry about that. A person would not use their father's symbol. So again, two things: a person wouldn't go ahead and use their name as their own signature, and a person wouldn't convert their name into a symbol. Okay, beautiful. So you are like this. We'll say so. Now we're just trying to figure out. So how is it? So it sounds like you still can potentially tamper with the get makusha, which my comes on. What are you guys getting all worked out about? Call makusha she'ain either kalim shita afas puzzle. So the Gemara says like this, and this is really good. So the Gemara says Marzucha is essentially as follows. What are you getting all worked up about? The way it has to work, ultimately, again, with the get makusha, is that in order for it to work, the get makusha, all of the witnesses' names have to end, or have to really begin on the same line. Colin, look at that for a moment. Marzucha Amar Lam Lacha, it's back to from before it gets wide. Call Hani Shini Bikir Yemi Bar Abba, Israeli Shikoshta Makusha Negin Chasumi Bochotz, Achexavla are called Merosho Lusofo, Bain Yinilamata, the aim aid of Kalim Bishita Achos, Puzzle, Shasilu Lachto Bishava, Zeh Kafas Zeh, or the signing Bishava. So we'll say, so Richard says something absolutely amazing. That really what has to happen over here, and again, we'll talk about this more in tomorrow's daf a little bit. I wish I would want to be able to give you a diet of this. Okay, so the idea over here is that when the agent begin to sign, remember, going with the idea that the agent sign perfectly to the text. When they begin, they're all starting. They're all starting at the same point. So the Gemara says like this, because of that, so let's say it's like Reuven ben Yaakov, Chaim ben Yechiel, Shalom ben Shlomo. So if you lop off that bottom line, that means you're lopping off all of the first names. It would be very strange to have three witnesses who none of them use their first name, right? They all use their father's. In other words, so because we're starting all the signatures on the same line, right? So again, remember, adopting the idea that the witnesses are not signing across the width of the shtar, like we thought before, like literally on the opposite side of the text, but rather the witnesses are signing perpendicular to the text. They're starting from the bottom line up, and all three witnesses, remember again, from a cushion, you need a minimum of three, you can have more, you need a minimum of three witnesses. All three witnesses are starting writing their name from the last line of text, going upwards. So because they're all starting at the same line of text, therefore, halacha l'maisa, if you lop off that last line, and now all three witnesses don't have a first name there, very strange. And that was certainly around suspicion, and that ultimately, again, prevents from any tampering with the shtar. All right, we're going to stop over here for today. We're going to shorter daf, but tremendous. We'll pick up. I'm as much as we can start next sugya. The next sugya really goes on to Amid Aleph, and as well Amid Aleph, so we'll save it for tomorrow. Looking forward to being back with everybody live in person. With all of you. Good morning, everyone. It is a tremendous beautiful to know you. I'm sorry that I'm not here with you in person, but Baruch Hashem, thank you so much for modern technology. We have the opportunity to learn together. We are separated geographically. I apologize if you don't have a printout of all of the sponsorships. I know that we have our annual Talmud Torah sponsorship of the Tilson Mishpach Yisrael from Sodas Tolos Ukam Yisrael, and I know that our Kislev Talmud Torah sponsorships are Josh and Becca Friedman and Sammy Malka Esterson. I apologize that I do not have the specifics of those sponsorships in front of me right now, but in their will post it in the description on the YouTube description as well as in the podcast description. Hashem on the chat as in the one as well. We thank all of our sponsors for their generosity. And as always, we hope that our time is Hashem for Israel Schus. To whom our hostages be shown in the Karab, that our holy soldiers should be successful. Today's daf is Kuf Samech Aleph 161. A little bit of a shorter shir today, a shorter daf. So we are continuing in our journeys of Get Pashat and Get Mukosher. So remember again, in yesterday's daf, in the new parak of Get Pashat, we've been introduced to two different types of shtaras. This is what we call a Get Pashat, which is a regular What does mean a regular shtar? There's writing, there's a tofes, there's a torah, there's a boilerplate, there's a transactionally specific part of the shtar, and then there, of course, there are the signatures of the witnesses, all in place on the same side of paper. And then we've been interested in getting a kusher. Getting a kusher again is the Torah and the tofes on one side. The signatures of the witnesses seems to be now one on the opposite side. The way they get in is it appears that the tofes, the boilerplate was on the bottom. You seem to have been is exactly how the Get Kusher is written. We'll see on the Restream today. And the genesis of the Get Kusher is so on yesterday's daf with the Kohanim. The short-tempered, short-fused Kohanim who would divorce their wives very quickly without real cause. So Chazal wanted to kind of pump the brakes on that process a little bit, create Get Kusher in order not to create any type of documental confusion, instituted to get Kusher to be written in any type of document type of setting. Okay, so with that, the Gemara says as follows. So we are picking up on Kuf Samach on base 160b, and we are picking up in Yerza Hashem from the bottom of the Nechush. So the Gemara asks an interesting question. So now remember again, so the Rashban points out that we have been Zayif because of my people. The Chasim Sahadi. Here's what we're concerned about. The Rashbam says, "B'sof hashtar shemukhush shari chasim sali b'rosh hashtar ben aksharim hol ve'ina able consume b'sof hashtar." Here's the issue we have with the Gemel Kusher. The Gemel Kusher, the witnesses' signatures on the bottom. So let's work the opposite way. In a regular get, so how do you know that's forged? I mean, the truth is, something could always be forged. That's why I have certification of documents as well. But in general, we have the writing and then the signatures underneath the writing. If anything else appears underneath the signatures of the witnesses, I know it's forged. But here's the problem. When I get Kusher, the witness signed on the back of the document. So because they're signed on the back of the document, don't we have a concern that people can write whatever they want on the front part and add in all types of additional information? So look at Lashon Ha'Nechush because of my boy. Maybe somebody started thinking that it said X. And then again, someone's going to write some additional to that star, the Chasim is Sahabi, and the witness is signed on the back. So because they signed on the back, who knows what's been added to the front? The Restream says, no problem, Sidney Shara V'Kayim. And the front, I'm going to call front part of the star, to get Mekusher, which has the actual information on it. At the end of the nation, they write the phrase, Hakol Sharir V'Kayim. Everything has been upheld and has been established. So that's kind of like the end. The end. Hakol Shar V'Kayim. The Sibei Kol Shar V'Kayim. The Rashman says the Sib, the Sof Hashtar, Shar V'Kayim, the Hainu Hofachal, Shal Sof Hashtar, Ve'in Yochol V'Hosim Asra. So again, so essentially they added this phrase, Hakol Shar V'Kayim or Shar V'Kayim. Everything is appropriate, everything is established, everything has been upheld. The end. The end. And therefore, if there is any writing after that, I know already that the forgery, that there has been documented tampering. I says the Gemara B'Neichol, Dilma Kasa, my Dilma, Bahadr Kasa, Mushari Kimachrina. So, Gemara, 1 second. What's to stop someone from going ahead? Okay, so it says Sharvakayim. Then add in more text, more information, and then write a second Sharvakayim. And you can still forge it. To which the Gemara says, no, that's the whole point. Chad Sharvakayim Chasinon. We only write one Shar V'Kayim in each document. That's all we do. So because there's only one Shar V'Kayim, therefore halacha l'maisa, we know if you see two Shar V'Kayims, you know that ultimately is a forgery as well. The Gemara said the Lechosh, still machlik later because of my device, but other cause of Shar V'Kayim. Also, why did we so much fun? Maybe there was a Shar V'Kayim in the document. So remember again, you had that phrase, everything is established. Then someone erased it, wrote in new information, and then wrote Shar V'Kayim again. Maybe that happened again. Right? So in other words, so still the document's not tamper-proof. First Gemara says, Hamra Yochanan is actually fascinating. So the Gemara says, no, we're not concerned about that. Why not? Yochanan said, Tuluya Mikuyemes Sheda. Rebbe said, this is fascinating. Look at the last Rashba Medaf. Let's in a regular document. The Sofer made a mistake. Scribe made a mistake. Stein being Shita Lashita. Achar King came up with so fast Moshanu Kosin came up with the Dani Hibi Shar the Kaya. So this is very interesting. Say Sofa makes a mistake in a document. It happens. So he wants to insert a word or two in between the lines. So he can insert it, and then let's say on the bottom of the star, he writes like this correction was made, this insertion was made, and he establishes that change on the document. In other words, here's a proper way to edit documents. So if something is left out, to add it in, there's a way to add it in, but of course, again, the addition has to be certified document itself. How of Kuf Samakav 161a, Machak Hustle the The moment there's an erasure in a document, that invalidates the document, even if the erasure is certified. In other words, there's an idea. Say if you add in something in the start, again, so for a word, he left out the name, he left out a detail. He can insert, a little bit between the lines, and then on the bottom, the witness is kind of certified. This addition was done, and we saw it in Allah's gate. All is good. But once there's an erasure by definition invalidates the shtar. Stuff erased, the application included, even certified. In other words, this was almost like a safety measure that Chazal enacted by shtaris that you can't start erasing stuff. You need to add stuff in, not even take stuff out. You add stuff in, do it, and certify it. Erasure fundamentally destroyed it. Take a look at the top Rashbam such exciting Gemara. Machak Pasel, Afna Shibia Alov. So again, we're gonna talk about this a little bit more, but the idea over here is that once there is an erasure, even if the erasure is certified, right? The witness is right, there wasn't a self-erase. No, an erasure ultimately again is going to be a puzzle, even if it's certified. So it's like, so let's finish this up. The Gemara says below. One second. It's not true. That we thought. When they did an erasure, ultimately again invalidates the shtar, only if the erasure took place or was done in place where Shar Kayim would have been in, and the space of the erasure corresponds roughly to where or to the size of what Shar Kayim would have taken up. In other words, can erase something in the shtar as long as that erasure is certified. But the one part of the shtar that you cannot erase and tamper with, and if you do, you totally destroy the validity of the shtar. Phrase shar of a kind. So if we see any erasures over there, even if it's certified, it undermines the authenticity of shtar. So let's say, so in other words, shar of a kind is like the stempel, it's the seal, it's the Tudat cut. It's literally like a certifying piece of the shtar. It says this is done, this is correct, everything's been upheld and is appropriate. And if there's any form of erasure there, again, even the validity of the shtar, incredible. So let's say. So the idea over here is, so therefore Allah Lamaisa, so remember I get back to what we were trying to talk about before. We're trying to figure out if the PM Kusher opens itself to Allah. And since the witnesses are signing the document, so the time you want from the front document, she says, no, it says Shar Kayim. The Shar Kayim says that's the end. That's the end of the text. Maybe you'll write vortex, put a second Shar Kayim. No, one Shar Kayim, and that's all. And maybe he'll erase the Shar Kayim, write more, and then write Shar Kayim at the end. Or if we see an erasure about the size of a Shar Kayim, or where a Shar Kayim could have been, that invalidates the Shtar. That invalidates the Shtar. So therefore, if there was a Shar Kayim there, and the person erased it and wrote more than Shar Kayim, and we see an erasure the size of a Shar Kayim, that is going to raise a red flag about the validity of the shtar. So it's really incredible. I'll just point out also, just as I think there's a profound Musar Hasan. The Gemara says like Tluya Nukuyemes Kshera Machak Pasal. In a shtar, you could always add stuff in, but you can't erase stuff. The moment you're right now, the Gemara defines it as really erasing really as erasing the shtar of the kind. But you can't erase stuff. They will say, thing is, I just have found this hospital with this, like a lot of times in the realm of tshuva. Sometimes one of the things about tshuva is this feeling that we need to release parts of ourselves. We all have flaws, we all have shortcomings, we have different things that really prevent us from self-actualizing. So I feel that in order to really become the best, we have to erase piece of identity. And that erasure, I was thinking about it, let alone doing it, it's very erase pieces of me. I think it's very often a misunderstood piece of tshuva. Tshuva doesn't require any erasure of self. Tshuva, the Gemara says, a lot of times what I need to do in life is adjust, is pivot. I need to rechannel different things. We saw this in Sitkas Atzad. Tzaddik taught us that there's no such thing as a bad koach in life. Every energy, every passion that we have, it's just a question of how you use it. You never really have to erase anything about yourself. You just have to rechannel it a different way. And I think this is the metaphor being a little machak puzzle. If you think you have to erase things about yourself, you're wrong. That's incorrect. So what do I have to do? A lot of times I have to put stuff in between the lines. Right, like a little bit of a new sentence, add in a word, move this in a piece of information, change, move, that's the whole thing in life. But machak, erase a piece of myself. Don't erase anything about yourself. Just figure out when you have to make the right things, put yourself on the right path in life. Says the Gemara. 161, 3 lines down. So it says now we're transitioning to Yirmiyah Bar Abba. He held, I can remember, everyone holds signing on the back of the Gemara. But Yirmiyah Bar Abba was of the opinion that halacha l'maisa, you sign achori haksav u'kineged haksav mibachutz. So literally again, opposite the writing. Opposite the writing. Okay. In order, because remember again, the way a get mukha worked was there was text, blank line, text, blank line. So remember, Abba says you write opposite the text. So the Gemara says, why are we concerned that maybe someone's going to add on additional text on the front side and just add additional witnesses? In other words, the idea is you have a witness signing for every line of text. Well, why can't a person add on additional text on the front side of the shtar and just add on additional witnesses on the back side of the shtar? And you could tamper with shtar, no one will ever know. And he could just say, I like Eidim. Yeah, people like different things. Some people like Eidim. They say, I like having more Eidim on my shtar, and therefore, again, I'm adding on additional Eidim. Our legs, this is incredible. It's fascinating. Mi sabris Eidim kisidron chasini, Eidim mimata lemala chasini. So this is fascinating. I will say, in the Yirmiyah Bar Abba's model, we thought like this. You have, the next cycle, I'm going to have to do like PowerPoints. And you see, you get Mokusha, right? So you have a line of text, a blank line of text. So then you flip the shtar around, and for every line of text, you have the signature of a witness. So we were assuming that the witness signs right on the other side of the paper, like opposite the line of text. So here's a line of text, and the witness signs on the opposite side of the page along the same line of text. So the Gemara says that's not how they sign. They sign perpendicular to the shtar. So if you could imagine for a moment, right? So you have the shtar, right? The line of text ends here, and then you turn the shtar sideways, and the witnesses sign their names from like the bottom of the shtar going up. So in other words, they start their name on the last line of the text and write upwards towards the top of the shtar as far as their names go. So they sign perpendicular to the shtar. Now, what does that do? Because they start the last line of the text, if you try to add on more lines to the text, it's clear that it's forgery, that's manipulated. Why? Because again, it's not going to correspond with the signatures of the witnesses. Godless. So essentially, again, the Gemara suggests that the witness doesn't sign along the line of the text. Rather, again, the witness is signed perpendicular to the text, starting their name from the last line of the shtar, writing upwards. So the Gemara says as follows. So I'm going to They sign from the bottom up. So they start again writing things from the bottom line, perpendicular upwards towards the star, towards the top of the star. So essentially their names are perpendicular to the text. So as opposed to we've always assumed that witnesses sign along the width of the document. It turns out that they sign along the length of the document, perpendicular to the text, starting their name from the last line of text. So the name of the witnesses corresponds to the last line of text. I said, give me 1 second. The guy is later Ruvain Bahade, Umiskasher Okay, someone says the cash. Listen to this. Well, maybe we start thinking toward the following. So let's say one of the witnesses, his name is Ruvain Ben Yaakov. So maybe someone wants to do like this. So someone's going to go ahead and say the lop off this line of text. Okay, so you'll say, well, hold on a second. If you lop off the last line that you're left with Ben Yaakov. Assuming right here you lop off Ruvain, right, you'll have Ben Yaakov. Gemara says, but you can still manipulate a star like that. Why? Gemara says, Miskasher the Ben Yaakov 8. That is a valid signature. This is not because we learned Ben Ish Ploni 8 Kasher. The halacha is actually if you sign this, and you sign not first name, but rather Ben your father. Ben your father, technically that is a valid signature. That is a valid signature. I will say, which by the way, that if you go ahead and sign a document not with your name, but you only sign Ben your father's name, that is actually a valid signature. So what's like just hashkafet and what's the pshat with that? There's a beautiful idea by the Belzer. The Belzer says in Az Yashir, he says, Zeki Liva Anteyu, Elokavi Va'aromanenu. This is my God. I'll make him great. Elokavi Va'aromanenu. The God is my father and I will exalt him. The Belzer Rebbe says so beautifully, he says, a year the Jew has two relations with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. There is Elokei Avi, there's the God of my father. Part of my relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu is the Masorah that I receive from my father. Like the chinuch that I receive from my father. It's my father's relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu that I inherit. That's what I had initially. But the goal ultimately, again, is also to create Zekeh, is to create my own relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. In other words, I should not subsist for all of life just on my inherited relationship, just on my conferred relationship. That's Elokei. That's how we get started in life with Father. That's how I start. But my abode is Zekeh. What's my relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu? What's my unique relationship with the Rebbeinu Olam? What is my Zekeh? You see, on a halachic level, also, normally you sign Ruvain Ben Yaakov. Technically speaking, if Ruvain signs Ben Yaakov, that works well. It's the halachic. In other words, the hashkafic duality is mirrored in the halachic duality. So when Ruvain Yaakov has two identities, he has Ruvain Ben Yaakov, and he also has an identity. Ben Yaakov has an identity of Elokei and an identity of incredible. So still, you're not the document can be manipulated because halacha l'maisa. You can lop off the last line, and although you lopped off Ruvain, you still have Ben Yaakov, and Ben Yaakov to be considered as a proper witness signature. To which the Gemara says, no. What do we do in order to prevent this? Ruvain Ben Bechad Dara, Yaakov Aid Ibuye. So this is incredible. So no. When Ruvain signs, you purposely make him sign Ruvain Ben on one line and Yaakov Aid on the second line. So if you take off a line of text, if you lop off a line of text, you're lopping off Ruvain Ben. And all you're going to be left with is Yaakov Aid. And the Gemara assumes that this is not a good signature. The Gemara says, but maybe it is. The Gemara says, but Yaakov Aid could still also be a signature. After we learned this now. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. The Yaakov Aid this night. Ish Ploni Aid Kasher. If you sign a document, just your name and Aid, Shmuel Aid, Yaakov Aid, that works. So therefore, even though you got Ruvain to sign Ben on one line, so even if they take out one line, only have Yaakov Aid, the Yaakov Aid is still a valid signature. So once again, the shtar is not tamper-proof. To which the Gemara says, the low cost of aid. Interesting. So the Gemara says, no. In a get mukusher, we don't write 8. We don't write 8. Isn't that interesting? So you write Reuven ben Yaakov, no 8. And what we do is you write Reuven ben on one line, Yaakov corresponding to a separate line. So if you lop off a line of text and it just says Reuven, right? So it's just going to say Yaakov. That by itself is not a valid witness signature, and therefore, by definition, if the shtar has been tampered with, you'll be able to see it. That's incredible. The Gemara says, sorry. So that's our first answer. We don't write 8. Levi says another possibility. You say, olam the custody. No, you do write 8. So we could be talking about a case over here where even if halach l'maisa you do write 8, it happens to be in the case in question, we know that that's not the signature of Yaakov 8. Okay, so now we're getting a little bit more like case specific. We're suggesting maybe he's talking about a situation where, okay, everyone knows Yaakov. I don't know, there's one Yaakov in the locale, but we know that that's not Yaakov's signature. So even if it does say Yaakov 8, you know that it's not a signature, and therefore, we'll see if the document has been tampered with. I'm going to say, on this Kuf Samachal 160, when Bida Chasim Yada, La Yaakov. Okay? The Gemara says, Domo. So maybe, one second, maybe what Lynn is doing in this case over here, maybe when it says Yaakov 8, and even though it's not a Yaakov signature, the star should still be valid. Why? Maybe Reuven is signing with his father's name. In other words, Reuven is testifying on this, but he's signing in the name of Father Yaakov. In other words, he's using his father's name as his form. From Reuven's perspective, he thinks it's some type of honor or cover that he's going to be giving to his father. Jewish Aston Shalom. In the Shmei Bidei, the Chasim Shmei Davua. A person does not go ahead. Now, by the way, the Rashban out of here, if you look at the Rashban, 161b, second line down in the Rashban, Yaakov Chasam Reuven, so maybe, right, V'chein bin Hago, Tom L'chavot Aviv. So maybe, again, Reuven has a lot of characteristics for his father, reveres his father, to the point that his father's name is documents on text, all kinds of things, all on the subject. And he takes his father's name as a form of covenant, to which the Gemara says people don't do that. People don't do that. There are plenty of ways that one should and could honor him, but signing his name and using it as yours is not a form of covet. Lo shavik inish shmei bidei dechasim b'shmei da'avua. A person is not going to go ahead. A person is not going to go ahead and literally again not use his own name in order to sign in the name of his father. People just don't do that. I said the Gemara interesting. The Dilma signal ba'amud d'shavik. So maybe you're right. Maybe, otherwise, remember, what we're trying to figure out over here is how is it that a get pusher somehow is protected against any type of tampering or fraud? That's what we're just trying to figure out. So remember, again, essentially what we've done is we've shown the witness is signing from the signing perpendicular to the text. So they're beginning their name in the last line of the text and writing upwards. So therefore, again, if somebody locks off some bottom lines of text, seek his names on this. You are just pointing out it's not tampered with because even if part of the name is missing, there's a different narrative. In other words, so again, even if Reuven Ben is missing, maybe Yaakov. Okay, so maybe he's signing the name of his father. People don't sign the name of their father. Maybe he's using his father's signature as the Gemara suggesting. That's the Gemara suggesting now. The Gemara says, maybe Reuven is not really signing his father's name as a symbol. And I was going to the idea that some people, when they sign the documents, they use the symbol instead of an actual symbol. Rav would sign with a fish. He would make an image of a fish, and that was Rav's signature. Rashban pointed out he says, that's what Rav would do. Instead of writing his name, he would write the image of a fish, and this was his signature. So again, so the idea over here is that this was Rav's signature. So you see, whenever you saw it, that was Rav's signature. That symbol was his signature. Now the Rashban points out the way he said, Rashban points out interesting that there is nothing special about this symbol. In other words, the Hashem says people try to find deeper symbolisms there. Now we're going to see, so let's do the rest. Rav Tzayir Kobra, right? So Rav went ahead and used the fish as a symbol. Rabbi Chanina, Tzayir Harusa. Rabbi Chanina would use a date palm. That's how he would documents with the symbol of a date. But Chista, so Chista used the sun. Right, so that kind of makes a lot of sense. Chista. Samith. Okay. Rav Hoshia Ayin, Rosh Rabba Barafuna Makusa. Rabba Barafuna used to draw the mask. So that's, so I just want to point out something worth making over here is that people sometimes don't sign with their names, they sign with symbols. They sign with symbols. Now, listen, just before we go on to the Rashban, this is such a fascinating Rashban. Go back for a second. People try to figure out the French Hamamite Tzayir Kubra Bechalusa. Everybody tries to find deeper meanings. Why did Rav the fish? Right? And why did Rabbi Chanina use so Rashbam said maybe Rav liked to eat fish, and maybe Rabbi Chanina liked to eat dates. And of course, this used the Sarach because it's a letter of his name. Raboshia used the Ayin because it's a letter of his name. Rabbi Ravuna liked ships. He liked boats. He used the mast. So the Rashbam says don't read anything additional into it, which I will say is such a profound Sahas skill. You know, sometimes in life things just are what they are. In other words, not everything has a deeper meaning. And I think, I know this sounds strange because we spend so much time trying to find a deeper meaning, like in everything we learn. But maybe on occasion like this, I think this is an important piece, especially when it comes to relationships. To have an interaction with someone. This happens, I think, all the time in marriage. This happens with friends and others as well. Someone says something, and you're like, what did they really mean? And we know what they really meant is exactly what they said. There is no deeper meaning. There's no hidden, like, you don't need like your Frosted Flakes decoder ring in order to be able to discover, well, what did my wife really mean? What did my husband really want to say? What did my friend, sometimes it is just what it is. And you could just statement the conversation at face value and you read anything else into it. It's so beautiful. On one hand, we're conditioned to always look deeper. And we're conditioned to always dig deeper, always try to understand. But it's important sometimes that I think, especially in relationships and especially in interpersonal interactions, to be able to take things for what they are and not read anything additional into it. Incredible. So Rashbam says, not trying to be ma'ayin. It's not trying to understand deeper understandings. It just is what it is. So that's the Gemara. So maybe Reuben Yaakov is in fact signing, using his father's name Yaakov as a signature, rather he's using his name, father's name as a symbol, and that's how he's signing. The Gemara says, no. Sorry. I'm sorry. No. That'd be a chutzpah. Person would never take his father's name and convert it into a symbol. That would be inappropriate. That absolutely does not work. And therefore, halacha l'maisa again, you don't have to worry about that. A person would not use their father's name as a symbol. So again, two things: a person wouldn't go ahead and use their father's name as their own signature, and a person wouldn't convert their father to a symbol. Okay, beautiful. So the Gemara is like this. We'll say, so now we're just trying to figure out. So how is it? So it sounds like we still can potentially tamper with the get more kosher. So what are you guys getting all worked out about? So the Gemara says like this, and this is really profound. So the Gemara says, Marzucha says essentially as follows: what are you getting all worked up about? The way it has to work ultimately, again, with the get more kosher, is that in order for it to work, the get more kosher, all of the witnesses' names have to end or have to really begin and really begin on the same color. Look at can I come for just a moment? It's before I get wine. Call Shini particular. Give me about Abba. Hakis really Shekala are called Mirosh Sopo. Bain Lamata. The aim eight color Bishita Abbas. Puzzle. Shasil Lachto Bishaba. Zed Tafas Zed. Or the Saye Bishaba. So Mazucha says something absolutely amazing. That really what has to happen over here, and again, we'll talk about this more in tomorrow's daf a little bit. I wish I would want to be able to give you a diagram of this. Okay, so the idea over here is that when the agent begins signing, remember, going with the idea that's perpendicular to the text, when they begin to sign, they're all starting at the same point. They're all starting at the same point. So the Gemara says like this. Because of that, so let's say it's like Ruvain ben Yaakov, Chaim ben Yidu, Shalom ben Shlomo. So if you lop off that bottom line, that means you're lopping off all of the first names. It would be very strange to have three witnesses who none of them use their first name. Right? They all use their father's name or a symbol. In other words, so because we're starting all the signatures on the same line, right? So again, remember, adopting the idea that the witnesses are not signing across the width of the sheet throughout the form, it's literally on the opposite side of the text. But rather, the witnesses are signing perpendicular to the text. They're starting from the bottom line up, and all three witnesses, because remember again, from a cushion to the minimum of three, you can have more, but you need a minimum of three witnesses. All three witnesses are starting writing their name from the last line of text going upwards. So because they're all starting at the same line of text, therefore, halacha l'maisa, that last line, now all three witnesses don't have the first name there. Very strange. And that was showing around suspicion, and that ultimately, I guess, from any tampering with this. We're going to stop over here for today. I'm as much as the next sugya. The next sugya really goes on to Amid Aleph. And tomorrow, looking forward to being back with everybody live in person. With all of you. Have a wonderful day. It is a great school sponsorship learning today with you. We'll start that up here in person. But at least in this session, we're going to learn together virtually. So we are picking up today's daf is Kuf Summit 160. We are picking up in this session on Kuf Testament babies 159. You have 12 right up on the bottom. Remember, again, we began the story yesterday of the property of Bar Sisoy. So let's just start from the beginning again. So who the Amalei Lechapin? The man said to his friend, the Bar Sisin, Mizamina Lochon. Reuven says to Shimon, "Sell you the property of Bar Sisin." So I'm selling the property of Bar Sisin. So what happened? So Reuben had to have a piece of property that was called the estate, the property of Bar Sisin. Amalei, Ha Lab the day Bar Sisin. They created the Karye the day Bar Sisin. So Shimon is obviously ready to take possession of his parcel. Reuben says, "No, that's not it. I know that's called Bar Sisin, but that has to be called Bar Sisin for a different reason. I'm selling you the piece of property that I bought myself from Bar Sisin, and this property is not the one." So Shimon's claiming the property that's called Bar Sisin is the one that he bought from Reuben. Reuben is claiming that he sold Shimon a different parcel of land that he bought from Bar Sisin. Why is the first part of it called Nechsei Bar Sisin? Bar Sisin property? That was the name of it. That's the name of the estate. So I was going to do that. So the Reuben and Shimon come to Rav Nachman, and Rav Nachman begins with Shimon. Shimon gets to take the property called Nechsei Bar Sisin. I'm going to be Rav and Rav Nachman. I'm going to say, that's what he's talking about. Reuben is one of his muksad today. If Shimon wants to extract the property from Reuben, the burden of proof is upon Shimon to prove that parcel A was in fact Nechsei Bar Sisin, that they agreed that Reuben would sell to Shimon to award it to the purchaser. So the Gemara says, "V'Ravi d'Rava d'Rava, v'Rav Nachman d'Rav Nachman." So what's interesting enough, the Gemara points out over here that it seems to be a contradiction in the Rava. So what was contradicted that Rav Nachman contradicts himself and Rava contradicts himself. Here we go. Gemara says, "Dahu da'amlei l'chavei, ma bois b'haydis." Gemara tells another story. Reuben comes over to Shimon. And Reuben says, "What are you doing in my house?" Shimon says, "What are you talking about? I bought it from you. And not only that, I've been living here for 3 years. I've been living here for 3 years. You never said a word. So not only did I buy it from you, but I also resided here for the amount of time to establish the days. So what's that? So Reuben says, listen, first of all, I was living here also the whole time. I was living in one of the inner rooms, and I never said anything. I never objected to you being here because I felt like I didn't have to. Because since I was residing here, therefore you cannot establish Chasana. So Shimon's claiming that he lived there 3 years uncontested, claiming it wasn't uncontested. I didn't say anything, and I didn't have to say anything. The only time I have to make my cause if I wasn't that I was living in one of the inner rooms. So the message again, the property is not yours. So it's not lawful. Also, like Rav Nachman. So he brought the case once again before Rav Nachman. Zil bar. So interestingly enough, in this case, so Rav Nachman said to Shimon, the person who was living there for 3 years, couldn't deal with slaves, and he bought it from Reuven. Go ahead and clarify that. Clarify that. The burden of proof is upon you, Shimon, to prove that halacha l'maisa you lived there 3 years uncontested. And Reuben wasn't there. In other words, you prove that you used 3 years uncontested. I'm really asking, do you know anything? So I'm just asking, is this valid? I am what's in the hell. Allah Raya. The way you must kasha the Rava the Rava. Kasha the Rava the Rava. So once it's a Rava and the boss going to contradict previously aforementioned positions, which the message no. Rava and Rava lo kasha. Rava is not asking, Rava is not a contradiction. Also, Hacha of the Mitzvah by Sisin, Bocher Kai bin Chasei. So in the case of the Bar Sisin property one, Shimon was already in possession of the property. Hassam, so therefore again, Rava would say, I'm Motzi Mechavir, Lava Raya. Rava would say Shimon is one who's in possession, and therefore Reuben is one who wants to extract. Therefore, upon him, Hassam Mokeach Kai bin Chasei. I'm sorry, just the opposite. In the case of Bar Sisin, it was the Moshe, it was Reuben who was in possession. And therefore, Rava says, Shimon, if you want to extract it, Shimon is the purchaser. If you want to claim that this was the Bar Sisin property, the burden of proof is upon you. Hassam Lokeach Kaidin. But in the case ultimately of Reuben and Shimon, where Shimon claimed that Reuben sold it to him, lived there 3 years uncontested, and Reuben claims that Allah said he was there. Again, the purchaser, Hassam Lokeach, there, Shimon ultimately again was holding on to the property. Shimon was in Rav Nachman Lokasha. Rav Nachman is not contradicting himself. How so? Hachakim lay the day Bar Sisin, Mekaydi Bar Sisin. Ale day the galuye the love the day Bar Sisin. I'm not going to say this. So the Bar Sisin case, we're going to sell you Nichsei Bar Sisin. So Reuben has a piece of property that's called Nichsei Bar Sisin. Now it's it's not this property, it's something else. You know what? How many pieces of property do you call Bar Sisin? The burden of proof is upon you. It's upon you, Reuben, to show that this is not the property, because just circumstantially, it would appear you said you were going to sell Nichsei Bar Sisin. This is Nichsei Bar Sisin. Nothing else to talk about. Now, therefore, again, Rav Nachman rules that the burden of proof is upon the seller. However, lo yehei elad b'noshtara. But again, it's where Shimon bought the property from Reuben, saying that he was there. Shimon is no stronger than someone ultimately again who has a shtar. So what do we say? It's a contested shtar. What do we say? So go establish a shtar, dollars. Or the burden of proof is already the transaction is actually dollars. Therefore, it turns out they're not contradicting themselves, but rather again two different cases. Let's say Hajnallah Nishalis. Mazel Tov, and when the date is supposed to begin in Parak on Rosh Chodesh Haba. So we begin back Kuf Samech, the 10th Parak of Baba Basra, Get Posh. Get Poshet. Edav Yisoko, Mekusha, Edav Yachvar. So here, we're going to spend some time talking a little bit about different types of shtars. Now, the Rashbam points out, look at the Rashbam, he says, Shtar Poshet Ki'in Shalanu, She'ino Tavim Kushla Kaman. The Kol Shtaras Kriyim Yet. So the Rashbam comes along and he says, definition, when we think about a yet, we think about a divorce document or an emancipation document. But in fact, in this particular context, yet refers to a document. First, the document, Rashbam says, the whole shtaros begin get. All documents are called get. So therefore, the Mishnah introduces this idea that there are two different types. There's what's called a get shut and a get kusha. Now we're going to see the differences between them in just a moment. Rashbam said, the Mishnah says get pashat even misoho. So a regular document signed on the document itself. So there's the writing. You write, remember again, every document has these two parts. There's a toref or a tofes and a toref. Tofes is like boilerplate, same thing every document. Toref is the transaction specific, party specific. So in a regular document, you have all of the information and the witness has all the information. On a Makushar, and again, we'll discuss exactly what that means. The witness is shekas from himself. I'll take a look at the Rashbam for just a moment. It says Makushar. So again, like we have been used to seeing and learning about all of this time, have the information, the signature of witnesses, and Shalom Yisrael. What is his get Makushar? If you look at the Rashbam, Makushar Idav Me'achorav. The Rashbam says, he says, Kosei Shita Umaniach Chilek Kishir. The kofla ala chalak kofla. So the way I get my Kusha works like it's family now. You write a line of text and then a blank line. A line of text and then a blank line. And then between line of text with that blank line you make a fold. So kosef shita umaniya chalak kishir shita ksula. So you write one line. Then below that line of writing you leave a line blank. The kol ala chalak. And you then you fold the shtar on the blank line, the tofer, and you tie it up, you sew it up. Again, we'll discuss why you need a shtar like this. Yachatat kosef shita, and then you write another line, and leave blank, and you keep on doing this. And every blank one, you're sewing it up. The kofar, the chalak, the tofer, the harbe, kidei makom torah hashtar. Bafutz, sheperash kamarai b'gimar b'bachli shul. So the witnesses would sign outside of that shtar. We'll see exactly somewhere in the fold over there, they would go ahead and sign. Now the Rashbam points out that the tofes shall shtar kulo in pashut. The zem nikol fanenu have pashut and kusha. Now we just get makusha, what would the folded part would be what we call Restream, right? The transactional specific party specific, right? But the boilerplate would then be written on an unfolded part of the shtar. Fine. So therefore, again, get Pashas Eva Socha Makusha Eva Me'achor, regular document. The witness is signed on the front side of the shtar. Get Makusha, the witness is signed on the back of the shtar. Pashas Eva Me'achor, Makusha Shata Eva Yisrael, Mishneim Psulim. Now, what if you swap? So if you have a regular get, and the witness is signed on the back, a regular document, the witness is signed on the back side, or a get Makusha, where the witness is signed on the same side as the writing, Psulim. Such a shtar is possible because you're deviating from the way that such a shtar is written. And the Chanina ben Gamliel and the Kusha Shekasku Eidan Opal Kasha, the Meshiach also Kasha, and the Chanina Gamliel says, no, if you have to get Kusha, and you accidentally went ahead and had the witnesses sign on the front side of the document, the same side of the text, if you add that, the document will be Kasha. Why? Because you can Kusha into a Kasha. Okay, Shimon Gamliel Omer, Hakol Kavina Gamdina. Again, we're going to define all of this in the Gemara. Everything is based on local custom. Get Bashet, Eid B'Shnayim, Makusha B'Shlosha. A regular document has two witnesses. A get Makusha, minimum of 3 witnesses. Bashet Shekasu Bo Eidach. Makusha Shekasu Bo Shnei. So if you have a regular document, you only use 1 witness. Or get Makusha and you use 2 witnesses. Both of these documents, Shnei and Sulim. So we'll say let's analyze. So first, one second. Where does this concept of Makusha come from, right? Where have you been my whole life? My whole life, I what is the shtar, right? Shtar is writing, tofes, toref, or toref, tofes, number 1, right? Boilerplate, transactional specific verb, and then see the witnesses. That's how we're being introduced to this new form of document. We're writing, blank line of writing on every blank line, you fold it, you sew it, witnesses are signing on the back. Where does this concept of this type of from? It says, I'm looking at the Pasuk says, but the Pasuk from Yo. So those the Kasaba Sefer Bechasom about 8 But remember again, just to give you context, Yo, I know he's telling Elijah they're going to go into Galus. He tells them that before they go into Galus, purchase fields, purchase real estate. Because he mentioned when they come back to Eretz Yisrael, purchase real estate because they're going to come back to Eretz Yisrael. And then ultimately, again, he says, record transactions in the document. Sados Bakesef Ibn Bekasov Basefer. So the Pasuk says purchase fields for money, and record the transaction in a document on the base of 160 be Zep Pashat. So I'll say that refers to a Pashat, just a regular document. The Chasom, now when it has that extra phase, the Chasom signs, we'll say obviously, Chasom is obvious. A document is only meaningful if it has signature. So why does they have to say sign it? Sign must be that there's another type of document that's being alluded to in the custom of document, Zemakusha. This ultimately again refers to a get makusha. Okay, Vaha'aid, and when the buzzer says aid, Vaha'aid, Schneid, that refers to two witnesses. And it should be witnessed, that refers to two witnesses. Aidim, then when it uses the plural, Shlosha, Hati. So how do you know which type of document uses two, which uses three? Hati. So, Schneid, Makusha, Shlosha, Makusha. Positive teaching me that again. So this positive teaching about two different types of documents. I get Pasha and I get Makusha. It also teaches me that I get Pasha witnesses and I get Makusha. The April and we could just easily see a regular get. There's nothing specific in this drasha. You can easily see that I get Makush uses two witnesses and I get Pasha uses three. The April Chana, we talk to Nisraba, we shut up Nisraba the Gemara says, since Makush has more folds, it makes sense that there's going to be more signatures. Once those folds lend themselves to places for signatures. But since a get Makusha has all of these folds, it makes sense that it has more signatures. Get Pasha doesn't have these folds, and therefore doesn't get the signatures. So this is the first thing. He said, he has a different approach. The Ekach es Abraham, the es a mitzvah ba'chukim that's here again. The Gemara is also putting from the first community. So this is Jeremiah himself making his own real estate transaction. He's buying his own real estate. He says, the Ekach es Abraham, I took the document of purchase, es ha'chosom, that which is a mitzvah ba'chukim that's a goal. You know what's going on. The Ekach es Abraham, he says, when I took the document of acquisition, get Pasha. That refers to just a regular document, what we call a get Pasha. Es ha'chosom, the one that is signed, Zemakusha. This refers to a get Makusha. The Elui, the one that is revealed, Zep Pasha Shibemakusha. This refers to the part of the get Makusha that is Pasha. Now, what does that mean? This goes back to the Rashban Mishnah. Even a get Makusha, it's not the top part that has the Torah is folded, but the bottom part that has the toe face is left regular. So even a get Makusha has an element of it that is left Pasha. Okay. Mitzvah ba'chukim. So we'll say, so what does it mean, mitzvah ba'chukim? Really, again, the details and the statutes. This refers to the distinction between a get pashat and a get makusha. So we'll say, we realize this in get pashat and a get makusha. Ze'id of shnayim v'ze'id of. A get pashat has witnesses, a get makusha three witnesses. Ze'id misofo v'ze'id of me'achor. Get Pasha to witnesses on the front side of the document, and I get Pasha and I get Makush to witnesses on the document. I the Abraham. They by get Pasha to witness side, by get Makush to witnesses on the right. He talks is shut up. No. Since more folds, by definition, folds lend themselves to additional signatures of witnesses. Incredible. Okay, so we'll say that's another approach. The interesting enough to come denominator by between and Rashba is they're both learning it out from real estate transactions conducted by Yirmiyahu. It's from Yirmiyahu's instructions to Israel. The second approach says no, his own actions within his own real estate transactions. By Cheskel disagrees. He says as follows: Rabbi Cheskel goes in a different direction. Pasuk says, "Halachas of testimony." The Torah speaking about Hebrews. So the Torah says, literally a testimony of one witness. Literally by the testimony, by the mouth of two witnesses or three witnesses, the matter shall be established. So the Gemara says as follows: if we know that ultimately an testimony is established through two witnesses, why is there even need to mention three witnesses? To teach me that halacha witnesses serve different needs. Two witnesses for a get pashat, three witnesses for a get makusha. incredible. I the April maybe it's just the opposite. Maybe it's 3 witnesses for a get conscious, 2 witnesses for a get mature. Instruction is subject sharp and started there. No, the Gemara says no, because since there are more folds by definition, it itself ultimately again to more spiritual. Oh, different both sides. It turns out that again, the Gemara is trying to figure out what is the source for this concept of kosher, and the Gemara essentially gave us 3 different approaches. Hanino, Yirmiyahu Hanavi, Rafam from Yirmiyahu Hanavi, and Rabbi Cheskel on the pasuk on Idris. The Gemara says, one second, pump the brakes here. The Hanilo Havi, who the awesome, Kochad Bechad and Yosef. So the Gemara says, 1 second. Each of these psukim that have been quoted are used for other drushes. They're used for things. So if they used to teach us, how can they be used to teach out? Get more kosher. So the Gemara says, look at the Sanyo. Right now, the Gemara shows what each of these psukim is in fact used for. Look at the Sanyo. So others backers, if you do the constellation of the Chasson, when you're the that's called Israel. This is the first book. That's called Israel. Purchase property and record your property, record the deed, record the purchase of the deeds. So the Gemara says, It's the Torah Kamashmalah. The Miyahanav was just giving Chal Yisrael good advice. What's the good advice? Purchasing real estate. You better make sure that it is recorded. I will say just a word about this because there's a couple profundity. Remember, Chal Yisrael is about the exile. And the Miyahanav is just giving you about the exile. I'm telling you, purchase property, purchase real estate as the ultimate way of hope, confidence, and optimal coming back. Not the power of the Jew. That already again were moments, so to speak, metaphorically, moments before exile, moments before destruction. And Yirmiyahu says, okay, what does the Yid do when he stands on the threshold of destruction? He already begins the process of rebuilding. This is the strength of our people. This is the power of God. So the Gemara says, this wasn't a big statement. This wasn't Eitzah. 2 things. Number 1, there was a Hashkafa statement. Buy property now because we're coming back. Buy property now because in Eretz Hashem it's going to be great. Buy it now because we are coming back. And, by the way, record it in a document because we might be going out. You want to make sure that you have some type of document to prove that you are indeed the future owners of this business. Okay. The Eka, the Sefer, how can you have a nice one? How in the next, the by Rachel. Where Yirmiyahu was conducting his own paper, this is a recorded and done in the Gemara just says, Yirmiyahu is just telling the story. He's actually not coming to teach halacha. He's telling the story about what actually happened, right? That he bought property from a relative, and he recorded in a document of Yishnayim Eidim Oshlosha Eidim, Lahat Yishlosh L'Shnayim Puter Zad Yekiva V'Rabbanah. So what about the last verse? Like, I'm very Fesco. We're quoting the pasuk of based on the testimony of 2 or 3 witnesses, the matter will be upheld. So the Gemara says that pasuk is important for a different reason, based on the focus between Rabbi Akiva and the Rabbanah. Now, listen, what is that? Take a look at the Rashbam projection. So what's like from that pasuk is very important. That pasuk, because the Gemara actually is a whole idea that the fact that the Torah equates 2 witnesses to 3 witnesses indicates that halacha and myself 2 are like 3. So there's a lot of applications of this. Perhaps the most famous application of this is English one itself. 2 witnesses, and one of the disqualified, obviously the whole testimony really falls apart. What if you have 3 witnesses, and let's say one of the witnesses becomes qualified, and let me come to this, you still have 2 valid witnesses, it should be fine. Well, no. Either Shabbat from itself, whenever part of the testimonial unit ultimately again becomes invalidated, the entire testimonial unit. That's the head. In other words, I need that pasuk. Again, there are other applications of it also, but you might need that pasuk for something else already. So let's say, so here's the problem. We brought 3 different opinions as to what the source for Get Makusha. And effectively what we've just done is we've gone ahead and we've essentially discounted all. Said no, they'll be used for something else. As such, we're left with the level what is the source for Get Makusha. Because really it didn't do that. So I think, well, there is no Christ on these. I know there's a lot of times Chazal will make halacha, and they'll find a scriptural allusion for the halacha, but it's a drabanan. So is no Doraisa concept of get Makusha. The Doraisa is one type of get, the get Pasha. Get Pasha. A get Makusha was a rabbinic innovation. Why did the rabbis do it? Why did the rabbis create this type of concept of get Makusha? Is incredible. After the Kohanim Havel, because there was once a city of Kohanim, a place of Kohanim, the Havel Kapti, Tuvo, Megarish, Shai. This is absolutely incredible. The Gemara says these Kohanim had a short fuse. Remember, the Gemara tells us, Kohanim Ragzonu. Kohanim are easy to answer. Yeah, short fuse. It depends on the budget just about that. Why are Kohanim marked like that? What's the shot? So first of all, by the way, we already see this, right? We see this here when we see this in Tarshish. Where Shimon Levi, after was abducted by Shem, Shimon Levi go and wipe out all of the Shem. So remember, the shade of his Levi is the shade of Kahuna, so that passion is already there. The idea that Kohanim get angry is a derivative of passion, right? What is anger? Anger is a misuse, it's a misappropriation, it's like a hijacking of the meter of passion. Passion is powerful. We spoke about this on Shabbos, about how powerful passion is and how important passion is and how incredibly necessary to bring a sense of passion to live in our Yiddishkeit. When passion is misdirected, passion easily becomes anger. So anger, and like almost like zrizos are like two sides of the same coin. If you direct the passion the right way, you're a zaris. You're a zaris. Maybe even a healthy paranoia, good zealotry. If you direct it in the wrong way, it becomes chaos. So Kohanim are much more prone to anger. The moment happened, these Kohanim, they had a short fuse, they began to fight with their wife, and they would divorce their wives. What's the problem? So under normal circumstances, if a man divorces his wife, he feels maybe he needs to waste the decision. As long as she did not yet remarry anyone else, he could remarry her. Kohanim, once a Kohen divorces his wife, she's a divorcee. Even if she doesn't marry anyone else, very married. So Kohanim, in the heat of the moment, would divorce their wives because of some argument. Then afterwards regret it, but then they were stuck. So Chazal created this elongated form of the divorce document. What was it? He wrote a line, blank line, folded, sew it. Wrote a line, blank line, folded, sew it. Doing this is sign on the back. All of this was to create a protracted process. Because what would happen? They would calm down. And when they would calm down, they would recognize this is foolish. And at the end of the day, they would not divorce their wives over pettiness. Incredible. Which is trying to show the husbands also, which is sometimes the way to avoid making mistakes is to just pump the brakes. Now, the second was the right piece of that sometimes faced with the desire. And so we often, when faced with the desire to do something, they say, no, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. That's great. But what if the person says, I can't do it? So sometimes the best thing to do is that I'm going to do it. I'm just going to do it in 5 minutes. I'm going to do it in 5 minutes. I'm going to commit to the idea, whatever the idea is. I'm doing it. I made up my mind, I'm doing it. But I'm not doing it now, I'm doing it in 5 minutes. Starting now. Something amazing happens in the Muslim, which is that often we can overcome the Sahara. Because the way the Sahara works is just need to sin in the heat of the moment. In fact, I pump the brakes a little bit, just slow things down. Take a minute, a minute or two, just to collect myself. So often I could save myself from disastrous life decisions. Such a perfect result. And therefore, again, same with the Kohanim. The Kohanim, they're good people, they're great people, they're holy people. Short fuse, give them a protracted process. So by the time that the process runs this question, it's ridiculous. It was true the Kohanim, just a model to be replicated by us also. We all face types, we all face desires that we feel we can't overcome and we don't overcome. And sometimes I'm always butting heads with my knees, always winning. Maybe the strategy is not to say, no, I'm not sinning. No, it sounds crazy. I am going to sin. I'm going to sin in 5 minutes. I'm going to take the get to a pusher approach to faith. And I'm just going to pump the brakes on it. Give myself a little bit of time. So I just got a little bit of time. I'm able to collect myself. I'm able to pull myself together. And then I'm able to resist. I recognize this is not worth it. It doesn't make sense. Pull myself together, resist the temptation. Incredible. So therefore, what the Gemara says, so the rabbis created this get kosher in order to give the time a little bit of time to cool down. Then by the time again, this is a much longer process, and therefore by the time the Kohen get kosher, he found that already realizes this is ridiculous. So therefore, get kosher is not a doraisa. get Mukushas at the Rabban. And just to point out, the genesis was in divorce documents. But once it existed in divorce documents, they applied it to the Gemara. One second. So that's now it comes to get Mukusha by a divorce document. How do you know to take that model of and apply it to all other shows? It's simple. They spoke, they get in the Rishtaras in order not to make a distinction between Gittin and documents. And other documents, they're listening out. What are we concerned about? Like what ideas like this. That if both for my sub creates documental confusion, document confusion. Like certain documents are like this. So what is rabbis innovated this concept by it yet? For a woman, they created this new model star. And once they created this star, ultimately again it could be used for all types of stars. Because once you start making distinctions, is the moment you create confusion and can ultimately again to lead to mistake where you create our stars. Okay, beautiful. Says the Gemara, where did the witnesses sign? Ravuna says between one fold and the next. Now, Rashman points out here that other meaning is that Ravuna means on the front side of the shot. So you write with the signature of the witness, right? Then line, blank line signature of the witness, and it's all the same shot. The Biblia Baraba Amar Acholi Haksam. The Biblia says no. The witness is on the back side of the shot, opposite the writing. I'm going to run back on the system. Rashuna don't make cash the cash. I suck like cash the cash and make a boy. Now again. So now we assume we're going to do this. Look at what Rashuna says that the witness is signed in cash or cash. Again, between one sewing and the other sewing. Right. So remember again, you have a line of writing, a line of writing, and the witness is signed. Sounds like everything is happening on the front side of the shot. Here's the problem. Once again, that was better than the Rebbe. And this is there's no date on the document. Maybe the date is there. It was just written in one of the folds and it's untie it and find it. They untied the star. The Chazi, and they were able to see the date. Then Esau, now it was true that the witness finding on the front side of the text that's there. And the Kashmir, they should have said we can't see the date. We also can't see the signature of the witness, right? Because they would have gone together. We established the cash and the cash. Hello, then cash and the Abraham. No. Rafuna did not mean that the witnesses were signing on the front side of the document where the text was. Rather, Rafuna also means that they're signing on the back of the text. So what we're going to see essentially is Rafuna and Rav Yam agree that on get from a pusher, the witnesses are signing on the back of the document. So there's the text, and then there's the back. And the witnesses are signing on the back. The Machlokes over there, we're going to further clarify this in tomorrow's daf. But the Machlokes seems to be where exactly on the back are they? So Rav Huna says ben kesha lekesha, which sounds like in the folds that are ultimately being sewn shut. Rav Yirmiyah says achori haksav, opposite the writing, opposite the written lines, right, which are not the parts of the folded clothes. So again, we'll further clarify this in tomorrow. But everyone is agreeing that Allah so the signatures on the back side of that. Everyone's like, well, brother, so the doctor will step up today, wishing everyone a good Kodesh. Calling it the same way soon, a wonderful day of means for incredible traditions. I want to say it's a great spark from today with you. I'm sorry that I'm not there with you in person. But at least the next section will get to learn today virtually. So we are picking up today's topic. Summit 160. The next section upon cooking and custodies 115, about 12 lines up from the bottom. Remember again, we began the story yesterday of the property of Bar Sisoi. So the verse just start from the beginning again. A man said to his friend, Nixi Bar Sisi, Mizalocha. So I'm selling you the property of Bar Sisi. So it's called selling the property of Bar Sisi. So the Hagran happened. He says, how do you find the Ardam Bar Sisi? So then had to have a piece of property that was called the estate, the property of Bar Sisi. Amrle, Lab the day by season. The ultimate target the day by season. So Shimon is obviously ready to take possession of the parcel land. Ruben says, no, that's not it. I know that's called bar season, but that has to be called bar season for a different reason. I'm selling the property that I bought myself from bar season, and this property is not. So Shimon's claiming the property that's called bar season is the one that he bought from me. Ruben's claiming that he sold Shimon a different parcel of land that he bought from bar season. Why is the first parcel of land called, let's say, the bar season property? That was the name of it. That's the name of the estate. So I was going to do nothing. So the Reuben and Shimon come to Rav Nachman, and Rav Nachman said, the din is with Shimon. Shimon gets the property called Nixley bar season. Rav Nachman. That's what he's talking about. What are you talking about? Reuben is one of his mochsar. Reuben is one who has the property. So at the end of the day, if Shimon wants to extract the property from Reuben, the burden of proof is upon Shimon to prove that parcel A was in fact the Nixley bar season that they agreed that Reuben was. Why don't you just award it to the person? So you said, "Verami Drava Drava, Rav Nachman Rav Nachman." So it's interesting enough. The Gemara points out over here that there seems to be a contradiction in positions. That so what was contradicts that fits himself and Rabba contradicts himself. Here we go. Gemara says, "Dahu da'amei lechavei, ma boris b'haydes." Gemara is also another story. Reuben comes over to Shimon. Reuben says, "What are you doing in my house?" What are you talking about? I bought it from you, and not only that, I've been living here for 3 years. I've been living here for 3 years and never said a word. So not only did I buy it from you, but I also resided here for the amount of time to establish Chazaka. Remember, it was the background Chazaka days. So what's that law? So Reuben is listening. First of all, I was living here also. Living in one of the inner rooms, and I never said anything. I never objected to you being here because, I didn't have to. I was residing here. Therefore, you cannot establish a chazaka. So Shimon's claiming that he lived there 3 years uncontested. Reuben's claiming it wasn't uncontested. You're right. I didn't say anything because I didn't have to say anything. The only time I have to make a mouth if I wasn't there, but I was living in one of the inner rooms. So let's again, the property's not yours. So let's start off. So he brought the keys once again for Rav Nachman. Amalei Zil Bar Achilas. It's interesting enough in this case. So Rav Nachman said to Shimon, the person who was living there for 3 years, and it was his. What if you were go ahead and clarify that. Clarify that the burden is upon you, Shimon, to prove that halacha. So you lived there 3 years uncontested wasn't there. In other words, you proved that she 3 years uncontested. I'm going to love Rav Nachman. You know, Rav Nachman. Is this the halacha? I am Mutzi Mechadero. Allah Raya. Which the Gemara says, Kasha Dirava Dirava, Kasha Nachman Rav Nachman. So Rav Nachman, they're both contradicting their previously aforementioned positions. To which the Gemara says, no. Dirava Adirava Lo Kasha. Asking Rav is not a contradiction. How so? Haha was in the case of the Nixley bar season, Mocher Kai ben Chasei. In the case of the bar season property one, Shimon was already in possession of the property. Hassam, so therefore again, Rav would say, I'm also Mekabir, Rav would say Shimon is one who's in possession, and if one wants to extract, therefore the burden of proof is Hassam Lokiach ben Chasei. I'm sorry, just the opposite. In the case of Barsisin, it was the Mocher, it was Reuben who was in possession. And therefore, Rav says, Shimon, if you want to extract it, Shimon's the purchaser, if you want to claim that this was the Barsisin property, the burden of proof is upon you. Hassam Lokiach played in the house. But in the case, ultimately, again, of Reuben and Shimon, where Shimon claimed that Reuben sold it to me, Shimon lived there 3 years tested, and Reuben claims that halacha when I said he was there. Again, the purchaser, Hassam Lokiach, there, Shimon ultimately, again, wasn't on to the property. Shimon was in action. Rav Nachman Lokiach, Rav Nachman himself also. Hacha Kivan Damalei, the day Barsisin, Makai, the day Barsisin, Alei, the day, Lamya, the Galili, the Rav, the day Barsisin. In the case of the Barsisin, Reuben says the Shimon will sell you Nixsisin. So Reuben's a property that's called Nixsisin. Now he's going to know it's not this property, it's something Reuben. how many pieces you have in a called by season. The burden of proof is upon you, Ruvain, so that this is not the problem. But essentially, it would appear that let's say bar season, this is season, nothing else to talk about. Nothing else to talk about. Again, the Nachman rules that is upon the seller. However, but again, in the case of Shimon's claiming that he bought the property, Ruben's claiming that he was there. So Shimon is no stronger than Milo Amina, like Chaim started 15 minutes of Kumina. So what do we say? When someone has a contested star, what do we say? Okay, so accomplish your star, team stars. The burden of proof is upon you to show that exactly $3. Therefore, so I'm not contradicting each other or not themselves, but rather again two different things. Mazel tov, and we're great is supposed to begin on Rosh Chodesh Haba Aleinu L'Tova. To begin now, that Chof Samech, the 10th paragraph of Balabasra, get Poshet. Edav Misocho, Mekushra, Edav Mechor. So here, we're going to spend some time talking a little bit about different types of stars. Now, the Rashban points out, look at the Rashban, he says, Star Poshet Ke'in Shalonu, She'in Otav Mekush L'Kamon. The Kol Shtaras Krudin Get. So the Rashban comes along and he says, we know that we're conditioned when we think about a get, we think about a divorce document or an emancipation document. But in fact, in this particular context, get refers to a document. First of all, Rashban says, the Kol Shtaros Krudin Get. All documents are called the get. The get so therefore the Mishnah introduces us to this idea that there are two different types of documents. There's what's called the get poshet and a get mukusher. Now let's see the differences between them in just a moment. Rashban said, the Mishnah says get poshet edav misoko. So a regular document, the witness is signed on the document itself. So there's the writing. Right, remember again, every document has to be two parts. There's a Torah or a Tofes and a Torah. Tofes is like the boilerplate, same thing every document. Torah is the transaction specific party. So in a regular get pushed, a regular document, you have all of the information, and the witness is signed below the information. On a get to a kushar, and tell me what that means, the witness is signed on the back of the document. Pashat, shekas from himself. First of all, take a look at the Rashban says. Again, Pasha, I understand that's a star, like we have been to seeing and learning about this time. You have the information, the signature of the witnesses, and Shalom Yisrael. What is his difference? If you look at the Rashban says, he says, Kosei Shita Umania Chilek Shita Ksuba, the Kofla Allah Chalak V'Tofer. So the way I get my good words, like, you write a line of text, and then a blank. A line of text and then a blank line. And then between every line of text with that blank line, you make a fold. Make a fold. So Kosi Shita Umiya Chalat Bishir Shita Ksuba. So you write one line, then below that line of leave a line blank. The Kofla Allah Chalat, and then you fold the star on the blank line, the tofer, and you tie it and sew it up. Again, we'll discuss why you need a star like this. Yeah, Kosi Shita. Then you write another line blank, and you keep on doing it. Every blank one, you're sewing it up. So we're going to see that halacha l'maisa. So the witnesses would sign on the back side of that star. We'll see exactly where. Somewhere in the fold there, they would go ahead and sign. Now the Rashban says the Tofes shall star Kosov Kul in Pashat. The Zeh Lefanenu have Pashat and Kusher. Now even in a get Makushar, what would the folded part would be called the Toreth, right? The party specific. The boilerplate would then be written on an unfolded part of the shell. Fine. So therefore, again, back to the Mishnah. Get the Misoch Makushar is the natural document. The witness is just sign the star. And get Makushar line on the back of the star. Now, what if you swap? So you have a regular get, and the witness is signed on the backside, regular document, the witness is signed on the backside, or a get where the witness is signed on the same side as the writing. Such a star is also because we're deviating from the way that such a star is. That if any of them come over in the kosher, shekas will eat them so called kosher. It may shachal also kosher. And if any of the disagrees, if you have to get kosher, and you accidentally went ahead and had the witnesses sign on the front side of the document, the same side as the text, if you add that, the document will be kosher. Why? Because you can always make them a kosher into a kosher. Okay, Shimon Gamliel Omer, Hakol K'nei Gamliel. Again, we're going to define all of this in the Gemara. Shimon Gamliel says everything is based on local custom. Get kosher, b'shnayim, kosher, b'shlosha. A regular document has two witnesses. A get kosher has a minimum of 3 witnesses. The regular document, you only use 1 witness. Or get kosher and you use 2 witnesses. Both of these documents, beautiful. So we'll say let's analyze. So first question, 1 second. Where does this concept of the get kosher come from? Right? My whole life, I wanted to right? Starts writing, face Torah, or Torah face, whichever one. Right, boilerplate, transactional specific verbiage, and then signatures of witnesses. That's how we can use this form of document, where a line of writing, blank line of writing, blank line on every blank line you fold it, you sew it, witnesses are signing on the back. Where does this concept of this type of shtar come from? It says, so I'm going to the Pasuk says, the Pasuk from Yo. So those Pakesakit, the Kasaba Sefer Bechaso are 8 agents. But so remember again, context, I know these tongues are going to go into Golas. Tells them that before they go into Golas, purchase fields, purchase real estate. Because remember, we're going to come back to Eretz Yisrael, purchase estate because we're going to come back to Eretz Yisrael. And then ultimately, and record transactions in the document. So the Pasuk says, purchase fields for money, and record the transaction in a document on the base, 160B, Zet Pashat. So we'll say that first what we call a get Pashat, just a regular document. The Chasom, now when it has that extra phrase, the Chasom sign, we'll say obviously, Chasom is obvious. A document is only meaningful with a signature. So why does it I know you have to say, sign it. Sign it must be that there's another type of mitzvah being alluded to in the past. What's the other type of document? Zemakosher. This one again refers to a get makosher. Okay, Va'id. When the pasuk says Va'id, Shnai, that refers to 2 witnesses. And it should be witness, that refers to 2 witnesses. Eidim, then when it uses the plural, Shlosha. Hotkeys, so how do you know which type of document uses which uses hotkeys? So Shnayim LaPasha, Shalom LaKosher. Positive teaching and then again. This positive teaching about 2 different types of documents. Get Pasha and Church. It also teaches me that again, Pasha uses 2 witnesses, and again, Makosher uses 3. I don't understand. Easily say that already again. There's nothing specific in this drasha. You just as easily see that again, Makosher. Again, Makosher uses 2 witnesses, and again, Pasha uses 3. Beitochano. The Gemara says, again, Makosher has more folds. It makes sense that there's going to be more signatures. We're going to see those folds lend themselves to places for signatures. So since again, Makosher has all of these folds, it makes sense that it has more signatures. Whereas again, Pasha doesn't have these folds, and therefore it doesn't get the signatures. So this is the first approach. Rafam disagrees. He has a different approach. The Ekaf es Sefer HaMakneh, HaMitzvah V'Chukim. See here again. The Gemara is also going to Yirmiyah. So this is Yirmiyah himself buying his own real estate, and he says, "Ekaf es Sefer HaMakneh. I took a document of purchase. It says, what's going on over there. The Ekaf es Sefer HaMakneh. He says, when I took the document of acquisitions, that Pashat. That refers to just a regular document, what we call a get Pashat. Es HaChosam, the one that's signed, Zemakosher. This refers to a get Makosher. The Es HaGalui, that is revealed, Zeh Pashat Shebemakosher. This refers to the part of a get Makosher that is Pashat. Now, we'll say, what does that mean? So this goes back to the Rashbam and the Mishnah. Even a get Makosher, it's not totally folded. The top has the Toref is folded, but the bottom part that has the toe face is left regular. See, even a get Makosher has an element of it that is left Pashat. Okay. HaMitzvah V'Chukim. So we'll say, so what does it mean, Mitzvah V'Chukim? Literally, again, the details and the statutes. This refers to the distinctions between a get Pashat and a get Makosher. So we'll say, where am I I get Pasha and I get Mukusha. Ze'ed of Shnayim, Ze'ed of Shlosha. I get Pasha has two witnesses. I get Mukusha, Ze'ed of Misocho, Ze'ed of Meachora. Get Pasha, the witnesses sign on the front side of the document. And I get Pasha and I get Mukusha, the witnesses sign on the back side of the document. I be Pohana. How do you know? Maybe it's just the opposite. Maybe I get Pasha, the witnesses sign on the back side, but I get Mukusha, the witnesses sign on the front side. No. Since more folds, by definition, folds lead themselves, or lend themselves to additional signatures of witnesses. Incredible. Okay, so we'll say so that's another approach. Interestingly enough, the common denominator, by the way, between Rabbi Hanina and Rafram is they're both learning it out from the real estate transactions conducted in Yirmiyahu and Navi. First opinion is saying it's from Yirmiyahu's instructions to Klal Yisrael. The second approach says no, it's from Yirmiyahu's own action in his own real estate transactions. Rabbi Cheskel disagrees. He says as follows: Rabbi Cheskel goes in a different direction. The pasuk says halachas of testimony. The Torah is speaking about edus. So the Torah says, literally again, you can't accept the testimony of one witness. Literally by the testimony, by the mouth of two witnesses or three witnesses, matter shall be established. So the Gemara says as follows: the Gemara has a good kasha. If we know that again testimony is established through two witnesses, why is there even need to mention three witnesses? To teach me that different witnesses serve different needs. Two witnesses are for a get pashut. Three witnesses are for a get mokosha. Incredible. But maybe it's just the opposite. Maybe it's three witnesses for a get pashut, two witnesses for a get mokosha. The Gemara says no, because there are more folds by definition. It lends itself ultimately again to more series of witnesses. Okay, so therefore, like, it turns out that, remember again, the Gemara is trying to figure out what is the source for this constant kosher, and the Gemara essentially gave us three approaches. From Yirmiyahu and Rabbi Cheskel from the Pachani. But the Gemara says, 1 second, pump the brakes here. So the Gemara says, 1 second. Each of these psukim that I quoted are used for other drashas. They're used to teach us other things. So if they're used to teach us other things, how could they be used to teach me about get mukosher? So the Gemara says, look at the Sanya knows what each of these psukim is in fact used for. Look at the Sanya. Sados bakasek itlu bekasalas neberbechasom when Yirmiyahu and Avitas Kal Yisrael. This was the first portion. Avitas Kal Yisrael. Purchase property and record your property, record your deeds, record your purchases in a deed. So the Gemara says, Eitz Atala Kamash Malan. Yirmiyahu was just giving Klal Yisrael good advice. What's the good advice? Purchasing real estate, you better make sure that it is recorded. I will say just a word about this because there's incredible profundity in this. Remember, Klal Yisrael was about to be exiled. And Yirmiyahu says, exiled, I'm telling you, purchase property, purchase real estate as the ultimate display of hope, confidence, and optimism that we're coming back. Is this not the power of the Jew? That literally, again, we're moments, so to speak, metaphorically, moments before exile, moments before destruction. And here, he says, okay, what does the Jew do when he stands on the threshold of destruction? He already begins the process of rebuilding. This is the strength of our people, this power of Klal Yisrael. So the Gemara essentially says, the halachic statement, this was an Eitzah Tova. Two things. Number one, there was a hashkafic statement. Buy property now because we're coming back. Buy property now because in Eretz Hashem it's going to be great. Buy are coming back. And, by the way, record it in a document because we might be going for a little while. Make sure that you have some type of document to prove that you are indeed the titular owners of this real estate. Okay. The Ekha Makneh, how do you have a Maisa? How in the next the pasuk quoted by Rafram, where Yirmiyahu was conducting his own real estate purchase, and he says, I recorded in the document. So the Gemara just says, Yirmiyahu is just telling the story. He's actually not coming to teach halacha. He's telling the story about what actually happened, right? That he bought property from a relative, and in the document, so what about the last source, right? Who quotes from the pasuk of, based on the testimony of two or three witnesses, the matter will be upheld. So the Gemara says that pasuk is important for a different reason, based on the machlokas between Rabbi Akiva and the Rabbanan. Now, what is that? Take a look at the Rashbam for just a moment. Rashbam says, "B'chut Rabbi Akiva Rabbanan Meseches Makos L'Hakish Shlosh L'Shnayim." So what's that from that pasuk is very important. That pasuk, the Gemara darshans the whole idea that the fact that the Torah equates 2 witnesses to 3 witnesses indicates that halacha l'maisa 2 are like 3. So there's a lot of applications of this. Perhaps the most famous application of this is Eidur shebatla mitzasa batla kulo. If you have 2 witnesses and one of them gets disqualified, obviously the whole testimonial unit falls apart. The same is true if you have 3 witnesses. What if you have 3 witnesses and let's say one of the witnesses becomes disqualified? You might be tempted to say, you still have 2 valid witnesses, it should be fine. Kamash malo, no. Eidur shebatla mitzasa batla kulo. Whenever part of a testimonial unit ultimately again becomes invalidated, the entire testimonial unit becomes invalidated. So that's the heck. So in other words, I need that pasuk. Again, there are other applications of, but the Gemara says I need that pasuk for something else. So we'll say, so here's the problem. We brought 3 different opinions as to what the source for get makusha. And now effectively what we've just done is we went ahead and we've essentially discounted all of them and said, no, all used for something else. If, as such, we're left with the glaring question, what is the source for get makusha? To which the Gemara says, Ella makusha mitrabanan ukrayas machta ba'alma. Right? The concept of get makusha really is a din drabanan. It's a rabbinic law. There is no ukrayas machta ba'alma means, there's a lot of times Chazal will make a halacha and they'll find a scriptural allusion for the halacha. But it's a drabanan. So there is no Doraisa concept of get makusha. So there's one type of get, the get pashat. A get makusha was a unique innovation. Why did the rabbis create this type of concept of get makusha? Incredible. Asra the Kahani, because there was once a city of Kahan, a place of Kahanim. This is absolutely incredible. The Gemara says these Kahanim had a short fuse. Now remember, the Gemara tells us that Kahanim ragzonim. Kohanim are easy to anger. They have a short streak, intense temper. Just about that. Why are Kohanim marked? What's the pshat? So first of all, by the way, we already see this, right? We see this again. We're going to see this in a couple of weeks in the Parshas, where Shimon and Levi, after Dino was abducted and finally by Shechem, Shimon and Levi go and they wipe out all of the men of Shechem. So remember, Levi, this is the Shevet of Levi. Levi is the Shevet of Kahuna, Leviah. So that passion is already there. The idea that Kohanim get angry is a derivative of passion, right? What is anger? Anger is a misuse. It's a misappropriation. It's like a hijacking of the midah of passion. Passion is powerful. I spoke about this on Shabbos. How powerful passion is, and how important passion is, and how incredibly necessary it is to bring a sense of passion to everything in Yiddishkeit. When passion is misdirected, passion easily becomes anger. So anger, and like almost like zuz are like 2 sides of the same coin. If you direct your passion the right way, there are zaras, maybe even a healthy kanoi, good zealotry. If you direct it in the wrong way, then it becomes kas. So Kohanim are much more prone to anger. And what would happen? These Kohanim, they have a short fuse, they get into a fight with their wife, and they would divorce wives. What's the problem? So normal circumstances, if a man divorces his wife and he feels maybe he made too hasty of a decision, as long as she did not yet marry anyone else, he can remarry her. Kohanim, once a Kohen divorces his wife, she's a grusha, she's a divorcee. Even if she doesn't marry anyone else, he's not allowed to marry her. Can't remarry her. So in the heat of the moment would divorce their wives because of some argument, then afterwards regret it, but then they were stuck. So Chazal created this elongated form of the divorce document. And what was it? He wrote a line, blank line, folded, sew it, line, blank line, folded, sew it. Doing this is sign on the back. All of this was to a protracted process, because what would happen? They would calm down, and when they would calm down, they would recognize this is foolish. And at the end of the day, they would not divorce their wives over pettiness. Incredible. Which is true in most husbands also, which is sometimes the way to avoid making mistakes is to just pump the brakes a little bit. Now, the Sifrim also write this idea that sometimes faced with the desire to do something. And so we often think that when faced with the desire to do something, you have all this say, no, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. That's great. But what if a person says, I can't do it? So sometimes the best thing you can do is just say, I'm just going to do it in 5 minutes. I'm going to do it in 5 minutes. I'm going to commit the Avera, whatever the Avera is. I'm doing it. I made up my mind. I'm doing it, but I'm not doing it now. I'm doing it in 5 minutes. I'm starting now. Something amazing happens in Sefer Moshe, right? Which is that often you could overcome the Sahara because the way the Sahara works is it gets me to sin in the heat of the moment. If I could pump the brakes a little bit, just slow things down, just take a moment, a minute or two, just to collect myself. So often I could save myself from disastrous life decisions. Such a profound yesod. And therefore, the Kohanim, the good people, the great people, the whole short fuse, give them back the process. So by the time that the process runs its crest, okay, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It was true the Kohanim is just a model to be replicated by us also. We all face types, we all face desires that we feel we can't overcome and we don't overcome. And sometimes I'm always like butting heads with my heart, and these hearts always winning. Maybe the strategy is not to say, no, I'm not sinning. I know that sounds crazy. I am going to sin. I'm going to sin in 5 minutes. I'm going to take the get kosher approach to hate. And it breaks up. Give myself a little bit of time. But it's just that little bit of time to collect myself. I'm going to pull myself together and be able to resist. I recognize it's worth it. This doesn't make any sense. Pull myself together, resist the temptation. Incredible. So therefore, what the Gemara says, so the rabbis created this get mukosher in order to give the Kohen a little bit of time to cool down. But then again, this is a much longer process, and therefore, by the time the Kohen would get to the end of the get mukosher, he'd calm down already, realize this is ridiculous. So therefore, get mukosher is not a doraisa. Get mukosher is a derabbanan. And again, just to point out, the genesis of get mukosher was in divorce documents. But once it existed in divorce documents, they applied it to all documents. So the Gemara says, one second, so that's fine. So now I know there's a concept of get mukosher by a divorce document. How do you know to take that model of shtar and apply it to the shtaros? It's simple. You're not to make a distinction between gittin and other documents. And other documents, they must say, now, what are we concerned about? Here's like this, that it creates documental confusion, document confusion. Certain documents write like this, certain documents write like this. So once the rabbis innovated this concept by a get for a woman, they created this new model of shtar. And once they created this new model of shtar, ultimately, again, it could be used for all types of shtaros, because once you start making distinctions, is the moment you create confusion, and confusion ultimately lead to mistakes in the way we create our shtaros. Okay, beautiful. Says where did the sign on a gimel? Rav Huna says between one fold and the next. Now the Rashban points out where the Havamina is, that Rav Huna means on the front side of the shtar. So you write blank line, which signature of the witness, blank, right? Then a line, blank line, signature of the witness, and it's all on the front side of the shtar. Rabbi Yirmiyah says, no, the witness is signed on the back side of the shtar, opposite the writing. Okay. Again, so now we assume over like we just looked at, Huna says that the witness is signed in kesher lekesher, literally again between one sewing and the other sewing, right? So in other words, remember again, you have a line of writing, blank, you sew it, then the witness is signed. Sounds like everything is happening on the front side of the shtar. Here's the problem. Once again, that was presented in front of Rebbe, and Rebbe says, oh, there's no date on the document. Maybe the date is there, it was just name of the folds, and it was tied up. Untie it and find the date. Palier, they untied the shtar, the Chazi, and they were able to see the date. Then Isa, now if it's true that the witnesses are signing on the front of the shtar with the text that's there. Then the Kashmir document, they should have said we can't see the date, and we also can't see the signatures of the witnesses, right? Because they were sewn together. No. Rav Huna, that the witnesses were signing on the front of the document where the text was. Rav Huna also agrees that signing on the back of the text. So what we're going to see essentially is Rav Huna both agree that on a get kosher, The witnesses are signing on the back of the document. So there's the text, then there's the back. The witnesses are signing on the machlokes over here. We're going to further clarify this in tomorrow's daf, but the machlokes seems to be where on the back are signing. So Rav Huna says ben kesher lekesher, which sounds like in the folds that are ultimately being sewn shut. And Rabbi Yirmiyah says achori haksav, opposite the writing, opposite the written lines, right, which are not the parts that are folded closed. So again, but again, we'll further clarify this in tomorrow's daf. But everyone is halacha l'may, so the signatures are on the back side of that. Right? We'll say, it's short of daf. We'll step over here for today. Wishing everyone a good chodesh. Look forward to seeing everyone soon. Have a wonderful day, meaningful, incredible, uplifting chodesh Kislev. All right, I want to say good morning, a good chodesh, and tavach. It is such a small to be able to begin this new week together on a beautiful Masechet Bava Basra. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Adoption Pei, the Tilson Mishpacha for dedicating all the Sherman Droshos this year as a zechus for Besaros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Cheshvan, last day of the month of Cheshvan, Stephen Tarizin, in honor of their granddaughter Devorah Eliana Zin, and creation of the archetype of Steve's father, Tzvi Ben Chaim Shmuel Rabin Karapkin, in the Schusser of Fushlim of Rabin's cousin serving in the IDF, Binyamin Chaim Pesach Ben Moshe Chana, and creation of the archetype of Rabin's mother, Pesach Mira Bas Chaim, and Dr. Moshe and Ellen Givan's parents, Yaakov Meir Ben Moshe Leib, and Shia Bas Abba, and Dr. Bezad and Nina Salfer of Los Angeles, and the merit of a Fushlim for Esther Bracha Bas Chaim. We and the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamos having Aliyah, the families in the Chama, those who need a refuah, Shalom Cholei Yisrael, we should be Zorchem Eretz hostages, come on, Shalom and Karov, our holy soldiers should be successful, B'chol Ma'aseh Yedayim, should be Zorchem Eretz Hashem to a brand new month of Besaros Tavos Yisrael. So with that, let us begin. So today's daf is Kufnun Eretz Hashem. We are going to finish the parak today. This is very, very exciting, and what a way to finish off the month of Cheshvan, finishing off Eretz Hashem a parak, beginning in Eretz Hashem the first day of Kislev tomorrow with new parak. Exciting days ahead. So we're picking up on Kufnun Ches Amud Beis. Let's pick up very quickly. We actually left off 4 lines off the bottom. Let's just go back to the 2 dots because I want to tie something in. Amr B'Smaloi, Ada Amra Ben Azai Talmid Chava Havad Rabbi Akiva. So we'll say 158b at the 2 dots. Remember again, the Mishnah recorded a conversation between Ben Azai and Rabbi Akiva. So the Gemara picks up over here on the nature of the interaction between Ben Azai and Rabbi Akiva. So the Gemara says, Amr B'Smaloi, Ada Amra. So Rabbi B'Smaloi said, Ada said as follows. Amra Ben Azai, Talmid Chaver Rabbi Akiva. Ben Azai ultimately again was a Talmid Chaver. Talmid Chaver is a unique relationship of someone who learned under someone but then became a peer. So I guess what we would call it is like a student peer. So it's clear that Ben Azai began as the student also after we go did it on Shabbos and do it again. A Mazel Tov to Ramat Marks on the birth of twin grandsons on Erev Shabbos, Baruch Hashem. Celebrated Baruch Hashem, incredible. And Moshe David Artman, the birth of a son on Shabbos. Baruch Hashem. Did I miss anything? There was one more. Shmuel Frankel, who better start coming to Daf Yomi now that we wish him Mazel Tov here on the birth of his son Yoshua, Baruch Hashem, this past Thursday. Baruch Hashem, incredible. Continues Simchas and Eretz Hashem. All right, so the Gemara says as follows. So Smaloi said, in the Ado said that Ben Azai is a Talmid Chaver. So we'll say Ben Azai started as the Talmud. He started as the student of Rabbi Akiva, but he very quickly progressed to the status of a peer of Rabbi Akiva. How do we know this? So the Gemara says, the Ka'amar Le Shebasa, because again, he referred to Rabbi Akiva in the first person. He said, you came. So the fact that Ben Azai referred to Rabbi Akiva in the first person, not the third person, right? Normally Ben Azai would have said, Rabbi Akiva came, the Rabbi came, whatever it might be. The fact that he referred to him in first person indicates that halacha l'maisa they had a peer relationship and not a Rebbe Talmud relationship. Now we'll see what That's important to know a little bit. I'm going to save it for later. Before we should get to the daf. So he says, "Shalkumitam ben shalava b'nichseav." So we'll say from there. He sent the following question: "Shalava b'nichseav b'chaymes." So the Gemara is going to. At first glance, the Gemara is going to highlight this question or bring down this case that is not going to make that much sense. If it doesn't make sense, it's not because there's anything wrong with you. It's because actually the case doesn't make sense. So ben shalava b'nichseav, which literally means a son borrowed a property of his father, the chay of it, while his father was alive. Mace, and then the father died. But no, the son has the ability to extract the property from purchasers. So the Gemara says, the zuhi shekasher b'mamonos. So ultimately, this is a very difficult halacha to count in monetary law. The Gemara says, what are you talking about? My mapik, what do you mean? I understand that the son borrowed money against his property. What are you talking about? He extracts from purchasers. Furthermore, who said anything about purchasers in this case? Elo, itmar haki, top of 159a. Rather, if you want to explain the case, here is the case in question. Here we go. So listen to this. A son went ahead and sold his father's property while his father was alive. In other words, the son was an inheritor. Right? So essentially what he did, when his father was alive, he can't sell property, but he can sell future right. One day, right? So if you can imagine for a moment, so Reuben says, one day my father died. When he dies, I'm going to inherit the property. Some that right of inheritance, and then his son died. So what's the halacha? His son, or the deceased son, Reuben's son, has the ability to go ahead and extract the property from the purchasers. And this is halacha to comprehend in monetary law. Why should Reuven and Chanoch, right? Reuven as a son of Chanoch. So again, what happened? Reuven sold off property, his father's property during his lifetime. Then Reuven died. So now the Gemara seems to be saying that Chanoch, the grandson, could come and extract the property from the purchasers. The Gemara says, why? If we imagine Chanoch comes to the purchasers, why can't the purchaser say to Chanoch, what are you doing here? Father sold it to us. Why are you extracting it from us? So the Gemara says, my kusha, why is that such a problem? Dilma Matzi Amar Mikoach Avua Da'aba. Chanoch could say, no, now that my father died, I am the inheritor. In other words, now that my father died, there's one more piece in the story. After the father died, the grandfather dies. Chanoch, the grandson, could say, I need to extract property because I am now the inheritor of my grandfather. The Pasuk says, Tachas avosecha hiyu banecha tishisemu l'sarim b'chol haaretz. So as I be more quotes the Pasuk from Tehillim, Tachas avosecha yiyu banecha. So literally, instead of under the fathers will be the sons. Now the Gemara understands this video over here that halakha l'maisa, a reference to the idea that grandsons have the ability to inherit their fathers. Take a look at the Rashban for just a moment. So the Rashban says, Teida, Techanoch ben Reuven Yorish es Yaakov Zekeno, Shalom Mikach Reuven. So I'll say, so it's interesting. We've always assumed that the power of a grandson to inherit is because the grandson stands in the place of the son. Right? So Yaakov, Reuven, and Chanoch. So ultimately, again, means entitlement of inheritance comes as a derivative of his father. But now what the Gemara is suggesting it's not true. A grandson has his own power of inheritance. Look at the Rashbam again. The Chanoch ben Reuven, Yoresh es Yaakov Zekenu, Shalom Mikach Reuven. That Chanoch, the grandson, again, assuming that Chanoch's father Reuven, who is the son of Yaakov, predeceased him. So Chanoch, the grandson, but he inherits his own right as a grandson and not by dint of his father's right. So Rashi points out, the Rashbam points out, Tachas avosecha yubanecha, the Reuven Kamar, Tachas avosecha dahainu Yaakov yubanecha, dahainu Chanoch b'dlo ksiv tachtecha yubanecha. Eli kasha. Therefore, the Gemara says that's not such a crazy case. Therefore, if halacha l'maisa, in other words, Reuven went ahead and sold off property that he would technically inherit. Right? But remember again, Reuven never inherited. Why did Reuven never inherit? Why? Because he died before his father. Reuven died before his father Yaakov. So now, when Yaakov dies, Chanuk, the grandson, had the ability to extract money from the purchasers. Why? Because Chanuk could say the sale never took place. Because the sale was predicated on grandfather Yaakov dying before Reuben inheriting, and then Reuben having the ability to earn the sale to you. And my father Reuben died, his father Yaakov. Therefore, again, Reuben died, then Yaakov dies. I now Chanuk, I'm the inheritor. Because I'm inheritor, my right to inherit trumps your sale that my father Reuben made to you. So where it says, okay, it's a little bit convoluted, but it's not complicated to understand. So says, you're right. Kasha, so it says, no, again, just to show what we're looking for over here. Gemara Court to say, and the statement was, they sent from Eretz Israel that there was a particular case in dealing with monetary law that was difficult to comprehend. I'm trying to figure out what that case was. Maybe this is the complicated case. So the Gemara says as follows. Then the card, so let's say, maybe there's the following situation. Right? Is a ben b'char shemacha b'chelik b'chor b'chayi oven. You have something in this case. Same, let's go with the same family tree. Right? We have Yaakov, father, Reuben, son, grandson. Let's see what happened. So let's say, so now Ben Bachar, so Reuben raised a Bachar. And what did Reuben? He sold his firstborn right while he was alive. So essentially what he's selling, right? So Reuben says, I'm more than a car. I'm going to get 2 shares of the portion. So I'm selling my double portion for selling my 2 shares for a double portion. Okay. What happened? Died. Reuben died. Now Reuben and his son, you know, most Yaakov. So Reuben's son Hanok can go ahead and extract from the purchasers. And this is a difficult contract. How long the contract is getting low? I don't say about this word. I will not do nothing. So I understand Reuben sold his right. So why should Hanok have the ability to extract it? Like, in other words, where's that question? If Reuben sold it, why does Hanok have the ability to take it away? Did he take off? Or maybe you say, maybe Hanok will say, no, because my right doesn't come from my father. My right comes from my grandfather. And since by the time my grandfather Yaakov died, my father Reuben was already dead. Therefore, I am the inheritor. I inherit the right. And therefore, again, I have the ability to trump the purchasers. So it's going to say, no. Right comes from his grandfather. In what shape does the note have a double portion? A double portion is a gain in the biological car. Even if you want to say that a grandson has a unique right of inheritance directly from his grandfather of the grandson's father, at the end of the day, the grandson has no right each time he has no right to a double portion, right? Because he has to give him a car. In my kasha, what's the problem? My problem. Maybe Hanok can say like this. In reality, my ability to inherit ultimately again comes from my grandfather. In other words, I have a right to inherit from my grandfather. I do stand in the place of my father as well. In other words, there's 2 from this over here. Number 1, I have the ability to inherit from my grandfather. In the absence of my father, the son comes in the Torah and the Sefta, that I inherit my father's inheritance position. So therefore, my father was entitled to Ishmael. I'm entitled to Ishmael. So really, I'm coming at this from 2 directions. Number 1, as a grandson, who has the ability to inherit his grandfather. As a son, he stands in the position of his father. Ella, Ikasha, Hakasha. Rather, again, if you have questions, here's the question. Or if you want to find a complicated case, here it is. So by the way, I just want to point out, what's interesting about these cases is we are accumulating a number of individual facts. First of all, this concept that a grandson has a halachic right of inheritance separate and independent from his father's position. In other words, what we were always operating up until now is a grandson inherits his father's position, right? So in other words, so if Reuben died, so Reuben's son Hanok inherits Reuben's inheritance position vis-a-vis Yaakov, the grandfather. So father Reuben predeceases his father Yaakov. when Yaakov dies, then Chanok, Yaakov's grandfather, is going to inherit. We see now that there's really two elements that it is. Hanok, the grandson, there's a specific right of a grandson to inherit. In addition to that, the son always inherits his position of his father, right? So when Reuben dies, so Hanok takes his position in the inheritance line as well. Reuben was entitled to Pishnayim, then what Hanok will now get at Pishnayim. Well, it's interesting. Elisha Hakasha. Again, let's say if you want to look for a complicated case, here it is. Nothing for a complicated case, right? Like, no, it's fine, actually. We're good. So where it says here, complicated case. This is actually very good. Hayodelo egos b'shtar achlo nasa gazlan. So we'll say, listen to this. Imagine the following situation, right? Reuven was in a shtar, right? Reuven witnessed the transaction between Shimon and Levi, right? So Reuven was one of the witnesses. Reuven put down his signature in the shtar, and this was before Reuven became a thief. He used to be a good guy, right? He became right before he became a thief. Benasa Gazlan, then he became a thief, right? Everybody say, what's the issue with a Gazlan? A Gazlan is not kosher le'edos. Right? It's not kosher for testimony. So we have a very interesting case over here of someone who signed on a document as a witness while he was still an upstanding, credible person, then became a thief, lost credibility. So we'll say, so now what does the Gemara say? So now we have this shtar between Shimon and Levi, right? And it says that Shimon lent Levi $10,000. So now what happens? So now you want to certify the shtar. How do you certify? You testify that the signatures are legitimate. What's the easiest way to certify signatures? Easiest way, right? Ask the witnesses themselves. What's the problem over here? Reuben, one of the witnesses, is a thief. So the Gemara says he cannot certify, right? But others could certify his signature. So the Gemara says, what? It's so strange. So Reuven is not believed to certify his own signature, but someone else is believed to certify his signature. And this is a complicated halakha in the name of I don't understand. My kasha, what's the big deal? Maybe we're talking like case over here. No. We didn't already had Reuven's signature on file. Will say the way it must have worked is that there were certain people who were always available to be Aiden, and therefore again certain signatures that Beis Din itself recognized. The shtar was contested, he came to Beis Din and said, "Oh, that's Reuven, we recognize Reuven." So maybe that's the case over here. Yeah, that's the case. Elikish Mosai, I just want to point out tremendous Musa Haskell in this case. See, you hear this case? Reuven signed on a shtar, right? Shimon lent Lady $10,000. Reuven was one of the witnesses, right? So Reuven signed on it. Then Reuven became a thief. So now what's the halacha? Reuven can't certify his own signature. Someone else can. But I want to say, what is amazing? What is amazing? That Reuven's signature on the shtar is still valid. See, I'm going to thought what? Once Reuven becomes a Gazlan, maybe what? Everything even retroactively is invalid. Kamashman, what do you see from here? You see that even when a person makes dramatic mistakes in life, the dramatic mistakes of the present do not undo the goodness and accomplishment of the past. This is so incredibly important on a number of different levels, but most of all for ourselves. Because how often does it happen that right now, and this is such a good lesson to really ingest on Rosh Chodesh. How often does it happen that we start on a good streak, right, and I'm in all cylinders, and my ruchnius is where it need to be, and I'm keeping in certain averas, certain things that I struggle with, and everything is going well. Then what happens? I fall off the wagon, and I repeat my mistakes, and I fall back into the same traps, and I'm committing all the same averas, and losing my spiritual esteem. And we often think to ourselves, you know what? Anything I did in the past was worthless. Look, I'm right back. I started. So all of that good, all of that positivity, all of that great traction, and obviously means nothing because I'm right back where I was. Kamash Malan says, no, that's not true. The good that a person accumulates and the good that a person provides, that is locked in for you. Reuven became a guy. Okay, so Reuven now lies from this point forward. The fact that he's compromised now does not go ahead and undo that he has done in the past. I will say, I see this all the time in our relationships with people, right? Sometimes people do things, they bad things, and they do bad things now. We say, you know what? Now that you did something bad now, that must show that all of the good you did until now is worthless also. It's true. People make mistakes, people make terrible mistakes, people do terrible things. But sometimes the terrible things of the present do not undo the beauty of the accomplishment past. Just because he became a Gazlan now does not mean that everything he did up until this point is treif as well. It's true with others, it's true with ourselves. Incredible Gemara. Someone says, Ella Ikash Yalakash. Rather, again, if you have a question, here's your question. Here's the complicated case. So I'll say this is an interesting case. Let's say same thing. Reuven testified on behalf of something to do with Shimon and Levi, right? A piece of property that Shimon was dealing with, and read on the star. Now, at the time that Reuven testified, Reuven had no shaykhs to the property, right? Through a series of confluence of events, Reuven now is going to inherit the contested property. So now they call upon Reuven to certify his signature on the star. The problem is you can't give eidos if what? You can't give eidos if you're no gabadal, right? If you have something to gain, obviously you're not utility. So in this case over here, interestingly enough, so Reuven knew testimony for he signed on a document. Actual people of Yerusha. Before Reuven had anything to do, he was not in the inheritance line for this property. So now, when the document needs to be certified, Reuven's in the inheritance line. So what's the issue? So again, Reuven cannot certify his own signature, which makes sense, right? He can't certify signature because he's an Ogea Badavar. But others do have the ability to certify his signature. And whereas is my kusha. So again, I will say, so now you'll say it's up. That's so strange. Reuven can't certify his own signature, but other people can. So strange. Now maybe the case over here. Maybe the case over here is where halacha l'maisa, again, they had Reuven's signature on file. So they didn't need him or anyone else for that matter to certify because they already knew it. All right, I just want to say, all we're trying to do is for some crazy reason, we're trying to look for a more complicated case that no one could understand. So here's the complicated case no one could understand. No, this is a great case. Reuven knew testimony for Shimon, right? And he signed on a document on behalf of Shimon. Then what happens, as luck would have it, Reuven ends up marrying Shimon's daughter. So now the document is contested. They need to certify the document. The problem is now when they need to certify the document, Reuven is Shimon's son-in-law. He's a Karov. He's a relative. As a he's not believed to give testimony. So again, Reuven, again, I will say, remember, the fact that it's really now doesn't in any way undermine the authenticity of the star because the star was already made earlier. The issue just is when we need to certify the star, Reuven can't certify his own signature, interestingly enough, because he's a Karol, because he's a relative to Shimon, even though, again, he would be certifying his signature about a transaction that occurred long before he was ever related to Shimon, okay? So the Gemara says, it sounds so strange. So once again, the Gemara is just intrigued by the idea that Reuven himself is not believed about his signature, but yet other people are. So same thing over here. What's the case of? The case over here is where halacha they had Reuven's signature on record. It was already on record in Beis Din. Amrav Yosef Bar Yumi Amrav Nach Afapishlo Hochsak Ksav Yad Beis Din. Rav Nachman said that this is true, right? In other words, this halacha applies even where they didn't have Reuven's signature on record in Beis Din. Oh my kushya. Therefore, again, this is what's the novel ruling over here. So the novel ruling over here is Reuven testified. Reuven signed his document, his name, and a document on behalf of Shimon. Fine, no problem. Then later on, Reuven becomes Shimon's son-in-law. Then the document needs to be certified. By the time he's certified, Reuven's related to Shimon. So what's the halacha? Reuven can't certify his own signature, but other people could come and testify that it's Reuven's signature. Says, oh, this is a halacha that is so strange. So again, and why is it strange? Because Reuven himself cannot attest to the validity of signature, even though Reuven is kasher v'yasher, right? He sees fit, but he obviously related to Shimon. But someone else could come and testify about his signature. So the Gemara says incredible. Umay kushya. I don't understand why is this such a big deal. Dilma gsiras mechi di'ihu lo mehimin v'achrini mehendi. We'll say is incredible. Maybe this is what we call a gziras hamelach. What's the gziras? Gziras hamelach says, "Olam shel olam so." And what did Kadosh Baruch Hu say? Kadosh Baruch Hu said relatives can't testify about each other. That's it. That's it. The Gemara says, "V'la mishum de mishak." And by the way, before we go on, if we were to ask, right, what were to ponder, can't relatives testify about each other? Why not? Because they're going to lie for each other. The Gemara says maybe not. Maybe it has nothing to do with lying for each other. The Gemara says, "V'la mishum de mishaker." Di'ilo tema. Listen to this. Moshe v'Aaron l'chasnam. Right? You want to say Moshe? Okay. Moshe v'Achasnam. Right? So Moshe and Aaron. By the way, if Moshe Rabbeinu signed on a shtar for Yisrael, right? And then what happens? The shtar was contested, and Bezin calls him his signature, and like, oh no, Rabbeinu can't certify his own name in the shtar for Yisrael. Aaron can't go ahead and certify him in the shtar for Shanavosai. Are we concerned that Moshe is going to lie for Yisrael, or that Aaron's going to lie for us? Are we concerned about? Are we concerned about this? Of course not. Gemara says, "Gzeras melechu shelo ya'idu lahem, hakanami gzerachu shelo ya'idu al ksav yado lechasno." He'll say, it's not complicated to understand. There are certain things Kadosh Baruch Hu says you can't do it. Why? Because Kadosh Baruch Hu says, "I'm Kadosh Baruch Hu and I said so." That's why he says. So therefore, relatives cannot testify for each other. That's all. That's all. And okay, I understand logic sense to me because we're always concerned that relatives love each other, hopefully, and therefore they may be tempted to lie for one another. Kamashon, that's not the reason. Kadosh Baruch Hu said that's the way it is, and that's Gzeras Melechu, and therefore, again, if you take that approach, then again, in this case over here, where Reuven testified, Reuven signed on a shtar on behalf of Reuven becomes Shimon. They want a certified document. So the halacha is we can't certify his own signature, but someone else can. Does it sound strange? It does, but that's the way it works. Why? Gzeras Melechi. Because that's what Kadosh Baruch Hu is supposed to do. I was saying incredible. I'll just point out what a beautiful Gemara to learn. I will say sometimes the most important thing to inculcate within ourselves in our Yiddishkeit is this mantra, Gzeras Melech. Yiddishkeit is beautiful, and Yiddishkeit has so many different and deep layers of understanding and comprehension. And there is the pshat, and there is the esoteric, and nistar, there's the nigla, and there's so many different things. And at the end of the day, what's our motivation to do? And really, at the end of the day, it's got to boil down to one thing: Gzeras HaMelech. I am a soldier of the Ribono Shel Olam. But I'm also a soldier. What's the difference between a child and a soldier? Children question all the time, right? Soldiers get an order, and what do? They obey. It's not, well, what about this? Or how about this? Or give me this. Or I don't think we need this. Or you're so old-fashioned, or you're outdated. Or I have my own hashkafa. Or I have my own approach. Or I have this. Or I think differently. Soldier gets the order, and the soldier goes and executes. And that's why, again, what represents an existential danger to an army? When soldiers disobey orders. Right? When soldiers obey orders, and then the entire fabric of the army, of the fighting force, of the effectiveness phrase. So yes, we are children to absolutely. But the truth is, even before a son, because a son questions, that's what happens. Soldiers obey. We have to know that at the core of our Yiddishkeit, it is mantra, Gzeras Melech. The commander-in-chief gives me orders, and it is my job to obey and to execute, really without question. He's come in the form of the Shulchan. His orders come in the form of Mara. His orders come in the form of Mishnah, and my job is to learn it and my job is to execute. Is there room, of course, for questioning? There is. There is. When after I'm doing everything, or as I'm doing everything, absolutely the ability to question and to understand, but it's not questioning as to whether or not I need to do this. I have to do it. That's not a question. The question then becomes, I'm doing it, but I'd love to understand it even more. The execution is already there. After I am a good sir, then I have the ability to become a beloved son. Such an incredible Gemara. Gemara says, you're right. In reality, the question we had was the first question. The first iteration of what we thought was the complicated case is in fact the complicated case. So we'll say that was the case ultimately again of Ruvain, who sold off his father's property while his father was alive, right? The rights to his father's property. Then he died before his father, and then his son Chanoch outlived him. Then Yaakov, the grandfather, dies. Chanoch inherits Yaakov, and Chanoch has the ability to extract the property from the purchaser. And the word says, but what about the fact that you were saying it's not such a kasha, because at the end of the day, it clearly indicates that a grandson inherits his father. To which the word says, no, that pasuk in Tehillim might not be talking about inheritance. Rather, what's the bracha until? What's the bracha until him? The bracha until, or I should say the pasuk until him is a bracha. What's the bracha? The grandfather should be zochah, see children and grandchildren who kept on in his way. That's ultimately, again, what the pasuk is saying. It's not teaching me a din in inheritance. Again, it's teaching me a din halal. I said, being zochah to see dore doros, a beautiful yid. Omi matzis amrit ksiv. So the Gemara says, are you able to say bracha on the base? Aval le'inyan din Allah. It's not a halacha. In other words, is it only a din in bracha and not a halacha? So we'll say Kufnun Tesla is 159b. Low, so about the Indian din low, about time we learned. So we'll say it's a great case. I mean, it's not a great case, but Nafal Habayis Allah al Aviv. I want to go there. It's not good, right? But it's interesting, right? So the house falls on Yaakov and on Reuven, right? Allah Al Morisha, or upon him, and those he would inherit from. So listen to this. And upon the son, ultimately again there was an obligation of ksuba, money. So your she'av omra ben meis rishon v'achar meisav. So it says the creditors obviously want to get their money on the estate property. So what happens? Your she'av, the father, they say omra ben rishon v'achar meisav. So they say the son died first, right, and then the died. So therefore, again, the creditors have no rights against any of the property. And ultimately, the creditors say, no. The father died first, then the son inherited the father, and therefore we, the creditors, have rights to all those inherited property. The Gemara says, my love, your she'a'avni. So are we not talking about a case where who are the inheritors of the father? Are we not talking about a case where the inheritors over here are actually the grandchildren of the grandchildren? And therefore you see that this bracha, this pasuk is not just talking about a nice bracha that grandparents should be zocheh to see who are oski b'torah, but rather again it's a real halacha that grandchildren inherit their grandfather, and and ultimately again the people who inherit him are referring to the brothers. And maybe you'll say that ultimately the grandson doesn't have the ability to say that I inherit directly from my grandfather. Because maybe that pasuk in Tehillim is only talking about a bracha, entitlement. If the son dies first, and then ultimately again the father afterwards, then watch me the halachic ramification. So ultimately the creditor should be able to say, we will take the Yerusha of the father, to which the Gemara says no. What does it mean when we refer to those who inherited the father? Those refer to brothers. The ones who will inherit, those refers to the brothers of the father or the grandfather in this case. Okay, so it goes weiter. So what I just want to point out the way we paskin in this case. The way we paskin in this case is that a grandson does have the ability to go ahead and inherit the grandfather, and that is a unique halachic right. But as we said before, the grandson really has this duality. That on one hand, halakha l'maisa, he has a right to inheritance, but also he also goes ahead and takes the inheritance position of his father. Okay, going on to a new case. Ben, so we'll say this is a very interesting case. So imagine the following scenario. You have we'll call it Rachel. Rachel has one son. We'll call him Yosef. Yosef has no other siblings from his mother, but Yosef has other brothers. Brothers, we'll call them Reuven, Shimon, and Levi. Okay, so now Reuven has no children of his own. So now if Halakha l'maisa, Rachel dies, so Yosef will inherit his mother. So here's what happens. Yosef predeceases his mother. So here's the Shiloh. That Yosef inherit his mother in the grave. I mean, you say to yourself, what is inheriting the mother in the grave? So in other words, do we say that the lines of inheritance remain even posthumously? So that again, it's right, you got Rachel has a son, Yosef. Yosef has three paternal brothers, Reuben, Shimon, and Levi, right? Because Yosef and Reuben, Shimon, and Levi share the same father, right? Yaakov, but whereas Reuben, Shimon, and Levi come from Leah, Yosef comes from Rachel. Okay, so now here's the Shiloh. Yosef dies before his mother. When Rachel dies, do we say that technically Yosef still inherits her? And you say to yourself, what does it matter if he inherits his mother? He's dead. Why would it matter? Because Yosef has no heirs except for his paternal brothers. So maybe we'll say that the laws of inheritance say that Yosef inherits in the grave, and when Yosef inherits, he's dead. Who does it go? His paternal brothers, Reuven, Shimon, and Levi. That's the Shiloh. So Ben, Maush Yoresh Esimo Lahanchil La'achav. Could a son inherit his mother in the grave and thereby property to his paternal brothers? That's the question. So we learn this. Father was taken captive, died in captivity, and then his son died. Medina just means like, in a regular normal place, right? At home. Or Ben Shinishba, or the son was taken captive, died in captivity, and the father died at home. So what's that law? So we'll say Yarshea Aviyah Ben Yachloku. So the inheritors, son and the inheritors of the father have to split the inheritance. What are you talking about? What's the case? Even the Kiddik Tani, so if you want to say that literally it's just as it's stated over here, Hey Ninhu Yarshev, Behei Ninhu Yarhabein. I don't say who are these two groups? Who are the inheritors of the son and who are the inheritors of the father? This is what it means to say. Ab Shenishba Umes. Ab Shenishba. So I'll say here's the case. A father was taken captive, and again, the Gemara says, and we assume that he died in captivity. Umes ben Bito Medina. And then the son of his daughter, his grandson, right? His granddaughter died, first white line, died at home. Or Uben Shenishba, or the son of his daughter, his grandson died, right? Shenishba was taken captive and died. Umes of Medina. And then ultimately, again, paternal grandfather died at home. So the back changes the gear, so it just takes Bito just to bend. And we don't know which one died first. So your Sheben Yachloku is that the inheritors of the father, inheritors of the son, split it. Because also remember again, because we don't know who died first, so remember again, depending on who died first, that will determine the inheritance chain. So we don't know ultimately again who went ahead and died first. So therefore again, they should split it. Vin Isa, Nihinami, Ben Mesperesha, Lirsela, right? For their sinu la'achua min avua. I will say, but if indeed the son died first, then let him inherit his maternal grandfather in the grave, and then let him pass on that inheritance to his paternal brothers. Brother Bo say, what do you see from here? You see from here that Allah saw that a son does not inherit in the grave to pass on inheritance to his paternal brothers. I will say, the truth is, this is not a chiddush for us. We've already learned this concept before. There is ein yerusha b'kever. There is no such thing as posthumous inheritance. Even though, again, I will say, because what would be the beauty? It sounds strange. What would be the beauty of posthumous inheritance? The beauty of posthumous inheritance is that even posthumously, you could serve as a bridge to get inheritance property from one side of the family to the other. But Kamash will hold that once you're dead, you cannot inherit. And because you can't inherit, therefore you cannot serve as a halachic bridge to get property from one side of the family to the other. Amrle, Rav Achabar Minui Labai. We already learned this. Where did we learn this? Here we go. Nafal Abai is Allah the Al Imo. So listen to this. So Yosef is in a house with his mother Rachel. The house falls on them, and they both die. So the Gemara says, so everyone agrees that halach the respective go ahead and split the property. Then Isa nihinan mes berisha but again, if we would say that there is Yerusha in the kever, then we should say like this: even if the son died first, even if he died first, let him inherit his mother in the grave, and then let him pass on the inheritance to his paternal brothers. Again, here's the takeaway. The takeaway is there is no inheritance. Let me just plug this into this case we were just talking about. Therefore, I get a family tree, right? Rachel has one son, Yosef. Yosef has paternal brothers, right? They have this, right? Because he has paternal brothers, Reuven, Shimon, and Levi. They have the same father, Yaakov, but two different mothers. Yosef comes from Rachel. Reuven, Shimon, and Levi come from Leah. And now what happens? And in regular, if Rachel were to die, who would inherit Rachel? Who would inherit her? Her son, Yosef. Yosef dies first. So now the shaila was, is there such a thing as posthumous inheritance? Now, if there was, what would happen? Then Yosef died. Yosef dies. Yosef's dead, right? Then when Rachel dies, what happens? The inheritance goes to Yosef, and now that Yosef is dead, who inherits Yosef? His paternal brothers. But we paskin ein Yerusha b'kever. There is no such thing as posthumous inheritance. Therefore, when Rachel dies, who does her property go to? Who does it go to? Whoever her closest surviving living relative is. But it does not go to Yosef, her dead son, and therefore Allah said will not transfer over to Yosef's paternal brothers, Reuven, Shimon, and Levi. Well, that's not Lakol Maisa. We'll say, okay, we got a couple more minutes. Let's see what we can get to. The time of night. What is the reason for this? Why doesn't inheritance transfer posthumously? Why doesn't it work for the inheritance from Rachel to go to Yosef? Why doesn't it work? I'm going to buy Nemra Siba Ben. Now, we'll say the Torah uses the same lashon of tisov. Tisov means remember to transfer. Using of transfer by inheritance of a son, and the same lashon of transfer of inheritance by a husband. Just like we know that when it comes to a husband's ability to inherit his wife, it's only if the husband is alive, right? Because if he's not no longer a husband. Right, so Lamais again, so just a transfer by inheritance by husband, it only works if the husband is alive. So therefore, it's the same lashon, just like lashon of tassav of transfer by a husband, and the husband can only inherit his wife while he's alive. So to again, a husband can only inherit his mother while he's alive as well. Incredible. Saying, by the way, that is halacha l'maisa ein Yerusha b'kever. Weiter. How Damalei l'chavrei. Great case here. Great case. Who Damalei l'chavrei? Nichsei de bar sisin mizayin l'chav. Listen to this. Reuven says to Shimon, I bought property from this guy Barsi. I want to sell you this property. So again, so the transaction is very the Gemara says Hadi Chada Ara Tabimikari Debei Barsisin. Okay, so Reuven had a piece of property that was called Barsisin Estate, right? They had a nice little sign at the entranceway, right? They said Barsisin Estate. Okay, Amrle ha lav de bar sisinu. The kariye hu de mekari de bar sisin. So what happened? So now Shimon assumed that he was buying that piece of property called the bar sisin. But he says, no, that's not bar sisin estate. Yeah, they call it the bar sisin estate, but that's not the estate that I sold to you. Right? It's not the estate that I sold you. So as I see here, what happened over here? So Reuben said to Shimon, I'm going ahead selling you the piece of property that I bought from Bar Sisin. Reuben has a piece of property called Bar Sisin. Shimon assumed that that's the property that he was buying. Reuben, that's not what I'm selling you. I'm selling you a different estate. I'm selling you something different. So what happened? So obviously, again, Reuben's claiming he sold in one parcel. Shimon feels that he's entitled to a different parcel. So the came before Nachman will be a day to lokeach. Said this the halach Shimon, and therefore Shimon takes the piece of property called the Sisin estate because he has every right to assume that that indeed is the piece of property that he purchased. Nachman, that's what we're talking about. I don't understand. Sort of not rather wording it to Shimon. Rava says no. Shimon is the extractor. We'll say, what's the halacha? What's the halacha? Hamotzi mechaber lavaraya. All right, well, so you know what? We'll have to start. I know. I feel terrible. I'm not able to sleep today or function today. I'm leaving in the middle of our season. We'll stop over here for today. It's okay. I'll give us a little more meat on the most. Tomorrow's a shorter daf. Anyway, I'll say shkayach guten chodesh. Tremendous. Shkayach, everyone. See that what time? Oh, what's that? I realized. I'm sorry. There was one more mouse left. I realized I forgot. Our chaver Elad Hillman, is Elad still here? Elad is Chassan, one of our remote shir chaver over here. A Chassan Baruch Hashem, engaged from Baltimore. First of all, get to know him if you don't know him. He learns with us every single day, but from a distance. Mouth of Shizochem, stand in the chuppah with your collarbone mitzlachos. Go to binyan adiyad never sharim tovos. Mazel tov, mazel tov. You had another call. I just couldn't remember which one it was. All right, everyone, say good morning. Good morning, a good chodesh. It is such a small spark to be able to begin this new week together on a beautiful Masechet of Basra. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share. To thank our Talmud sponsors, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tavshin Pei Hey, the Tilson Mishpach for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year as a Besaros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for of Cheshvan, last day of the month of Cheshvan, Stephen Tarizin, in honor of the birth of their granddaughter Dvora Eliana Zin, and commemoration of the yahrzeit of Steve's father, Bunim Ben Chaim, Shmuel Rabin Karapkin, in the Schusser of Fushlim of Rabin's cousin serving in the IDF, Binyamin Chaim Pesach Ben Moshe Chana, and yahrzeit of Rabin's mother, Pesa Mira Bas Moshe and Ellen Gavant, in Dr. Gavant's parents, Yaakov Ben Moshe Leib, Shana Bas Abba, and Dr. Bezad and Mina Salfer of Los Angeles, and the merit of a Fushlim for Esther Bracha Bas Chaim. We hope to the merit of our Talmud, all of the Neshamos, the families and those who need a refuah, with Kol Cholei Yisrael, we should be Zorchem Erchem. This year has to just come on, and the color of holy soldiers should be successful. Maaseh Yedayim. We should be Zorchem Erchem Hashem to a brand new month of the Soros of Israel. To do that, let us begin. So today's daf is Kuf Nun Tes, and we are going to finish the parak today. This is very, very, very exciting, and what a way to finish off the month of Cheshvan, finishing off in Eretz Hashem the parak, beginning in Eretz Hashem the first day of Kislev. Like exciting days ahead. So what's on Kuf Nun Ches Amud Beis? Let's just pick up very quickly. Shalchu Mitam. We actually left off 4 lines for the bottom. Let's just go back to the two dots because I want to tie something in. Amr B'Smaloi. Ada Amra Ben Azai Ham Chavav the Rabbi Akiva. So we'll say 158b. Actually, in the Mishnah recorded a conversation between Ben Azai and Rabbi Akiva. So the Gemara picks up over here on the nature of the interaction between Ben Azai and Rabbi Akiva. So the Amr Smaloi Ada Amras Rabbi Smaloi said Ada said as follows. Ben Azai Amra Ben I Tam Chaver Rabbi Akiva Haba. Ben Azai ultimately again was a Tam Chaver. Tam Chaver is a unique relationship of someone who learned under someone but then became a peer. So I guess what we would call like a student peer. So it's clear that Ben Azai began as the student of sorry, also have to we did it on Shabbos and do it again. A Muslim to Renat Marks on the birth of twin grandsons on Erev Shabbos Baruch Hashem. Celebrated Baruch Hashem, incredible. And a number and Moshe the Artman, the birth of a son on Shabbos. Baruch Hashem. Did you say anything? There was one more. Shmuel Frankel, who better start coming to Daf Yom now. Natalie Mitchell. On the birth of his son Yoshua, Baruch Hashem, this past Thursday. Baruch Hashem, incredible. Continued Simchas and Eretz Hashem. All right, so the Gemara says as follows. So Smaloi said, in the Ado said that Ben Azai is a Talmid Chacham. So we'll say Ben Azai started as the Talmud. He started as the student of Rabbi Akiva, but he very quickly progressed to the status of a peer of Rabbi Akiva. How do we know this? So the Gemara says, the Ka'amar Le Shebasa, because again, he referred to Rabbi Akiva in the first person. So you came. So the fact that Ben Azai referred to Rabbi Akiva in the first person, not the first said Rabbi Akiva came, the Rebbe came, whatever. The fact that he referred to him in first person indicates that halacha l'maisa they had a peer relationship and not a Rebbe relationship. Now we'll see why that's in a little bit. I'm going to save it for later. Should we get to the daf? So the Gemara says, "Shalchim itam ben shalava b'nirseav." So we'll say, so they send the following question to Israel. Ben shalava b'nirseav. The Chayi Aviv Umeis. So the Gemara is going to, say, at first glance, the Gemara is going to highlight this question or bring that is not going to make that much sense. If it doesn't make sense, it's not because there's anything wrong with you, it's because the Gemara is going to question it. It doesn't make sense. So Shalava, which literally means a son borrowed against the property of his father, the Chayi Aviv, while his father was alive. Umeis, and then the father died. But no, the son has the ability to extract the property from purchasers. So the Gemara says, Vizuki Shekashem Dinimanis. So ultimately, and this is a very difficult halacha to comprehend in monetary law. The Gemara says, what are you about? Lava, my mapik. What do you mean? I understand that the son borrowed money against his father's property. What do you mean that he extracts from purchasers? What's the case? The old, the kuchos, my ability. Furthermore, who said anything about purchasers in this case? Ella, itmar hachi itmar. Tabav kupin des. We'll say 159a. Rather, if you want to explain the case, here is the case in question. Here we go. Ben Shemacha b'nirse aviv b'chaye aviv. So listen to this. A son went ahead and sold his father's property while his father was alive. In other words, he was an inheritor. Right? So essentially what he did is like this. Obviously, when his father's alive, he can't sell property, but he could sell a future right. Right? One day, right? So if you can imagine for a moment, so Reuben says, one day my father Yaakov is going to die. One day I'm going to inherit the property. So I'm selling that right of inheritance. So Ben and then his son died. So what's the halacha? His son, in other words, the deceased son, Reuven's son, has the ability to go ahead and extract the property from the purchase. And this halacha to comprehend in monetary law. But why should the son be able to say, if you can imagine for a moment, right? We have Yaakov, Reuven, and Chanoch, right? Reuven has a son, Chanoch. So again, what happened? Reuven loved property, his father's property during his lifetime. Then Reuven died. So now he's saying that Chanoch, the grandson, would come and extract the property from the purchasers. But the Gemara says, why? In other words, if we imagine to the purchasers, why can't the purchaser say to Chanoch, what are you doing here? Your father sold it to us. Why are you extracting it from us? So this is my question. Why is it such a problem? Dilma Matzi Amar Mikoach Avua Da'aba Kasima. Chanoch could say, no, now that my father died, I am the inheritor. In other words, now that my father died, there's one more piece in the story. After the father died, then Yaakov, the grandfather, dies. Chanoch, the grandson, could say, I have the ability to extract property because I am now the inheritor of my grandfather. Teda D'chsiv, the pasuk says, Tachas avosecha yihiyu banecha. Tishisemu l'sarim b'chal haaretz. The Gemara quotes the pasuk from Tehillim. Tachas avosecha yiyu banecha. So literally, instead of or under the fathers will be the sons. Now the Gemara understands this idea over here that halacha l'maisa a reference to the idea that grandsons have the ability to inherit their fathers. Take a look at Rashbam for just a moment. So the Rashbam says, "Teida techanoch ben Ruven yoresh es Yaakov zikeno shalom mikach Ruven." So I'll say, so it's interesting. We've always assumed that the power of a grandson to inherit is because the grandson stands in the place of the son, right? So if you have Yaakov, Ruven, and Chanoch, so ultimately, again, Ruven's entitlement of inheritance really comes as a derivative of his father. Now, what the Gemara is suggesting is that's not true. A grandson has his own power of inheritance. Look at the Rashbam again. Teida, the Chanoch ben Ruven, Yoresh es Yaakov Zikenu, Shalom Mikach Ruven. That Chanoch, the grandson, again, assuming that the son, assuming that father Ruven, who is the son of Yaakov, predeceased his father. So Chanoch, the grandson, inherits, but he inherits of his own right as a grandson, and not by dint of his father's right. So Rashi points out, Rashbam points out, Tachas avosecha yubanecha, the Ruven power, Tachas avosecha dahainu Yaakov banecha dahainu Chanoch b'luksiv tachtecha yubanecha. The Gemara says that's not a crazy case. Therefore, if halacha l'maisa, in other words, Ruven went ahead and sold off, he would technically inherit. Like, I remember again, Ruven never inherited. Why did Ruven never inherit? Why? Because he died before his father. Ruven died before his father, Yaakov. So now, when Yaakov dies, Chanoch, the grandson, has the ability to extract the property from the purchase. Why? Because he could say the sale never took place. Because the sale was predicated on grandfather Yaakov before Ruven inheriting, and then Ruven having the ability to honor the sale to you. And my father Ruven died before his father Yaakov. Then Ruven died. Then Yaakov dies. I now Chanoch am the inheritor. Because I am the inheritor, my right of inheritance trumps your sale that my father Ruven made to you. See where it says, okay, it's a little bit convoluted, but it's not complicated to understand. Someone says, you're right. So it says, remember again, just to show what before over here, you might record a statement that they sent from Eretz Yisrael that there was a particular case in Dinei Nominus, in monetary law, that was difficult to comprehend. We're trying to figure out what that case was. Maybe complicated case. So the Gemara says as follows. Ben Bechar Shemachar Chilek Bechor Hayi Ovid. So let's say, so maybe there's the following situation. Right? Ben Bechar Shemachar Chilek Bechor Bechai Ovid. In this case, let's go same family tree. Right? We have Yaakov, father, Ruven, son, Chanoch, grandson. Let's see. So that happened. So let's say, so now Ben Bechar. So Ruven, let's say Ruven's a Bechar. And what did Ruven do? He sold his firstborn right while his father was alive. So essentially what he's selling is a future. Right? So really says, I'm one and they're going to be a Bechar. I'm going to get Pisha and double. So I'm selling my double portion for my future double portion. Okay. What happened? Ruven died. Now Ruven left behind the sons. So Ruven's son Chanoch could go ahead and extract from the purchasers. And this is a difficult halacha to comprehend the Dinei Nominus. So let's understand why should this work. So understand, Ruven sold his right. So why should Chanoch have the ability to extract? In other words, the Gemara is asking this question. If Ruven sold it, why does Chanoch have the ability to take it away? Or maybe you'll say, maybe Chanoch says, no, because my right doesn't come from my father. My right comes from my grandfather. Apparently, my grandfather Yaakov died. My father Ruven was already dead. Therefore, I am the inheritor. I inherit the right. Therefore, again, I have the ability, my right. First, the Gemara says, no. If Chanoch's right to his grandfather, then what Right? The double portion is a din in the biological part. In other words, even if you want to say that a grandson has the inheritance that is independent of the grandson's father, at the end of the day, the grandson has no right to be shiny, has no right to double portion. Right? Because again, that's hard. And Kasha, what's the problem? My Roshia, Filmasi Amar, Mikol Avod the Abakasina, Bemako. Reality, my ability to inherit, my ability ultimately again from my grand, I have a right to inherit from my grandfather, but father as well. In other words, there's two entitlements. Number one, I have the ability to inherit from my grandfather. Number two, in the absence of my father, the son's in the Sefta, that inherit my father's inheritance position. So therefore, my father was entitled to Bishnayim. I'm entitled to Bishnayim. Coming at this from two directions. Number one, as a grandson, who has the ability to inherit his grandfather, but also as a son who stands in the position of his father. Ella ikasha hakasha. Rather, again, if you have a question, here's the question. Or if you want to find a complicated case, here it is. So by the way, what's interesting in this case is we are accumulating a number of individual facts along that a grandson has a halachic right of inheritance separate and independent from his father's position. In other words, what we were always operating up until now is a grandson inherits his father's position, right? So in other words, so if Reuven died, so Reuven still inherits Reuven's inheritance position vis-a-vis Yaakov, the grandfather. Reuven predeceases his father Yaakov. Yaakov dies. Reuven's fellow, Yaakov's is going to inherit. Now that there's really two that inherit. Hanoch, the grandson, there's a specific right of a grandson to inherit. The son always inherits the inheritance position of his father, right? So in other words, when Reuven dies, so Hanoch takes his position in the inheritance line as well, which means if Reuven was entitled to Pishnayim, then what? Hanoch will now get that Pishnayim as well. Interesting. Elisha Hakasha. Rather, I'm going to say if you want to look for a complicated case, here it is. Like, no, it's fine, actually. We're good. So here's the complicated. He's actually very interesting. Actually, let's listen to this. Imagine the following situation, right? Reuven was an aide in the shtar, right? So Reuven witnessed a transaction between Shimon and Levi. Right? So Reuven was one of the witnesses. Reuven put down his signature in the shtar, and this was before Reuven became a thief. He's a good guy, right? Right before he became a thief. The Nasa Gazlan, then he became a thief, right? What's the issue with a Gazlan? A Gazlan is not kosher le'edos, right? It's not kosher for testimony. We have a very interesting case over here of someone who signed on a document as a witness while he was still an upstanding, credible person, then became a thief. Ability. So it says, now what does the Gemara say? Who ain't made that savyado? Aval achirim eating. So it says, now watch this. We have this shtar between Shimon and Levi, right? And the shtar is that Shimon and Levi paid $1,000. So now what happens? So now you want to certify the shtar. Two stars. How do you certify a shtar? You testify that the signatures are legitimate. What's the easiest way to certify signatures? Easiest way, right? Ask the witnesses themselves. What's the problem over here? Reuven, one of the witnesses, is a so the Gemara says he not certify his own signature, right? But to certify his signature. So the Gemara says, what? It's so strange. So Reuven is not believed to certify his own signature, but someone else certify his signature. And this is a complicated halacha in Dinei Mamonos. The Gemara says, I don't understand, Kasha. What's the big deal? Maybe we're talking about a case over here. No. Where it doesn't already had Reuven's signature on file. The way it must have worked is that there were certain people who were always available to the agent, right? And therefore, again, certain signatures that Beis Din itself recognized. So that if the shtar was contested, he came to Beis Din and said, oh, that's Reuven, we recognize Reuven. So maybe that's the case over here. Yeah, that's the case. Elikis per se, so point out the tremendous in this case. So here, this case, Reuven should have lent maybe 10,000 even with one witnesses. Right? So Reuven signed on it. Then Reuven became a thief. So you know what? Reuven can't certify his own signature. So but I'll say, what is amazing? What is amazing? That Reuven's signature on the star is valid. See, I would have thought what? Once Reuven becomes a Gazlan, maybe what? Everything retroactively is invalid. Kamash, you see from here. You see that even when a person makes dramatic mistakes in life, dramatic mistakes of the present do not undo the goodness and accomplishment of the past. So incredibly important on the notes, but most of all for ourselves. Because how often does it happen that right now, and this is such a good lesson to take to really ingest on Rosh Chodesh. How often does it happen that we start and we're on a good streak, right? And I'm firing on all cylinders. And Baruch Hashem, I really is where it needs to be. And I'm keeping in check certain areas, certain types that I struggle with, and everything is going well. Then what happens? I fall off the wagon. And I repeat my mistakes, and I fall back into the same traps, and I'm committing all the same averas, and I lose my spiritual esteem. And we all think to ourselves, you know what? Anything I did in the past was worthless. Look, I'm back where I started. So all of that good, all of that positivity, all of that great traction, and obviously means nothing because I'm right back where I was. Kamashmalan comes Basra, Kofi Kessel, and Alpha says, no, that's not true. The good that a person accumulates and the good that a person performs, that is locked in for you forever. Reuven became a Gazlan. Okay, so Reuven now is compromised from this point forward. But the fact that he's compromised now does not go ahead and undo the good that he has done in the past. Unless we see this all the time in our relationships with people, right? Sometimes people do things. Sometimes people do bad things, and they do bad things now. We say, you know what? Now that you do something bad now, that must show that all of the good you did until now is worthless also. People make mistakes. People make terrible mistakes. People do terrible things. But sometimes the terrible things of the present do not undo the greatness of the accomplishments of the past. Just Reuven became a Gazlan now does not mean that everything we do up until this point was true as well. True with others, and true with ourselves. Incredible dilemma. Someone says, Ella, ikasha, akasha. Guys, again, if you have a question, here's the complicated things. So this is an interesting case. Let's say, same thing. Reuven testified on behalf of something to do with Shimon and the property that Shimon was doing. Reuven was an aid on the trial. Now, at the time that Reuven testified, Reuven had no shaykhs to the property, right? Through a series of confluence of events, Reuven now is in line to inherit the contested property. Now they call upon Reuven to certify his signature. The problem is, you think you need to know the other, right? If you help me, you have something to gain, obviously you lack ability. So in this case, very interestingly enough, so Reuven knew testimony for Shimon, and he signed on a document. Actual people of Yerusha. Before Reuven had anything to do, he was not in your inheritance right for this property. So now, when the document needs to be certified, Reuven's in the inheritance. So what's the issue? Again, Reuven cannot certify his own signature. But others do have the ability to certify it. This is my kusha. So I guess you'll say this up. That's so strange. He can't certify his own signature, but other people can. It's so strange. Now maybe the case over here. Maybe the case over here is now signature on file. So they didn't or anyone else for that matter to certify because they already knew it. All right, as well say, all we're trying to do, crazy reason we're trying to look for a more complicated case so no one can understand. So here's the complicated case. No one can understand. How you get actual nasa no. This is their case. Reuven, right, and he signed on the document on behalf of Shimon. Then what happened? Reuven married Shimon's daughter. Contested, they need to certify the document. The problem is now we're going to need to certify that Ruvain is Shimon's son-in-law. He's a Karach, he's a relative, he's not going to give testimony. So again, Ruvain, again, let's remember, the fact that he's related now doesn't in any way undermine the authenticity of the shtar, because the shtar was already made earlier. The issue just is when we need to certify the shtar, Ruvain can't certify his own signature, easily enough, because he's a relative. Even though, again, he's certifying his signature about a transaction that occurred long before he was ever related to Shimon. Okay. So the Gemara says, it sounds so strange. So it's going to merge just in truth by this idea that Reuven himself is not believed about his signature, yet other people are. So why don't you see the same thing over here? What's the case over here? The case over here is where Allah Lamaisa, they had Reuven's signature on record. That was already on record in Beis Din. Amrav Yosef from Yumi Amrav Nachman. Afaf Hochsad Sadyad the Beis Din. Rav Nachman's that this is true, right? In other words, halacha applies even where they didn't have Reuven's signature on record in Beis Din. My kushya. So I say, therefore again, so what's the novel ruling over here? So the novel ruling over here is Reuven testified, Reuven signed his document, his name and his document on behalf of Shimon, fine, no problem. Then later on Reuven becomes Shimon's son-in-law. Then the document needs to be certified. By the time it's certified, Reuven is related to Shimon. So Reuven can't certify his own signature, but other people could come and testify that it's Reuven's signature. So the Gemara says, oh, this is a house that is so strange. So strange. Again, why is it strange? Reuven himself cannot see the validity of his own signature, even though Reuven is Kasha the Usher, right? But he obviously related to Shimon. Someone else could come and testify about his signature. So the Gemara says, this is incredible. I don't understand why is this such a big deal. This is incredible. Maybe this is what we call the Zeras. What's the Zeras Melech? Zeras Melech that the Ono shall only sex. You're saying, as I said, relatives testify about. That's it. That's it. The Gemara says, before we go on, if we were to ask, if we were to ponder, why can't relatives testify for each other? Why not? Why not? Because they're going to lie for each other. The Gemara says, maybe not. Maybe it has nothing to do with lying for each other. Whereas V'lami Shuvta Meshaker, Di'ilo Temach, listen to this. Moshe v'Aaron l'chasna, right? Okay, Moshe v'Aaron l'chasna, right? So Moshe and Aaron, by the way, Moshe Rabbeinu signed on a shtar for Yisrael, right? And then what happens? The shtar was contested. And Beis Din calls him Moshe as that signature. Like, oh no, Moshe Rabbeinu can't certify his own name in the shtar for Yisrael. Aaron can't go ahead and certify his name in the shtar for Shana Hosai. Are we concerned that Moshe is going to lie for Yisrael? Or that Aaron is going to lie for his own? Are we concerned about? Are we concerned about this? Of course not. The Gemara says, it's not complicated to understand. There are certain things who says you can't do it. Why? Because who says I said so. That's the way that it is. Right? So therefore, relatives cannot testify for each other. That's all. That's all. And okay, logically, it makes sense to me because we're always concerned that relatives to each other, hopefully, and therefore they may be tempted to lie for one another. Kamashram, that's not the reason. Kosh Baruch Hu said that's the way it is, and that's and that's the way that it is. And therefore, if you take that approach, then again, in this case over here, where Reuven testified, Reuven was half of Shimon, and now Reuven becomes Shimon's son-in-law. They want to certify the document. So the halakha is Reuven can't certify signature, but someone else can. Does it sound strange? It does. That's the way it works. Fine. Zeras Melachi. That's what Kosh said it's supposed to be. I'll just point out what a beautiful thing to learn Rosh Chodesh. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes the most important thing to inculcate within ourselves in our Yiddishkeit, Zeras Melachi. Yiddishkeit is beautiful. Yiddishkeit has so many different and deep layers of understanding and comprehension. And there is the Pshat, and there is the esoteric, and there's the Nistar, and there's the Nigla, and there's so many different things. And at the end of the day, what's our motivation to do? And really at the end, it's got to boil down to one thing. Seras Hamelach. I am a soldier of the Ribono Shel Olam. I'm a child, but I'm also a soldier. What's the difference between a child and a soldier? What's the child and a soldier? Children question all the time. Right? Soldiers get an order, and what do? They obey. They obey. It's not, well, what about this? Or how about this? Or this, or I don't think you need this, or you're so outdated, or I have my own hashkafa, or I have my own approach, or I have this, or I think differently. So to get to the order, and so to goes in this. And that's why again, what represents an existential danger to an army when soldiers disobey orders. But when soldiers disobey orders, then the entire fabric of the army, of the fighting force, of the effective in space. So yes, we are children to our Kodesh Baruch Hu, absolutely. But the truth is, even before a son, I'm a soldier. Because the son questions what happens. Soldiers say, we have to make sure that the core of our leadership is this mantra, Zeras Melech. Commander-in-Chief gives me, and it is my job to obey and to execute. Really without question. Really without. His orders come in the form of the Shulchan Aruch. His orders come in the form of Gemara. His orders come in the form of Mishnah. And my job is to learn it. And my job is to execute. Is there room, of course, for question? There is. There is. When? After you perform. After I'm doing everything, or as I'm doing everything, there's absolutely the ability to question and understand. But it's never questioning as to whether or not I need to do this. I have to do it. That's not the question. The question then becomes, I'm doing it, but I'd love to understand it even more. Execution is already there. Zeras Melech, after a soldier, then I have the ability to become the Gemara. That's the parable of Gemara. Elo, the Olam Kidami Lemikar. So the Gemara says, you're right. In reality, the question we had was the first question. Was the first case. First iteration of what we thought was a complicated case is in fact a complicated case. We'll say that was the case ultimately again of Reuben, who sold off his father's property while his father was alive, right? Sold the rights to his father's property. Then he died before his father. And then his son Hano helped him, and Yaakov, the grandfather, inherited. Hanoch inherits Yaakov, and Hanoch has the ability to accept the property from the purchasers. And he says, but what about the fact that you were saying is Kasha? Because at the end of the pasuk clearly indicates that a grandson inherits his father. To which he goes, no, that pasuk in Tehillim might not be talking about inheritance. Rather, what's the bracha in Tehillim? We'll say, what's the bracha in Tehillim? The bracha in Tehillim, or I should say the pasuk in Tehillim is a bracha. Bracha, that a grandfather should be Hashem to see children and grandchildren who carry on in his way. Again, an inheritance, but rather again, teaching me again, Allah for the nice of the Zohar to see Dore Doros of beautiful leadership. When we matzis under the bracha, so the Gemara says, are you able to say that it's talking about a bracha on the day? Aval Ne'im Low, but it's not halacha? In other words, is this thing in bracha and not a halacha? So once I put me test like 190 low, you must be about that. Low, that kind of learn what is the case. I mean, Nafal Habayis Allah it's not good, right? But it's interesting. Right? So the house falls on Yaakov and on Reuben. Right? Allah the Amorisha, or upon him, and those who would inherit from. The Haisel, was to listen to this, and upon the son, ultimately again, there was an obligation of Suba, and he also owed money. So your so the creditors obviously will get their money on the estate property. So what happens? Your Sha'ab, the inheritors, they say, so they say, the son dies first, right? And then the dies. Therefore, again, the creditors have no against any of the property. Of Omer, and ultimately the creditors say, no. The father died first, and the son inherited the father. And therefore, we, the creditors, have rights to all of this property. So the Gemara says, my love, your sha'abi. Are we not talking about a case where who are the inheritors of the father? Are we not talking about a case where the inheritors of the earth are actually the grandchildren? And therefore you see that Allah this bracha by this pasuk by Torah is not just talking about a nice bracha. Like we should be so to see, grandchildren who are see the Torah mitzvahs, but rather again it's a real halacha that grandchildren inherit their grandfather. And Morisha Achi, and again the people who inherit him are referring to the brothers. The Isaac that I call Lomatzi Aronipaka Abakasina. And maybe you'll say that ultimately, again, the grandson doesn't have the ability to say that I come from I inherit from my grandfather. Because maybe that person is only talking about a bracha, but not necessarily a halachic entitlement. If the son dies first, and then ultimately again the father afterwards, then what should I last? So ultimately the creditor should be able to say, we will take the Yerusha of the father. Which the Gemara says no. What does it mean when we refer to those who inherit the father? Those refer to the brothers. Morisha Achitavua. The ones who will inherit, those refers to ultimately the brothers of the father, the grandfather. Okay. So the goes back. So we'll say Salot I just want to point out the way we paskin in this case. The way we paskin in this case is that the grandson does have the ability to go ahead and inherit the grandfather, and that is a unique halakha, right? But as you said before, the grandson really has this duality. That on one hand, Allah he has right of inheritance, but also he also goes ahead and takes the inheritance position of his father. Okay, going on to the new case. We'll say, Ben, we'll say this is a very good case. Imagine the following scenario. You have a mother, we'll call her Rachel. Rachel has one son. We'll call him Yosef. Right? Yosef has no other siblings from his mother. But Yosef has other paternal brothers. The paternal brothers, we'll call them Reuven, Shimon, and Levi. Okay? So now, Reuven has no children of his own. So now, so Yosef will inherit. In this case, what happens? Yosef predeceases his mother. So here's the shot. When Rachel dies, do we say Yosef can inherit his mother in the grave? Now, what does that mean? So, what does that mean? We say that the lines of inheritance remain even posthumously. That again, right? Rachel has a son, Yosef. Joseph has three paternal brothers, Reuven, Shimon, and Levi, right? Because Yosef and Reuven, Shimon, and Levi share the same father, right? Yaakov, whereas Reuven, Shimon, and Levi come from Leah, Yosef comes from Rachel. Okay, so here's Yosef dies before his mother. When Rachel dies, do we say that technically Yosef say to yourself, what does it matter if Yosef inherits his mother? He's dead. Why would it matter? Because Yosef has no heirs except for his paternal brothers. So maybe we'll say that the laws of inheritance say that Yosef inherits, and when Yosef inherits, now that he's dead, who does it go to? His paternal brothers, Reuven and Levi. That's the shayla. Maush, then, Maush, Yorish, Eskimo, Bikever, Lahansia, La'asim, Min Ha'av. Could a son inherit his paternal brothers? That's the question. Since we learn this, father was taken captive and he died in captivity. And then his son died. The Medina just means like, the regular normal things, right? Yeah, at home. Or benching Shmuel, or someone was taken captivity. What makes others than do that? Father died, at home. So what's that? So your share, the inheritors of the son, the inheritors of the father have to split the inheritance. What would this? Even if you want to say that literally it's just as it is over here, hey, who your face. I was like, who are these two groups? Who are the inheritors of the son, and who are the inheritors of the father? I don't know how to say. Ab Shenishba Umeis. Ab Shenishba. Here's the case. Father was in captive, and again, the Gemara says, and we assume, right? We assume that he died in captivity. Umeis ben Ita, and then the son of his daughter, his grandson, right? His grandson from his daughter died. First wife died. Or Ben Shenishba, or the son of his granddaughter, grandson, died, right? Shenishba was taken captive and died. Mace of the Eno. And then over the grandfather died in him. The back to this here, so it just takes out Ben Eno just again. So look at Eno. In Eno makes great. And we know which one died first. The Yershia Abiyah. The law is that the inheritance of the father inheritance of the son. But we also remember again, because we don't know who died first. So remember again, depending on who died first, that will determine the inheritance chain. So we don't know ultimately again who went ahead and died first. So therefore, again, we should split it. Then Isa, meaning depend Meisration. L'Sela was in the way, but the single Aqua Minavua. Also, if the son died first, then let him inherit his maternal grandfather in the grave, and then let him pass on that inheritance to his paternal brother. Alalash Manino, Ain Hadin Yoshim of the Kever, La Hanzala Afamina. What do you see from here? You see from his Alpha that a son does not inherit in the grave, but has an inheritance to his paternal brothers. And the truth is, this is not a finish for us. We've concept before. There's a Rusha Bekever. There's no such thing as posthumous inheritance. Even though, again, I was like, what will be the beauty? Sounds strange. What will be the beauty of posthumous inheritance? The beauty of posthumous inheritance is that even posthumously, you could serve as a bridge to get inheritance property from one side of the family to the other. To the Kamash Balon, you hold, once you're dead, you can't inherit. And because you can't, therefore you cannot serve as a halal bridge to get property from one side of the family to the other. Amrle, Rav Abai, you're the one. Where we go, miss? Here we go. Now, Abai is Allah, the Alimo. So listen to this. So Yosef is in the house with his mother Rachel. The house falls on them, and they both die. So the Gemara says, so everyone agrees that halacha to respect the inheritors, go ahead and split the property. Then Isa, Nihin Beis Bereisha, Lars Vikir, over there. So but again, if we would say that there is Yerusha Nekever, we should say like this. If the son died first, even if he died first, let him inherit his mother in the grave, and then let him pass on his to his paternal brothers. So again, here's the takeaway. The takeaway is there is inheritance in the grave. And therefore, what's the this case we were talking about? Therefore, remember the family tree. Rachel has one son, Joseph. Yosef has paternal brothers. Right, they have this right because he has paternal brothers within Shimon and Levi. They have the same father, Yaakov, two different mothers. Yosef comes from Rachel. Shimon and Levi come from Leah. So now what happens? And the regular Rachel were to die. Who would inherit Rachel? Who would inherit her? Yosef dies first. Now the shaila was: is there such a thing as that? If there was, what would happen? Well, Yosef would die. Yosef was dead. Right? Then when Rachel dies, what happens? The inheritance goes to Yosef, and now that Yosef is dead, who inherits Yosef? His paternal brothers. In Yerusha, there is no such posthumous inheritance. Therefore, when Rachel dies, that's her property goes. Where does it go to? Whoever closest surviving living relative. But it does not go to Yosef's son, and therefore Allah said, for over to Yosef's paternal relation. Beautiful. We'll say Okay, we got a couple more minutes. Let's see what we can do. What is the reason for this? Why doesn't inheritance transfer posthumously? Like why don't for the inheritance from Russell to go to you? Why doesn't it work? Right? I'm gonna buy Nemra Siba Ben, the Nemra Siba Val. I say the total usage of T-cell, remember again, to transfer. He uses the same notion of son and the same notion of transfer of inheritance by Masiva Moral just like when it comes to a husband's ability to inherit his wife, it's only if the husband is alive, because if he's not alive, he's no longer alive. So again, it's so much of transfer by a husband. And only if the husband is alive, Siva more of a bench, ain't not been yours, you know, the camera, the hand plus after the so therefore, essentially, you can say just like these lots of custom of transfer by a husband, and the husband can only inherit his wife while he is alive. So too again, a son can only inherit his mother while he is alive as well. Incredible. You know what I'm saying, by the way? That is halacha l'maisa in Yerusha. Right. Hahu, Damalei Lechaber. Great case here. Great case. Who Damalei Lechaber? Nichsei Debar Sisi Mizabino Lechaber. Listen to this. Reuven says to Shimon, I have property from this guy Bar Sisin. I want to sell you this property. So again, so the transaction is for a very specific piece of property. So the Gemara says, Hadi Chada Ara, Hazim Mekari today Bar Sisin. Okay, so Reuven had a piece of property that was called Bar Sisin Estate, right? It had a nice little sign, some entrance, right? It said Bar Sisin Estate. Okay, Amarle, Ha Lav the Bar Sisin. They carry who the Mekari the Bar Sisin. So what happens? Now, Shimon, who was buying that piece of property called the Bar Sisin. He said, no, that's not the Bar Sisin estate. They call it the Bar Sisin estate. But that's not the estate that I sold. Right? It's not the estate that I sold. So I say, see, here what happened over here? So Reuven said explicitly to Shimon, I'm going to have you use a piece of property that I bought from Bar Sisin. Reuven has a piece of property called Bar Sisin. Shimon assumed that that's the property that he was buying. Reuven says, no, that's not what I'm selling you. I'm selling you a different estate. I'm selling you something different. So what happened? So the Gemara said, Asala Kamei Rav Nachman. So he came before Rav Nachman. Because obviously, again, Reuven is claiming he sold in one parcel. Shimon is claiming he feels that he's entitled to a different parcel. So he came before Rav Nachman. Nachman said, she's Shimon, and therefore Shimon takes the piece of property called the Bar Sisin. He has every right to assume that that indeed is the piece of property that is purchased. You know, that's what we're talking about. I don't understand. So Rav Nachman is awarding it to Shimon. So Rav says, no, Shimon is the extractor. We'll say, what's the halacha? Hamotzi mechaber lavaraya. I say, you know what? I know. No trouble. I'm able to speak today. We'll stop over here for today. It's okay. I'll give it a little more detail. Tomorrow is shorter down. Anyway, let's say shkoyach everyone and guten kodesh. Tremendous. Shkoyach everyone.
I don't want to go because I keep trying to get so much tickets. I want to go to that. Let's see. For us. Are you gonna go, John? If we don't do a fight, I'll go. I'll go. Fight to my home,
Good morning, Zoom cover.
Just don't go to fights. I don't fight. I can't imagine, dude. If you went to a fight, you'd be.
I go to Arab Shabbos.
I'd rather watch it.
Good morning.
Let's take a little break, dude.
We begin today's daf Kufn and Zion, the second of Basra. We begin by thanking sponsors. We thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for the year of 5785, the Chelsea family. Is supposed to be sure to all of our. We also have Steve and Terry Zinn for sponsoring over the month in honor of the birth of the sixth grand. Eliana Zinn, daughter of Sylvie and David Zinn of Los Angeles, and in loving memory of Steve's father, Albert Zinn, born in Zoo, born on his 19th yard site. They should have not from the grandchildren and should have in a chama. The Shamash having a lead. Also thank Dr. Shmuel and Robert Kropkin for sponsoring the Shur of the month. As is course, for 4 Shlomo for Rabbi's presence serving the Aliyah and Yom Chaim Pesach ben Moshe Chana, and in honor of the Yortzeit of his mother, Tessa Mira Bas Chaim, the Moshe Aliyah Tana Nechama, and the Chaylim should have a full. We also thank Moshe and then Ellen Shabbat, Shiva month in memory of his parents, Jackson Shabbat, Yaakov Meir ben Moshe Levan as Yortzeit on second and Janice Shabbat, Shana Pras Avon, and Yortzeit plan for Shabbat. We also thank Dr. Bazat and Yemina Sofer for sponsoring Restream of the month. Merit of a speedy recovery and full recovery of Esther, Bracha Bas Chaya, for the condition of the burns in an accidental fire while trying to break this. You should have a foolish living here. We also wish a very special mazel tov to Jacob and a lot of dolphins on the birth of twin boys. Right? Twin boys this morning resulted in not from them, from the Papa, and we should give the Surah 7 to be masterless them with research on Rabbi who is not nice. And we also wish it's very special mazel tov. A lot of nachas. We begin today Daf Kufnin Zion. We begin on the days we're starting to Mishnah Rabbi Eliezer Omer. So, remember from yesterday's Gemara, we had a discussion of the limitations. You know, yesterday's Mishnah brought up something like a little bit of a curveball surprise for Shivmara. Up until we learned that Shivmara, that across the board, Shivmara, by virtue of the fact that he dictates, he wants to actually give out his possessions to somebody else, it's done. So Rabbi Elazar, the Mishnah yesterday, limited this discussion, and today we have a Rabbi Eliezer. It should be pointed out that some actually learn it's the same person, just perhaps the gears of the Mishnah of the Elazar and Eliezer. But again, we're going to go with the actual plain reading of the Mishnah that this is not the same opinion as yesterday. Right, this is the opinion of Rabbi Eliezer. He has one limitation. He says, where the Shabbos Devarov Kayamin, the Shivmara comes out and says that he would like to give out his possessions to somebody. Now, hold on a second. He cannot write a star. You cannot do a kinyan on Shabbos. So therefore, by virtue of the fact that there's nothing he can do, the idea that a Shivmara will be in a position where he's concerned he's going to pass away, and he has no ability to be able to facilitate the kinyan, so Takana, he's able to really transfer his possessions by verbally. I will call, can't do this during the week. Why? During the week, what's the big deal? Take out a piece of paper and write a shah. So that Rabbi Elazar's opinion is that halacha I'm talking about has all been said only on Shabbos, but not during the week. Yeshua disagrees and says, no, incorrect. The Shabbos Amru, if on Shabbos he's able to facilitate the kinyan by just saying he can certainly do that during the week. So what is the logic over here? So the Rashbam explains that this comes from the concept we've mentioned many times of called haroi l'diva and diva ma'kevet, which is it's an expression which comes from Masechus Menachos, which again is just an example. We're talking about all the different estronim, the measurements inside a case. The halacha is if you have the dry part of a carbon monoxide and the oil part of carbon monoxide, you're going to mix it into that's only able to fit that ingredient without mixing it. But if you were to mix it and start spilling out, then halacha is it's possible you can't use that keli. Now the halacha actually is you're not obligated to mix it. So it's very interesting. You're not obligated to mix it, but if you can't mix it, it's disqualified. You have to be able to mix it. And as much as you're able to mix it, you don't have to mix it. But however, it has to at least be able to be mixed. That's the idea. In other words, once you're able to do something, We don't actually care to the finish line. We just want to know that you have to be able to do it. So the Torah explains, that's what Yeshua is saying over here. On Shabbos, any ability to facilitate a kinyan. So now, if we're going to say without the ability to facilitate a kinyan, it's going to work and the kinyan is going to happen. The acquisition will take place, despite the fact you have no ability to do it. So certainly, during the week when you have the ability to do it, then have to actually take it to the finish line. So this is not posted between Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Yeshua. According to Rabbi Eliezer, halacha is, and on Shabbos, where he has no ability to do it, Chazal went ahead and said, you know what, make it takana for a skidmara, to go nuts. It's very unsettling for a person's position where they know they have something that needs to get done. They know that the clock is ticking, and they know that they might not be able to do it. It's very anxiety-provoking, and therefore it's going to affect his health, and it's going to perhaps cause premature death. Therefore, Chazal says, all right, let's allow him to make the kinyan on Shabbos. So Yeshua disagrees and says, listen, if on Shabbos you're able to do it despite the fact you have no ability to make a kinyan, certainly during the week when you could just go ahead and write a star, you're able to facilitate it verbally. Kiyosebo, similarly, Zakin Lakatan, the aim Zakin Lagadol. The concept of Zakia, which is basically making the kinyan for somebody who's not present. So again, what does the Mishnah say? According to the Eliezer, a person can go ahead and acquire something for a katan, for a child, but he cannot acquire it for a gadol. Again, the same idea, which is a katan doesn't have the ability to be able to facilitate a kinyan. So therefore, one would say, therefore you could use a gadol, use an adult. Since the katan can't do it, the child can't do it, the gadol can do it for it. You should put the opposite. If it were a katan, who he himself does not have the ability to facilitate this kinyan, certainly it works for a gadol. Has the ability to do it. I want to ask an interesting question. We see this question all over Shas. We're going to see that there's something very interesting about the way this Mishnah is written. Who is the author of this Mishnah? And the Gemara says, our Mishnah must have been written by Rabbi Yehuda. Yeah, remember, the names of the Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi, so that's not a question. We have a Stam Mishnah as a halacha. The Gemara to ask, who is the author of this Mishnah? In our Mishnah, there's no question. No, it's Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Yeshua. So what does the Mishnah mean? What does the Gemara mean when it says this and that? The Gemara is going to explain that we have a machlokas rishonim. Machlokas tanoim, exactly what the opinions of Rabbi Eliezer and Yeshua are. In other words, when the Mishnah was taught, Eliezer and Yeshua said something. The problem with this is that there were two different versions of what was taught in the Mishnah. Therefore, we're going to see that this, in the we have the Mishnah is exactly the opposite. Someone is together. This and money, who is the author of the Mishnah? Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda. Who is Rabbi Yehuda? For it says in the Brisa, Rabbi Meir says that Rabbi Eliezer. So now Rabbi Meir, quoting Rabbi Eliezer, says it's different. What does he say? B'chol, during the week, Devar of Kayam. That's the opposite. Our Mishnah learns that on Shabbos, Ashkid Maraz's words actually take effect. According to Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Eliezer said during the week, Ashkid Maraz has the ability to be able to facilitate a kinyan just verbally. Why? Because he's able to write it. If he can write it, he can say it. Below the Shabbos, he doesn't have the ability to be able to write it, it's not going to work, and therefore, Eliezer is limiting the halakha during the week, but not on Shabbos. Rabbi Yeshua Omer, Yeshua top of Kufman Zayin with Aleph, leads with Rabbi Eliezer, that version of the Mishnah. He says, if Chazal made it work, it's how Omer of Shabbos, and certainly at Shabbos, Chazal institute this takana, be able to help out the Shkimra. Kiyosabo, similarly, again, exactly the same. Zakin the Gadol, a person makes Zakia, and something for an adult named Zakin the Katan. You can go ahead and acquire something for a child. Rabbi Eliezer, those are the words of Rabbi Eliezer. basically means since a gadol, an adult, has the ability to be able to facilitate a kinyan, so therefore you can use the fear for it. But not a child, the child can't do it himself. But if the student disagrees and says no, allows Zakia, one person to facilitate a kinyan on someone else's behalf, then Kavakola and Katan certainly will allow you to do it for a Katan because who needs it. So in other words, we have a whole Mishnah over here, which is exactly the opposite. It's pretty much the inverse of our Mishnah, is the way that Rabbi Meir learned it. Now here comes Rabbi Yehuda Omer. Yehuda says, no. You mixed up the teachings of Rabbi Levi and Rabbi Yeshua. And Rabbi Yehuda says, Yehuda Omer, that Eliezer Omer B'Shabbat Dor Kayamet. This exactly as our Mishnah writes it. Well, Kayaman, the way which Kishmara works, why? Because he's not able to do it by himself. By writing the star, in other words, he doesn't have the normal, typical ability of facilitating the union, because it's Shabbos. Therefore, Chazal said, okay, check verbally. I will love a during the week we have the ability to simply write a star. Yeshua Omer, to disagree in our Mishnah, the Shab Chazal allowed Kishmara to facilitate a union verbally, then Kalafona Bakal, certainly during the week, he will be able to do it because he has the ability to do it so many other ways. Therefore, his ability to accomplish it verbally will be much easier. He also goes similarly up in the company up in the government. So the person can use Zakia to require something for a child, but not for an adult. Again, the same idea. I did review over that, sir. Shua Omer says, we talked about the Kalakona Gadol, suggesting how our Mishnah learned it, and therefore we simply identify who is the one who learned this. So again, well, typically when the Gemara asks, Masnisin Mani, who is the author of the Mishnah? It's because the Mishnah doesn't have, therefore you want to find out who is the author of this Mishnah. In this case, it's a little bit atypical because the Mishnah has all the names, but however, the Gemara obviously knew there are two different versions of the Mishnah. The Gemara was simply identifying according to whom did we decide to actually write the Mishnah. The Gemara says fits the understanding of the teachings of Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Yeshua. On to the next Mishnah. So, in the next Mishnah, we're going to describe a case. We're going to use the names Yaakov and Reuven next to the way the Restream explains it. But again, people who are familiar with in terms of the way the generations progress. Mishnah says the house unfortunately collapses on top of him, and as well on top of his father, on top of him and others who would bequeath their possessions to him. In other words, the fellow, we're going to always identify Mr. Olav as Reuven. Reuven being the child, and whose Ovid is his father. So we have Yaakov and Reuven. Unfortunately, Yaakov and Reuven are, having Thanksgiving dinner together, and the entire house collapses on them. So they both died in a very unfortunate circumstance where the house collapsed. Now, obviously, we don't know who died first. We don't know if Reuven died first, we don't know if Yaakov died first, and we don't know if they died simultaneously. So now, with that comes a slew of problems. The Haitza love Kishubas Isha Ubalko. So now, Reuven owed money. Reuven was in debt either to his ex-wife or to other people that he simply borrowed money from. Now, he needed to collect from him. He had no money. Now, the Yarshim of Yaakov, so the names might be Shimon, Levi, Yehuda, Yisachar, Zvulun, or it might even be Reuven's children, might be cut up. Those children might be coming by and saying, listen, grandfather Yaakov, or it could be just the children of Yaakov, Shimon, Levi, Yisachar, Zvulun, and by and saying, listen, who died first? So had that be shown, it must be that Reuven died first, the afterwards the father died, and therefore Reuven never took possession of the father's estate because he died And therefore, we, as the heirs of Yaakov, are going to get all of Yaakov's money. However, those who Reuben owes money to say no. Av makes Rishon. Yaakov died first. And then what happened? In Yaakov's death and Reuben's death, obviously, Reuben inherits Yaakov's estate. After Reuben inherited his father's estate, he died. Now, what does that mean? We are the ones, the creditors. We're money by Reuben. Now we have a place to collect from. We could collect our debt from the estate that was transferred from Yaakov to Reuben. So the Shammai says, Yaakov, you're going to split it. The Shammai is of the opinion that, let's explain it very briefly, that star only nigvos to go with them. In other words, we have a couple of concepts to play around with over here. Let's start, make it easy to say so. Let's start with a very simple concept. A suffix mochi meaning. We know for certain that they both died. That we know for sure. We also know that Yaakov's children are most certainly going to be heirs of his estate. The only way to take Yaakov's estate away from the other children is by saying that it went to Reuben. So there's a suffix that maybe Reuben died second, and Yaakov's estate transferred to Reuben, and then it's going to go to the Baalei Chov. So what happens? Israel says no. Because why would you say that? And therefore, let's go with what we certain. We know for certain that Yaakov died. We know for similarly who the suffix are heirs of Yaakov's estate. Leave it where it is. They're going to get to Baalei Chov to prove that actually Yaakov, and then it went to Reuben. The Shammai disagrees. They're of the opinion that Star only goes to God with them. And all basically saying is, yes, there is some element of doubt here, but there's doubt on both sides, and therefore, as if they already collected it. Since they already collected it, so then there's an equal suffix on both sides, and it's a split it. Whereas this Hill takes the approach that's before the goodbye. Tosha explains this, Rambam explains this, but basically, according to the Shammai, is going to be split between those who are owed money by Reuben and the heirs of Yaakov. According to Beit Hillel, it all goes straight to Yaakov's heirs. Why? We know for certain that they inherited him. In order to take, you have to say that Yaakov died first, then it went on to Reuben. That's the suffix we have to assume. Okay, now the Gemara starts as follows. We learned elsewhere. A person lends money to his friend with a star of the document Gova and the Fasim Mishubadim. The person, if the borrower does not have enough money, then the one who lent the money has the ability to collect his debt from the Fasim Mishubadim. What are the Fasim Mishubadim? The Fasim Mishubadim are pieces of karka, real estate, that have a lien on it. So at the time that, let's just use Reuben, at the time that Reuben borrowed money from Shimon, all of his property now has a lien on it. It has a lien on it if he borrows money. Now if he goes ahead and sells that money, now Shimon comes by later to collect his debt. He has no more money. Go ahead and collect his debt. And the one who purchased it is going to have to go ahead and figure it out. That's the Fasim Mishubadim. In other words, the sins that have a lien on it, and therefore who went ahead and lent the money to Reuben is able to collect the debt from that possession. What's the Kiddush? The Kiddush of this is, as we learned in the Sechet Bava Metzia, that what happens if the document which actually affirms the loan does not actually say in it that if I fail to pay you back with cash, you'll be able to take money from my possessions. We paskin that Achrayus is told so far. That means that even if it's inadvertently left out of the document, we assume that it was just a mistake, scribe who wrote this document inadvertently left out that line. But nobody's going to go ahead and lend money to somebody else and take out that clause that if he fails to pay back in due time, they can go ahead and collect his debt from the real estate that has a lien on it. That's the finish of that line. Now, the Mishnah continues and says, if a person borrows money without a document, without a style, rather, what does he do? He only borrowed money in front of two witnesses. He could collect his debt from estate, but not from real estate that has been sold. Not from real estate that had a lien on it and then was sold. Rather, he could only collect it from real estate that Reuven, the borrower, still has in his possession. What's the difference? The difference is that how is anybody who's buying real estate supposed to know that this real estate has a lien on it? They don't have title companies back then are able to research it. The only way to know is if there's a call. There are rumors. People know about it. How do you affect a call? By writing a star. Without writing a star, everything is simply hearsay. Oh, you heard from some witnesses, you heard from one witness, two witnesses, word of it. However, that's not going to get far. However, once it's written in a document, that creates status. So people know about it, people write it down, it's documented, and therefore it is the responsibility of the one who's buying that property to know that he bought property with a lien on it, and he's taking a gamble that perhaps the person's not going to pay back his debt, and going to be confiscated. So that's the difference between borrowing money, documents, or borrowing it. However, whether or not you can collect your debt from property that had a lien on it that was sold, that's only going to be true if the loan took place with the document. Okay, that's the sideline. And the Gemara says, twice more. What's the following question? What happens if in a document that a person wrote when he borrows money, he wrote that I'm going to pay back, obviously for my money, or for instance, but he adds in one line, which is the acne vikana man. He writes, even pay you back from things that I will eventually buy. As a matter of fact, in this document that if we were married, we line, which says the kanu the ase ani limikni, which is a star. Ksuba actually says and points off to his wife that he's going to pay her the ksuba if it becomes relevant from possessions that he bought, owns, with the ase ani anything that I'm going to purchase, even from the shirt off my back. So that's what a star says in this. Now that's what the star Suba says in it. Now the question that Gemara is asking is, a person borrows money and he writes in the shtar that he's going to pay the person back. He's being missioned himself. He is obligating himself to pay back even from property that he does not yet own. Property that I eventually will buy. So now, can a person and obligate himself to pay back a loan from property that doesn't even yet? So more so leave it to the mayor. According to the mayor, a person can actually sell something that doesn't exist yet. No question. Because if a person can sell fruit that didn't even grow yet on a tree, then obviously a person can obligate back the loan for property that didn't buy yet. Alakiti, Bylaw, where is this question relevant? I will leave it drop down. According to the theory drop down. The outrage, a person cannot sell something that doesn't yet exist. So a person can't sell fruit on a tree that didn't grow yet. I didn't say that right. You can't sell fruit that have not yet grown on the tree. So, can a person obligate himself to pay back the loan from property that he did not buy yet? So, where it says, I'm going to do this in Tashima, but Sean bring the riot. But the Chachamim Omrim, Zeh Hayat Ikeach, Shemachar Lo, as a karka, breaks his yafal lemaskina ola. You've already listened to some information, so I'll put it in our faculty and I'll put it outside. Yeah, Reuven and Shimon. Reuven borrows money from Shimon. And he's not paying it back. Now what happens? Shimon put on a piece of property for sale. And guess who shows up to buy the piece of property? Reuben. Reuben shows up, he likes to buy the piece of property. Now Shimon's thinking in his mind, this guy owes me $100,000. Okay, now he's showing up to the property for $100,000. Adma, who's the first opinion over here, says that, Shimon is never going to say to him, I'm selling property now for $100,000. You know why? So I need $100,000. That's why I'm selling. You owe me $100,000. I'll take the $100,000 and keep my property. Why would I sell you my property for $100,000? So Admon says, by virtue of the fact that Shimon went ahead and sold the property to Reuben, he's essentially agreeing that Reuben doesn't have the money. Right? Because if Reuben's going to come and say, I paid you back, he's going to say, what do you mean you didn't pay me back? He's going to say, yes, I did. And the proof is that when you sold your property, you gave me the property. You should have just taken the $100,000 and said, Shkaya, you paid me back the loan that you owe me. But by virtue of the fact you agreed to sell me the property and you gave me the property in exchange for $100,000 is proof positive that I paid you back. Chacham disagree and say no. In this case, Shimon's actually smart. Because what's Shimon thinking? Shimon's thinking, I'm going to have a hard time getting this money from the greedy person who borrowed it. Haven't seen that he's selling property, this guy shows up to buy it. So he's thinking, I'm going to be one step ahead of him. What's going to happen? He's going to buy the property for me. Now, his possession is going to have assets that I can collect. He doesn't buy property from me when he has $100,000 in the bank. I'll knock on his door and say, Reuben, I'm $100,000. Say, I'm so sorry. It's helpless. I don't have any money. I'm so sorry. I wish I can pay you back. You know what? So the payment plan, I'll get back to you in a few weeks. He's going to continue to push me off. He's going to lie to me. He has no money. How money he has in the bank? So for years and years and years, I'll probably find myself chasing him for the money, and I'll never get it. So I have a great idea. I'll sell my property, I'll get the cash. And then in a week from now, after the deal is settled, I would say, sir, you owe me money, $100,000. You say, I'm so sorry, I don't have it. Well, guess what? You own a piece of property, $100,000. I'd like to collect, to get his property back and get his money. That's the way the company responds to Adma. So it gets read out inside. Chalam Omrim, he's actually a smart guy. Why? Shamakar lo es hakaka. He sold him the real estate. He could actually use it as collateral to get his loan back. So now, what's the proof from there? The Gemara is very cryptic in what's going on here, but the Gemara wants to prove that when did Reuben buy this property, when did the loan actually happen? So we ask the question, person signs an agreement that I'll pay you back, even from things that I'll eventually buy. In this case, what happens? Reuben borrows the money in January. He only buys this field in June. Now, clearly, according to Chachamim, he could go ahead and collect his debt from this field. You see, clearly, you could collect your debt from property that was acquired, that was purchased way after the loan took place. He had proof positive that yes, you should collect. Mars says, hold on. Amalei Rabbi Minei Ka'amret, Yipir, La Minei Ka'amret. That's not the case with that, because he owes money. Everybody owes money you back from any assets that you get. No one had a half a meter to think. When you borrow money, you only pay back that you have at the time of the loan. Of course not. You owe $100,000, get $100,000 together, pay back the loan. You don't have money, so then pay back the assets. No one cares when you bought those assets. You still owe the money. He can be by loans. The question. Our question is Ikni Kana Umachar, and then the Ikni Kana Vahoris. When is this relevant? This is relevant when he buys something after the loan, and then sells it, buys something after the loan, and then passes away and bequeaths it to one of his heirs. So in that case, the question is, when the person who ultimately got this piece of property, the third party, let's just call this person Levi. Levi either is a child of Reuben, or Levi is just the purchaser of the field from Reuben. Is that field that's bought and then sold after the loan still going to be tethered to this loan, or is it completely disconnected? The question is not. Some of Kana talks about Kana said we could bring the riot to that car mitzvah. Not all I the house falls down on top of him. And on his brother. Love Al-Malisha falls down on him, and the motive will be their possessions to after death. Now, the Haisa Allah on Reuben, they were Isha, he was dead of it, or money for another reason. Now, Yorshia, as the Mishnah says, the Yorshim of the father saying that that makes Rishon Yachasash Mitzah. First, the son died, and then the father died, and therefore, the possession of the father mistake. The Kobo says, the father died, and then what happened? His possession was transferred to Reuben, and where does it go? It goes to the heirs of Reuben. So this case is exactly what we're saying. Remember, Reuben owes money. Okay? Reuben signed a document that says, I'll pay you back, and I'll pay you back even from things that I will acquire at a later date. Even if I sell those things to my children. Now what happened? Reuben, Alan, died. What is the subject of the dispute? The subject of the dispute is no possession that Reuben 5 minutes before me, which is way after the loan took place, and then transferred to his children. So now, we see clearly from our Mishnah, from the fact that the Bali Code claimed that they want to get their hands on that piece of property, that something like that would actually be, would be Meshubah, would be connected to the loan. Now, we talked about Dikni Kana Umakar, or Dikni Kana Umakar. If we were saying that future acquisitions, and then the acquisition that the Baal Kol bought and then sold are not connected to the loan, maybe it's true that the father died first. However, Dikni, those are possessions that he only acquired later on. Nachman, Zira, Calvin, Terguma, Mitzvah, similar for explain, you're mixing up on this. Our Mishnah doesn't say anything about the Baal, about Reuben signing that he's going to transfer any possessions that he eventually will buy. That's what it says. You made that part. So why is it that the children of Reuben are even engaging in this discussion? The reason is because they have a mitzvah to pay back to their father. Yes, so Reuben that tells his child Chanok over here actually wants his father's nuclear. Father passed magic incident. He doesn't want his father to go to the date owing money. The problem just is his father had no money. Now, if his father actually got the estate of Yaakov before he died, so then he pays back. Now, Chanok, Reuben's son, actually wants to take care of it. It's very different than saying he has to take care of it. Well, it says, hold on a second, that's what we're talking about. Actually, that's the hit, that's just to a verbal loan. In other words, there's no document over here. The rabbis will never survive about paying the woman at Lomani Archibald and the people. And about that can't be taken from the people or from the archer. That happens to be that line doesn't hold up to be true, but at least at this point, but that was because Chazal, so Timon dealt with Lomani. You want people to lend money, you want things to be difficult, but ultimately, Mark says if that would be the case, then it wouldn't fit. Top of Kuppel Zion obeys. Ella Hamani, who is the Mishnah, it must be Rabbi Meir. The Mishnah is Rabbi Meir. The Amar, although not the he's of the opinion that a person can always be Mishnah to sell something that doesn't exist yet, and therefore our Mishnah would not be right. Okay, so other words, while initially looks like it was the perfect raya, indeed it actually is not, because I'm making this anymore. Okay, Amar Yaakov in our pocket, which made Ravina talk not. If Yaakov in our pocket wanted to say the name of Ravina, or read another raya. Starry Kova McDonim, so the person writes the star code, which is pre-dated. That's possible. Why is it possible? It's obvious, because if a person borrows money on, let's just January 15th, and he dates the star first. Now, that will cause a very big problem. January 1st and January 15th, and doesn't end up paying back his loan, that property is going to have a lien on it because it was essentially purchased after the date of the loan, but it wasn't. You can understand why that star would be possible. The whole loan, the whole thing, the court tells us the entire star is possible, not just the price part of it. If a loan document is post-dated, sharing, that will be kosher. The simple understanding of why it will be kosher is because what's the big deal? It's post-dated. The worst thing that will happen is that the one who lent the money will have less time to collect any real estate. Any why? Because again, if it's the same date. If the loan is January 15th and the document is dated, I don't know, January 25th, then you have those 10 days that where if property was sold, you wouldn't be able to collect from it. Bottom line is we're not going to cause those who bought the field to lose their field shalom today. I just want to hold on. We talked about if you're going to tell me the halacha is that what I will eventually buy and eventually sell is not connected to the loan. If it's post-dated, why is it cost? In other words, what we're saying is that if I'm going to eventually buy something and then sell it, will not be tethered to my. So then you do need to know the proper date because you have a date which is posted by 10 days. So then those 10 days are days he made this purchase. That piece of property should not be connected. But now it's going to unfairly be connected to the loan because, in other words, let's use our date. If we're using a loan that takes place in January and it's post-dated to January 25th, so now anything that was purchased in the interim should not be connected to the loan, but it will be connected to the loan because the document is post-dated. So therefore, why should it be kosher?
Yeah, we don't know the context of this.
Once again, how many remain? That must be that Mishnah tells you the post-dated star is kosher. Is a mayor or not to very similar Allah. First, we're actually not going to similar Allah. So again, it's not a raya. Other than the Shashi and it's made the raya. Tasma serving another raya. The Shvat Kakal Kesad. There's a Mishnah in Gittin which says a person cannot collect from Shvat Kakal. What is that? So the Gemara says, Haresham Makar Sogel Chaver. A person sold the field to his friend. V'Shpicha. Now the person who bought it, he didn't buy the field just to see her in it. He bought it because he wanted to cultivate it. What did he do? He plowed it, he planted in it, he did all types of things to increase his value. Now what happens? One of the creditors of the seller came and took it away. So listen, I'm sorry, you bought a field that had a lien on person, sold it to you, never paid me back with that, I'm taking it away. Now, when the buyer goes back to the seller to come again, when your field gets taken away, you get to go back to the seller and get your money. So when he comes back to collect, it's Gova is like carrying the cost of Shabbat. He collects the principal value of the field, even from other fields are Meshuba that haven't done it. In other words, the whole chain of fields. Yes, Ruvain seems to have got himself into a lot of trouble. He owns property. He also owes a lot of money. Now, he sells one of his fields to Shimon. Now, Shimon goes ahead works the field, and Levi comes by and says to Mr. Shimon, you bought a field, it had a limit, I'm taking away the field. So now Shimon goes back to Reuben to collect his money. Now Reuben has no money. He has no money. So he goes to, Yehuda, who also bought a field from Reuben. Now he could collect the principal from Yehuda, but it's a shevach, the amount that he actually invested into the field. They only collect from 3 fields that are available to Reuben. So the reason for that is because the investment to a field is the amount of money that a person has to invest increase the quality, the value of the field has no limit. The sky's limit. So therefore, it's impossible to hold future buyers responsible to know how much to buy and how much not to buy. In other words, if you're going to say that there's an infinite amount of money that Reuben is going to eventually owe, and no one can ever buy anything from him, it's just impossible. So therefore, the unidentified amount of money he only collects from fields that are still available to Reuben. Now, he's talking about talking about future acquisition, because that's not connected. Why is Shabbat able to collect Shabbat in the first place? Shabbat, by definition, is something that came afterwards. So by virtue of the fact that he's able to collect the Shabbat, again, that shows that things actually came later. You can't collect the Gemara says no. Mayor used the same answer. Other Muslims all that only according to Chachamim that was. That Gemara says entirely unconnected. In Tintzilom, I shouldn't say entirely unconnected. In other words, no one's trying to put much of proofs to this concept of future acquisitions, which is bring proof. We don't have a good answer. Now, in Tintziloma, if we're going to say Mishabei, Lova, hold on a second. In Tintziloma, Di'ikni, Kana, Umachar. This scenario where things that I will buy, and he buys it and then sells it. Or Di'ikni, Kana, things that I will buy, he buys it and then he treats it. Then Romish David, it's not going to be obligated to the loan. How stop it? Okay, it's not obligated. The loan, therefore, future question is not going to be. However, in Tim's loan, the Stabe, we're going to say that it is going to be connected to the loan, and it will be obligated to the loan. Now, we have a question. What happens if the Chazar, he borrowed from 2 different people? So you have this person who did this twice. He borrowed money from one person and says, I'll pay you back, and even from things I eventually will buy, I'll pay you back. And now he goes and buys another loan from another person who writes exactly the same thing. So now, what's the halacha? L'kana mishtabed or l'basta mishtabed? If there's only enough to pay back one of these people, is it the first guy that borrowed from that's that later acquisition too? Or is it to the second guy? Someone not from Hamilton, he asked this question. The Shokam got a message from Eretz, and the halacha was Rishon, Kana, the first one that he obligated himself to get the precedent. Exactly how the split works is not clear. According to Rashbam, split proportionally. In other words, if he owes both of them $100,000 and he has a field that's worth $100,000, it's split 50-50. However, if he owes one of them $200,000 and the other one $100,000, so then the person who owes $200,000 will get double the amount of the person who gets $100,000. Let's get back on this. The Tani Rabbi Barabua, also said we split it, and both of them get that future acquisition. Amar Ravina says, Badura Kama Derabashi, it is Ashi's first 30 years of life when he went to Chula. At that point in time, Marlon said, Rishon, come the first person. That's it. Badura Basra in the second half. During Bashi's life, he lived for 60 years, and he learned to call Tarkua twice, and he had different Maduras in the way he taught things. There's a lot to be said about Madura Kama Madura Bashi's first edition and second edition, but ultimately this Madura Kama refers to the first half of his life, second, and Madura Bashi refers to the second half of his life. Madura Bashi in the second edition of Bashi's teaching, Omar Yachloki changed his mind and started going through school. But Hilchasa or Talaka, you have these 2 people who are owed money. they split it. Mace, we ask one more question. When it comes to the improvements onto the property, how does it work? A person sold the field to his friend, his vehicle, and he invested in it. And a creditor came and took it away. When the buyer of this field, to improve its quality, goes back to the person who sold it to collect his debt, what do you do? He collects the principal from the customer who bought it for field. Is that it? Yeah, and the improvement you collect only from profit that's available. Now, if Esau, if it's true that both of them get it, to violate. Remember, this guy who bought the field, he's also essentially a creditor. He's also, so why is it that the first person comes to take his entire field away from him, and he gets none of it? He's also owed money by that. It's not to say that we violate. It's only half of that that should be collected. Or it says, you're right, my Roma Kami Katsishaba. It's just a place where there are two people who owe money, both of them have to split him, and then it gets taken away from Shimon. Guess what? Shimon also could claim some of the Sheva, so it's only 50% of that improvement that gets taken away from him, and that's the part that he's going to take away. Have a wonderful day, and a wonderful Shabbos.
My truck, which is like my car. My papa's commitment.
All right, you will say good morning. Let's begin. Today's daf is Kuf Nun Ches 158. We are picking up Kuf Nun Zayin 157b. We are going to take up 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 lines after the last. So also our shir this morning is sponsored by Greg and Rachel Levitan in honor of the wedding today. Tonight, Chateau Mitzlachos of the Levitan and our shir is dedicated this morning by Kiva and Leah Wexelbein in honor of their very dear son-in-law, Shlomo, wishing him a happy birthday and a direct message from the in-laws. May HaKadosh Baruch Hu bless you and your beautiful family with good health and happiness. Adnei ve'esum shana. I just want to put that. Nasa tov Shlomo, adnei ve'esum shana. So yeah. Let's begin. So we'll say a lot of people to today. So remember, we left off in the middle of an interesting case, which is the following. So remember, we began with the following. So we're talking about, let's go actually back to swallow, because we actually never closed out the question that we started with yesterday, which was the Shaila of Shmuel. So remember, again, Shmuel asked the following question: what happens if I lend Ruvain, and Ruvain says, not only is the property that I own now converted to this debt, but anything that I will acquire in the future, that should also be encumbered by this debt. Because the Shaila is, can you create a present encumbrance on yet to be purchased property, right? Or so that's the fundamental Shaila. So the easy resolution was according to the mayor. So the mayor holds that as a market negotiation, the mayor holds a loss of the you can go ahead and deal or transact that do not yet exist. We have seen many different things according to the mayor. So according to the mayor, the ability to go ahead and say whatever I will acquire should have a lien against it, should be encumbered by this debt, is not a problem. So the Gemara is trying to figure out, what about halachah less according to everyone else? Does this concept work or not? So also, so Gemara went back and forth on this yesterday. We did not reach a true resolution. But the question we left off yesterday was the following: halachah lemaisa, what happens in the following situation? If you hold that a person can create an encumbrance upon yet to be purchased or yet to be owned property, and then also remember the great manifestation of that is what? Is let's say again, then goes ahead, borrows the money, right? Borrower borrows the money, Ruben borrows money from me. Then he says, give me whatever I will acquire with comfort. And then remember, he acquires property, then sells off that property. And I, the creditor, able to go ahead and seize that property from the people who sold. That's the fundamental share. So the Gemara complicates this question a bit more and says, let's say I made the existing arrangement with two creditors. I borrowed money from two people, and for both of them, I said, whatever property I will purchase from you, whatever property I will purchase will become encumbered to this debt. I borrowed money from Reuben, I said it. I borrowed money from Shimon, I said it. Then what happens? The debt is due. I go ahead, I have no property in my name except for property that I purchased after the debt. So the shadow that Gemara is trying to figure out is which creditor is entitled to that. Is number one, or is it creditor number two? So we saw yesterday Rav Nachman ultimately said it's the first creditor who has the rights to the money. Rav Huna says, Rav Huna said they should split it. In other words, they both have equal entitlement to it. And Rabbi Baruch also said Yachlok. He also with that. Rav Huna said, now we are 2, 4, 6, 8 runs up on the bottom. Mahadura Kama, Ravash. Amar Ron Shankana. Both said the Mahadura Kama. Now, Madura means literally the cycle. In the first cycle of Ravashi, he said the first creditor should acquire Madura Basra. In the second cycle of Ravashi, he said ultimately the creditors 1 and 2 should split the piece of property. Let's take a look at the Rashba for just a moment. Madura Basra, what's that? It's not 3 lines up on the bottom of the Rashba. Just how you look punishment. This is talking about the Rav Ashi went back the second time. Says Rav Nimsa b'Shivas Shatai, Robert Shavim Rav Ashi, Chaya Shishim Shan, 5 years. Ubechol Shara, Matzer Tamudo b'Shnei Chodshi Akav, Nisa b'Tishim. Ubechoshiv Shloshim Shana, Tien Kol Tamudo, Be'in Asa b'Shloshim Shanan Akronim, Madura Kamo, Hainu Shloshim Shanan B'Shanan, Madura Basra, Hainu Shloshim Shanan Akronim. So Rav Ashi apparently finished twice in his life. One time in his first 30 years, one time in his second 30 years. So what he died is the 60s. So the Torah says over here, he runs over here, but when Rav Ashi went through Shas the first time, he felt halacha over here was that the first creditor would be entitled ultimately to this piece of property. I'm going to speak of a very specific type of property. We'll call them sticky property. Property that the borrower did not possess at the time of the loan, but acquired afterwards. Yet at the time of the loan, he stipulated that any property I will own should become encumbered by his debt. He did this with 2 creditors who ultimately get to keep the property. So Rav Ashi went through Shah the first time, he said the first guy should get it. When he went through the second time, he said ultimately again they should split it. They should split it. So I said, take a look at Rav Ashi. So when you think about this at the moment, so to say that the first one gets it, I understand that because the left proceeded the second. What the Svara wants the saying Yaakov, they split it. Think about the Rashi Bogu. I'm looking at stuff. So first of all, the Rashban just points out Yaakov doesn't literally mean like split it. Rather, it means proportionate. They each get a percentage of the piece of property proportional to the debt that are owed. So the Bas Achos Mishkab Dulahem. This is actually fascinating. So what the Gemara says is like this. Like this. Remember, let's play out this case. Right, I borrowed money from Ruben, and I say, Ruben, whatever they will acquire, ultimately will be encumbered with his debt. I borrowed that's on Rosh Chodesh. Then what happens? I come to Shimon, I borrow money, right? Whatever property I will acquire will become encumbered by the debt. Fine. Elul, I now go ahead and buy a piece of property. Okay, so now, when I buy that property, there's a simultaneous shibud, there's a simultaneous lien that's created by both of those debts. Even though I borrowed money from Reuben first, then only afterwards, Shimon, the encumbrance on the piece of property, or I should say both encumbrances develop on the piece of property at the same time. They both come on the piece of property at the moment that I purchase the property. Therefore, again, It's even though I borrowed money from Reuven first, Reuven's claim against this newly acquired piece of property is no earlier than Shimon's. Their claims devolved upon the property at the same time. So therefore, again, their claims are equal. Because their claims are equal, therefore what? You split it. So this is the tension. Do we look at the fact that at the end of the day, Reuven lent money first, and therefore he has a precedent? Or do we say no? He lent money first, makes no difference. We look at when Reuven devolved upon property, and that happens immediately for both of them. So we'll say, and what is the halacha? Yachlotu. And we'll say we ask like Restream and Madura Basra, like Kuna, like Napa, and we would say in a case like Yachlotu. So would be again if the future, or I should say, a lien against future properties acquired, and we did that with multiple creditors. We in that once the property, the liens develop on the property simultaneously, and therefore again they divided all of the creditors will have equal proportional share to the newly acquired property. Basically, for instance, that's true that we have to one second, shut off carcos, and then we have this case yesterday. What's the case also of carcos of being reimbursed for land improvements? So let's say, so what's the case? Or it's a lot of southern Academy. I sold the field to my friend. And my friend improved it. So I sell a field to Reuven. Reuven improves the field. We bought back all the car costs. And what happens? It turns out I have a creditor. And my creditor comes and sees the field from Reuven in satisfaction of the previous existing tissue. Go back like so. And now what happens? The field receives from Reuven. What does Reuven do? Reuven's going to come back to me and then be repaid for the field that was seized. When Reuven back to me, go back like permanent in the shoe. You can go ahead and acquire the principal from encumbered property that I own. Actually, excuse me, I should say confused. You can select the county principal from properties that I sold off after the date of the that I sold from the property. That's Hashem the Chassim that it's holding. But ultimately, you're going to say the Shabbat, the improvements, ultimately again will come from the Chassim that it's holding. From any what we call properties that I currently own. Then I will say, well, just said before is correct. That one that it should only be entitled to Chasi Sheva. Then Chasi Sheva can be violated. So we'll say ultimately again, Ruth can only be entitled to collect half of the Sheva. Now what's happening here? Take a look at the Rashbach, which is given. Then Isa Chasi Sheva violated. Kevan Shemach Alova Sadeh. Because of the Hakim is called, yes, after I'm the seller, but I'm also called the borrower, because I owe money to another creditor. So I went ahead and I sold the field to Reuven. Then Reuven improved the field. Nimsa, Hamalda Halokach Shnei Noshid below that. So we'll say, it turns out now that there are two people who have a claim against me. Who are the two people who have a claim against me? My creditor, and the purchaser. I creditor and the purchaser, and I will say, enough, have any brings on the same piece of property, which is what? The land ultimately that I sold. Therefore, the inside Sheva Conway below that, she would stand the Malbec. The close will okay the Kesef is nothing. The Ficha, Polkina Sheva, giving notice was a this parallel to the previous case. And therefore, again, at most, the purchaser should only be entitled to go ahead and collect up to half of the for improvement for my property, to which the Gemara says you're right. My go back, now need to Kani Kasi which the Gemara says you're absolutely right. Ultimately, that he could collect for Sheva from the customer according to his collection money from my unencumbered unsold property, then he needs to collect up to half of that amount. Good. So we'll say, so bottom line, how do we pass it over here? How do we pass it? Because we'll say, really understand the most important piece of this entire sugya is this ability to encumber not yet owned property. When I go ahead and I sell and I money to Reuven, so the shite, what is the nature of my income? Does my lien only develop on property that Reuven the borrower owns now, or anything in the future as well? So how do you find it? This is in Mishpat, Kuf your days sit up. In Balas of Torah in Meshvavi, Ella in Kayun the Kasim beloved the Shah Shalom. So we'll say, so under normal circumstances, the halacha is Now let's say the households, you know, the creditor can only go ahead and seize sold property that was sold by the borrower, if ultimately again the borrower has no money to his name, no property to his name, and then that property was owned by the borrower at the time of the debt. אבל פינוי החשב ומחרם לא נשתבו לבעלו ואינו גובה או סמל הגופוס. Listen to this. However, if at the end of the day the borrower additional property after the time of the debt, properties, I, the creditor, have no right to go ahead and take those properties instead of the debt that is owed to you. However, however, again, if they are still in the possession ultimately of the borrower, meaning even if he purchased them after the debt, has them, he didn't sell them, then I, the creditor, can collect from those properties. If the borrower said that I hereby encumber all property that I own and will ever own, the kanoi that I own now, the asli anything I will own, as kanashi would dam amashi yikna. So if the borrower stipulates that I hereby creating a lien against the property owned and any property that I will purchase, that stipulation works, and anything that the borrower purchases ultimately becomes encumbered with his debt. Therefore, again, the shibur, the encumbrance, will develop on any that the borrower will purchase, and therefore, again, if the borrower purchases something, subsequently sells it off, and then the debt is due, and the borrower has no other property to his name, ultimately, again, the creditor can go after of those properties, seize them in satisfaction of his debt. The dafka, however, caveat, this type of future lien is not automatic. It only occurs if it's explicitly articulated by the borrower. The default is that only property owned by the borrower at the time of the debt is encumbered to the debt. That's the default. The difference halacha says is that the borrower has what we call the option. The deikni option of also means that anything I will acquire does become encumbered by this debt, and so it makes that stipulation, it works. Any property that buys after the date of the loan will become encumbered, and even if he subsequently sells it off, if at the time when the debt needs to be repaid he has no money to his name, the borrower can go after the purchasers of that property in order to satisfy his debt. But that's not the whole Oh, true. Second, if this happens with the creditors, we pass the apple. We pass that the lien devolve upon the property simultaneously. Therefore, again, the local advice is this way. Says in Mishnah. Now for the bias, once they were still with the house collapse. Who's the following on? So now for Habas, Allah al Ishto. So let's say a house falls upon a man and his wife. And by the way, Ashman points out over here, the in love on him, this is a case of where there are no children. There are no children. Now, that's exactly what this means. It means, well, Harper's means he has no children with her. It's possible that he has other children, as we'll see in a moment, but this couple, which has died in his house collapse, they don't have any children together. So what happens? So Yorshe Habal, the baby stands to inherit the husband, which John points out is either his father, his brother, or his son from another woman. So the Yorshe Habal, what's their claim? Their claim is Isha Mesa Misha. The wife died first. Now, why is that their claim? Why is that their claim? That's the claim because the wife died first, then what? She's inherited by the husband, which means the state includes any property that she had, which means that the Yershim of the Baal now get this. However, the inheritors of the woman so again, those who whoever her closest, whoever, it doesn't matter, the point is, it's whoever her closest surviving relatives are. So Yersha Isha Omen, Baal, Meis Rishon, the husband died first. Achakach Meis Isha, and then the wife died. Now, both sides, understand that the husband died first and then the wife died. So remember, again, Halakha Lamaisa, the woman she doesn't inherit him because we're talking about a case where there are other inheritors of a husband. But what it does do is what? It allows her property to stay out of the husband's estate. So again, same machlokas about who died first because the Shaila is in that ramification. Legabe Yusha. Both sides. Just take a look at the second line. Isha Meis Rishona. The Yarshe Isha Klum. I'm sorry, we have to read that. Fine. So let's start off. The Shamish Yaklov. So it says the Shine that the heirs of the wife, the heirs of the husband split the money. Split the money. Look at the Rashbam. The Shamish Yaklov. Which is something to be into the Shammai says, multiple suffix. Any time that you have a doubt regarding something, right? So the halacha is, what do? You split it. You split it. Okay, so they still all say no. The chasim beches chasa. They still all say that we're going to have to define what to the Gemara, but the chasim beches remains in its chazakas. So what it sounds like, they still are saying is, we kind of maintain the status quo. Whoever had the property retains the property and is then passed down to their respective yarshim. Take a look at the Rashbam for just a moment. So the Rashbam writes, they still own the chazan beches kasan. The Gemara mefarish beches kasmi. So he wants to say, who's chazan? What are we talking about over here? He says, so, all right, well, we won't read the rest of the Rashbam. Yes, let's read this. Behind the chazan, the current is still a mixed song parasite. So this is actually important later on. We're going to see that what Priscilla is referring to also here is what's called Nifseit Zon Barzal. So what's Nifseit Zon Barzal? This refers, remember again, to how the woman brings into a marriage, but the husband guarantees value. So meaning the husband has the right to ultimately use this particular property, but let's say he uses it to the point where it's totally diminished. So upon death or divorce, he or his estate are obligated to pay the value. Meaning the property is assessed at the time of the beginning of the marriage. Brought into the marriage, the husband is on the hook for the entire amount.
Are they all 14 years old?
So the Gemara says over here, Gemara says,
this is crazy because we've been watching clip and it's like everything we're saying.
so we will see over here, let's finish that back. Bishavan Bitsivasa, the Achriyusam Allah, is that this reference of Beisilo is actually going to refer to the estates on Barzal. But again, we'll see it more clearly articulated in the Gemara. So yours and the cousin, the Chetzkas, Suba, the Chetzkas Yar Shehaba. So when it comes to Suba, the Suba property remains with the Yarshim of the husband. Now, once I understand what this means. The Suba is a debt that is owed from the husband to the wife. The Gemara tells that property remains with the husband's estate, and the chasim, and we'll discuss exactly what this means. The chasim and the chnasim b'tu'ima, the cheskas yarshei ha'av. Property that goes out, that comes in and goes out with her. And again, the Rashbam points out over here, hey, nichseim l'lov, shenach v'neisat einach v'nisat. So it's like, remember the difference between nichseim l'lov and nichseim zon barzal? Nichseim zon barzal, the value of the property is guaranteed. It's guaranteed. So Allah provides a sheet of nichseim zon barzal. It's assessed. That amount was written into the Ksuba. Upon death of the divorced husband or his estate are obligated to pay that amount to him. Nichseim l'lov is what? But she means title. He has if he uses it out as a duration of the marriage, then what? Right? No, don't use that. The idea is if he uses it up, there's no guarantee. She retains title, so whatever is left over at the end of the marriage is hers, which should be assets, just be totally depleted. Be totally depleted. So again, it's going to be some guys. He's on the hook for the amount. Nichseim l'lov, she retains title. He has usage. Something left, fine, nothing else. So the Gemara says over here, now when it comes to that, what's called nechasim hanichnasim b'yosef. That's nichseim l'lov. So that's property that comes in and comes out with her. The Cheskas Yosha, what's it now? Cheskas Yosha is in the Chazaka of those who would inherit her, which is another way of saying that mixing log is under the ownership or under the Chazaka of the white family. Let's analyze this. It's really fascinating. Gemara asks, what's the Cheskas days? The Cheskas mean. Remember again, the Sila makes a very interesting statement. Whereas the Shammai says in this case, we don't know who died first. There's only one possible resolution. What's the Shammai resolution? Again, on one side, it's moment I look at the suffering, it's money shrouded in doubt. Therefore, I look nice, you have to split it. So the Silo said in the Chasam that has Kasa. We keep the property in its Chazak. So asks the Gemara Farm, that has Kasa meaning. Who? What's the casting? So Yochanan, Amar, the Cheskas Yosha Abal. The Yochanan says the property remains in the Chazaka of those who have the husband. Let's say, taking a look at Rashi for just a moment, and remember, that's why the Shavuot is very important. We're talking about Nichsei Tzon Baris. So this is property ultimately running to marriage, and husband guarantees the value of this property. So now the Shain Rabbi said ultimately is husband, wife died. You don't know who died first. Who retains the Nichsei Tzon Baris? So Yochanan says the Cheskas Yosha Abal. Ultimately, again, the Yershim, the inheritors of the husband, they are the ones who retain the Nichsei Tzon Baris. What's the shot? Third line, that the Cheskas Yosha Abal, the Pitsu low, the most zero low, Yochah Yilamo, and Yochah Yilamo, since the husband has the big responsibility for the value of these items, and since he even has the right to sell these items, so from a legal perspective, there's considered. Therefore, in a situation like this where we don't know who died first, the wife or the husband, so the husband's Yoshim says that they'll hold on to the Nichsei sometimes. They hold on to that property. Rabbi Loza says, the Cheskas Yosha Isha. Rabbi on the other hand says, no, the Nichsei Tzalbaz, will say that goes to the inheritors of the wife. What's the logic behind that argument? Simple logic, because wife, she has title, right? It's legal title. Now, I will say, I want to be clear. Nichsei Tzalbaz is an interesting thing, because as we just said before, if you think about it, she doesn't own the property. What she owns is what? The value of the property. Because we'll say the proof to that is the husband can sell off that property. He's just on the hook for whatever the assessed value of that property was at the time of the marriage. So there's this tension now when they both die. We don't know who died first. So the Yisrael says, keep the Nichsei Muluk some parcel property of the Chazak or whoever had it. So he wants to shkaya. Who does that mean? Rabbi Yochanan says whoever had it, that's the husband. He really is the owner of it. It happens to be that upon death or divorce, he owes her money. He owes the money. In other words, essentially, it's converted to a debt. But the property is really his. What's the velocity? Maybe sometimes the greatest test of ownership is ability to sell. Just hold on, so if you have the ability to sell, that's a pretty good testament to the fact that you own it. So therefore, the Yochanan says, husband sell it. Therefore, he owns it. Therefore, we don't know who died first. We let that property stay in the Chazaka or stay in the possession of the Yershi Abba. What he's talking about, it's hers. Granted, the husband can sell it, but at the end of the day, she owns the value. Because she owns the value, therefore, say it's her Chazaka owners, and therefore, it should go to her. So we are actually Yershi. But if Shimon Lakish, they should split it. It's funny about Kafka said, only on the Alone bar the Irish Yaakov. What's about Kafka said the same thing. Both ultimately want to assert their right to go ahead and inherit only ends we have ultimately in local issues split. What's it? You look at that sharp moment, short line, in the Parish of Haman, hold the Hamanu for Eli Shakol, the Hamanu for Eli Shakol, Yaakov shows the variation of the pieces. Yeah, the pieces. He and others ready to ask love. So who don't acquire a lot of the Hari Range Kimamono, the high to Amiris as what so the idea that the Gemara is over here is which is they both have an equal claim to a certain degree. She has a claim because this is property that was hers already before the marriage. So he has a strong claim. Why? Because he literally owns the property. He could go and sell it, do whatever he wants to. So because the little difference, the only resolution between this would be Yaakov. And that's how the Shulchan passes. But if her husband and wife died together, the house collapse case, sure again, who died first? So we'll say so. It's there. Say so bad. In this case over here, the Shulchan passes and halach l'maisi Yaakov. The Yorshim of the husband and the Yorshim of the wife will split this particular point. Says the Mishnah. No, it's Allah ba'alimo. Let's say the house falls on a man and his mother. So we'll see why this is different. We'll look at the Rambam for this moment. Now for the Bayit, Allah ba'alimo. Right? Question of Kidon. Shana for the Bayit, Allah ba'alimo. So we'll see the piece over here. The house falls on Rachel, the wife. Yaakov already passed. Yaakov passed the before. So Rachel is alone. Rachel has one son from Yaakov by the name of Yosef. Right? And what happens? But she has no other son. Her only child is Yosef from Yaakov. She has no other children. She going to have so in this case over here, what's happening? Mother and children in the house together, the house collapses, and then we don't know who died first. So what's this? The Gemara says over here, you have two competing interests. You have those, the inheritors of the mother and the inheritors of the brother. Now the inheritors of the mother will say that even though he's the only son, he's the only son of Yaakov and Rachel, but it's possible that Yaakov had another wife, Leah, and he has other paternal brothers. So remember again, Yerusha is determined by paternal brothers. So there's a group of people vying for Reuben and Yerusha. Those are his brothers ultimately again from their mother, from Leah, Yaakov and Leah, and Rachel has whoever her father is vying for her Yerusha. There was an interesting part in this piece of the Bible. Finish the Rashi. Shiyarsha in Gona Kamya Omer Haben Rishon, the Yimei Sakrona, Vir Shelo Kol Nechaseh. So it's ultimately again. So that's the mother claimed that the son Yosef predeceased his mother Rachel. Therefore, Rachel, the closest surviving relative, inherits her son, although we'll discuss the mechanics of this in the Gemara, and therefore they stand to inherit the estate. So the Gemara says, the Yarsha Ben and the inheritors of it, for example, if you go Reuben ben Yaakov Leah, he has the fellow brothers from his father and another wife. Call out a cousin, Toei on the cousin. Omer Rachel Mesa Pila, the Yorash Yosef is called the Kaseva. Achachak makes you Rishon called the Kaseva. They hold that when I saw Rachel died first. Yosef went ahead and inherited his mother. Yosef went ahead and inherited his mother, and that's what he means. Back to the Mishnah. Every reason in this case that what? That Yaakov that is close. Now, both sides, this is not such a English what we just learned. In all of the previous cases on both sides, we did not have equal claims. The reason we did not have equal claims is because remember again how this whole thing started. This whole thing started with competing claims between creditors and inheritors. Creditors and inheritors. So when you have creditors competing against inheritors, the claims are not on the same level. One is claiming Al Tirusha, and one ultimately is claiming out calls, out debts. So again, we'll discuss why this is different than the previous mission, because the previous mission seems to be the same way as well, but we'll get into the kind of this. The point from our video will say you have two equal claims of Yerusha. When you have two equal claims of Yerusha, there's no way to assert who is more right, who is less right. The only way, everyone agreed to Shem Yisrael, that the law over here is Yaakov split. I'm going to be Akiva. And Akiva says, Moda I admit in this case, trying to tossing the best conference, most of the Akiva argues on this. And Rabbi Akiva says, no, I still agree that in this case, the property should remain in its chazakah. Whoever had the chazakah should retain the property. I will say, who that means we'll have to see. And what's that? I got to the Rashbam's running down. Why does it be Akiva use Lashon of most Da'ani? And he just means the Lashon of the Kanakam. the kind of colors is Elu, Moses, Yachloku, Hashem Esobo Kula. The Akiva says, I admit, Yachloku, but rather we keep the property ultimately again with the one who has the Hazak. Yes, Kamala Ben Azai, Ben Azai was the guy who was supposed to see when Rabbi Akiva was defeated. So Ben Azai was also Rabbi Akiva's son. Right, Ben Azai married Rabbi Akiva's daughter, Rachel. Not Rachel.
Be driven to embrace somebody else, but then hoops, gadoosh, negative baseball thing.
As I was, we'll see a comic also is saying. So Ben Azai, I'll quote you unexcited. I was the boss of Ben Azai says, Rabbi Akiva, isn't it bad enough that you had my focus in the previous Mishnah? Now you have to go ahead and my focus in the Mishnah where everybody is. So I said, as a people, we're dealing with this Machlokas, all these Mishnahs. Finally, we come to a Mishnah where everyone agrees, and you have to stir the Machlokas pot and disagree over here. So let's discuss exactly what the nature of that is. Something about the so it's like something about the analyze this. So the Akiva comes along and says that even in this case, where the household on the son and the mother, and the Akiva, whereas the Tanakama says, they split between the inheritors, split the estate property. The Akiva says the property remains in the chazak of the one who had it. What does that mean? So that the Akiva so even though it says that it remains in the possession of those who would inherit the mother, the mother's inheritors. Let's say you see, take a look at the Rashbam says the Kashkashir Sheri, like right in the middle of the wide line. It's in the Bible, as we will explain later on. Over the book Sikha, the Osa Sheri, Shekol Haya Isha La'acha Shebayla, Haya Ka'oma Mo'akas Rasa, Harini Mishevet Akta, Lafilu Ksubasa, the Kosefta, Shagav Sami Bayla, Shekol Yada, Harini the Kaskash Shevet Akta, Shekol the Kaskash Akta Shevet. Let's see, we're going to Larry. One, remember again, the two of the years that Rachel, wife, the mother, was widowed once. So she has possession of her property, whatever her property is. So whatever, Ksuba she has. So she has a tribal affiliation. She was married. The tribal affiliation, everything out of her husband. Now that her husband has died, her tribal affiliation, the tribe ultimately of her father. Because she's been a widow, the chazaka is that her tribe, her shevet, owns that property. Her shevet, right, owns that property. So therefore, again, that if you look at in this case, where mother and son died, and we don't know who died first, so what do we say? We say keep the property in its chazaka. The chazaka is with your sheharim, those who will inherit the mother, because her tribe, her extended family is ownership. And the Zera says no, the best that's your sheharim. And the Zera then it should also be remain in the chazaka, in the possession of those who will inherit the son. Go ahead and look at our example for just a moment. The best that's your sheharim. The Mishanis Chayla, how you have been running the program, the cultural of every time. Let's say no. The other thing, the Zera says that the property goes to the son's inheritance. Why? Because once the father died, once Yaakov died, it was like who was Rachel's first inheritor? Who was the first inheritor? Ultimately, it was the son. So because of that, even during her lifetime, he has a certain chazaka on that property. Because he's a first inheritor, chazaka on the property. Because of that, in this case, doubt. But we are not sure exactly who it is that died first. It is really inheritors that have the first against the deceased mother. This is what we established in inheritance law. So even before she died, there's an inheritance. It's just a fact, though. It's a not because it's a doubt. The last thing we can do is rely on the last one before they die is that his son inherits his mother. So in this case, when we don't know that, the only default back was that the son was the first mission creditor of the mother. The Gemara says, he saw the creditor of and he gave us Yisrael. The bottom carried Yisrael. He changed his birthing position and asked me like that Akiva, namely again that the property remains with the Yosheh Ha'ed. Has the Chazaka Therefore, the property remains, their property remains with her family. So the zero versus this right there is Israel. So come Rabbi Bishira, was it Rabbi came along, and he also upheld the Rabbi Zera. Rabbi Zera said, what do you see from here? Shmani no, Avira I credit ultimately that this reversal in my position to the air of Eretz Yisrael. The air of Eretz Yisrael sets down one with Let's say you in that holy air, just literally, just allowing your lungs and your soul and your heart to the peace of Eretz Yisrael. Let's say you don't even want to try this, but you know it. The moment you step off the plane, you breathe. You have it. The air of Eretz Yisrael is better than any other air. You guys don't know. There's a lot to say. When I went to Jose, this is actually amazing remark. He's saying, when I came to Eretz Yisrael, listen to these words. I opened my heart and allowed my previously held dependence and to ultimately again allow myself to finally see, even though the part of reversal I will say you understand the incredible metaphoric understanding of this as well. But the greatness of Eretz Yisrael sometimes you a certain level of understanding about the life. It's just don't where else. Sometimes we go through life and we have our sheepos. The MS is where I have to get, and we're so caught up in those sheepos. Sometimes we lose out. Sometimes the person has the ability to breathe air of Eretz Yisrael, has the ability to be cocooned in that kedusha of the land. Like Zera says, "Shenishalisu Eretz Yisrael." I think you have to just Eretz Yisrael. Nasati eslibi lasis mishikasi harishon. It gave me the strength for me. My initial opinion is that some of us spend life locked in shikasenu harishon. You take a shita, and that's it. Full throttle. And you never can say, 1 second, is this life? And if it was cheap, it might have been 15 years ago. It might have been 20 years ago. But is it good for you now? Sometimes you get so wrapped up in the shita that at the end of the day, I just don't think like Zera says, I was like that. I will, where was I? But Zera said, wasn't hanging out in that place. You were in Yeshiva in Bava. For my said I got wrapped up in my shit. Only thing that Israel, I breathed there, I opened my eyes, my heart, and my soul, and recognized and be perspective in life. The words that I try to say are so heavy. They're so about life is all about examining your sheep. Sometimes we become so convinced that we're living and what we're doing and our priorities are correct that we never take the time to assess that. Sometimes you need to go to Eretz Yisrael, or at least if you can't go with your body. And Rabbi Nachman says, your neshama could be anywhere you want. If you want to be in Eretz Yisrael, you can close your eyes. Your neshama could be there in the blink of an eye, just a moment. Sometimes you have to breathe in air, literally or figuratively, to examine the hierarchies of life. Also, just one stop. The time of night, I will say, what's the reason for this? Ultimately, you say that the property is the of the mother. Since at the end of the day, the chazaka of the mother is the property, since she's been widowed, is in the chazaka for Sheva. Therefore, I will say that chazaka remains. And therefore, in this case, so we don't know who died first, who died second. We establish the property because the chazaka ultimately again is part of the Sheva.
These are like truck drivers. It's like there's truck drivers now. They're coming in the shop universe. I'm not comfortable with them. Listen,
Good morning.
10 minutes of TRXs.
We begin today's daf Kufn and Zion, Bava Basra. We begin by thanking our sponsors. We thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for the year of 5780 Selson family as a sponsor for all of Am Yisrael. We also thank Steve and Harry Zinn for sponsoring all the month in honor of the birthday grandchild, Dvorah Eliezer Dvorah Eliana Zinn, daughter of Sylvie and Sarah and David Zinn of Los Angeles, and in loving memory of Steve Albert Zinn, Bonnie Ben Chaim, and his yard site. They should have nachas from the grandchildren and should have in a chama and so much to have in the league. Also thank Dr. Schwal and Robin Karavkin for the funeral of the month. As is the first for a fourth Yach and Yom Chaim, Pesach ben Meshachana, and in honor of the brother. Mother, Tessa, Mira Basayim, the Shamash have an Aliyah, Shamash and the Phelan should have Moshe and an Ellen to Bronson Olushim of the month. And the parents that Yaakov Meir ben Moshe Lever on the 10th yard site on the 10th Chesed, and Janice Gavan on the 10th yard site. We also thank Dr. Ben Yemima Sofa, first one of the month. In the merit speedy recovery and full recovery, Bro Kaya Cohen Stella from Los Angeles, the young child in critical condition after sustaining burns in their accidental fire while Sarah. You should have a foolish living here. We also wish very special Malta to Jacob and a lot of endorsements on the birth of twin boys, right? Twin boys this morning. We have a lot of nachas them from the entire, and we should hear the serious time with research on Roman the Itai Ubinai. And we also wish this to the grandparents. A lot of nachas. Kufman Zion. We begin on Daf Kufman Vav on the base. We're starting to be Eliezer Omer. So, you remember from yesterday's Gemara, we had about the limitations. You know, yesterday's Mishnah brought up what might have been like a little bit of a curveball, a surprise in the halacha of Shkivmara. Up until now, we always learned that Shkivmara is pretty blanket halacha. And across the board, Shkivmara, by virtue of the fact that he simply dictates that he wants to actually give back his possessions to somebody else, it's done. Subim, so really, Allah's the Mishnah yesterday did this discussion. And today we have in our Mishnah Rabbi Eliezer. It should be pointed out that some accurate person, just perhaps years in the Mishnah as was with her. But again, we're going to go with the actual plain reading of the Mishnah. Rather than listening to Rabbi Eliezer, he has a limitation. He says, the Shabbos Kayamin, the name Yachal Lechtai. The Shtivarak comes out and says that he likes to give out to somebody. Now hold on a second. He cannot write a star. He cannot actually do a kinyan on Shabbos. So therefore, by virtue of the fact that there's nothing he can do, the idea that Shtivarak will be in a position where he's concerned he's going to pass away, and he has no ability to be able to facilitate the kinyan, so he's able to just simply transfer his possessions by mouth, verbally do it. Avolovo, you can't do this during the week. Why? Because during the week, what's the big deal? Take out a piece of paper, and right? Rabbi Eliezer is opinion is that halacha of Shtivarak he's talking about has all been said only on Shabbos, but not during the week. Yeshua Omer, Yeshua disagrees and says, no, incorrect. Shabbos Amru, if on Shabbos he's able to facilitate the kinyan by just saying it, he can certainly do that during the week. So what is the logic of it? Yeah? So the Rambam explains that this concept mentioned many times of called Levila in which is it's an expression which comes from the Masechus Menachos, which again is just an example. So we're talking about mixing together all the different the measurements inside a cake. So halacha is you have the dry part of the carbon mincha and the oil part of the carbon mincha. You're going to mix to a tea leaf that's only able to fit that ingredient without mixing it. But if you were to start spilling out, then halacha is it's possible you can't use that case. Now the halachically is you're not obligated to mix it. So it's very interesting. You're not obligated to mix it, but if you mix it, you have to be in as much as you're able to mix it, you don't have to mix it. However, it has to at least be able to be mixed. That's the idea. In other words, once you're able to do something, we don't actually care that you take it to the finish line. We just want to know that you have the ability to be able to do it. So the Rashbam explains that's what Yeshua is saying over here. On Shabbos, you don't have any ability to facilitate a kinyan. So now, we're going to say, even without the ability to facilitate a kinyan, it's going to work and the kinyan is going to happen. The acquisition will take place. Despite the fact you have no ability to do it, certainly during the week you have the ability to do it, you don't have to actually take it to the finish. So this is my focus between Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Yeshua. According to Rabbi Eliezer, halacha is, and on Shabbos, where he has no ability to do it, Chazal went ahead and said, you know what? If they come up for a shivmara, you don't want to touch. It's very unsettling for a person to be in a position where they know they have something that needs to get done. They know that the clock is ticking, and they know that they might not be able to do it. It's very anxiety provoking, and therefore it's going to affect his health, and it's going to perhaps cause a trigger for death. Therefore, Chazal said, all right, let's allow him to make a kinyan. If Yeshua disagrees and says, listen, if on Shabbos you're able to do it despite the fact you have no ability to make a kinyan, certainly during the week when you can just go ahead and let it start, you're able to facilitate it. Kiyotzibo, similar, Zakin Lekatan, the aim Zakin Lekatan. The concept of Sakiya, which is basically making the kinyan for somebody who is not present. So again, what does the Mishnah say? According to Rabbi Eliezer, a person can go ahead and acquire something for a katan, for a child, but he cannot acquire it for a gadol. Again, the same idea, which is katan doesn't have the ability to be able to facilitate a kinyan. So therefore, one would say, so there use an adult. Katan can't do it. The child can't do it. The gadol can do it for it. It's the opposite. If it works for a katan, who he himself does not have the ability to facilitate this, so certainly it works for a gadol who has the ability to do it. Now, the Gemara asks an interesting question. You see this question all over the shop. We're going to see that there's something very interesting about the way this makes sense. Who is the author of this Mishnah? And the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda. Our Mishnah must have been written by Rabbi Yehuda. So again, remember, the names of the Mishnah are Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Yeshua. So that's not a question. So typically, when you have a Stam Mishnah, which says the halacha, the Gemara is going to ask, who's the author of this Mishnah? In our Mishnah, there's no question. We know Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Yeshua. So what does the Mishnah mean? What does the Gemara mean when it says Rabbi Yisrael? So the Gemara is going to explain that we have a machlokas rishonim, machlokas tanoim, exactly what the opinions of Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Yeshua are. In other words, when the Mishnah was taught, we know Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Yeshua said something. The problem just is that there were two different versions of what was taught in the Mishnah. Therefore, we're going to see exactly, we have a Mishnah which is exactly the opposite. Let's learn this together. Asnis Nami, who is the author of the Mishnah, where it says, Rabbi Yehudahi, this is Rabbi Yehuda. It says in the Brisa, Rabbi Meir Omer, that Rabbi Eliezer Omer. Now, Rabbi Meir quoting Rabbi Eliezer says it's different. What does he say? B'chal, during the week, Devarav Kayam, exactly the opposite. Our Mishnah learns that on Shabbos, Ashtiv Maraz actually take effect. However, according to Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Eliezer said during the week, Ashtiv Maraz has the ability to be able to facilitate a kinyan just verbally. Why? So, because he's able to write it, he can write it, he can say it. Shabbos, he doesn't have the ability to be able to write it, it's not going to work, and therefore, since Rabbi Eliezer is limiting the halacha of Shtivara during the week, but not on Shabbos. Rabbi Yeshua also Yeshua top of Kufn Zayin and Aleph, he disagrees with Rabbi Eliezer in that version of the Mishnah. He says, if Chazal made it work during the week, it's how over the Shabbos. Certainly, Shabbos Chazal Sakana, so to help out this Shkimara, Kiyos and again, that's the opposite. Dafin Legadol, a person can make Zechia, acquire something for an adult, you can't go ahead and acquire something for a child. Those are the words of Rebbe Eliezer. Basically means, since an adult has the ability to be able to fulfill that opinion, so therefore he could use the chiyuv for it. But not a child can do it himself. If Yeshua disagrees, it's Katan Amru, Chazar. The Gadol Amru, Chazar allows the chiyuv. Once it's facilitated opinion on someone else's behalf, then Kavachomer L'Katan, certainly they would allow you to do it for a Katan because that's the one who needs it. So we have a whole Mishnah over here, which is exactly the opposite. Pretty much the inverse of our Mishnah is the way that Rabbi Meir learned. Here comes Rabbi Yehuda Omer. Yehuda says, no. You mixed up the teaching of Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Yeshua. And Rabbi Yehuda says, Yehuda Omer, that Rabbi Eliezer Omer is out for Kayamah. On Shabbos, exactly as the Mishnah writes it, for Kayamah, the words of the Mishnah work. Why? Because he's not able himself by writing a star have the normal, typical ability to facilitate it. Because it's Shabbos, God said, okay, it works verbally. I will love over during the week we have the ability to simply write a star, let him do it. So Omer, to the degree that your Mishnah allowed a Torah to facilitate opinion verbally, then Kalachol B'chol, certainly during the week, he will be able to do it because he has the ability to do it in other ways. Therefore, his ability to accomplish it will be much easier. The odds of those similarly talking about the Gadol, the person who uses the Chiyuv requires for a child, but not for himself. Again, the same idea as there. So Omer says, exactly how I learned it, and therefore we simply identified who is the one who learned it. So again, well, typically Gemara asks, who is the author of the Mishnah? It's because the Mishnah doesn't have names in it, therefore you want to find out who is the author of this Mishnah. In this case, the Mishnah has all names, but however, that you knew, there are two different versions. The Gemara was simplifying according to who did we decide to actually write the Mishnah. The Gemara says fits Rabbi Yehuda's understanding of the teaching of Rabbi Eliezer, and on to the next Mishnah. So, in the next Mishnah, we're going to describe a case. We're going to use Yaakov and Reuven next to the Rashbam explains it, but again, people who are familiar with in terms of the way the generations progress. Lafal Abayis Allah. Mishnah says he intentionally collapses on top of him, the Al-Abid, and as well on top of his father, Allah for Al-Moed, on top of him and others who would bequeath their possessions. In other words, as follows. We're going to always identify Mr. Allah as Reuven being the child, and who's Aviv is his father. We have Yaakov and Reuven. Unfortunately, Yaakov and Reuven are, having Thanksgiving dinner together, and the entire house collapses. They both died in a very unfortunate circumstance where the house collapsed. Now, obviously, we don't know who died first. We don't know Reuven died first. We don't know Yaakov died first. We don't know if they died simultaneously. So now, with that comes a short problem. The high love is Subas Isha Ubalko. So now, Reuven owed money. Reuven was in debt either to his ex-wife or to other people that he simply borrowed money from. Now, they came to collect from him. He had no money. Now, Yarshe Ha'av Omrim, the Yarshim of Yaakov, so the names might be Shimon, Levi, Yehuda, Issachar, Zebulun, or it might even be Reuven's children, might be Charab, followers. Those children might be coming by and saying, listen, grandfather Yaakov Or it could be the children of Yaakov, maybe Yisachar Zula, coming by and saying, listen, who died first? Yoshia Av Omrim had then made Rishon. It must be that Reuben died first. The Acher Kach made Sa'av. Afterwards, the father died. And therefore, Reuben never took possession of the father's estate because he died first. And therefore, we, as the heirs of Yaakov, are going to get all of Yaakov. However, those who Reuben owes money to say no. Reuben died first, and then happened in between Yaakov's death and Reuben's death. Reuben inherits Yaakov's estate. The Achar made Saben. After Reuben inherited his father's estate, he died. Now, what does that mean? That means that we, the Bali, we are the ones, creditors. We're owed money by Reuben. Now we have a place to collect from. We could collect our debt from the estate that was transferred from Yaakov to Reuben. So Vishamay says, Yaakov is going to split it. The Shammai is of the opinion that, let's explain it very briefly, that only Ligbo should go. In other words, we have a couple of concepts to play around with. Let's start, make it easier with Basil. Basil will start with a very simple concept. It is ain't Shafet mostly needed. We know for certain they both died. That we know for sure. We also know that Yaakov's children are Vadai, are most certainly going to be heirs of his estate. The only way to take Yaakov's estate away from those other children is by saying that it went to Reuben. So there's a suffix that Reuben died second, and Yaakov's estate transferred to Reuben, and then it's going to go to the Bali Kol. So then Beis says no. How would you say that? And therefore, let's go with what we know for certain. We know for certain that Yaakov died. We know for certain that Shimon, Levi, Yehuda, Yisachar, Zebulun are heirs of Yaakov's estate. Leave it where it is. They're going to get it to Bali Kol, have to prove that actually Yaakov died first, and then it went to Reuben. What happens is that Shammai disagrees, and they're saying that Star only Ligos to go with them. In other words, what they're basically saying is, yes, there is some element of doubt over here, but there's doubt on both sides, and therefore it's as if they already collected it. Since they already collected it, so then there's an equal suffix on both sides, and therefore we're going to do it. Whereas this process will divide. Tosh explains it, Rasham explains it, so basically that's my book. According to Beis Shammai, it's going to be split between those who are owed money by Reuben and the heirs of Yaakov's estate. According to Beis Hillel, it all goes straight to Yaakov's heirs. Why? Because we know for certain that they're supposed to inherit him. In order to take the way you have to say that Yaakov died first, and then it went on to Reuben. Again, that's a subject you have no reason to see. Okay, now the Gemara starts with itself. It's not happening. We don't help you. A person lends money to his friend with a star, with a document. Gova in the bus. The person, if the borrower does not have enough money, then the one who lends the money has the ability to collect his debt from the customer budget. What are the customer budget? The customer budget are pieces of cargo, real estate, that have a lien on it. So at the time that, let's just use Reuben, the time that Reuben borrowed money from Shimon, all of his property now has a lien on it. It has a lien on it because he has money. Now if he goes ahead and sells that money, now Shimon comes by later to collect his debt, and it turns out that Reuben has no more money. He could go ahead and collect his debt from all that property. And the one who purchased it is going to have to go ahead and figure it out with Reuben. That's the customer's budget. In other words, the possessions that have a lien on it, and therefore Shimon, who went ahead and lent the money to Shimon, to Reuben, is able to collect his debt from that possession. What the condition of this is, as we learned, see that what happens if the document which affirms the loan does not actually say that if I fail to pay you cash, you'll be able to take money from my possessions. We pass it, but a prior so that means that even if it's inadvertently left out of the document, assume that it was just a mistake. The scribe who wrote this document simply inadvertently left out that line. But nobody is going to go ahead and lend money to somebody else and take out the clause that he fails to pay back. In due time, they go ahead and collect his debt from the real estate that has a lien on it. That's the difference with that line. Now,
You're right. That's exactly what I think.
the Mishnah continues and says, they aid them, and the person borrowed money without a document, without a star. Rather, what do? He only borrowed money in front of two. He could his debt from real estate, but not real estate that has been sold. Not from real estate that had a lien and then was sold. Rather, only collected from real estate, moving the borrower who has his possession. What's the difference is that how is buying real estate supposed to know that this real estate has a lien? There's title companies back then are able to it. The only way to is if there is a call, there are no about it. How do you affect the call? You affect outright the star. Everything is simply hearsay. Oh, you heard from the witnesses. You're one witness, two witnesses. Word on the street. However, that's not going to get caught. However, once it's written in the document, that creates a call. People know about it. Write it down. It's documented. Therefore, it is the responsibility of buying that property to know that he bought property with a lien on it, and he's taking the gamble that perhaps the person's not going to pay back his debt, but it's confiscated. So that's the difference between borrowing money with a document or borrowing it just in front of agent. In both cases, obviously, you can collect your debt. However, when you collect your debt, property that had a lien on it that was sold, that's only going to be true for loan. Okay, that's the sideline. I think more says, vice more. More is the following. What happens if in a document that a person who borrowed money, he wrote that I'm going to pay you back, obviously for my money, or from my possessions, but he adds in one line, which is the Vikana. He writes, I'll even pay you back from things that I will eventually buy. Matter of fact, in this document, that's all signed. The the Osage Ani, which is the start to. It actually says the person signs to his wife, he's going to pay her the ksuba if it becomes relevant from possessions that he bought and he owns. The Osage initially anything that I'm going to purchase. Now, even from the shirt off of my back. So that's what it starts, doesn't it? That's what starts Ksuba says in it. Now the question the card's asking is, a person borrows money and he writes in the star, going to pay the person back, and he's being himself, he is obligating himself to pay back even from property that does not yet own, property that I eventually will buy. What's Allah? Can a person go ahead and obligate himself to pay back a loan from property that doesn't even own? You are so legal to the mayor, of course you can agree with the mayor, the other knocking those for of course you can act yourself and it doesn't exist. There's no question. Because if a person can sell fruits that didn't even grow yet on a tree, then obviously a person can obligate himself to loan for property that didn't buy yet. Elakiti, Baila, weird expression, how do you go job? Any of the matches never come along. A person sells something that doesn't yet exist. The person can't sell fruit on a tree that didn't grow. You can't sell fruit that have not yet grown. So, can a person obligate himself to pay back the loan from property that did not buy it? The Gemara says, Amar Rav Yosef Tashim tried to bring the riot. The Chachamim Omrim Zeh Chaya Pikeach Shemachar Lo Karka Nitzu Yaakov Lemachina Olam. The Gemara is missing some information, so I'll fill it in. Rassan fills it, I'll fill it in outside. Yeah, Reuven and Shimon. Reuven borrows money from Shimon. He's not paying it back. Now what happens? Shimon puts up a piece of property for sale. And guess who shows up to buy the piece of property? Reuven. Reuven shows up to buy the piece of property. Now Shimon's thinking in his mind, this guy owes me $100,000. Okay, now he's showing up to buy me a piece of property for us. Admon says, Admon, who's the first opinion over here, says that Reuven, Shimon is going to sell the piece of property to him. He's going to say to him, I'm selling property now for $100,000. You know why? So I need $100,000. That's why I'm selling my property. You owe me $100,000. You know what? And keep my property. Why would I sell it? You already owe it to me. Admon says, by virtue of the fact that Shimon, when he sold the property to Reuven, is essentially agreeing that Reuven doesn't owe him the money. Right? Reuven's going to come and say, I paid you back. He's going to say, what do you mean you didn't pay me back? He's going to say, yes, I did. And the proof is that when you sold your property, you gave me the property. You should have just taken the $100,000 and said, you paid me back the loan that you owe me. Because the fact that you agreed to sell me the property, and you give me the property and change your for $100,000, is proof positive that I paid you. Now, some disagree. They know. And this is smart. Because what's Shimon thinking? Shimon's thinking, I'm going to have a hard time getting this money from this sleazy person selling property. This guy shows up to buy. So he's thinking, I'm one step ahead of him. What's going to happen? He's buy the property for me. Now he's going to have possession. He's going to have active cholesterol. If he doesn't buy property for me, all he has is $100,000 in the bank. I'm not going to go and say, Reuven, owe me $100,000. He's going to say, I'm so sorry. Or it's published. Every money, I'm so sorry. I'll pay you back. You know what? The payment plan, I'll get back to you. He's going to continue to push me off. He has no money. How am I going to know what kind of money he has in the bank? So for years and years and years, I'll probably find myself chasing for the money, and I'll never get it. So that's a great idea. I'll sell him my property for $100,000, and then in the week from now, after the deal is settled, say, sir, you owe me $100,000. Sorry, I have it. Well, guess what? You have a piece of property worth $100,000. I'd like to collect it. So he'll get his property back and get his two ways to come and respond to us. So get read that inside. Tell him Omrim, Zehaya Pikeach. He's actually a smart guy. Why? Shemachar Lo as a karka. He sold him the real estate. He could actually use it as collateral to get his loan back. So now, what's the part is very cryptic of what's going on here, but the point I want to prove that when did Reuven buy this property? Way after the loan actually happened. The question. First, he signs the document that I'll pay you back, even from things that I'll eventually buy. In this case, what happened? Reuven borrowed the money in January. He only bought it in June. Now, clearly, according to the Chachamim, he could go ahead and collect his debt from the store. You see, clearly, you can collect your debt from property that was acquired, that was purchased way after the place. You have proof positive, yes. I'm really rubbing me. I'm rich. You're proving from this. No, I mean, that's not the case with him. Because he owes money. Everybody agrees when you owe money back from any assets that you get. I mean, that's the thing. When you borrow money, you only pay back money that you have at the time of the loan. Of course not. You owe $100,000, you get $100,000, pay back the loan. You have the money, so then pay back the assets. No one cares where you bought those assets. So owe the money. Companies buy a loan, clarify
chair makes it goofier too. Wait, are you saying
our question is only Ikni Kana Umachar, and then the Ikni Kana Bahoris. It's relevant. This is relevant when he buys the loan and buys after the loan and then passes away and bequeaths it to one of his heirs. So in that case, the question is, when the person who ultimately got this piece of property, the third party, let's just call the person Levi, either a child of Ruvain, Levi is the purchaser of the field from Ruvain, is that field bought and then sold after the loan still going to be tethered to this loan, or is it completely disconnected? The question is not. Some of Kana talks about Kana said in Uriah, the house falls down on top of it. Bit of it and on his father, or Olav al Marisha falls down on him and any other person who would be a motive, would be sweet to possession after that. Now, Allah, on Ruvain, there was Isha, he was dead of a Shuba, it was money for another reason. Now, Yarshia Av Omrim, as the Mishnah says, the Yarshim of the father say, first the son died, and then the father died, and therefore the son never took possession of the father's estate. But the say, the father died first, and then what happened? His possession was transferred to Ruvain, and now, where does it go? It goes to the heirs of Ruvain. So this case is exactly what we're saying. Remember, Ruvain owes money. Okay? Ruvain signed a document that says, I'll pay you back, and I'll pay you back from things that I will acquire at a later date. Even if I sell those things or bequeath those to my children. Now what happens? Ruvain in our Madash. What is the start of the dispute? The start of the dispute is the possession that Ruvain acquired 5 minutes before dying, after the loan took place, and then transferred to his children. See clearly from the fact that the Bali claim that they want to actually get their hands on that piece of property, that's something that would actually be would be the shubha, would be the law. Now if you're going to say use acquisitions and then the acquisitions that bought and then sold are not connected to the loan, maybe it's true that the father died first. However, to Ikni, those are possessions that he only acquired later on. He explains, you're mixing up. Our mission doesn't say anything about the Balchov, about Ruvain signing that he's going to transfer any possession that he eventually will buy. That's not what our mission says. You made that up. So why is it that the children of Ruvain are even engaged in this discussion? The reason is because they have a mitzvah to pay back their father's debt. So Ruvain has children, his child Kanok over here, actually just need to be clear. His son passed away in a tragedy today. He doesn't want his father to go to the grave owing money. The problem just is his father has no money. Now, if his father actually got the estate of Yaakov before he died, then he'd be able to pay it back. Now, Kanok, Ruvain's son, actually wants to take care of it. It's very different. Hold on a second. That's what we're talking about. Master of Ashi, that's the case. Nobel patent. It's just the equivalent verbal loan. So, in other words, there's no document over here. Robert told our Shabbat Nobel patent, no permanent loan. The Nobel patent can't be taken from Kufa or from yours. That happens to be that line doesn't hold up to be true, but at least at this point, that was to cut us Chazal, he wants people to lend money, he wants it to be difficult, but also Mars says if that would be the case, then it wouldn't fit. Top of the days. Ella Hamad was the time of our Mishnah and Rabbi Meir. Our Mishnah, our other Max, these are the opinions. Person can always be makna to sell something that doesn't exist yet, or our Mishnah will not be around. Okay, so in other words, while a Mishnah looks like it was the perfect raya, indeed, it actually is not, because our Mishnah is. Okay, Amar of Yaakov in our pocket, which made Ravina tough now. Yaakov in our saying Ravina, another raya. Sorry, Chova Mustamin, so the person writes to star code, which is predated. That's possible. Why is it possible? It's obvious. The person who borrows money on, let's just say, January 15th, he dates the star January 1st. Now, that will cause a very big problem, because if he sold property between January 1st and January 15th, doesn't end up paying back his loan, that property is going to have a lien on it, because it was essentially purchased after the date of the loan was. The whole loan, the whole thing, the court entire star is possible, not just the price part of it. The Hamukhara, if a loan document is post-dated Sherim, that will be kosher. Why? The simple understanding why it would be kosher is because what's the deal? It's post-dated. The worst thing that will happen is that having less time to collect any real estate, any of the why? Because again, if you take loan to place in January 15th, and that could be I don't know, January 25th, then you have those 10 days where property was sold, wouldn't be able to collect from it. When we're not going to cause those who bought the field lose their field to rotate. Hold on. These talks the fact that if you're going to tell me the halacha is that what I will eventually buy and eventually sell is next to the loan. If it's post-dated, why is it costing? In other words, what you're saying is that if I'm going to eventually buy something and then it will be tethered to my loan for that proper date. Because if you're going to have a date which is, if you have a document which is post-dated by 10 days, so then those 10 days are days where if you've made this purchase, that piece of property should be connected. But now it's going to unfairly connect it to the loan because it was postponed. In other words, we used our dates. If we use a loan that takes place on January 15th, and it's post-dated to January 25th, so now what will come out is that anything that was purchased in the interim should not be connected to the loan, but it will be connected to the loan because the document is post-dated. So therefore, why should it be kosher? Once again, how many remain? That must be that mission that tells you the post-dated star is kosher. Jameir, why is Adam Makam Doris Level? A person can actually Makam Doris Level Allah. Amar Mishavi of Shmei Rava. Top shall read another ayah. The cartel is Ketzad. There's a mission in Gittin which says a person cannot collect from Shras Kartel. What is that? The Gemara says, Haresh a person who sold the field to his friends. Now the person who bought it, he didn't steer in it. He bought it to cultivate it. So he plowed it, he planted it, he did all types of things to increase its value. Now what happened? One of the creditors of the seller came and took it away. So listen, sorry, you bought a field and a lien on it. The person told me you never paid me back the debt. I'm taking it away. Now, this buyer goes back to the seller to collect his money. Because again, when your field gets taken away, you get to go back to the seller and get your money back. So when he comes back to collect, he should go back is like carrying the process of bargain. You collect the principal value of the field, even from other fields that are Meshubas and have a lien on it. In other words, it's like the whole chain of fields. You have Ruvain, who seems to have got himself into a lot of trouble. He owns property. He also owes a lot. Now, he sells one of his fields to Shimon. Now, Shimon goes ahead, works the field, and then Levi comes and says, hey, listen, Mr. Shimon, you bought a field that had a lien on it. I'm taking away the field. So now Shimon goes back to Ruvain to collect his money. Now, Ruvain has no money. He has no money. So he goes to, Yehuda, who also bought a field from Ruvain. Now, you can collect the principal from Yehuda, but it's a shevach, the amount that he actually invested into the field, the cost of Mechor, he only can collect 3 fields that are available. So the reason for that is the investment into a field is something able to get. The amount of money that a person should go ahead and invest to increase the quality or the value of the field, there's no limit. The sky's the limit. So they're possible to hold future buyers responsible to know how much to buy and how much to buy. In other words, if you're going to say that there's an infinite amount of money that Ruvain is going to eventually owe, then no one can ever buy anything from it. It's just impossible. So therefore, the unidentified amount of money, the only collection of fields available to Ruvain. Now, Yitzhak is actually Mikana Umachar. Kind of hard, low misdavid, future acquisition that's not connected. Oh, I might go with Shabbat. Why is Shabbat is to let Shabbat in the first place? Shabbat, by definition, is something we can't ask for. By virtue of the fact that like the Shabbat, again, that shows that things that eventually came later. You can't collect from our. There's no Mary is the same answer. Other all that's only according to his mayor to the phone that would not work. Now the Gemara says entirely unconnected. In Tim Solo, I shouldn't say entirely unconnected. In other words, Gemara was trying to bring a bunch of proofs to this concept of future acquisition. We're done trying to bring proof. Now in Tim Solo, if we're going to be Mishtabe, Lova, hold on, this scenario where what I will buy, and he buys it, sells it. It's kind of a horror. Things that I will buy, he buys it, and then he sleeps it. Then lo mishtabe, it's not going to be up to the loan. Hello mishtabe. Okay, obligation to the loan, but it's not going to be relevant. However, in terms of loan mishtabe, you're going to say that it is going to be connected to the loan, and it will be obligated to the loan. Now, the question: what happens if lava the lava? He borrowed from 2 different people. He has this person, he did this twice. He borrowed money from one person and says, I'll pay you back. And even from things I eventually will buy, I'll pay you back. And now, he goes and borrows another loan from another person who writes the exact same thing. So now, what's the halacha? L'kana mishtabed or l'bachim mishtabed? If it's only enough to pay back one loan, is it the first guy that he borrowed from that later acquisition goes to, or is it the second? Not from Hanosa, he violated asked this question himself when he got a message from Eretz Yisrael, and the halacha was Rishon, the first one that he obligated himself to get the president. Buddha says Yachlotu, he disagrees and says it's split. Exactly how the split works is not clear. According to the Rashbam, it's if he owes both of them $100,000 and he has a deal that's worth $100,000, he split it. However, if he owes one of them $200,000 and $100,000, then the person who owes $200,000 will get double the amount of the person who gets $100,000. That's the Rashbam. The same Tani Rabbi Baruch that both Rabbi Baruch also said you split it, and both of them get that future acquisition. Rita says, Badura Kama Rabashi, in Rabashi's first 30 years of life, when he learned Kol Karakula, at that point in time, on Marlon, he said, Rishon, tongue of the first person gets it. Badura Bashra, in the second half, Rav Ashi and Rabbi lived with our son. He lived for 60 years and he learned to tell Torah twice. And he had different maduras in the way he learned to taught things. Madura Kama, Madura Basu, first edition and second edition. But ultimately, this Madura Kama refers to the first edition, and Madura Basu refers to the second edition of his life. Madura Basu Rav Ashi in the second edition of Rav Ashi teaching. Omar Lo Yachlokim, he speaks his mind. He says it's going to be Sadosasa or Stalacha. You have these two people who are owning. They split it. Meisvei, we ask one more question. When it comes to the improvements onto the property, how does it work? Hari Shavakar Salah Chavera, person sold the field to his friend. There's Ticha, and he invested in it. Kobal Ko, the Tarfa, and a creditor came and took it away. When the buyer of this field, who improved its quality, goes back to the person who sold it to collect his debt, what does he do? He collects the principal from the customer who bought it from fields that have done it. Now, and the improvement he collects only from property that's available. Now, if Esau, if it's true that both of them get it, remember, this guy who bought the field is also essentially a creditor. He's also owed money. So why is it that the first person comes to take the entire field away from him and he gets none of it? He's also owed money by this guy. It's only half of the Shevat he collected. Where it says, you're right, my Gova Nami Kitani Chashi Shevat. True, when there's a place where there are two people who are owed money, both of them come to split it. In this case, Reuben sold the field to Shimon, and then he gets taken away from Shimon. Guess what? Shimon also could claim some of that Shevat, so it's only 50% of that improvement that gets taken away from him, and that's the part that he's going to go. Have a wonderful day and a wonderful Shabbat.
Why Alex? Oh, I get it. Why'd you switch or the flight? I'm thinking flight though. Oh yeah, maybe it's flight.
All right, you want to say good morning. Let's begin. Beautiful Dr. Ahead of us today. Today's class is Kuf Nun Zayin 157. We are talking about the Mishnah. Kuf Nun Vav 156. Says the Mishnah, there's the Olam. Shabbos var in Yochel Rikman. What's going on now with the Sin Machlokas between Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Elazar, and the Chachamim regarding the nature of the ability of the Shkidnei to go ahead and convey. Actually, last one was Rabbi Elazar, this is Rabbi Eliezer. So the idea being, Rabbi Eliezer says that the Shabbos, if the Shkidnei wants to convey property, wants to convey a gift on Shabbos, so far his words, the conveyance words, even though nothing is being put in writing. Why? In Yochel, because it wasn't since on Shabbos there isn't an ability to commit things to writing. Therefore, again, the verbal community of the Shkidnei works. About Lobachol, the Rosei Rabbi Eliezer, same opinion as the Rosh Mishnah, namely that what? Namely that Shkidnei does not have different conveyatory abilities than a party of a person who is healthy. Therefore, just as a party has to avoid a regular kingdom mechanism, Shkidnei has to do so. Rabbi Elazar is just saying that on Shabbos, because you can't write use a verbal convey. Yeshua says, Shabbos Amru, Chavachar B'char. Yeshua says, no, you shouldn't have to do it on Shabbos, and Chavachar, or he could do it during the week as well. Yotzebo, similarly, Zochin the Katan, they Zochin Gadol the Rabbi Eliezer. Rabbi Eliezer says you can acquire a gift or property for that matter on behalf of a Katan, and not on behalf of a Gadol. And Rabbi Eliezer's logic will say is that Halach since a Katan can't acquire on behalf of himself, therefore what you could acquire as his behalf. You could acquire on behalf of a Katan, home of the Katan. And we'll say Halach you could acquire on behalf of a Katan. Ultimately, Yeshua is speaking about the idea of Zochin La'azam Shalo B'fanav. You have the ability to go ahead and acquire for someone, even without their knowledge or not in their presence, if what which you are acquiring on behalf of the individual is of an objective benefit. So Yeshua says, if you could do it for a Katan, you certainly could do it for a Gadol. Says the Gemara, must need some money. To also whose opinion does our Mishnah? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehudi just signs up. Rabbi Meir Omer. So we're going to have two versions in the machlokas between Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Yoshua. So Rabbi Meir says this is his version. So Rabbi Eliezer Omer b'chol dvaras hayomin em le'sheyachol l'chtov alo b'Shabbos. Rabbi Meir says that ultimately again during the week, the gift of Shemira ultimately will be upheld. Why? Because he has the ability to write. However, not on Shabbos. Rabbi Shimon was a type of Kofman Zayin. The whole Amru, no, Shemira has the ability to go ahead and what? The property of also even verbally, have a home of the Shabbos. And all the more so if it works during the week, when technically speaking a person could come to the transaction to writing, all the more so that it works on Shabbos. Similarly, Zokim Magavim, Zokim Makaka. Ultimately, again, you could acquire on behalf of an adult, but you can't acquire on behalf of a child. The Gadol Amru Kavachomer Kata. Yeshua says, no, if you acquire on behalf of a Gadol, you certainly can acquire Kavachomer. That if you can acquire, technically has the ability to acquire on behalf of his own, on his own behalf. So you can acquire a Katan who does not have to acquire on his behalf. Those that is Rabbi Meir's version of the Machlokas. Comes along that it was a Kufman Zayin Odal that Rabbi says, Rabbi Omer, that's Eliezer Omer, the Shabbos Dvaram Kiyom Shuyachal Lichto. That is also a Rabbi version. Eliezer says that on Shabbos, that conveyance, verbally, that conveyance is effective. Why? Because he doesn't have the ability to use another Kenyan mechanism. You can't do it through right. There was ultimately again a Shekhinah only has this ability on Shabbos. When Ksiva is not available to him, but when writing is available to him, like during the week, ultimately again you cannot rely on the verbal conveyance. Yeshua says, have a call. Read out this thing. If it works on Shabbos, of course it works during the week as well. We're going to let him convey property on Shabbos. Listen, ultimately, we understand this. This is because of Tiruv Hadas. We know that if we're nervous, that we don't convey things as he wants to, then what's going to happen? What's going to happen? He's going to become the bull bow. They get upset. He's not going to have that inner quiet. We don't want to cause that for life. Because on Shabbos, he certainly could convey even without writing during the week. Similarly, similarly, you can acquire on behalf of Katan, but not on behalf of a Gadol. These are the words of Rabbi Eliezer. Yeshua says, the Katan Amru Kavachomer Gadol. Yeshua says, no, if you could acquire on behalf of a Katan, you certainly could acquire on behalf of. So both sides, just to kind of close out these sugyas. So first of all, again, how do we pass in terms of a matna shchemira? So this is in the Shulchan Aruch Chopat in Siman Reish Nun. Matna shchemira tzarich laknosa b'shum echad dafei achna shedivei shchemira kisugin different student members. So we'll say we don't pass in like Rabbi Elazar or Rabbi Eliezer the previous mishnayos. Rather, the way the Shulchan passes is that a matna shchemira. Now again, subject all of the different criteria that we're learning up until this point in time. But a matna shchemira does not need to be conveyed with any of the normative Kenyan mechanisms. Rather, again, even if the shchemira simply verbally transmits an instruction to transfer property, that's the student number. As good as any written again, subject all of the criteria of what makes a matna shchemira as we've learned before. That's number one. Number two, just to close out this last video, Shomar Paskin, this is a nation of Gimel Sikut Fast. Zochim Makatan Akfilu Yom Echad, Gadol Bein B'Mana Bein Shom. It's like the concept of Zochim Makatan, that you require something on someone's behalf, even not in their presence, always out of their knowledge, applies to both companions and the builder. You can acquire on behalf of a fellow adult, again, it has to objective source. Maybe also acquire on behalf of the child of a good. As we know, most guys go Mishnah. New Mishnah. New Mishnah. Also, it's actually very interesting. Nahar Habayis Allah Bach. So we'll say, so here's the case. Ruvain, now guys, take a look at the Rashbam on the page. Nahar Habayis Allah Bach. Al Ruvain Ruben Baal Yaakov Avinu. Ve'ein Nodea Mi Meis Kodesh. Let's hear this interesting case. So what happened? It's interesting for us, but I'm saying, right, Ruben and Yaakov, Ruben is our father and son. Yaakov and Ruben are house together. The house collapses on them. They both die. The Shaila is who died first. Now, also, you understand just from a Yerusha perspective. That is a very, very, very important thing. But you get that Reuben is married, has no children. So in a case like that, if Reuben were to die, if Reuben were to predecease his father, his estate would go to his father. If the father predeceased Reuben, then at least some part of the father, if there are other siblings, at least some part of the estate ultimately would go to Reuben. So the question over here, so we don't know who died in this situation. For example, we don't know which way the flow of inheritance is going. It says in Mishnah, Nafa Habayit Halav goes on Yaakov the father and Reuben the son. Oh, I love the Amorisha. I will say this doesn't father and son. This is anyone, any two people who inherit each other. So it's not because it's easy, but it's two people who inherit each other. And I've also watch what happens over here. So the Gemara says, I love Subas Isha. I want to say now in this case over here, let was married. He said as married. That's it. Dies. Reuben is the son. So when Reuben dies, he has some debts that are outstanding. He has a wife to whom he owes or he borrowed money. So he has credit whom he owes money. So watch this, what say. Yorshe ha'av omrim ha'bein meis rishon ba'achakach meisab. So those who stand to inherit the father, they that what? The son Reuben died before Yaakov. Son Reuben died before Yaakov, and therefore what? And therefore the father inherited the son, and therefore again the property of Reuben ultimately is divided up amongst the heirs of the father. Reuben's creditors say. Now, the creditors of the deceased son say, no. Yaakov died first. We will say, remember, where this comes up. We're going to see this in Gemara. This comes up. Let's say Reuben himself doesn't have any property. Before the house incident, Reuben had no property. So the creditors have been after him for a while, but he has no property. Now, we'll say, if you say that Yaakov, the father, died first, and then Reuben died first, then what? Reuben does have property because he's an inheritor. So the inheritors of the father, their interest is in claiming that Reuben, the son, died first, and therefore was inherited by the father, and therefore they inherit the father. The creditors of the son have a stake out the position. The father died first, Reuben inherited him, and now we have the right to seize those assets to satisfy our debt. So the Gemara says, so what do we do? We'll say, so again, obviously, if you can prove your claim, you prove your claim. But what do you do in this kind of situation where you can't prove your claim? What happens then? So Shammai only Yaakov. Shammai says you split the amount. Now, what does splitting mean? Rashba says, "Look in the first time we about Mitzvah Cholitz, the Alpha got the Yoshia Badai Yushin Bahai Mamo Ubachov Suffix." The Kate Kumotzi de Badai Kashavi de Shammai Star HaOmid Likbos Gavos Dami the Tarval Vagan Shilosha. The Shammai is of the opinion that when you hold the note for collection, so that gives you a power as the first position, not just the first position. You have strong entitlement. According to the Shammai, that strong entitlement ultimately entitles you to at least 50% of it. On the other hand, the Sila Omen, Nechasim de Cheskasa. The Sila says Chazaka. In other words, we'll say, what does Chazaka say? Chazaka says that the father's property remains with the father, and his property remains with Reuben, and ultimately, again, neither inherits the other. So the father's property remains with the father, so to speak, and therefore is inherited by those who stand in line to inherit the father. Shen Yarshim Vadai, Omi Yaakov, Omi Reuben, Shayako Mopsakasahaya, Veilu Ba'im Kopa of Sazin, Sabin Motimosai. See, interestingly enough, you have Machotis the Shammai says. The Shammai says, split the money, meaning just and again, the Shammai Dachim also says, Maman Hamotu was Safek, we don't know what, therefore Yaakov, you split it. He says, no, you don't split it. Hamid Maman Al Keep the money where it's known to have the chazak of ownership. In this case, again, the chazak of ownership is where? Is with the Yershim of the father. Keep it there. Says the Gemara, Tnan Hasan. We'll say, so this is, as you can imagine, is really a fascinating case that has many different ramifications. So Tnan Hasan. Hamal ves chavero b'shtar, govem nechasim b'shubat. So we'll listen to this. I lend Ruvain money, and I record the loan in a shtar. So I lend $110,000, and it's recorded in a document. We'll say, what's now? Govem nechasim b'shubat. As a result, I have the right, when it comes to the payment of the loan, to collect from encumbered property. So what that means is, the moment I lend it in a document, that creates an encumbrance on his property, which means what? That even if he sells off his property after the time of the loan, if he doesn't have money to repay the loan, then what? Then I give his property to some of the people who he sold from in satisfaction of my debt. However, on the day we'll say, let's say I lent money to Ruvain. I didn't record it in a document, but I did go ahead and lent him money in front of witnesses. Was that that you are not allowed to lend money to someone without witnesses. The kids are passing. He says if you lend money to someone without witnesses, you are in violation of the even you are placing a stumbling block on someone. Why? Because if I lend money to someone without witnesses, I'm setting them up for the ability to what? To deny that the loan ever occurred. And guess what? There's no way for me to prove otherwise. There's no documents. There's kids in mamish passion. You're not supposed to lend money to someone without witnesses. Incredibly so. Says the Gemara. However, therefore, if you just lend in front of witnesses, call them in the custom and so what's like, because there's no shtar, therefore, again, your ability to collect is limited to unencumbered property. Boy, sure. So let's listen to this case. And this question is going to be what kind of is going to be exploring this for the rest of today's down. Boy, sure. Let's say again. The following situation comes up. Look at the Rashbam. It's Rashbam boy sure. It's 2 4 sure. הקונסיב לחדרו, אני לוקח בחובב, כל מקודם שאקנה, מה? בעיני שקוסם בשטרות בקנוי ובאסם במקוס. Listen to this. So I lend money to Reuben, and Reuben Mishtar, listen, not only is the property that I have encumbered, but anything I will ever acquire will also become encumbered to his debt. So what Shmuel asks, if you write this in the Shad, anything I will acquire will become encumbered. And then he ultimately, the borrower, does ultimately purchase more property. What's that looking like? Does encumbrance actually devolve by property or not? And I will say, as we're going to see, the bigger question is the following. The bigger question is, let's say I lend Ruvain money today, and he writes to me, any property that I will acquire will become encumbered to this. A month from now, that's not due for 6 months. A month from now, he purchases property and he sells it all. Comes time for the debt to be due. The debt is due. He doesn't do his name. Can I go ahead and collect that property from the person who purchased it? Still, again, that property was not at the time of the actual transaction. So according to Rabbi Meir, what's according to Rabbi Meir, who says that a person has the ability to go ahead and acquire, or for that matter, transact business with something that does not yet exist, then this case should work. I will say, if you look at the Rashbam for just a moment, it's the last 2 short lines. Aliba Rabbi Meir, Omer Isha, a man goes over a woman and he says, "You can possess me when your husband does." So what happens? Shabbos say, or becoming Kudeshes to me, when you convert. Right now she's not Jewish, when you convert. But in their holds, about say that these cases work. Even though, again, in these situations, there is a Davar Shema Bali does not yet exist. Shabbos explains who says that you could create halachic reality, even does not yet exist. So this would work. You could create an encumbrance upon future acquired property. So say, where does the Shaila come Aliba Drabon. Dom in Adam Magnet Dabar Shabal. Also, the Shailas really Drabon. Drabon rule that a person can acquire something that make ownership of something that does not yet exist. Thus, according to the Rabban, can you go ahead and start a stipulation and would. In other words, you can make a stipulation that says, Ruben says, silver, I'm borrowing money from you, but anything I ever will acquire, anything I will ever acquire will become encumbered to this debt. Does that work out? Zero, a tonight on things that do not yet exist. So the fundamental of the Gemara is that, can you create reality with things that do not yet exist? Now we know that there is an opinion that says yes. That opinion is Avinay, right? So Arizona says, that you can recover someone who's right now non-Jewish on the condition that she becomes a country mayor. So if you have 60 days to pay us back, go ahead and sell the future date of the country, even though again the dates do not yet exist. Our country mayor, our country coming does this way. I'm not going to say, but you don't say, so let's analyze this. Tashma, the Chachamim say, Hayat Yiseach Shemesh HaKarka, Nefnei Shirachal HaMashkara. So what's that case? What's this case? Take a look at the Rashbam. I'm going to say Tashma. What's that? It's the last of the intermediate lines. The short lines, the intermediate lines, and the wide lines. This is the last of the intermediate lines. I'm going to say Tashma. Listen to this case. Nine of Perek Shnei Dayan. Shnei Zero Situtus. Hamotzi Shachal Bachler. What's the this case? I go ahead, I show this, and I produce a loan document that says Ruben owes me $5,000. What happens? The halal Tishkar Shekasim Bo Shemakal. So we'll say what happens. I bring this calculation. Ruben claims that he already paid me back. So again, listen. So the obvious problem with Ruben is what? Is that I, the creditor, am holding the note. I'm holding the note. Generally, again, the way it works is the creditor holds the document again. So the loan is retained. Then ultimately, you're going to give it to the borrower or not. So I'm coming to Beis and saying, Ruben, you owe me $5,000. Ruben says, no, I paid you back already. Ruben proved this for us. So listen to this. Ruben produces another document. And this document says, I sold. That Ruben sold me property. That I, the creditor, sold Ruben a piece of property. So let's say for argument's sake, the piece of property happens to have been worth $5,000. So Ruben produced it says silver, my creditor sold me a piece of property for $5,000. After Shnichtav Shtarko, Shimo Selov, I'm already written, Ilu Chayev Hayisi Lachot, Ilu Chayev Hayisi Lachot, Hayor Chaleko Esha Chayev. So one of the things that Suda says that when Ruben produces this star, that I sold the property, that is the raya that is why. Because if the debt wasn't repaid, then what could I have done? I could have raised a purchase price for the land of $5,000 and said, you know what, to change my mind, I'm not selling you the land anymore. Rather than I'll just keep this money and repay it for the note. The fact that I sold him the property, Admon says, is a raya. That's what? That Ruben went ahead and in fact paid back the debt. So it's like that's giving an Admon. The Chachamim, on the other hand, say, no, now back to the Gemara's vote. The Chachamim, Zayah Bikeh. No, the Chachamim say it's not a right that the note is repaid. Rather, we assume that the lender is just a very shrewd individual. Why? So what we say, so Yachal Master of, so we'll say, here's the fact. Because here's what I can do. If I sell that piece of land to Ruben, what I can say to Ruben is, but Ruben can say the following, when the note becomes due, and Ruben claims that what? He has no money. I now know for that is not true. How is it not true? Because I sold him a piece of property. Because I have the ability to essentially collateralize the piece of property that I sold him. That if she does not have money to pay me back, the exact parcel that I can seize in satisfaction of my debt. So says the Gemara. So let's say, so understand, why is Gemara bringing down this case? But Rashbam brings down the say, look at the second line of that Rashbam. He's the exact part of the Itni, no, hello, the Maruba. Beginning is the Hamal that goes there, but Gobo says, in this case, I lent Ruben $5,000. Then what happens? Then Ruben sold you the money. Then says, I paid you back. And Raya is, you sold me property. If I really owe money, why would you sell me property if I still had an outstanding debt to you? To which I could come back and claim, I sold you property to know that you would have the ability to go out and pay me back. Because this way, again, should you not have any money and no becomes due, I know that you have an asset that I can see the satisfaction of my debt. That asset, that piece of property, did not exist at the time of the loan. Ruvain, the bond, not only at the time of the loan. Yeah, what do we see? We see that the encumbrance of the debt devolved on that piece of property, even though only 3 months of the season were on. Based on that, we are tempted to say that when a borrower says to Igni, anything I will acquire will become encumbered by the debt, such a statement like that does in fact work. Amalei Rava says no. Nika Amrit tried to bring a riot in this case. So the Gemara says, so we'll say, the Gemara says, we're talking about collecting from the borrower, and it goes without saying that the creditor has the ability to collect from any of the borrower's assets, whether the borrower owns those assets at the time of the debt or not. What matters is what the borrower owns at the debt is due. So whatever he owns at the time when the debt is due, that the creditor has the ability to collect from. Our shaila, I will say, is more complicated one. Ours, I keep coming by us, our shaila is the ikni, where the borrower says any property that I will acquire will become encumbered to this debt. Kana, he then acquires property, umacha, and he sells it all. Have the purchaser and seize that property, or the where the any property that I will acquire will become encumbered to his debt. Kana, he then acquires property. The horish, let's say he dies and it's inherited by his inheritors, do I, the creditor, have the right to grab that money? Mine. Let's say Shaiwa. So I'm going to touch with them. Kind of go and say, blood plunge. Touch them up. Nothing Habayis, I love Baal Abi. I love Amarisha. Bahaisik Subas, Bahaisalak, Subas Yisho Balko. So say, so what happens? Yaakov and Reuben find in the house together. The house falls down on them. They both die. We're not sure of the order. What happens? Reuben, when he dies, has certain outstanding debts. Right? He ultimately owes Suba, or he has other overs upon him. So what happens? Yorsha Achomin Hatain Mesri Shamrachach Mesa. Those who inherit the father's inheritors, their position is son died first, and the father died. Therefore, again, father inherited the son, the assets are ours. But again, the son's creditors say, ultimately what? The father died first, son inherited him, and now he could seize those assets to satisfy our debt. It says in the Isaac dies that when someone does not own property at the time of the debt, but they can say anything that I will acquire ultimately will become encumbered by this debt. They then acquire property, sell off that property, that the encumbrance is no longer upon that. Even if you say the father died first, the ikni who, so the Gemara says this would be a case of the son, the debtor, the son who inherited property, who acquired property after the time of the transaction. So if you're the side that there could be no encumbrance that devolves upon property not owned at the time of the transaction, even if it's true that the father died first, so the son inherited it, the creditors of the son should have no claim against this newly acquired property. To which the Gemara says, I'm going to do not mean Zira, Chavrin, I'm going to say, Rav Nachman Zira. Rav Nachman Zira, our friend. Shirkuma, explain this in the following dynamic. Mitzvah al Yisomim with Probos Adi. We'll say this is a different case. The case over here, I will say where it is. If you have a case, even if you hold that a future encumbrance does not revolve upon, I should say, an encumbrance does not revolve upon property acquired after the date of the transaction, there's a different opposite principle at play, which is that there is a mitzvah upon the inheritors to pay off the debts of the deceased. Look at the Rashman for just a moment. 4 lines up from the bottom, last 2 words on you, last 2 words. This is how you show me. Lo ishum shekasam lo tiknu digavi kana umakam mishtabit elagabe yor shum mitzvah ba'akim Also, the Gemara now is introducing us to something which is, it does not matter what is written in the Mishnah. It does not matter what's written in the Mishnah. There is a mitzvah upon Yisrael. And I will say Yisrael doesn't just mean children of the deceased. Anyone who inherits the deceased, it is a mitzvah altogether to repay the debt. I will say, it's incredibly so, just also on a more esoteric level, that it's brought down that the Neshama itself doesn't have rest until it's almost shut off. From all of its best in this world. Therefore, again, there's a din of ultimately those who inherit the deceased, the debts of the deceased. Because this is another object principle over here, that independent ultimately of what? That's independent of the future encumbrances. The reason ultimately why the inheritors of the son are going to, in this case, inherit food and they're going to pay off those debts, because the mitzvah lefra chobos sadim. So, more masculine Ravashi, mal v'al. Ravashi, 1 second. If that's the case, then this should be a situation where then this is no different than a nova al a verbal transaction. What? And the Gemara says, Milva Alta and a government Yershim. There was ultimately Rabbi Shmuel both say that the verbal transaction, as we said before, is not collectible from inheritors. A verbal transaction, will say, is only collectible from the creditor, from the debtor himself, not from his Yershim. Take a Rashban. Rashban says over here, the command should Milva Alta and a government Yershim. So I'm going to tell you something. How do you know the Shtan? It will say, when do we say it is a mitzvah on the Yisomim to go ahead and what? To go ahead and pay off the debt of their father. That's when that debt was recorded in documents. But if this was a milva al debt, then at the end of the day, not obligated to pay off the debts of the estate. Ella Haman, so who's opinion does this reflect? That he married. So what's keep coming back to the same thing, which is who's opinion is being reflected over here? That he married. But Amar Azam. So also it appears that when we keep coming back from these situations, that Halakha L'Maisa, the dominant opinion that is being expressed is Rabbi Meir, who holds that a person should go ahead and be not first according to that does not yet exist. Some of that Yaakov, not the code of Rabbi so Yaakov of Yaakov said Rabbi not code of the code of let's remember, just so you understand, you're still trying to answer the same thing. If I lend money to Ruben and says anything, obviously everyone knows that whatever Ruben owns at the time of the transaction is income. Shiloh here is a Ruben additional clause in the shtar. The additional clause in the shtar is one word. It is the ikmi. Anything that I will acquire will become encumbered by this debt. We'll say once I Shiloh, let's say Ruben then 6 months acquires new property, and then what? Subsequently sells off that property. Now, when the time frame is long, Ruben has no property to his name. Because obviously, if Ruben has property to his name, that's where I collect from. He's got nothing to his name. Can I collect the property? Right from, can I collect the sold property? Again, that was property that was sold that was not owned by the borrower at the time of the debt. It was purchased at a later date. The borrower himself manipulation to include that any buyer ultimately will become incumbent. So what's the point over here is, does a borrower have the ability to create a future encumbrance upon property that he does not yet own? That's the fundamental side. And I will say again, so the answer is very simple. Rabbi Meir. If you're Rabbi Meir and you hold that not other than to stipulate, you can transact with things that you're not getting. It's open and shut. Our channel is not important. It's not really like so already after that conversation with the Kashma. Starting almost done so much that's very interesting. Start called Mitzvah. What's the start called Mitzvah? Pre-dated start. Pre-dated. So let's say again, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say it's the 5th Amos, and I'm going to go ahead and lend Ruben money. Decide, you know what, I'm going to take all this man. So I decide, instead of getting it 4th of Amos, I'm going to go ahead and get it for Chodesh Tammuz. We'll say such star is possible. Star is possible. Why star is possible? Why is star possible? Star is possible because also remember again, the encumbrance is created as of the star. So let's say, so for argument's sake, if the date goes to fourth of time, the encumbrance when it comes to triplex, and there was property that was sold off before the fourth of Thomas. That's why that was really not encumbered property. If the star says that the transaction took place on Rosh Chodesh, then technically, I said that it seized property from from transactions that were made before the date of the actual loan, and I legally seize property from the bought unencumbered property. So therefore, I said because of that, start looked up, because you should know by the way, where does this come up? Where does this come up? This comes up like suits. Right? Sometimes it's not as much this kind of. Sometimes like the day is short of people make a fashion of, so sometimes you have to be careful again. Aren't you like here? The last suba during the class, suba could be sometimes the us. We have most the date of suba to match the date of the chuppah. That's why amazing of that they go ahead and leave it underneath the chuppah. So to avoid any issues with the suba. Okay, that's the shtar mukta. However, the color shape that was like if you want post-date stars, you want the post-date stars, so you have like what's it called? Who is the only person who's disadvantaged by a post-date star? Who's the only person? The creditor, right? The lender. Because it was like his encumbrance then pushed off. If he wants to assume that risk, that's actually quite good to Rashbam. Love of the Nisa will only come out tissue in an extreme case. Let's say the loan took place in Nisa. But they don't want to pay the stand with this, right? Nami Kasio Biom. Shalava Akiham Sotashtar. Because from Shishik, Shamakala Siburatish, right? Well, each of them goes fine. So again, if the lender is willing to go ahead and let this go, then that's so the much resign that kind of. So if you want to say that ultimately again, future encumbrance works. So when the lender, the borrower says anything that I will acquire, ultimately becomes encumbrance. If you want to say that works. Whether if you want to fix a future encumbrance, and then all the property sells off the property, purchase already dies, and bequeaths the property. If you want to say that that does not then you current on my school. And I booked in why should start moving first? Okay, take a look at the Rashbam. You will call on my share. To Shalom of the Nisa of Tishrei, Carlos Shema, and that is in the sauce of the Nisa of Tishrei. Stop reading about that. So, it's if you will start up, I'll try to will say again, if you want to say that the Ikni create a real Shiva, then we'll look for a post-stage sterilization of people, to which the Muslims again, Hama, which the Hindus was right, Hama, like a national government shall say, keep showing back to the thing, which is these rights are reflective of the opinion of the to hold that you can go ahead and transact business, you say that does not get it. I'm going to change it up. Tashma. The Shevach Karkos was the case where you collect or land like this. They go, I sell a field to Ruben. I sell a field to Ruben, and Ruben grew the field. He bought what happened? I subsequently had borrowed money from someone. I shit. And what happened? Time to pay the debt. The time, I don't have any money. So what happens? I don't have any money. So assuming my creditor does what? Comes to Ruben that I sold the land to, and what? Seizes the property from him. So what's this? Remember again, now what's going to happen to Ruben? What is Ruben going to do now? What's the next person action? To me, he's coming to me immediately. I sold him the land. Now again, he's going to say, make me whole. Like, give me back my money, whatever he's going to say. Let's say if I was going to say, give me back my money. So what's I will say? Here's you go back. So when Ruben comes back to me, go back, say, I'm going to customer Shibadin. So I'll say, for the principal, or for the money that we paid for the land, he has the right to collect that from me, even from other encumbered properties. The Shaba, I will say, let's say any land improvements that he can do, there are two concepts. One part or two amounts. One is that the purchase price is sold in the land for X amount of dollars. Right? get that back. That you can get back even from the custom from the encumbered property. The other piece of also according to land improvements, you like to recapture that as well. However, you only capture that from custom and from unencumbered property. These stuff like Kana, Umakar, also that if you hold, and when a person says any future encumbrance, everything I will acquire becomes encumbered, and then he acquires something and he sells it off, or the Ikni Kana Baholish, or again he makes that time the Ikni, he acquires something and then he dies, and it's inherited. If you hold in those cases on both sides, lo mishtabit, that it does not create an encumbrance, and balko, ultimately again, why should the balko ultimately be able to balko in this case moving the person who purchased the land? Why should he be entitled to collect land improvements? Was at the end of the day that was not in existence at the time of the transaction. Which the Gemara says the money who's the paying this reflect Mary the Amar Adam not the Shalom. Was ultimately again of the Mary says that you can transact with things that do not fine. Says Inkim Salomar, the Makar, the kind of always Romushtabis, Holomushtabis. So I say the Gemara realizes at this point in time we have still not yet resolved this issue. We have one core question. I lend Ruvain money. Ruvain says, not only is the property I own encumbered, but anything I will ever own is encumbered. Ruvain then subsequently post-taking the transaction goes and purchases, and what happens? He then subsequently sells it off. Time of the debt comes along. He's got no property to his name. Am I, the creditor, able to seize the property that was bought after the transaction date that Ruvain said should be encumbered? Does that future encumbrance work or not? So the Gemara says, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Imtim Salomar, the Lord said, if you ultimately say that it doesn't, and yet if you hold that such a future encumbrance, that a borrower can create a future encumbrance on properties, ultimately again, that he will buy in the future. If you hold that can be done, then I will say the Gemara has to get into some follow-up questions. Lava, the cause of the Kana, Mom. So this case is, let's say again, using that I will say borrows money from two people, like A and B. And for both A and B, he makes this same flow of people. Any property acquired will be encumbered by debt. Okay? Then what happens? Because of the kind, you get acquired property, mountain. And we'll say, now let's say again, so now he owes money for both. There's one piece of land. Who has precedence? Who has of collection? Maui. The economy started all about himself. Remember, this property was not in existence at the time of either of these transactions, either of these loans. But in both of these loans, Ruben the borrower said anything that I ever will acquire will become encumbered to the debt. He says it's to A, he says it to B. Let's say both debts become due at the same time and there's one piece of property. Let's say who gets it? So the Gemara Maui. The economy started all about himself. Does the first creditor get it or the second creditor get it? All that, nothing. No sleep, whatever. The show will become Rishon. Also, Rahman said, we built this cash a little bit, and they sent us marriage. So they told us the first guy acquires it. The first guy acquires it. Yahuna Amar Yahlo. Yahuna says they should split. They should split. And both like split it doesn't necessarily mean 50-50. As Tom points out over here, they split it ultimately means proportions. They split it in proportion to the amount of money that there was. Money Rabba Barabu Yaakov. Rabba will also say that we'll stop over here for today. We're gonna end off in the middle of the Shaila. Just we're near Shanti. Don't worry, it's a short gap tomorrow. So we'll finish this up. I want you to understand we're leaving off in the middle of a major macrocus. The major macrocus is, can a borrower create future encumbrance? Borrower is borrowing money, and can he, if he says any property I will acquire, does that create a lien against this property or not? That's the fundamental shiloh that we have over here. Ramifications of that is if he sells off that property, does the creditor have the ability to grab that property? Now the Gemara is complicating it a bit more. Let's say you made this arrangement with multiple creditors, and at the end of the day, there's only one parcel of land for collection. Who gets that parcel? We'll never answer something else.
Everything wrong. Kalila said something on our second date that I didn't like, so I pitched off to yell at her.
Alright, so what's up? Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Share to thank our Hamilton sponsors for the month of Touch for the year of Touching the Hand is the vibrant annual Hamilton sponsors. It's Token Mishpacha as is a host for the summer promotes for all of our stars. Hamilton sponsors for the month of Eshvan, involving the Torah Stephen Tyson and Robert Landberg for Ariana Zoom. And recently the website of Dr. Z's father bringing Tzvi Ben Chaim Shmuel Rabin Rabkin in exclusively Fushim for Rabin's cousin serving the idea of near Ben Chaim his Ben Moshe Chana, eventually the rest of the Rabin's mother Tessa Mira Bas Moshe and Aaron Bert and then Dr. Van's parents Yahomir Ben Moshe Leib and Shina Bas Avan Dr. Bezad and Yuma Sanford in America for the Fush Leib for Esther Bracha Bas Chai. Excuse me, Bas Chai. And God Shina Cole in exclusive Fush Leib for covered Rivka Bas Chai. Okay, night of our count. All of them shall have on the event in the competition with she had one to get a culture structure, yet she was home messages, struggling in the car, allow her to be successful. The whole master yes. But with that, let us be a black lady, a really great down ahead of us. Today, that was cooking in bar 156. I am picking up the rest on Shem on cooking in hay on the days. I left off with as we just finished off the story. Alright, so I'm going to finish the short. So we are up to which is 2, 4, 6 lines up in the bottom. So again, the start of this studio really was in and out of where we were discussing the following idea. At what age is a Katan able to go ahead and sell off the state property? Now, one of the interesting things that we've established is, on the one hand, a Katan does have the ability to sell property, right? We saw this because, again, the Katan has the ability to sell title in order to ensure that he does not go ahead and suffer from poverty. So he allows some property. When it comes to estate property, number one, because it's real estate, we're concerned that it doesn't have the necessary business happening. And number two, because it's family property, we're concerned that perhaps he doesn't even know what it is that he's doing. And therefore, he may come to go ahead and make a bonus deal. So we have enough filter from what age can we sell property. So Rama said it in one of them from 18 years. But when about 20 years old, I'm not 20 years old. So I'm going to my focus. Okay, so says the Gemara, and was I'm gonna Eagles, I understand that this needs to be 18 or 20. This is not committing selling real property. But Halot in terms of age, just giving testimony, so a boy about being old and a girl about being just 14 years old. Sorry, 12 years old, are permitted to give Avis. That's not what I do. So Avis is. Look at Stam says over here. It's about 6, 7 lines up there. So over 0. אף על פי שמענו בפחוס בכך, שיודע בטיק מסה ומטה, so מסה ומטה, in a more community, Turing just said before that below the age of 18 or 20, a child is not versed in business matters. And if I don't realize he can't sell off the state property, אבל לאידיס נאמן הוא להעיד מה שלא Shama, because you feel for you. Like, which is how it's hoping to show that. But again, Halot Lorenzo, in terms of 18 testimonies from the time that he's 16 years old and on, he is permitted to give testimony. Okay, so the word says as follows. I'm going to say, I'm going to calculate this. So said, by the way, this is only to give English on the calculator. About Mukakoi, low. But ultimately, to go ahead and give English on the calculator, he's not believed. He's not believed. Apparently, he's not believed because the ages of 18 or 20. He was down. I'm going to actually good job. Match them calculator. So I was then, why is it that this kid is allowed to give English on the calculator, but not on calculator? So my calculator. So I guess you would say it like this. That since Halakha Lorenzo, the kid is believed to go ahead and sign the talcum, therefore he's believed to give Avis on the talcum. Is that what it is that you're saying? It says he's believed to sell cargo, at least the state cargo. So he's not believed to give Avis on cargo. The Gemara says, okay, Eleni Ata, here's the issue with that. Eleni Ata, how this now? Hapuritos Mekhanata, there's a saying that by children, now the choice in actually that by children last and understanding, their sale is a proper sale and their purchase is a proper purchase. So children can, or children who demonstrate the mental acuity to be able to engage in such a transaction. The transaction is valid, which the Gemara says, no, not one. Okay, that's what I'm talking. How can I read that? You said Avis. So to over here again, Avis will be Avis. Says Avis, so that's the idea. It's different. Plus somebody, so again, more than saying, isn't going to tell you that the ability to accept testimony, have their ability to transact business in that area. So, for example, you wanted to say that a boy over the age of 13 years old should be immediately stopped in the controlling. When it comes to calculations, you really don't want kids transacting. You just think you're going to reach the age of 18 or 20. Well, if that's the case, children, even below 12 and 13, are permitted to go ahead and sell the talcum. So this before, in order to use it as our need, so that children need to support themselves will have the ability and the means to do so. So if that's the case, then you should say even children below the age of 13 should be kosher labels. Should be able to give testimony in the case of the talcum. Which the Gemara says, no, that's a different situation. I'm going to trust them, but you know, the understand how I mentioned the record. It's very different. By Avis, or said by Avis, the phrase is the understand how I mentioned. You're going to be again with two men, will get up and give Avis. So it's a release of the but by Avis, you need I mentioned. You need adults. You need adult men. So it's different. So therefore, again, by definition, again, what we can do is we can back up Avis to the age of 13. That we can do, because at the age of 13, the boy is considered to be a halakhic adult. But not below that, and even after, it sounds like we'll accept his Avis from calculating, but will not accept his Avis for carco. Okay, is that a book? Hold on, this is very interesting. So as much as you said before that a child below the age of 8 or 20 he's not permitted to trade business, can't sell off the property. It comes along the Gemara and says, if he gives him a tunnel, if he gives a state property, it'll work. I agree with that. אף על פי שאין יודע מסו ומתון ואין מבחינת קרקעות ומחירה. So once a boy reaches the age of 13, a lucky adult, so as much as you say they can't sell your property, right? You can't sell your property to 18 or 20. You want to make sure you know what you're doing. But if you give a gift, your gift is valid. Your gift is valid. So the Gemara said, I'm going to write them in my hashtal. Umazvi, Mikabozi, Amazolo, Yoma Mojo, Mazvi. So you said, so actually said, I don't understand that thing. You just got to understand that the sale of a boy below the age of 18 or 20 is not good. It's not good. Why? Because it doesn't have great acumen. It doesn't necessarily have good business skill set. So it's in a sale, at least he's receiving money. In a sale, he's receiving something. And if you're saying that the sale is not good, but yet the matana, gifting him something is good. You just said that if he sells something, the transaction is valid. But yet if he gives a gift, the transaction is valid. How does that make any sense? At least in the case of it, he's getting something. So if you tell me that's not enough, so he's underselling it, then why should he have the ability to gift a laptop? Which the Gemara says. All shaking my phone up. The one most of them will be allowed to give a gift when he's getting enough return. I'm a late capital from the block, 136, 156, sorry. So we must look at it. According to your logic, Zogin Shavi Hamsha Beshisa, how can I be the let's say so now, again, let's say the boy who's under 8, he's 13 years old. he did sell property, but he took property worth $50,000 and he sold it for $6,000. So that theologically that should work, right? Because the whole concern is that he's going to undersell it. Baruch Hashem, and sell it for more than once. Isn't that great? Isn't that? I love the Gemara says no. King of the Rabbanon Yunuka Mekabet Daite Gabe Zuzeh. So this is interesting. As I understood, young people like money. Old people money also, right? But the young people, what's interesting over here is young people could be more easily swayed by the lure of fast money. Right? You see this all the time, right? Everybody wants to become rich in their first job. Right? Of course, I'm ready to start working. I just want guaranteed wealth and success. In my first internship, I just want to make sure that I'm able to be a millionaire. So the US is so fascinating, and I think that designer, like, which on one hand is beautiful because it fuels a certain energy, it fuels a certain like dynamic positivity. So the Lord says, but again, young people are easily swayed by the promise of instant or fast money. So what are we concerned about? The Amit is dealing to a concern that if a young person, when he sells all estate property, so they're concerned that if indeed it isn't good sales, Zimning in a Sharkashile Zuze, I'm concerned about the fact that maybe somebody's going to come in front of the, and what are they going to do? They're going to go ahead and rattle some money. They're going to rattle some money, and because they're going to rattle, what's going to happen? The kid's going to get very excited about it, and he's going to undersell the property. That's what we're concerned about over here. Okay, so the Gemara says about Gary. So as I said, first of all, it's very important to understand. There's a little bit more meat on the bones. So now I understand why is that Pesach, why does it have a Pesach? If a child of the age of 18 or 20 sells the property, the sale is not good. So first of all, again, in general, we understood they were concerned that a child is not well versed enough in halachos of real estate or dealings of the estate to go out and make a big deal. So we're going to undersell it. And now it's even more. We're concerned that someone's going to come and rattle some coins in front of the kid. The kid's going to say, oh, opportunity for instant payout over here. And it's going to come to go ahead and accept money that is well below market. Okay? However, what about matana? So that allows you to understand why a gift, why a sale of real estate doesn't work. But why is it that he is believed and permitted to gift property? Avagabi matana, ilav the hadir hana aminei lo habiyai matana. Listen, but when it comes to matana, again, the general is fascinating. Let's say, we have this chazal to the pasuk so far. Sole matanos yichya. He who gifts will live a long life, right? For many of us, it's such a church that's getting gifts. Right? So that's what's receiving. If you really start to see it, what's the hashkaf of that? The hashkaf of that gifts often come with strings. Right? A gift, if you're giving a course, of course it is. But more often than not, when people give a gift, there's some expectation of reciprocity in some shape or form. This is this. Because when the kid gives a gift, right? When the kid gives a gift, the hobby I when this kid gives a gift, it is clear that why is he giving a gift? This gift is an investment in something. People don't just stuff. So if there is a gift being given, that means some type of material benefit. In other words, these two things work very well, kind of off each other. On one hand, the kid likes money, right? Young people like money, and they like fast, easy money. So the concern is, of course, someone comes along and rattles terms of how they're going to sell off the land without really any regard to how much it's actually worth. But because the kid likes money, he's also going to give away property. And therefore, if he does gift property, therefore, what? That means that there's something, right? The person doesn't just give stuff away. If he's giving it away, it must be because there's some type of benefit. The recipient did something for him, or it was the recipient to do something for him. And therefore, again, Amir Rabbanan, to have him also matana, Tele Abdul Humili. And therefore, the rabbi said, Chazal said, that let the gift of the young boy, again, above the age of 13, below the age of 18, 20, right? Let his gift be good. Because again, there's obviously some type of strategic importance for that particular case. So let's say in general, if our boy goes ahead and does any of these processes, we check. As when we check, we literally check to see if he has physical signs of maturation. Make sure that he's an adult, capable of doing these things. תגלו את הרשמה. ויש יום אחד, באיש הבאסי בשביל יום אחד, לא סמכים על שלום מחזיקים אותי גדולים, ובני שיער וחשב קלישי. After half of the back, so what's this look like in the chest essentially? Let's say 13-year-old boy in 1 day, like 13-year-old in 1 day boy, goes ahead and does kedushin. So let's say that is old enough, that's an old enough to affect kedushin, rely on what we call shana. We don't just rely on age, but then we ensure that the boy also has a sign of physical maturation, so that it's actually keepable. He's actually holding by affecting kedushin. So that's by kedushin. Kedushin signifies by divorce, right? If you're living by divorce, you have to have access to the adult. Signifies by divorce. Chavitza, remember, real is the exact opposite of all this, right? In other words, what's real? Real is refusal. So remember again, that is if the mother or the brother married off a daughter. So again, the kedushin works, but it only works with the rabbanon. So because it's only kedushin the rabbanon, therefore what? Therefore, again, she has the ability to annul the marriage. She has the ability to annul the marriage. And therefore, again, how does she do it? By simple refusal. By simple refusal. Now, that ability to do near is there up until she becomes an adult. So again, the moment she becomes an adult, there's no longer there because she's staying in marriage. When she's an adult, then so that's going to require a get. So by me, it's just the opposite. By me, she has the ability to do near. She becomes okay. So we check for all. So as it says in the Shmuel, check for all of these things. Now, going to this phrase, as we just said, the limpa b'nichse avi ad sheyeh ben es. So this is what we just mentioned before. Now, all of these things require that halach halamaisa, the child be a gadol, be an adult, or in the case of Nero, that the brother not to be an adult. When it comes to selling off estate property, actually Ben Esri, up until you're getting to 20 years old. 20 years old, so this is reflective of the opinion of Rav Huna and of Rav Namely, again, 20 years old is the age in which any man can sell off property. Says the Gemara, the doctrine of the kedushin grounds them. If you are the boy to make sure that he's a gadol, so again, why do you have to do a check for kedushin? It's like a math shop. Like if you're getting engaged, if you're getting divorced, what that by definition means? You got married, like you can't have one without the other. So obviously, if this boy was able to affect kedushin, then halach halamayisa he's got to be able to affect gerushin as well. So once you already checking for kedushin, then why would there ever be a need to check for gerushin? Says, I'll tell you why I don't need to, but I will be people. So interestingly, where could this come up in this scenario? This could come up in a different scenario. Why? What happened in a different scenario? Listen to this. It's not because we learned. Then Tisha Shalom Echad Sheba Al Yibinto. If you have a boy who is 9 years old and 1 day, who did evil. So what's the significance of 9 years old and 1 day? That's the age where Chazal said that the boy could affect a regular act of Biyah. He has the ability to affect regular act of Biyah. So halach halamayisa, the Gemara says that at that age, so remember, in order to affect Yibum, this is fascinating, Yibum could technically speaking be transacted by someone who is not yet a halach. So as long as because is affected by Biyah. As long as the boy can engage and halachically recognize that the Biyah occurs. So what's fascinating is you can have someone who is married and yet is still not a gadol. Still not a gadol. So therefore he's in a marriage, still not a gadol. you have to get another Yibum is a dollar. Yibum becomes a rice marriage. In order to get out of that, you need to get. So you can have a situation of a boy that entered into marriage, even though he is a katan, he's a katan. If he wants to get divorced, halacha, so I'm not sure again. Is he not adult to check for signs of physical maturation? That's fascinating. You know what I'm saying? Actually, no, fine. Look how it's up. So what does it mean that we check for physical signs of maturation before Kalitz is done to make sure that everybody is an adult? I'm thinking of the VOC. So it says this comes from the position of VOC. What is the VOC? The Amr Ish Kasaba by Yibum, seen by Kalitza, Torah's selection of Ish is that the man has to be an adult. The word says about Isha, Zayn Bidola Ben Kitan, the addition of the VOC is an Isha to do Kalitza, whether she's a Bidola or a Kitan. The word says Kamash Malan, to not hear Isha, the Ishma Kaviosi. Again, the American Lawyer says we reject Kaviosi. We compare a man to a woman when it comes to Kavitza. And just like the man has to be an adult, so too the woman has to be an adult as well. What about Moses said, remember, we just said before that you check and she communion. Remember, again, union is reversed. In order for it to work, the girl can't have union is only an option available to a kitana, not a dola. She says, you want to union. Last one with the Yehuda. This comes to us from the Yehuda. Damar ad she yarda shachar. And we're going to Yehuda holds that halacha l'maisa. The halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and get the Yehuda holds the halacha l'maisa. Actually, yarda shachar. Actually, yarda shachar means that you could do meal again until there's to make the area. So someone will look black. Okay, we want to much more look at Yehuda. So therefore, you know, was the mercy. We just knew that Yehuda. The linkar, the next say of it, actually an esrin. So it's again, the last piece was that halacha. Again, you can go out and sell the property of your father up until the age of 20. This comes to his purification, ultimately the ruler says up until 18. Okay, so the Gemara is off by saying the halacha and the halacha is tochzman, kilif nezman. So now let's say the Gemara goes through a whole list of halachas over here. So number one, number one halacha. Tochzman, kilif nezman, which means that will be again. Remember, I said the shot we had in yesterday's daf is what he was 18 or 20. What is the status during the 18th year or during the 20th year? So the person in the Gemara says it, Kilif Nezman. In the 18th or 20th year is the equivalent of before the 18th or 20th year. And if I'm also going to mention again, the sale would be invalid. The halacha also follows Gilul Bamnash. Now, what did Gilul Bamnash say? Gilul Bamnash said on Kufin here in the days that if you have a young man or woman below the age of 20, who exhibits acute business, right, or real business acumen, halacha so there's transactions, which is but we said the ages of 18 or 20, that was just a normal, typical case, where halacha we assume that most people are able or capable up until that age. But halacha for a kid that's from normal 18 or 20. I'm sorry, but in the case where the child exhibits additional, a more astute scientific transactions that we weren't even from a younger age. That would give us a Sutra. The halacha also follows Imra. Now, what did Mansutra say? Mansutra said that halacha that from the age of 13 and on, the child was believed to give eidos for metaltalin, but not for karka. The halacha sakam the halacha follows Amimar. Remember again, what did Amimar say? Amimar said that as much as we say that a child can't transact business, real property, until the age of 18 or 20, but halacha makes him give a gift. You give a gift, and his gift works. Remember again, the logic is that he's not going to give a gift unless, of course, he's receiving something in return. Okay, the halacha is like, I'm not going to much and halacha is not going to much more in all of these cases that we just mentioned. Namely, where we check for signs of physical maturation by Kedushin, Yerushin, Chavitzayim, and the halacha goes allow the kids to off the state property up until the age of 20. Beautiful. Let's say that that's going to close. Tremendous. Let's begin. So let's say, so now we have a really great Mishnah ahead of us. So let's say, so this Mishnah is going to do a full 180. So get ready for this. Everything we learned up until now is going to be challenged by this Mishnah. How so? Here we go. Says Mishnah, if someone is going ahead and dividing up his estate, right, he's awarding his estate through verbal designation, right, so he's giving to this one, giving to that one. So what's the halacha? Whether the grantor, right, so from Reuben, right, so Reuben is going ahead and giving away his estate. He's going ahead and giving to his estate. So the Lord says, whether Reuben is a body or whether he's a shchibira, Yisuka means a shchibira. So it's your property. Your property. Your property can only be acquired through money, a document, or proprietary act. Brother was in jail for you put up a fence. Put up a fence, right? Or you are the dude in the field. The price and rural property, the property can only be acquired with Nishicha. So let's say, so this is pretty wild. Essentially, what the Rabbis are coming along to say? The Rabbis are saying there's no such thing as matnas shchibira. There is no such thing. Ultimately, again, of going ahead and halacha that gift that could be conveyed in learning, this doesn't exist. This doesn't exist. There's only one way to convey property, and it's the same whether you're a body or whether you're a shchibira. So literally turning everything that we've been doing. Take a look at the front end of Rashbam in the Mishnah. About how am I looking about him? Everybody back in this weekend. Rather severe law, that means shchibira, ain't tiksurin consumed, ela kibari balma, tzara kidney kishar matnas body. So again, so let's say this is a whole that there is no distinction between a matana of a shchibira and a matana of a body. You want to convey property to someone, there's two ways to convey it, right? There's two frameworks. Real property and movable property. Property is conveyed. You can't set money, document, chazaka proprietary. And the talk to movable property with Mashiach, you take possession of it, you take the right, you don't just have Mashiach. Because the calculate can be acquired in a number of different ways. But what you mean is, it requires the kingdom. That is shayla to the consumer calculate. So the rejects everything we've set up until now, always working in a framework that is has his own framework, his own mechanism for the granting property to others. The Rabbah says, not shchibira body is the same. So say on the base, Kutman on the base, 156. Said the Gemara, one second, Amilo, Maisa B'Iman Shabrin Rochel. 1 second. So it's interesting. So they challenge the Rabbah from a story. What was the story? What happened? There was the episode with the sons of Rochel. So Rochel is the father. Rochel is the father. So what happened? There was an episode with the mother of the sons of Rochel. What happened? She was very young. Apparently, shchibira. So what happens? And she said, you know what? I have this beautiful pin. I want my pin to go to my daughter. Now, let's say, she has sons and she has daughters. Obviously, if she dies, what happens? Her sons inherit her. So halacha, she wanted it to be in this case. In this case, she wanted it to be that her pin would go to her daughter. So what did she do? She made a matna, and she got her death, right? She conveyed ownership of the item to her daughter. The mother says, again, apparently this pin was very valuable, but it was worth 12 dollars. And she kicked it to her daughter. Then the mother subsequently died. The Kainu estimate then upheld the gift. What is in there? And a matna works. So see, the matna shchibira works. So what's going on here? Which you might say, when you're bringing a life from the their mother should bury them. Okay, that's a little intense. So what's happening over here? So they say go right to the Rashban. It's literally right across from the Rashban. Some of the hand, aim to be right. So the gift of the Rashban is aim to be right. You can't bring any proof from the sons of God. There is shayim hobby because there is shayim. There is shayim. The Haladan shetikpere imam give mafarish shayim of the Gemara. So it says listen to this. So there is shayim, and your mother should bury them. I mean, kind of obviously that'd be pretty bad for the mother to say about you. Right? So there is shayim. Your mother should bury them. And therefore, what? Give mafarish shayim of the Gemara. We'll see why that is. It's also the constant laboring the kind of maknas imam. So I said, this is incredible. So the Gemara answers, the Mishnah essentially answers like this. So remember, let's follow the flow. Right? So you have the Belazar. The Belazar introduces us to a new school of thought, which says that there is no distinction between a maknas shchidnira and a maknas bari. If you want to convey real property, kar chazaka. You want to convey legal property, call it this mishicha. One second. What about the story of the mother of Bilochal, who did a deathbed gift from maknas shchidnira to her daughter, and it worked. She died, and the akal the gift. To which Rabbi Lazar seems to respond, don't bring a riot from there. That's because the sons of Rachel were shown. The rabbis penalized them. Now, how did the rabbis penalize them? By upholding the gift of the mother of Rachel, by upping the gift of the conscious called the mother, that prevents the sons from inheriting. The rabbis do not want the sons to inherit, and therefore they uphold gift. But the Gemara says that as well, that this is the way this works. Normally, again, this would not work at all. It works over here to penalize the kids. Okay, let's go. Says the Daniel. So two things happen in this picture. That there's no distinction between maknas shchidnira and maknas bari. And again, the Gemara statement about or the Gemara's understanding of the episode of the Nero. So says the Gemara. It's the Lazar. So my sentence, my set the Meroni thought, Shayib Yushalayim. This is incredible. There was a story of a Meroni. Now what's a Meroni? Are you from Meroni? Well, what was it supposed to be in Meroni? Right, so there once was a guy from Meroni. So what might say Meroni? I thought Shayib Yushalayim. So one time there was a guy from Meroni who was in Yushalayim. So what happened? This guy in the Talmud, he had a lot of good property. Okay, he wanted to go ahead and as matana. Now, just thinking about that our sponsors over here switching, the giver of Elazar, and we come matana lo hayu gadei. So apparently, the Ashram calls in the place over here, we are presupposing that this is a story of a shchidnira. So Meroni comes to Yerushalayim, he's a shchidnira. He wants to convey property to others. So what does he do? So they said to him, okay, you want to get property, no problem, but you need to use a regular kingdom. And we'll say that interestingly enough, they said to him, now here's the problem. If you go ahead and now we're going to see this moment, he wants to convey this over the Talmud. I will say that normally, how do you convey ownership of the Talmud? How do you do it? Like the recipient has to do whatever, I don't know, Yeshicha, Hagvar, right? Pull it closer to you, lift it up, Kinyan Chotzer, put it in your property. The problem is how is he going to convey the Talmud? So interesting enough, there is another way. The other way you could do is to convey the Talmud is what we call a Kinyan Agav. Now, what is Kinyan Agav? If you go ahead, so let's say in a general case, I want to convey sheep to Ruvain, barrels of wine to Ruvain. Okay, the problem is the barrels of wine are Talmud. Now, if Ruvain and I are proximity to each other, Ruvain could take the wine, he could do the sheep on the wine, he could do right, he could do a Chatzar on the wine. But let's say again, I'm in one location, Ruvain is in a location, wine is in a third location. I don't want to give the ownership to Ruvain. But if you use a Kinyan Agav, Kinyan Agav works like this. If you can ownership of property to someone, so you can acquire locally real property by dint of the real property. Now, remember again, we had a focus about whether or not the movable property has to be tziburi. Does it have to be piled on the real property? And the answer, the way we pass is No. So literally what you can do is you can convey real estate of ownership, right? Ownership of real estate. And on the back of that real estate also convey metalfolim. So now this is why now it'll make a lot more sense. They said to this Neroni, you're Shemira, you want a Shemay property. They said, Neroni, the only choice that you have is to get ownership of metalfolim on the back of, on the back of Karka. So what did he do? Hala, the Laka Sella at Park Sella from Shanaim. So what did he do? He bought a base Sella. Now what's that? Now what's the top of a base Sella? Rashfam says over here, Laka base Sella. She'in Rai Israel. Ukino Bizol. Mishon Mishon Al. So what did he bought himself a plot of rocky soil. And the concept is rocky soil is getting sold at a discount because you can't plant on it, but that's okay. He doesn't need it for planting. He just needs it for kinetic purposes. So he buys a base seller. So Summer, what does he do? This is what Moroni said. Bamar, Cloney, on the north side of the field, northern corner to Cloney, the north zone. And together with the northern side of the field is 100 shop. He's conveying real part of the real property. Omer Chabios and the 100 bells one. And the southern side of the field should go to Shimon. And together with this piece of property, 100 sheep and 100 barrels of wine. Because they decided to the property, and then when they already died, the Kainu Chachamim Estivara. And the rabbis went ahead and upheld his words. In other words, they solidified the gift. They certified the gift. So what he's thinking about, this is strong and explicit proof, like Rabbi Lazar, like the Halakha L'Maisa. You go ahead and a Shemira does not have a separate set of Kinyanim, but rather again, a Shemira acquired just like a regular person does. So the Lord says, no. You bring the right, and that's not a good raya. Why? Bari haya. Oh, what's that? No, this is a Shemira case. Not Shemira case. The Neroni was perfectly healthy. I'm going to say, but he died. They'll say. So that's perfectly healthy. People die also. In other words, the mix in this case over here wasn't the fact that he was ill, right? He was fine. At the time of the gift, he was a bari. And now this term makes a lot more sense according to everyone, right? So in the case of a bari, everyone is going to admit it. The only way to convey the power is going to be Agav Karka, not the only way. But one of the ways is going to be Agav Karka. So now in this case over here, what happened? So again, because he was a bari, therefore the only way he was able to convey was Agav Karka. That's what happened. The fact that he died afterwards, that was a separate, independent part of the story. In other words, his illness, or I should say, his subsequent death, was a present factor at the time of the conveyance of property. It was a matana of a beast, and that's why Halakha undergo these kinyanim, and Raya ultimately again anything else. All right. So remember. Amr Lahan ben Eroka, Tikbrei, once again, the Mishnah says that the Mishnah tried to bring a raya from ben Eroka that Amatna Shemira should work. So the Gemara says, don't bring a raya from ben Eroka, your mother should die. Their video shows. What did they do so? On night kind of halal. Why is it that the rabbis would curse ben Eroka so much? What did they do wrong? This is very careful. They grew thorns, or they allowed thorns in a vineyard. They expressed Kloi HaKeren. That's when they get Kloi HaKeren, means to get out of forbidden mixtures to grow. So they transgressed Kloi HaKeren. And because of that, ultimately, again, they were cursed. So the Gemara says as follows. So first, let's take a look at Rashban. Rashban says over here, the Karen, the Kia Gavna asked from the second sign, the Makobehin, I'll be able to get just a second. Makobehin, Habi Klaya Karen, will please not come to Kokia, but in the time look at. We'll say, we're going to see, we'll see if we should go in, but the point over here, they allowed for Klaya Karen. Klaya Karen is growing for the mix in your allowing someone else to grow in your vineyard. And therefore they were despised by the rabbis because they did this. So the Gemara says, goes according to what Rabbi Elazar says. It's not the Kaibin quotes in the Karen. Now, in general, the way it works is like this. For Klai Karen, in order to be in violation, you have to be growing two different edible items, right? So let's say it's wheat and grain, or whatever it is, grapes and wheat. So what's the issue with thorns? Whereas if you allow thorns to grow in your vineyard, so the Gemara says, Rabbi Elazar, Kaddish. Rabbi Elazar says it's Aser. Kaddish means literally against it's Aser. The Chum say, look, Kiddish, you didn't do anything wrong. So it's Ella, David Shekamol, the Kaimi. Rather than the only type of item which is subject to the prohibition of Karen is the type of item that you would normally want to sustain in the assumption of thorns growing in your vineyard. You don't want thorns in your vineyard. You wouldn't want it there. So what's the pshat? So which one with Karkum? So I understand if you Karkum literally is saffron. So I understand if you're going saffron, which is something that you want. So I understand what that's quite a Karen. Have a coating on my cousin. But what it's good for? And my time the Velozher Shakim Arabia, the timing coating the saddles with Malayan. So this is interesting. And apparently in Arabia, there's kind of things what would you use thorns for. Apparently thorns are used as food for camels. Camels eat thorns. So because of that, it has an impact. And according to the Velozher, any edible item, whether it's edible by people or it's edible by animals, problems of the Klai HaKaren. So we'll say, so this is actually, so if you think about this now, so now the reason why the rabbis were so displeased with the Nilo health was because they grew forbidden mixtures in their vineyard. They grew thorns in the vineyard. So as you think of this as well, again, it's an Avera. It's an Avera. Why so? To say a statement like their mother should bury them, like what's the pshat with that? So it's like, I think it's a very simple use of it. We all do us. We all do us. What is the most important thing to do when you do an Avera? This is good advice, by the way. When you're going to do an Avera, what's the most important thing to remember? Most important don't let anyone else see. Why? Because at least if you're hiding it from other people, there's an element of shame. There's an element of understanding that what you're doing is not right. And as long as I have that feeling, as long as I know that what I'm doing is not right, there's a very strong possibility that America says, I'm going to do tshuva and turn this around. The moment that tshuva becomes almost impossible is when the Avera loses its shame and a person forgets that it's even an Avera. This is incredibly important because we all do Averas. We all do Averas. So at least I'm doing it in private, I'm not hiding it from other people. Maybe you still doing it because I'm presenting one image, I'm presenting one person, but in fact behind closed doors and so on. But okay, we all live with that in those inconsistencies. But at least that shows is when a person performs an Avera the Fahasya. A person performs an Avera public. What's the issue in that? What's the issue? They don't care. Well, the moment you don't care about something, that's already a different level. So that I commit an Avera, because I commit Avera human beings, but I care. I know that sounds contradictory, but it's not. I commit Avera, but I still care. In the perfect world, I would prefer not to commit this Avera. But because I have desires of want, because I fuck with these lusts and all these kinds of things, so I'm going to do Avera. But I know enough to know that it's still an Avera, and it's about it, and it's really sadness about it for me to hide it. But the moment that I'm just okay doing it in public, I just don't care. I'm willing to feel it already is a higher level, and that higher level only borders on Hashem. There are borders on desecrated God. So to act to violate the character of HaKadosh Baruch Hu without any care or regard, that level of blatancy is already over the line. And that's what Chazal were calling out over there. Because if you think about it, it's so fascinating. Like the Rochel weren't even doing something that was bad according to everyone, right? Not even everyone holds that thorns in the vineyard is even Klai HaKaren. But you forget there are things that help it. Why do it? Why do Averas? Because you know the Gemara says that if a person has a desire and he can't contain his desire, so what should he do? He should go somewhere where no one knows him. Go somewhere no one knows you. You're back home, wear black clothing, or kind of blend in. do what you have to do, and then come back home. There's this idea that at times I can't resist the temptation, but mitigates and minimize the damage by keeping it between you and HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But the moment that it spills out into public, the moment that there's a brilliancy associated with it, that's already a different level. That's what happened to the Rocham over here. They took this in public. The moment you take this in public, it indicates you don't care. And once you don't care already again, then the system deals with you. You do have areas, and it was so profound. This is what does HaKadosh Baruch Hu want of us when we sin? This sounds strange. You say to yourself, no. You got the phraseology wrong. Hashem wants us not to sin. That is true. But Hashem knows we're going to sin. So what does Hashem want from me when I sin? He just wants me to feel bad. Just feel bad. Because as long as you feel bad, as long as I do bad, that means I'm on the right path. I'm on the path. The moment that it gets out into the public and you're supposed to know negative things about it, that's a bit scary. Okay, so let's finish up. How long maybe put out the Shabbos? And the lady said, you can acquire a kinyan from a Shemina even on Shabbos. But no, Machos, the Rebbe Eliezer, Ella Shemina, Kitchel, and Daito Allah. So it says, this is actually interesting. So the Gemara says as follows. Let's say, in other words, let's say the Shemina says that I want to transfer property, and he goes ahead and he does a kinyan. He does a kinyan to go ahead and affect that transaction. So let's say, see now remember again. A Shemina does not require a kinyan. Doesn't require a kinyan, right? So the Lemaisa, but let's say he does the kinyan anyway. So what's the halacha in that scenario? So the Gemara says you do the kinyan even only on Shabbos, you don't do kinyan, right? Why not? So remember, it's Asur Midrabanan, kinyan is Asur Midrabanan, because he's a business dealing. When it comes to Shemina, we're very sensitive. There's a whole idea that the words of a Shemina, like they're written, like a kinyan, is in order to give him a certain level of inner quietude. Right? We want to allow him to feel mentally stable. So therefore, the Gemara takes this one step further. The lady says you even go ahead and do a kinyan with a Shemina on Shabbos, which will normally be a certain rabban. Right? Why? You might say, this may be don't pass me like the Lazar. I want to clear on this, right? We don't pass him that a Shemina is treated like everyone else. We pass him that Shemina is treated differently than everyone else. Right? The words of a Shemina are Kiksuvin, the Kiksuvin double. They are right. Shemina has the ability to convey ownership of property even just by verbal designation. But yet, if the Shemina wants to do a kinyan, you can do a kinyan with him on Shabbos. What's the reason? Says no one's ending up the studio. What's the reason? You must say Shema, Kitchel, Daito Allah. The concern, remember that Shemina is in a very fragile, not only precarious physical situation, but again, his mental well-being is incredibly important as well. Because again, if he's mentally disturbed, like if he's mentally upset, that you are afraid that may have a negative repercussion on his own well-being. So for one to kind of keep him calm, if he says he wants a kinyan, we do a kinyan. Even if he says he wants a kinyan on Shabbos, halacha, so we do a kinyan from our Shabbos. So I won't say, but halacha, is we reject the view of the Lazar. Like we reject this. Halacha l'maisa, again, when we pass him in his body for the cost, right? Real property. Property, but we accept the premise that for a shchina, different shchina,
it's like, yeah, top of the Congress. That's class from the last week. Neurotic, just like sort of messing with it.
Have a wonderful day.
Oh my gosh. Did you sell it? Yeah. Really? Were there older tell they were just there, but really fun with me, but like Shab, I think, trying to land a singer. So
all right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Here to thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Tafshin for the year of Tafshin Pehei 5785 for annual Talmud Torah sponsors. Tosim Bacha as a Zechosoros Tovos for all of Israel. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Berlin Tova. Stephen Terry's in honor of their grandmother for Eliana Zin and Grushin. The yard site of Dr. Zin's father, Bunin Tzvi Ben Chaim Shmuel Rabkin, in the exclusive Restream of 4. Zab's cousin serving the idea of Yom Chaim Pesach. Then Moshe Chano, and Moshe the years of the mother Tessa Mira Bas Chaim Moshe, and then Ellen Durant, in memory of Dr. Durant's parents, Yaakov Meir Ben Moshe Leib and Shina Bas Abba, Dr. Bezad, and in the south for in the merit of the Refuah Shalem for Esther Rafa Bas Chai. Excuse me, Bas Chai. Gabi and Shana Cohn in the exclusive Refuah Shalem for Yocheved Rivka Bas Chai. We hope that the merits of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamos Hagan the families in the Chama, all those who need Refuah, should have us together with Kol Chole Yisrael. Shprach Shemot should bring home our this whole nonsense. But so with that, let us begin. A lot to do today. We have a really great daf ahead of us. Today's daf is continuing involved. 156. We have the numbers of on 15 days. And the weekly left off with what's funny, all right, so I'm going to put it over this way. So we are up to 2, 4, 6 times up the yard. So let's just remember again, the start of this sugya really was on Kufman Ham with Aleph. We might discuss the following idea. At what age Katan able to go ahead and sell off the state? Now, one of the interesting things that we established on one hand, Katan does have the ability, right? We saw this because he had the ability to sell the Kelton in order to ensure that he does not go ahead and suffer from poverty. So he's allowed to sell the property. When it comes to estate property, we're a little bit more concerned. Number one, because it's real estate, concerned that he doesn't have the necessary business activity. So because it's family property, we're concerned that perhaps he doesn't know what it is that he's doing. And therefore, again, he may come to go ahead and make a erroneous deal. So we have about focus from what age can he sell property. So Rava said in the name of Rav Nachman from 18 years old. Rafuna Barkinina said in the name of Rav Nachman 20 years old. So fundamental about focus. Okay, so says the Gemara that in verse Amar Rav Yeshua will let Eidos into Eidos. However, it's important to understand that this needs to be 18 or 20. This is not convenient in selling real property. But Halach L'Meisa in terms of Eidos. So a boy above the age of 13 years old and a girl above 14 years old, 12 years old, are permitted to join the Eidos. That's Halach L'Meisa. Eidos is look at the Ashman is over here. It's about 6, 7 or 7. Zero. I'm already into it. I thought we should have the couples before. She had the kid Maso Maton. So Maso Maton. In a moment, the next year, we just said before that 18 or 20. A child is not versed in business matters, and therefore, Allah Almighty can't sell off the state property. I'll let Eagles, Neman who Lahari, Mashallah. Shama, because this people pay it. So you can sell us whole video shows that. But again, Allah for myself, in terms of Eagles giving testimony, 15 years old and on, he is permitted to. Okay, so you want to say this? I'm going to show you. I'm Talmud. So he said, by the way, this is the Eagles on the postage. About Mukakoi, low. But ultimately, take and give Eagles. God, he's not believed. Apparently, he's not believed for the Eagles of 18 years old. I understand. Why is it practice is allowed to give entitlement, but not his partner? So my question is a vino. So I get to say it like this. Since halacha l'maisa, the kid is believed. Go ahead and sell the cowboy. Therefore, you believe to give Jesus on the property. Is that what it is that you're saying? It seems He's not believed to sell karka, at least the state of. So too he's not believed to get eidos on karka. The Gemara says, okay, here's the issue with that. How does now? What about the following? Haputos mekhar mekar, menkaran menkar. It will learn that by children, now we saw this in yesterday's doubt, that by children who exhibit proper task and understanding, their sale is a proper sale and their purchase is a proper purchase. So you see that children can, or children who demonstrate the mental acuity to be able to engage in such a transaction, the transaction is valid. So the Gemara says, no, but without okay, that's what I'm talking. How can I get Eidus son Eidus? So over here again, Eidus will be Eidus. So it's like, interestingly enough, so that's the idea. I'm going to custom, but but I'm just going to see what's in so where's going to see like this? He's going to tell you that the ability to accept testimony is fundamentally tethered to their ability to transact business in that area. So, for example, you wanted to say that a boy over the age of 13 years old should be able to be able to stop them tumbling, but not karka. So when it comes to karka real estate, we really don't want kids transacting real estate until they reach the age of 18 years old. Well, if that's the case, children even below 12 and 13 are going to go ahead and sell tumbling. Right, we saw this before, and in order, this is a takana that Chazal made, so that children who need to support themselves will have the ability to do so. So if that's the case, then you should say even children below the age of 13 should be kosher le'edos, should be able to give testimony in the case of the which the Gemara says, no, that's totally custom, but it's very different by edos, so it's like edos. The phrase is going to be again the two will get up and give Avis. So what do you see from here? But by Avis you mean Anosh, adults, being adult there. So it's different. So therefore, again, by definition, again, what we can do is we can back up Avis to the age of 13. That we can do. That we can do is the age of 13. The boy is considered to be a halakhic adult, but not below that. Below that, and even at 13, it sounds like they'll accept his ages from the company, but will not accept his ages for karka. Okay, incredible. This is very interesting. So as much as you said before that a child below the age of 18 or 20 is not permitted to transact business, sell off estate property. It comes along and says if he gives him a tunnel, if he gives estate property, or now he looks at our shari best friends, I'm not making my words once, but I'm talking about him. Shabben Yim Gimel Biyom Echad, Havi Matana, Afa Pish, in your Masa Umata, the in the Kiras Tasha also the Kira. So we'll say, so once a boy reaches the age of 14, it's a lucky to go. As much as we say they can't sell no property, right? You can't sell no property to the 18 or 20. You want to make sure you know when. But if you give a gift, your gift is valid. Your gift is valid. So the Gemara says, now what's the valid that? I'm going to actually, I mean, how about you? I'm going to below, your husband. So I've actually said something that I don't understand. You just got finished that the sale of a boy below the age of 18 or 20. Not good. It's not good. Why? He doesn't have great acumen. He doesn't necessarily have great business skills. So it's like in a sale, at least he's receiving money. In a sale, he's receiving something. He's saying that the sale is not. But yet, the matana gifting him something good. He just said that he sells something, the transaction is valid. But yet, he gives a gift, the transaction is valid. How does that make any sense? At least in the case of a sale, he's getting something. So if you're telling me that's not enough, he's underselling it, then why should he have to gift away karka? To which the Gemara says, how can you allow him to give a gift when he's getting nothing in return? On a late type of kufnu involved, 156, sorry. So the Gemara says, according to your logic, Zogin Shavi Chamsha B'Shisa, Hachanami Bizavina. So let's say, so now again using that same logic, let's say the boy who's under 18, right? He's 13 years old. He did sell property, but he took property worth $50,000 and he sold it for $60,000. So that's according to your logic, that's right? Because the whole concern is our whole concern is that he's going to undersell it, or if he's able to go ahead and sell it for more than market. Isn't that great? Isn't that great? Hello, the Gemara says no. Kimel Rabbanan Dinuka Mikar Zaite Gadi Zuze. So that's interesting. As I understand, young people with money. I mean, also people like us, right? But young, it was interesting over here is young people to be easily swayed by the lure of fast money. Right? So you see like everybody wants to become rich, just job. Right? And I'm not going to start working. I just want to be wealth and success. You know, in my first internship. You know, I just want to make sure that I'll be able to be a millionaire. So the Gemara is so fascinating. Again, that now you're like, on one hand, it's beautiful because it fuels certain energy, it fuels a certain. So the Gemara says, but again, young people are easily swayed by the promise of instant or fast money. So what are we concerned about? The Amikus were concerned that if the young person, when he sells off the estate property, they were concerned that if indeed it is a good sale, Zimning the Mekartashile Zuze, Ozil Mazbin Gavia. What are we concerned? I'm concerned about the fact that maybe somebody's going to come in front of someone's going to come in front of the kid. What are they going to do? They're going to go ahead and rattle some money. They're going to rattle some money. And because they're going to rattle some money, what's going to happen? The kid's going to get very excited about it. And he's going to undersell the property. That's what we're concerned about over here. Okay, so the Gemara says about Gali Latana. So as I said, first, it's very important. So now I understand a little bit more meat on the bones. Now I understand why it is that halacha l'maisa. Why does the halacha l'maisa? If a kid below the age of 18 sells the property, sale is not good. So first of all, again, general we understood. That a child is not well enough in the halachos of real estate dealings of the estate to go to make a good deal. So we're clearly going to undersell it. And now it's even more. We're concerned that someone's going to come and rattle some coins in front of the kid. The kid's going to say, oh, opportunity for instant payout over here. And it's going to come to go ahead and accept money that is well below market. Okay. However, what about matana? So that allows us to understand why a sale of real estate doesn't work. Why is it that he is believed and committed to gift? About Gabi Matano, he loved the Habile and no Amine, low Habiyoy Rimas. But when it comes to Matano, again, the general, this is fascinating. Okay, you know we have Chazal in the pasuk, Sonate Matanos Yichya. He who hates gifts will live a long life, right? So many of us are such a shame. They're getting gifts. Right? So that's receiving gifts. What does it mean, Sonate Matanos Yichya? What's the hashkaf of that? The hashkaf of that is gifts often come with strings, right? And gifts come with expectations. Is there such a thing as altruistic gift giving? Of course there is. But more often than not, when people give a gift, there's some expectation of reciprocity in some way, shape, or form. So listen to this. When the kid gives a gift, right? When the kid gives it, the Habile Hanomine, when this kid gives a gift, we'll say it is clear that why is he giving the gift? This gift is an investment in something. People don't just give away stuff. But if there is a gift being given, that means there is some type of material. In other words, these two things work very well and off each other. On one hand, the kid likes money. Like, young people like money, and they like fast money. So the concern is that someone comes along and rattles coins upon his hand without really any regard to how much is actually worth. But because the kid likes money, he's also not just going to give away property. And therefore, if he does give for what, that means that there's something in this way. Right? The person doesn't just give stuff away. If he's giving it away, it must be because there is some type of benefit. The recipient gives something in where he wants the recipient, and therefore again, Amru Rabba, to have him matana, so they Abdul Lukumil. And therefore the rabbi said, let the gift of the young boy. Again, above the below the age of 18, 20, right? Let that gift be good. Because again, there's obviously some type of strategic importance for that particular gift. It's really fascinating. Let's go back to Amar Rav Nachman Amar Shmuel. Old interesting case in there. Old Kiddushin, Gerushin, or the Chalitza. So let's say in general, if our boy goes ahead and does any of these processes, we check. We check. We literally check to see if he has physical signs of maturation, to make sure that he is an adult, he is capable of doing these things. To be able to Old Kiddushin, my friends, is Apapi should then you will shun in Yom Echad, by Isha Basu, Ishon of Yom Echad. לא סמכים על השנה ומפסיקים כגדולים, ובני שיער להיחשב ישן בעדיין, אף להטל גזון לבת סבו שסקפר גנשן, let's say a 13-year-old boy in one day, right? 13-year-old in one day boy goes ahead and does Kedushin. So again, let's say that is old enough, that's an adult, it's old enough to affect Kedushin. We don't just rely on what we call shana. We don't just rely on age, but rather, again, we ensure that the boy also has signs of physical maturation, so that it's actually capable, he's actually holding by affecting Kedushin. Okay, so that's by Gerushin. Gerushin still applies by divorce, right? Because remember, when by divorce, you have to have guys, you have to be with it. Still applies by divorce. Chalitza, all the meanings. I was saying that Neon is the exact opposite of all this, right? What's Neon? Neon is refusal. Remember again, that is if the mother or the brother married off his brother. So again, the Kedushin works, but it only works with the Rabbanon. So because it's only Kedushin with the Rabbanon, therefore, what? Therefore, again, she has the ability to annul the marriage. She has the ability to annul the marriage. And therefore, again, Allah by simple refusal. By simple refusal. That ability to do Niyah is there up until she becomes an adult. But Allah again, the moment she becomes an adult, Niyah is no longer there because she stays in marriage. When she's an adult, then Allah that's going to require a get. Yeah. So by Neon, it's just the opposite. By Neon, she has the ability to do until she becomes an adult. Okay. So we check for all. So Rosie says there not one name of Shmuel. We check for all of these things. Now, the one exception to this rule is, as we just said, ben Esrim. So I'll say this is what we just mentioned before. Now, all of these things require that halacha the child be a gadol, be an adult, or that the daughter not be an adult. However, when it comes to selling off estate property, ben Esrim. Up until ultimately again until 20 years old. 20 years old. So this is reflective of the opinion of Rav Huna Bar Chinina in the name of Nachman. Namely, again, 20 years old is the age in which a young man can sell off estate property. Says the Gemara. Says the Gemara. The Dakno, the Kiddushin, the Gerushin, so it's not even as a catch right now. If you're already checking the boy to make sure he's a brother to affect Kedushin, and obviously, again, why do you have to do like a Gerushin? Like, if you're getting Gerushin, if you're getting divorced, what does that by definition mean? You got married, right? You can't have one without the other, which means that obviously, if this boy was able to affect, then halal from Malaysia, he's got able to affect Gerushin as well. So once you already checked for Kedushin, then why would there ever be a need for checking for Gerushin? So which the word says, I'll tell you why. So interestingly enough, where could this come up? This is fascinating. This could come up in a Yibum scenario. Why? What happened in Yibum scenario? This man is Ben Tisha Shalom Yom Echad. Sheba Al-Yibum. If you have a boy who is 9 years old one day, who did Yibum, what's the significance of 9 years old in one day? That's the Zal said that it will affect a regular act of Yibum. He has the effect regular act of Yibum. So Halach the Gemara says that at that age, so remember, in order to affect Yibum, this is fascinating. Yibum could technically speaking be transacted by someone who is not yet a halach. So as long as because remember Yibum is affected by Yibum. Therefore, technically speaking, as long as the boy is engaged in a halachically recognized act of Yibum occurs. So what's fascinating is you can have a boy married and yet still not a gadol. Still not a gadol. So therefore, he's in a marriage, still not a gadol. But you have to get a remember, Yibum is a gadol. Yibum becomes a daraisa marriage. In order to get out of that, he needs a get. So you can have a situation that the boy entered into marriage, even though he is a kafir. So therefore, it can be the case of if he wants to get divorced, Allah and you have to again, is he adult, is he not adult, you have to check for signs of physical maturation. That's fascinating. You know what I'm saying? Actually, fine. The chalitza. What does it mean that we check for physical signs of maturation before chalitza is done to make sure that everybody is adult? Last book we made Rabbi Yossi. So I said this comes from speaking to Rabbi Yossi. What does Rabbi Yossi hold? Shomer ish kasav b'karsha. By Yibo, assumed by chalitza. First of Lashon ish, which means that the man has to be an adult. He must Isha bein Gidola bein Kitana. The position of Rabbi Yossi is in Chalitza, whether she's a Gidola to Nakshina Isha L'Ishlo Rabbi Yossi. Therefore, again, the Russian as long as it says we reject Rabbi Yossi, we compare a man to a woman when it comes to Chalitza. And just like the man has to be an adult, so too the woman has to be an adult as well. Beautiful. What about from you? So we'll say, so again, remember, we just said before that you check for signs of physical maturation for Neon. Remember, again, Neon is the reverse. By Neon, in order for it to work, the girl can't have signs of physical maturation. Neon is only available to a Kitana, not a Kidola. He says, this comes first with the position of Rabbi Yehuda. Damar ad shachar. And we're going to do the whole that you can go ahead and do the whole that Yabba shachar. Actually, Yabba shachar means that you can do Neon literally again until enough hair to make the air will look black. Okay, so therefore you're going to look at the check to be Rabbi Yehuda. The Limtar, the Nif say, actually, and Esrim, they say again, the last piece was that Halacha L'maisa again, you can go ahead and sell the property of your house up until the age of 20. Lachukim Iman Dama Ben Shmona Esrei. This comes through the position, ultimately, the one who says up until 18. Okay, so the Gemara ends off by saying, Elfasa, and the halacha is Tofsman, Kilif Nisman. Now let's say the Gemara goes through all of this. So number one, Tofsman halacha. Tofsman with Nisman, which means that literally again, everyone said the child we had in yesterday's practice, what do you hold 18 or 20? What is the status during the 18th year or during the 20th year? So the person in the Gemara says is Tofsman, Kilif Nisman. In the 18th or 20th year is the equivalent of before the 18th or 20th year. And therefore, Allah says again, the sale would be invalid. You know, for some, to Gidul Banasha, Allah also follows Gidul Banasha. What did Gidul Banasha say? Gidul Banasha said on Kufman Ham days that if you have a young man or woman below the age of 18 or 20 who exhibits acute business sense, right, or real human, then halacha so their transactions are good. Whereas when we say the ages of 18 or 20, that was just in what we'll call a more typical case. Where halacha is that most people are not capable up until that age. But for normal 18 or 20, sorry, but in the case where the child exhibits additional, really a more astute insight, business transactions, they can work even from a young age. Good? That was given us. We also saw Kidra, the halacha also follows Mansutra. Now what did Mansutra say? Mansutra said that from the age of 13 and on, child is believed to give ethos from the top of but not for Kaka. The halacha said Kanimar. The halacha follows Kanimar. Remember that Kanimar said that as much as he said that a child can't transact business with real property until the age of 18 or 20, when halacha might give a gift. He give a gift and his gift works. Remember again, because the logic is he's not going to give a gift unless he's receiving something in return. Okay, the halacha I'm not going to and halacha in all of these that we just mentioned, namely that we check for signs of physical maturation by kedushin, gerushin, chalitza, and the halacha l'maisa we don't allows the kid to sell off estate property up until the age of 20. Beautiful. That should be to a close. Let's begin. So now we have a really good, a full 180. Because everything we learned now is going to be changed by this Mishnah. So here we go. Says the Mishnah, if someone is going ahead and dividing up his estate, right? He's awarding his estate through verbal designation, right? So he's going to this one, give you to that one. So what's the halacha? Rabbi Elazar Omer, Echad Bari ve'echad Mesukan, whether the grantor, right? So we'll call him Reuben. So Reuben is going ahead and giving away his estate. He's going ahead and giving his estate. So the Elazar says, whether Reuben is a Bari or whether he's a Shchimira, Mesukan is a Shchimira, the Chasim Shish Lanachayis, Nicknam the Kesef Shtat Hazaka. So it's a real property. Real property. Karka. Real property can only be acquired through money, a document, or a proprietary act. Chazaka. What's an example of chazaka? You put fence, right? Or you in the field. The she'im anachrayis and normal property, metaltalin, can be acquired with Yeshiva. So let's say, so this is pretty wild. The sense of Allah is coming along to say, the Allah is saying, there's such thing as matnas. There's no such thing as this. Right? There is no such thing. Ultimately, again, I'm going ahead and halacha l'maisa that gift that could be conveyed without being on him. This doesn't exist. This doesn't exist. There's only one way to convey property. It's the same whether you're a bari or whether you're a so it says, so I'm literally turning everything on its head. It was a different end of Ashtaga without the Elazar over Echad the Echad Mesukan. The Elazar Severe Law in Shchimira, Eno Kitzurim from Skibari Ba'ama, Kitzim Kishai Matna. So again, so let's say this is Elazar. Elazar holds that there is no distinction between another Shchimira and another Bari. So you want to convey property to someone, there's two ways to convey it. Right? I should say there's two great words. Real property and movable property. Real property is conveyed. Kesef money, documents, and what's applied to it. And the top movable property is Meshika. Meshika, you take possession of it, you take hold of it, right? Right. Because metaltalin could be acquired a number of different ways. But what he means is it requires a kinyan that is shayach, that is applicable to metaltalin. So Elazar rejects everything we've set up until now. Right now, we've been always working on a framework that is Shemira has his own framework, his own mechanism for granting property to others. Elazar says, not true. Shemira are both the same. No, it's the same. Because Amadeus, Kofun Bab Amadeus, 50-60, said to the Gemara, I was Amabo, nice of the Iman Shabin Roko, Shai Sacholo. 1 second. So this is a change of emotion from a story. What was the story? What happened? There was the episode with the mother of the sons of Roko. So Roko is the father. Roko is the son is the father. So what happens? There's a mother of the sons of Roko who, what happens? She's very ill. So what happens? To Kirinasi, and she said, you know what? I have this beautiful thing. I want my thing to go to my brother. Now, it wasn't the idea. She had sons and she had daughters. Obviously, if she dies, what happens? Her sons inherit her. Her sons inherit her. So halacha l'maisa, she wanted it to be, in this case, her sons inherit her. In this case, she wanted it to be that her pain would go to her daughter. So what did she do? And she's on her deathbed. She conveyed ownership of the item to her daughter. She says, I get very valuable, and it was worth 12. So she gifted it to her daughter. So then the mother said that he died. They came with the daughter house, and they upheld the gift. What do you see here? What do you see here? That a matnas shemira works. You see, a matnas shemira works. So what's going on over here? Which the Gemara says, no. On the one hand, when they roch out, you bring your life and then they roch out, pick for an imam. Their mother should bury them. Okay, that's the intense. So what's happening over here? So let's say, go right to the left of the Rashtan, right across the Rashtan. So on the other hand, aim the being right, so the gears of the Rashtan is aim the being right in the middle, and you can't bring any proof from the sons of Rocha. Why not? There is shutting because there is shutting. There is shutting. The Halakha should for an Ibam, the foreign turn of the Gemara. So there is shutting. And their mother should bury them for the time being. So there is shine. Mother should bury them. And therefore what? The Farish kind of will see what. The consum la one is so said this is incredible. The Gemara answers, the Mishnah says like this. So remember, let's follow the flow. Right? So you have the Belazar. The Belazar introduces us to us a new school of thought, which says that there is no distinction between a matna shchimira and a matna sabali. If you want to convey real property, cash hazaka. If you want to convey movable property, we'll call it just movable. You want to say 1 second. Story of the mother of the Loka, who did exactly that gift the matna shchimira to her daughter and worked. She died, and they upheld the gift. The Belazar seems to respond, don't bring sons of Loka over the shine. The rabbis penalized this. How did the rabbis penalize this? By upholding the mother of Rochel, right? By upholding the gift of the corpse called the mother, what happened? That prevents the sons from inheriting. The rabbis do not want the sons to inherit, and therefore they uphold the gift. But the Gemara says, the Mishnah says that it's not a raya. That this is normally how this works. Normally, again, this would not work at all. It works over here in order to go ahead and penalize the kids. Okay, let's go. Says the Gemara. Daniel. On the other hand, Rabbi Elazar, so says now again. So we have Rabbi Elazar. Two things happening in this Mishnah. Rabbi Elazar, that there's no distinction between matna shmira and matna spari. And the Gemara's statement about or the Gemara's understanding of the episode of the New York. Fine. He says the Gemara. Fine. On the other hand, Rabbi Elazar, the Chachamim. So the Elazar says the Chachamim. It's Elazar. So Rabbi Elazar says the Chachamim. Maisa is Maisa the Meroni apple. Shahid Yisharai. It was straight from Meroni. No, it's Meroni. I'm from Meroni. Well, what is it supposed to be Meroni? Actually, once was a guy from Meroni. What Maisa the Meroni apple? So one time there was a guy from Iran who was in Yerushalayim. So what happened on the Talmud highway? This guy had a lot of households. He had a lot of movable properties. Okay. He became the master, and he wanted to go ahead and do the as master. Now, interestingly enough, until we have people the same Shchimera, the giver of the Lazar, and the Kabbalah Kanalo Hayuga base was it. So apparently, we are presupposing that this is the story of a Shchimera. So Meroni comes to Yerushalayim, he's a Shchimera. He wants to convey property to others. So what does he do? So they said to him, okay, you want to give property, no problem, but you need to use a regular kingdom. Listen, interestingly enough, they said to him, now here's the problem. If you go ahead and you're going to see when he wants to get ownership over the tower. They're both saying, normally, how do you get ownership over the tower? How do you do it? Right? The recipient has to do whatever, I don't know, the Shicha, Hajibal, right? Pulling closer to you, lift it up, giving you chutzner, putting your property. The problem just is, how is he going to convey metal? So, just another way. The other way you could do this, you could convey metal. It is what we call Kinyan Agov. Now, what is Kinyan Agov? If you go ahead, right? So let's say in a general, I want to convey barrels of wine to Reuben. Okay, the problem is the barrels of wine in the Talmud. Now Reuben and I are in proximity to each other. Reuben can take the wine, he can sheath on the wine, right? Sit on the wine. Well, let's say again, I'm in one location, Reuben is a different location, the wine is in a different location. I want to convey it. Use a Kinyan Agov. Kinyan Agov works like this. If you convey ownership of property to someone, you could acquire metaltorin, movable property, by dint of the real property. At the end of the day, we had enough process about whether or not movable property has to be secured. Does that have to be filed on real property? And the answer, the way we pass is no. So literally what you can do is convey real estate ownership, right? Ownership of real estate, and on the back of that real estate also convey housing. So now this is watch this. Now they're not only one more time. They said it's Meroni. You're Shkinera, you want to commit property. Arlo, Ilan, Takona, Ashlikna, Agav, Al Gav, Karka. It's the Meroni. The only choice really you have is to commit ownership of the Natalfulan on the back of, look at the again, on the back of Karka. So what did he do? Hala, the Laka, is Sela Echad, Sela Usharan. So what did he do? He bought a base seller site. Now, what's the capital base seller? Rambam says over here, Lakach base seller, Sheina Roy Lizria, Ukino Bizol, Lashim, Lassum, Shem came out and that's not. So what did he do? He bought himself a plot of rocky soil. And the conflict rocky soil is being sold at this time. Why? Because you can't plant on it. That's what he doesn't need it for planting. He just needs it for kinyanic purposes. So he buys a base seller. So he's right. So what does it say? And this is what Moroni says. Balmar, Sono Laploni, and the northern side, the northern corner is given to Ploni. The Emo Mayor son. And together with the northern side of the field is 100 sheep. This is right. This is kinyan. Is conveying real property and movable property by dint of the real property. Omer Chabios and 100,000 won. Udram Olakoni and the southern side of the field should belong to Shimon. Yimson Omer Chabios. And together this piece of property, sheep and 100 barrels of wine. And then the Lord died, the Kainu Chacham and the rabbis went ahead and upheld his words. All these words, in other words, they solidified the gift. Essentially, they certified the gift. So that's what he says. This story contains explicit proof, like of a law. Like the halacha l'maisa. The halacha l'maisa. We go ahead. A shmira does not have a separate set of commandments. Rather, they're going to require just like a regular person does. No. I'm a long-time raya. You bring your right, and that's not a good raya. Why? Meroni, Baga. Oh, what's that? This is what Shemirakis. The Meroni was perfectly healthy. You're going to say, but he died. Guess what? Sometimes perfectly healthy people die. In other words, in this case over here, wasn't the fact that he was ill and then he died. He was sent with a gift. He was a bari. Now this story makes a lot more sense according to everyone, right? So in case of a bari, everyone is going to agree that the only way to convey is going to be out of karka. Or one of the ways is going to be out of karka. In this particular case over here, what happened? So halacha l'maisa. So again, because he was a bari, therefore the only way he was able to convey was out of karka. That's what happened. The fact that he died afterward, that was a separate, independent part of the story. In other words, his illness, or I should say, his subsequent death, was not the present actor at the time of conveyance of property. It was a matana of a bari, and that's why halacha l'maisa have to undergo these two things, and there's no raya ultimately again to anything else. All right. The Gemara goes like that. Amar Lahem Bnei Rochel, fifth grade, Mishnah said that the Mishnah said in the raya from Bnei Rochel that Matna Shemira should work. So the Gemara says, don't bring a raya from Bnei Rochel, the mother should bury them. There will be a big rishon. What do they do so wrong? My time of Kalai. Why is it that the Mishnah, that the rabbis would curse Bnei Rochel so much? What did they do wrong? The rest is well, the Kenyan culture in the Caribbean. They grew things, or they allowed for the growth of thorns in a vineyard. They transgressed Kloy HaKarem. That's when they get Kloy HaKarem, means you can allow forbidden mixtures to go. So they transgressed Kloy HaKarem. And because of that, ultimately, again, they were cursed. So the Gemara says as follows. So first, let's go to Rashtam. Rashtam says over here, the Karen, the Kiagav Na'ash, from the second Shalayan, the Machal Behema, I'll be what it says. Machal Behema, I'll be quiet, Karen. You should both Israel and the Shalayan. That's in the kind book. It says, we're going to see, we'll see what the issue returns on. The point here is, they allowed for class and means growing Christian mixtures. And you're allowing something else to grow in the vineyard. And therefore they were despised by the rabbis because they did this. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Elazar Tamek. Rabbi Elazar goes according to his life. He runs the Gemara. Says it's not Hametayim quotes in the Karen. They want to say that in general, the way it works is like this: for Kloya Karen, in order to be in violation, you have to be growing two different edible items, right? So let's say it's wheat and grain, whatever it is. I'm sorry, not wheat, grapes and wheat. So what's the issue with thorns? The Gemara says if you allow thorns to grow in your vineyard, so the Gemara says Rabbi Elazar Omer Kaddish. Elazar says it's aser. Kaddish means literally against it's aser. Chum say no kiddush. No. You didn't do anything. So Gemara says Ella davar shekamo mekayim. Rather, again, the only type of item which is subject to the prohibition of Kloya Karen is the type of item that you would normally want to sustain in the vineyard. Sometimes if thorns grow in the vineyard, you don't want thorns in the vineyard. So you wouldn't want it. So what's the shot? So Bishlam or Karkom Chazis. I understand that Karkom doesn't really saffron. I understand if you're growing saffron, like is this something you want? So I understand that's Kloya Karen. I like coats in my Chazis. What are thorns? Or on the Bittina, my time the Velozar in the Arabia, the common coats is Sados Igmanes. So this is interesting. In Arabia, thorns want to use thorns for. Apparently, thorns are used as food for camels. Camels eat thorns. So because of that, it had, according to Velozar, any edible item, whether it's edible by people or it's edible by animals, poses a problem of Kloya Karen. So let's say, so this is actually really fascinating. So if you think about this now, the reason why the rabbis were displeased with the Nerochal was because they grew forbidden mixtures in their vineyard. Like they went in the vineyard. So what's the vineyard? I got it. It's an Avera. Why so severe? To say a statement like their mother should carry them. Right? What's the shot? So say, I think it's a very simple use of it. We all do Averas. What is the most important thing when you do an Avera? This is good advice, by the way. When you're going to do an Avera, what is the most important thing to remember? Most important thing to remember? Don't let else. Why? Because at least if you're hiding it from other people, there's an element of shame. There's an element of understanding that what you're doing is not right. And as long as I have that feeling, as long as I know that what I'm doing is not right, there's a very strong possibility that a nefesh will come out of the tshuva and turn this around. The moment that tshuva becomes almost impossible is when the avera loses its shame, and a person forgets that it's even an avera. This is incredibly important. We all do averas. So again, if I'm doing it in private, and I'm hiding it from other people, this is not presenting, one person, but in fact, I goes to something different. Okay, we all live with that inconsistency. And at least that shows the challenge is when a person performs in that data of the fire. When a person performs in that, what's the issue in that? The issue? You don't care. Well, the moment you don't care about something, that's already a different level. In other words, that I commit that data, but I care. I know that sounds contradictory, but it's not. I commit that data, but I still care. In other words, in the perfect world, I would prefer not to commit this data. But I have desires because I have want, because I have possibilities, lusts, and all those kinds of things. I'm not human being, so I'm going to do Averas. But I know enough to know that it's still an Avera, and I feel a certain shame about it, and a certain sadness about it, I'm going to hide it. But the moment that I'm just okay doing it in public, I just don't care, I'm willing to flaunt it, that already is a higher level. And that higher level already borders on Khulash. That already borders on desecration of God's name. So to actively violate without any care or regard, that level of unseen is already over the line. And that's what God will call you out of it. It's so fascinating. Like when they wrote out, weren't even doing something that was bad according to them. Even everyone knows that thorns in India is even play a carrot. You have to get them over. Why do it? Want to do yours? As Rafa says, and he can't continue to ask what should he do? You should go somewhere where no one knows him. Go somewhere no one knows him. You'll bash for him, wear black clothing. In other words, in the blending, do what you have to do, and then come back home. They're that at times I can't resist temptation, but minimize the damage by keeping it between you and HaKadosh Baruch Hu. At the moment that it spills out, the moment that there's a blatant associated with it, be a different topic. That's what happened with the group. They took this in public. The moment you take this in public, really indicates you don't care. And once you don't care already, again, then the system deals with you differently. You do have errors, and those are so profound. What does HaKadosh Baruch Hu want of us when we sin? It sounds strange. You say to yourself, no, you got the physiology. Hashem wants us not to sin. That is true, but Hashem knows we're going to sin. So what does Hashem want from me when I sin? He just wants me to feel bad. Just feel bad. Because as long as you're feeling bad, as long as I'm feeling bad, then good. That means I'm on the right path. I'm on the right path. The moment that it could just spill out into the public and there's absolutely no negative feelings about it, that's a bit scary. Let's finish up. The lady says, you could acquire a opinion from a Shemira even on Shabbos. But low lawful the Rebbe Eliezer El Shemet Kichur Guide to Allah. So says this is actually interesting. So the Gemara says as follows. Let's say the Shemira says that I want to transfer property, and he goes ahead and does a kinyan. The kinyan to go ahead and affect that transaction. So let's say, now remember again, let's say a shemira does not require a kinyan. Doesn't require a kinyan, right? So the Maisa, but let's say he does the kinyan anyway. So what's the halacha in this scenario? The Gemara says we do the kinyan with him even on Shabbos. So let's say normally on Shabbos you don't do kinyan. Why not? So remember, a kinyan is asur midrabanan. Kinyan is asur midrabanan. Alt mekach u'memkar. Because it's a business deal. But if it's a shemira, we're very sensitive. The whole idea that the words of the shemira, like they're written, and like the kinyan, is in order to give him a quiet. Right? We want to allow him to feel mentally stable. So therefore, the Gemara takes this one step further. The Rebbe says you could even go ahead and do a kinyan shemira on Shabbos, which would normally be the Rabbanon. Right? Why? Gemara says, this is very close in the Mishnah. This is the Gemara say, we don't constantly make a logic. I want to learn this, right? We don't mean that a shemira is treated like everyone else. A shemira is treated differently than everyone else. A shemira, the words of a shemira are kiksubin, bichimsuin dam. They are, a shemira has the ability to convey owner property even just by verbal designation. But yet, if a shemira wants to do a kinyan, you can do a kinyan with him on Shabbos. What's the reason? It says, no, the ending of the studio. What's the reason? You must say, Ella Shema, Tichot, Daito Allah. We're concerned, remember again, a Shema is in a very fragile, not only precarious physical situation, but again, his mental well-being is incredibly important as well. Because again, if he's mentally disturbed, right, if he's mentally upset, emotionally upset, then we're afraid that may have a negative repercussion on his physical well-being, physical health. So therefore, in order to kind of keep him calm, if he says he wants to do a kinyan, you do a kinyan. Even if he says he wants to do a kinyan on Shabbos, halacha l'maisa will do a kinyan with him on Shabbos. So I will say, but halacha l'maisa will this will stop, is we reject the view of Rabbi Lazar and Shmuel. Right? We reject this. We pass it is a bari for us, right? For real property, kesef shtar chazaka, for movable property, yeshiva. But we accept the premise that for a shemira, different shemira, kiksuvin, kiksuvin. Don't know what I'm saying?
What a brewery is too. Talk to the dead, fucking. There's this thing, dude. Have you heard about this? Sick. They get a fucking egg, Annie, for your body, dude. They fucking do the egg.
All right, so let's say good morning. Let us begin by thanking our sponsors for this morning's Share to Face. Our Talmud sponsor for the month of Tafshin Pei. The Tofu Mishpach are very dedicated all the Shur instructions this year. And it's also observed travels for Am Yisrael. Talmud sponsors for the month of Tafshin, students are using the honor of the birth of their granddaughter Dvar Avianazin, and in memory of Dr. Zin's father, Bunim Tzvi Ben Chaim Zechor Shmuel Rabbi Karashkin, and it's also a portion of 4 rabbis cousin starting in the idea of the Chaim Pesach Ben. Moshe Chas Rishon of the Yartek of Rabbi's mother, Hessa Mila, Chaim Zechor Rafa. Dr. Moshe Ellen Grant, in memory of Dr. Grant's
Aaron Omer Ben Moshe Lee, Dana Bas Abba, Zachary Neil Sanford of Los Angeles, New York of Bushlin for Esther Rockoff Bas Chaya. And that's the only sponsor for today.